In a rundown village, a man who looks to be the mayor shoves two small, barefoot children to the ground. "Get out now," he screams. A merchant in red scoffs at the price. "5 silver coins for both, that's too cheap, you should be thanking me for taking these things off your hands." The deal is struck. For the paltry sum of 5 silver coins, the lives of 2 children are sold away. The other villagers look on with cold indifference, one of them muttering, "Damn it, fine, just hurry up and take them away." They're not just selling children, they're exercising a curse, relieved to be rid of what they call servants of the evil god. In this world, magic is a double-edged sword, a force of creation capable of building wonders, but more often it's a tool of destruction, utilized on countless battlefields to take countless lives. Deep in a forest, a long-haired sorcerer channels immense power. He chants the words of a powerful spell. The crimson fury is a fiery flame, the sigh of the ancient dragon. "Take this, Ferno Lester Gano." His staff glows, ready to unleash hell. Energy swirls around him, the very air crackling with raw magical power. The spell is reaching its apex, a vortex of destruction in the making. With a final, desperate roar, he prepares to cast his ultimate attack, his face contorted with effort and malice. But it never comes. In a flash of steel, a sword flies through the air and embeds itself directly in his forehead. His eyes go wide with shock, the complex incantation dying on his lips. His body goes limp, the immense power he gathered dissipating into nothing. A stark reminder that magic, for all its power, is not almighty. A single moment of vulnerability is all it takes. And sometimes the simplest magic is the most effective. For example, sending a sword flying forward will kill a person mercilessly, and from the shadows, the cold, calculating eyes of the wielder watch his handiwork. The hooded young man, Aldis, stands over the bodies of his attackers, 2 swords floating ominously beside him. A blond man in armor, the sole survivor, confronts him. "Who are you people?" Aldis asks calmly. "Why did you attack me?" The armored man stumbles back in terror. "This is sword magic," he shrieks. In the trees, masked assassins watch, their intel suddenly seeming dangerously incomplete. "Sword magic, but I never heard it was this strong." "Calm down," one thinks, "he's just a sorcerer." The assassin tries to steel his nerves, gripping his blade. "He's just a sorcerer, get in close and it's over." A fatal miscalculation. He lunges from the shadows, blade ready. "Since I've gotten this close, it's my win," he snarls, but Aldis is unfazed, his eyes sharp. "Were you supposed to be hiding with that much bloodlust gushing out?" Before the assassin can even react, Aldis moves with blinding speed. He sidesteps the attack and throws one of his magically controlled swords with perfect precision. The assassin's eyes widen in pure disbelief as the blade closes in. "Impossible, how can a sorcerer be this skilled?" Aldis turns, his expression cold and unchanging. "I'm not a sorcerer," he states, the words hanging in the air like a death sentence. With a final, decisive movement, he closes the distance, his own blade meeting the assassin's throat. "I am a swordsman." The scene shifts to the bustling port town of Thoria, a hub of trade and activity in the kingdom of Nagras. Its streets are alive with merchants and citizens, a prosperous town blessed by the nearby forest and the sea. And like any good town, it has a tavern, the perfect place for mercenaries to gather after a job. Inside, Aldis sits with his arms crossed, getting grilled by his temporary companions. "And so, you ended up killing them all without getting any information out of them, Aldis." The burly swordsman Ted presses him. "It would have been easy for you to capture them alive. Why didn't you?" Aldis replies flatly. "Too much trouble. Anyone who attacks me I cut down." The archer Norris chuckles. "So ruthless." The party's sorcerer, Ophelia, chimes in with a worried look. "They knew about your sword magic. They might be related to the military then." Aldis's eyes narrow. The fact that they knew his signature ability was the one detail that bothered him. The memory flashes back, a pompous, high-ranking general, face red with fury. "Refuse? Did you just tell me that you refuse?" Aldis stood his ground before the towering figure. "I did. I'm not obligated to teach your army's sorcerers my sword magic." The general was livid. "How dare you speak like that to me, you mere mercenary?" The whole mess started during a routine escort mission. Aldis and his client had stumbled upon a battle between soldiers and a large group of bandits. The soldiers were outnumbered and losing badly. When a group of bandits broke off and charged toward the merchant, Aldis had no choice but to intervene. To protect his client, he unleashed his sword magic, effortlessly turning the tide of the battle and catching the eye of the general in command. After the fight, the general had tried to recruit him, not with respect but with arrogance. "I'm exceptionally allowing you to enter the military. It's not something people like you can achieve so easily." So Aldis made him a counter-offer he knew would be an insult. "If you're going to insist, then sign a monthly contract, 500 gold coins per month." The general exploded. A common soldier's salary was 1 gold coin. It was a total power move, humiliating the general in front of his men. Back in the tavern, Aldis reflects on the incident. "While I did think he was quite arrogant, it's not like my sword magic can be taught to others anyway." Ophelia throws her hands up in exasperation. Even so, shaming him in front of a large crowd like that, it's no wonder he'd hold a grudge. Norris just laughs it off. Ahaha, Aldi's makes a lot of enemies as usual. Ted, however, looks genuinely concerned. He puts a hand on Aldi's shoulder. Aldi's, I know your strength is monstrous, but please, don't increase the number of your enemies so much. Aldi's nods, showing a rare moment of consideration. I understand, Ted, I'm indebted to you guys so I won't cause problems for you, I'll be on my best behavior. His party members immediately start placing bets on how long that promise will last. The consensus, not long at all. Later, the party is on a new job, trekking through the forest of Caucasus, a vast wilderness that has supported the town of Thoria for generations. But the forest is not without its dangers. It's home to wild animals and in its deeper regions, far more monstrous things. Ted leads the way, explaining the mission. This time's request is for finding a good spot for tree logging. It's not always a battlefield, but this is an important source of income for us. They find a promising area. Not bad, Ophelia observes. It's close to the main road, the quality of the trees is good too. Norris, ever the scout, reports his findings. I've spotted several twin-bladed beast nests nearby. We'll need to clean up the area first. Ted grins. That just means we get more work, so it's all good. He turns to get Aldi's opinion, but the young swordsman is staring off into the distance, lost in thought. Hey Aldi's, are you listening? Pay attention. Aldi's snaps out of it. I'm only participating in this temporarily. This is your party's job, so it's not related to me, is it? Ophelia approaches him with a gentle smile. I've said this before, but why don't you join our party permanently, Aldi's? Her expression turns serious. Have you still not given up on finding your former companions? Aldi's gaze hardens at the mention of his past. She continues, we've been teaming up like this quite often anyway. You're already like a member of our party. Aldi's looks away. I'll think about it. Ted joins the conversation, trying to be gentle but direct. It's been a whole year and you haven't found any leads, have you? I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but it's probably. Aldi's cuts him off, his voice sharp with frustration. It's only been a year, I never thought I'd find them in such a short period to begin with. Just as the tension peaks, a piercing scream echoes through the forest, cutting their argument short. Without a second's hesitation, Ted draws his sword. Someone's being assaulted, let's go to their rescue. The rest of the party springs into action, following his lead. Aldi's watches them go for a moment before sighing. Can't be helped. He breaks into a run, joining the rescue effort. They arrive to a scene of carnage. A merchant caravan has been ambushed by a brutal-looking gang of bandits, who are standing over the bodies of the guards. The party draws their weapons. Bandits, we were too late, Ted growls. The bandits spot them and immediately turn hostile. Damn it, I guess they won't let us go at this point. Norris calls out to Aldi's, be sure to protect me well. The bandits let loose a volley of arrows. Ted raises his shield, protecting the party as Aldi's prepares his own counterattack. Norris takes aim at a charging bandit, letting an arrow fly with a smirk. You suck, he taunts as his shot finds its mark. Arrows rain down on them. Ted holds his ground, shielding Ophelia. You don't have to use magic yet, he yells, trusting his armor to hold. Even so, some of the bandits manage to get close, their blades clashing against the party's defenses. The massive bandit leader points his axe at Ted. I'll stall that brutish swordsman while you get rid of the archer and the sorcerers, he roars to his men. His men charge past him, heading straight for Aldi's, a critical error. Aldi's raises a hand, two swords lifting into the air. As I've been saying, he mutters, his eyes glowing with intent, I'm not a sorcerer. He unleashes his sword magic. The blades multiply, hovering ominously above the charging bandits like birds of prey. The bandits look up, their faces frozen in a mask of terror as the swords begin to fall. In seconds, it's a slaughter. The blades rain down, piercing armor and flesh alike, wiping out the grunts in a single, devastating attack. Meanwhile, the bandit leader is locked in a fierce struggle with Ted, completely unaware that his backup has just been annihilated. He roars his orders, you guys take care of the archer and sorcerers while I hold this guy down. Be sure to capture the woman alive. But no one answers. He glances over his shoulder and his blood runs cold. All of his men are dead, impaled by swords sticking out of the ground. Ted stands before him, sword at the ready. No way, how, old man, you're the last one. With the last bandit defeated, the party surveys the grim aftermath. Seems like they killed everyone, Norris observes, kneeling by a fallen merchant. The scene is a total loss. The horse was killed, Ted notes. What do we do? Should we take what we can and go back? While the others discuss salvaging supplies, Norris calls out, Aldi's, let's check out the carriage. Norris peeks inside, a greedy glint in his eye. I wonder if they have some gems or spices. But his expression instantly shifts from avarice to wide-eyed shock. He freezes, unable to speak. Aldi's notices his strange silence. Norris, is something the matter? Norris just stammers, running a hand through his hair in disbelief. Oh my. Curiosity piqued, Aldi's pushes past him to look inside the carriage himself. And his eyes fall upon a sight that stops him cold. Huddled in the corner amidst crates and barrels are two small figures. They are twin children, filthy and emaciated, bound in heavy chains. They cling to each other, their eyes wide with a terror that goes beyond fear of the battle outside. Ted and Ophelia come over to see what the commotion is about, their faces hardening at the sight. The party stands in stunned silence looking at the two small survivors. Seriously, Ted mutters, this has become complicated. Aldi stares at the children trying to process what he's seeing. Child slaves, he thinks to himself. Ted rubs his temples, letting out a heavy sigh. As if an object human wasn't bad enough, why did it have to be twins? Aldi suggests the obvious. What do we do about them? Why not take them to town for now? But Ted holds up a hand. Wait a bit, I'm thinking about what to do. The term Ted used catches Aldi's attention. He turns to the veteran warrior with a look of genuine confusion. What is an object human? The rest of the party just stares at him, completely dumbfounded by his question. Ted looks at him in disbelief. Are you being serious now? I've always thought you were a bit clueless, but to think it was this bad. Norris can't help but laugh. Seeing Aldi's genuine confusion, Norris takes pity on him. Sorry, I'll tell you what it means. Norris begins to explain the grim reality of their world. Object humans are people that are bought or sold with money, children sold by their parents, sinners, or prisoners of war. He continues, his tone somber. Their arms and feet are shackled and they have no freedom. They aren't protected by the law either since they are considered objects. Aldi's tries to clarify. Are they different from slaves? Norris shakes his head. Slaves are still better off. They might be lower in class, but they are still considered human. The distinction is chilling. If you kill a slave, it would be considered murder. However, for object humans, they aren't treated like humans. Norris paints a horrifying picture. It's completely up to the owner how they treat them. Worst case, they might be killed for entertainment, or their limbs might be amputated so they can be put on display as decoration. He gestures towards the twins, who are trembling in the carriage. Just making them wear clothes is better than how others are treated. Abusing them only hurts your own reputation for managing your products poorly. Ted adds the final piece of the puzzle, his voice grave. What's more, these two are twins. Aldi still doesn't get it. Is there a problem with them being twins? Ted stares at him, utterly exasperated. You, not knowing object humans or taboo children, what kind of countryside did you grow up in? Aldi's eyes widen as Ophelia, the sorcerer, explains the grim reality. Twins are considered taboo children, she says, her voice low. They are said to be disciples of the evil god, destined to bring harm to the goddess. Her story paints a grand picture of their world's faith. The goddess is the greatest existence, she continues, our creator who brought forth the earth and loves all life. An image of a divine, benevolent being fills the air. But with light comes shadow. Long ago in the divine war, the evil god, a being of pure malice, stood in fierce opposition to her. A monstrous, horned figure of darkness flashes through their minds. And in that great war, Ophelia concludes, her tone heavy, the only ones to ever wound the goddess were the vanguards of the evil god, the twin devils. A fire ignites in Aldi's eyes, a deep, simmering anger that twists his expression into a mask of contempt. Ted, the burly swordsman, notices his friend's dark look. Twin devils, huh? He muses, trying to lighten the mood. Don't make such a scary face. I guess you really hate the goddess. Ophelia ignores the joke, her gaze fixed on the two small children cowering nearby. From the church's point of view, twins are born with an unforgivable sin, a direct connection to the beings that hurt their deity. Aldi's finally snaps, his voice sharp with disbelief. Ophelia, do you actually believe a story like that? Ophelia looks away, her expression unreadable. Whether the myth is true or not, nobody knows for sure, she admits softly. However, living in this world as twins is extremely harsh. That, she says, looking at the two children clinging to each other for warmth, is an undeniable fact. As night falls, the sky fills with a river of stars, a silent witness to the group's dilemma. Huddled in a small cave around a crackling fire, Aldi's watches the twins. They sit apart, a small, trembling unit of fear. So we ended up taking them along, he thinks to himself. The rest of the party sits around the fire, the mood somber. Couldn't just leave them, Ted grunts. Would have left a bad aftertaste. Norris the archer sighs, explaining the grim logistics. If they were normal human objects, we could sell them in town, but no one would buy twins. They're usually disposed of after birth. The word disposed hangs in the air. Aldi's turns to Norris, his voice tight. What happens if you can't find a buyer? Unsold goods get disposed of, probably. So they'll kill them, Aldi's presses. Ted shakes his head grimly. Probably not kill them directly, but it won't end well for them. The unspoken horrors linger by the firelight. Give me an example, Aldi's demands. Ted looks away, unable to meet his eyes. Don't make me say it. Norris cuts in. So, are we taking them along after all? Norris glances at the twins, their limbs bound by heavy, clanking shackles. Frankly, they'll just get in the way, and they probably can't even walk properly with those things on. Without another word, Aldi stands and walks towards the children. They flinch violently, pressing themselves against the cold cave wall as he kneels before them. His expression is unreadable, but his eyes are filled with a quiet resolve. He focuses intently on the crude iron locking them together. In his mind, a complex formula unfolds. Formula analysis, trap disarmament, synchronize the power release. He's not just breaking locks, he's diffusing a bomb. A soft, ethereal glow emanates from his outstretched hand as he prepares to unleash his unique magic. Ophelia leaps to her feet in a panic. "Hey, what are you doing, Aldis?" she screams. "The shackles of human objects can't be removed that easily." Her voice is frantic with warning. "They're all linked together, it's a trap. If you remove one, the rest will burst into flames." But it's too late. With a soft click, the magic takes hold. The twins brace for an explosion that never comes. Ophelia, Ted, and Norris can only stare, mouths agape in stunned silence. Aldi stands up, holding the now useless chains in his hand. "I removed them all at once," he states calmly, as if it were the most obvious solution, "so there is no problem." Ophelia loses it, grabbing him by the collar and shaking him violently. How did you do that? Explain it to me." Aldi's unfazed just repeats, "Like I said, I just released them all at once." Norris laughs, clapping Ted on the shoulder. "Anything goes with you, huh? I guess we'll never get bored." Ophelia, meanwhile, is having a full-blown magical crisis. No, no, no. She backs away, her mind reeling. There's no way you could have used multiple spells simultaneously, and you didn't even chant anything. Aldis looks at her, a hint of a challenge in his eyes. "Who said you need incantations to use magic?" he asks. "It would be much more flexible if you didn't use such a roundabout way." Ophelia is left utterly speechless. Turning his back on his baffled comrades, Aldis looks at the now freed twins. He makes a decision that will change everything. "Anyway," he declares, "I'll take these two." Ted and Nora stare, the weight of his words sinking in. "Aldis, are you serious?" Ted asks, sweat beading on his brow. He steps forward, arguing with cold logic. "How does that benefit you? They're strangers, they're human objects, and they're twins. You won't make any money, and the town might not even let them in." Aldis cuts him off. "I'll give up my share of the goods from the carriage in return." Aldis's gaze is firm. "There is no benefit," he admits. "Just that. If what Ophelia said is true, then abandoning these two would be too irresponsible of me." He kneels down again, showing the broken shackles to the children, his voice gentle for the first time. "Don't worry, I won't put something like this on you anymore." Ted sighs, running a hand through his hair in exasperation. "All right, suit yourself. It's not like I like the idea of abandoning them anyway." Aldis nods. "Sorry, Ted." As Aldis tries to get some sleep, Ophelia is still buzzing with questions. "Wait, Aldis, tell me more about what you did earlier." The twins, meanwhile, just watch him with wide, curious eyes. The next day, as the party travels back towards Thoria, Aldis continues his impromptu lecture. "If you ask me, the need for incantations is just a misconception on the sorcerer's part." Ted scoffs at the idea. Magic is completely different from swordsmanship, but Aldis presses his point. Does a swordsman need to shout out his move names when he slashes his sword? Aldis turns to them. "Can you explain why your body moves as you wish when you think of moving? No one questions it. We just say, that's just how it is." Ted and Ophelia are intrigued. Norris grins, catching on. "Are you saying that to you, using magic is the same as walking and running is to us?" Aldis nods. "Yes, roughly speaking." Ophelia clutches her head, her entire education being turned upside down. "So, because you don't use incantations, you can cast 4 different spells simultaneously with ease. I get the principle, I really do. But the very idea is breaking her brain." Norris laughs heartily. "We're gonna have to get him into our party by any means possible, right, Ted? Letting someone this unusual slip through our hands would be a waste." Ophelia chimes in. "We will always welcome you, Aldis. Please consider joining us." Aldis just shrugs. "Sure, I'll think about it." He then turns to Ted and Norris with a serious look. "But be sure not to mention this matter to anyone else. If you tell someone, they'll just think you're insane. We can't have me attracting any more trouble." After parting ways with the others for a moment, Aldis returns with clean clothes for the twins. He watches as they follow him, their new dresses a stark contrast to their timid steps. They walk with tiny, hesitant footsteps, clinging to each other as if they're the only anchor in a terrifying new world. Aldis glances back at them. "I made them wear the children's wear I found in the carriage so they look normal," he thinks, but... In the distance, the stone walls of their destination appear. Thoria's gate is within sight. Good thing we arrived before nightfall. But trouble finds them immediately. One of the gate guards points, his face a mixture of shock and disgust. "Hey, aren't those twins?" The guard brandishes his spear, blocking their path. "Go back, as if I'll let twins who bring harm to the goddess enter this town." Ted steps forward calmly. "Please don't look at us like that, sir. We're just escorting them." The group walks through the gate's archway, the guard's hostile glares following their every move. Norris smoothly steps up to the main guard. You must have worked hard today, he says with a charming smile, discreetly pressing a few coins into the man's gauntlet. It's not much, but please have a drink on me. The guard's demeanor instantly changes. He pockets the bribe with a grin. Well, it can't be helped, just don't cause any trouble. As they enter the city, Norris turns to Aldi's. He extends a hand, not for a handshake, but as a gesture of warning. Aldi stops, listening intently. Norris drops the coins from the bribe into his other hand. This is what it will be like walking around with the twins, he warns. If you protest and cause an uproar, you will only make more enemies. Sometimes, money is the only answer. The party says their goodbyes. Ted claps Aldi's on the shoulder. Well then, we'll be on our way to report our findings. And sorry, Ted, Aldi's replies. Ophelia adds, if you ever need help with anything that requires a female, I'll help as much as I can. Aldi's watches his temporary companions walk away, leaving him alone on the streets of Thoria with his 2 new charges. He looks down at the twins who are huddled together behind him. Right then, he sighs, I guess I should head back to the inn I frequent. I hope they have enough room. But as they walk, he stops short by a sudden commotion. A man points at them, his voice filled with alarm. Hey look, why are there twins in this town? Suddenly they are the center of attention. The street goes quiet as people stop and stare. They back away, creating a wide, empty circle around the trio. Whispers of filthy, and oh no, fill the air. Aldi's ignores the glares and continues walking, the twins trailing behind him like small, frightened shadows in the now empty streets. He clenches his jaw, the sheer hostility of the crowd hitting him harder than he expected. I didn't think it was this bad. His hopes of finding a room are quickly dashed. At the first inn, the owner's face contorts with rage the moment she sees the children. Get out. Aldi's is bewildered. What's the meaning of this? You've always let me stay here before. The innkeeper points a trembling finger. That's my line, aren't those twins? I told you I would pay their share as well, Aldi's insists, but she isn't listening. It's not about the money, bringing these things in here. Do you have a grudge against me? Her voice rises to a shriek. Either you get rid of these things or you take your belongings and leave. There was no room for discussion. And it was the same story everywhere he went. Doors slammed in his face, people recoiling in fear and hatred. The prejudice was a wall he couldn't break through. He looks down at the twins, their small faces pale with exhaustion and fear. They can't take much more of this, he thinks desperately. What do I do? Just as he's about to give up hope, a calm voice cuts through the silence. Hey there, mister. He looks up to see a young woman with a kind smile. Are you perhaps looking for a place to stay? She gestures towards a nearby building. In that case, why not stay at our inn? A wave of relief washes over Aldi's, but he remains cautious. I'd be happy to, but, he says, gesturing to the children hiding behind him, can these 2 come along? The woman's smile doesn't falter. Having children with you isn't a. Her words catch in her throat as she finally gets a clear look at them. Her eyes widen in recognition. They're twins. An awkward silence hangs between them. Aldi's braces himself for another rejection. Later that evening, inside the inn, a light glows from a second-story window. Aldi's enters their room carrying plates of food, letting out a weary sigh. Finally, I get to eat. He recalls the innkeeper's words. She'd let them stay out of pity but charged him an exorbitant price for the trouble. I got ripped off big time, he thinks, but at least she wasn't a bad person. He sets the food on the table and turns to the twins, who are huddled together in the corner of the room. Come eat before the food gets cold. He begins to eat, hoping his actions will encourage them. But they don't move, they just stare at him with wide, frightened eyes clinging to each other. Are you not going to eat? He asks gently. Realizing they're too scared to eat in front of him, he stands up with a sigh. I'll be going to sleep then. He lies down on his own bed, facing the wall, pretending to be asleep to give them the privacy they need. But he doesn't sleep, he lies awake listening to the silence. After a while he sits up looking over at the twins. They're curled up together on the other bed, fast asleep. Did they fall asleep without eating, he wonders. His eyes drift to the table. The plates are empty, wiped clean. No, they ate after I went asleep. They must have been very hungry. He looks at their sleeping forms, a sad realization dawning on him. Are they unable to eat properly with people watching? Even in sleep they shiver, holding onto each other as if for dear life. A wave of anger and sorrow washes over him. Just what kind of treatment have they received up until now? His face hardens in the dim light, his resolve solidifying into a cold, hard certainty. All of this, just because they're twins. He quietly gets up, takes a blanket, and gently drapes it over their small, sleeping bodies. Looking down at them, he makes a silent vow. Don't worry, he whispers into the quiet room. I'll protect you. For 2 young twin girls, their entire world was each other. They held hands, saw the same sights, and shared every meal. It was the only life they knew. But they were naive to the world outside their home. One day, driven by a childish curiosity, they disobeyed their mother's warnings and slipped out to play. That's when their world shattered. The other children didn't see 2 girls, they saw monsters. rocks rained down on them, hurled by hands attached to faces twisted in pure hatred. Covered in dirt and blood, they learned two brutal lessons that day. First, that they were an existence called twins, and second, that their very existence was despised. When they returned home, they expected to be punished for disobeying, but their parents' faces weren't filled with anger. Instead, their mother collapsed, wrapping them in a tight embrace, her tears soaking their clothes as she whispered, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," over and over again. Their father could only watch, his own face a mask of grief. Afraid of the outside world and not wanting to see their parents cry again, the twins never went out. For a short while, their small, poor home was a peaceful sanctuary. But that peace was torn apart in an instant. A monstrous beast descended upon the village, and in the chaos, their father was killed trying to protect his home. Their mother, heartbroken and desperate, worked herself to the bone to provide for them, but her body and spirit gave out. Half a year later, she too was gone. Now truly alone, the twins could only cry over their mother's cold body. This was the beginning of a nightmare from which they couldn't wake. Before they could even process their grief, the sound of the front door slamming open made them jump in terror. The villagers stood there, their faces cold and devoid of pity. The people who were once their neighbors now looked at them like vermin. They were dragged from the only home they'd ever known and thrown into a cold, dark shed. The twins clung to each other, their small bodies trembling with a fear they couldn't comprehend. They were kicked and thrown around like dolls, their cries for help echoing unanswered in the dusty air. One of the villagers loomed over them, his voice dripping with venom. "You damn servants of the evil god, stay there until we find a buyer for you." Half a month later, they were dragged out into the daylight. The cold, heavy weight of iron shackles was locked around their wrists and ankles. Their brief time in the sun was over as they were shoved into the back of a luggage carriage. Huddled in the darkness of the cart, they could only watch as the world they knew disappeared. The last thing they saw of their home was the crowd of villagers, their faces filled with disgust and relief to finally be rid of them. That image was burned into their minds forever. For days they were prisoners in the shaking carriage, tossed around on bumpy roads with nothing but each other. Every time they reached a new town, they were handed over like a piece of cargo to a new, unfamiliar face. But the faces were the only thing that changed. The treatment was always the same, a single piece of hard, disgusting bread to share. One day they found some discarded apples. Starving, they devoured them, a fleeting moment of relief, but their handler caught them. A brutal backhand sent one of the girls flying, the stolen apple falling from her grasp. For the crime of being hungry, they were beaten and kicked until they could no longer move, their bodies screaming in pain. Lying bruised on the floor, they couldn't understand. Why was this happening to them? All they knew was the label the world had given them, servants of the evil god. They learned the rules of this new, cruel world. If you don't disobey, you won't get hit, and if you're lucky, you get a small piece of bread. Their minds would drift. "I want to see my parents, but they're gone. I want to go home, but we don't have one anymore." A grim mantra formed in their minds. "If I talk back, I'll get hit, so I'll keep my mouth shut. If I cry, they'll get angry, so I won't cry." Clinging to each other for warmth, they suppressed every emotion, every tear. This was the only way they knew how to survive. Then, in the depths of their despair, huddled in another dark room, something changed. A black-haired boy appeared before them. This was Aldi's. At first they flinched away, assuming he was just the next person who would torment them. They hugged each other tighter, bracing for the inevitable pain. But the blow never came. He just stood there watching them. They dared to look up at him, and what they saw shocked them. His eyes, they held no disgust, no hatred. For the first time since their parents died, they saw kindness. What happened next felt like a dream. With a sharp crack, Aldi's broke their shackles. When they were too tired to walk, he carried them, and he gave them food, more food than they had ever seen. He set the plates down in front of them at an inn, but they were frozen. Every instinct screamed that it was a trap. If they touched the food, he would hit them. Aldi's just watched them, a troubled look on his face, not understanding the depth of their fear. So he left the food and went to bed. The moment he was asleep, the twins scrambled to the table, devouring the meal like starving animals. That night, for the first time in months, they slept without the gnawing pain of hunger in their stomachs. A strange new routine began. Aldi's would leave in the morning and return in the evening with food. He would try to get them to eat with him, but they were still too terrified to move from their corner. To the twins, living in a warm room and eating until they were full felt like an impossible dream. They were constantly waiting for the moment they'd be woken up by a kick or a scream. The only time that terror felt real was when they had to leave the safety of their room to use the restroom. A whisper in the hall, "Hey, aren't those two twins?" was enough to send them into a panic, scurrying back to their room. They were each other's only family, their only ally in a world that hated them. They couldn't stand to be apart for even a single second. As night fell over the town, the twins waited in their usual corner, listening. Soon they heard the familiar footsteps in the hallway. Aldi's was back, carrying a tray of food as always. The door creaked open. I'm back, he said, his voice soft. The twins flinched instinctively, their eyes wide with a familiar mix of fear and anticipation. The room fell into its usual tense silence. Aldi stood by the door and the twins remained huddled against the far wall, a chasm of trauma between them. Aldi's let out a quiet, frustrated sigh. This wasn't working. He looked at the two terrified girls and a new resolve settled in his eyes. He couldn't just feed them anymore. He had to break down the wall they had built around themselves. Tonight, things had to change. One evening, the familiar sound of footsteps echoed in the quiet room. Aldi's returned just as he always did, placing a container of warm food on the floor. The twins, Philia and Rihanna, watched him from the safety of their corner, a silent, inseparable pair. But this time was different. Instead of leaving the food for them to eat in secret, Aldi's broke off a piece of bread. He knelt before them, his voice gentle but firm. Here, open your mouth. He dipped the soft bread into the rich, warm stew, making sure it was soaked with flavor. The girl hesitated, her heart pounding. This was a level of closeness, of kindness she hadn't experienced from anyone but her sister. Aldi's patient smile didn't waver. Fear and hope warred in her wide eyes. Every instinct screamed at her to recoil, to hide, but something in his gaze held her steady. Slowly, tremulously, she parted her lips. And for the first time, she accepted food directly from his hand. The warmth spread from her mouth through her entire body. He then turned to her sister, offering the same kindness. Your turn, open your mouth. Without the same hesitation, the second twin accepted, the simple act of being fed breaking down another wall of fear. He didn't stop there. Would you like some stew as well? He carefully brought a spoonful to her lips, treating them not like outcasts but like cherished children. As he offered the next spoonful, he noticed something was wrong. Your turn, he said gently. There's still plenty left, so you don't need to rush. But it wasn't the food. Tears streamed down both of their faces, silent and heartbreaking. Confused, Aldi's could only ask, what's the matter? Was it too hot? He didn't understand that this simple, unwavering kindness was shattering the years of cold, hard survival they had built around their hearts. This single act of compassion was the moment everything changed. From that day on, they began to eat together. The fear subsided, replaced by a fragile trust. During one of these meals, Aldi's finally asked the question, isn't it about time you told me your names? The girls exchanged a glance. Names were a part of an identity they had long since suppressed, a connection to a past filled with pain. But for him they would try. Philia, one whispered. Rihanna, said the other. For the first time they were not just the twins, but individuals. Half a month flew by in this newfound peace. Then one day, Aldi's told them they would be leaving the inn. Philia and Rihanna watched him speak seriously with the inn attendant, a familiar dread creeping back in. He's getting rid of us, they thought. Someone must have seen us. But instead of casting them out, Aldi's led them by the hand, explaining he had rented a house just for them. He took them to a small, quiet house on the outskirts of town, nestled amongst the trees, a place of their own. This is my home, Aldi's declared, which means it's your home now too. You can be at ease here. And slowly they were. The wariness in their eyes softened and a comfortable peace grew between them, but just as they found stability, a new crisis arose. One day, Aldi's returned from town, groceries in hand. I'm back, he called out, expecting the usual quiet greeting. But the sight that met his eyes made his blood run cold. Rihanna was collapsed on the floor, unconscious, with a terrified Philia trying desperately to wake her. Hey, what's wrong? Aldi's yelled, dropping everything and rushing to their side. He quickly carried Rihanna to bed. Placing a hand on her forehead, the diagnosis was immediate and worrying. She has a terrible fever. Panic set in. Aldi's knew he couldn't rely on the church's healers who would surely condemn the twins, and his own party was away on a mission. He was on his own. Philia's terrified sobs cut through his thoughts. She tugged at his coat, her face a mask of despair. Rihanna will die, I don't want her to die. Pushing his own fear down, Aldi's forced a reassuring smile. Don't make such a face, he said, his voice softer than he felt. It will be fine. He racked his brain, trying to recall any useful information. Then it hit him, the words of a certain lively archer from his party. Cool the head while keeping the body warm. It wasn't much, but it was a plan. He found some medicine, gently helping Rihanna take it, and placed a cool, damp cloth on her burning forehead. All the while, Philia watched him, a question forming in her mind. I don't know how effective this will be, but, he muttered, focusing entirely on the task at hand. Finally, Philia couldn't hold it in any longer. Her small voice trembled as she asked the question that had haunted her. Why are you so nice to us? We're the servants of the evil god. Everyone was saying it, she continued, her words tumbling out, that we are the enemies of the goddess. That anyone who is kind to us will be cursed, so why are you doing all this? Then he met her gaze, his own eyes filled with a conviction that stunned her into silence. It's because I know the truth. You two aren't the servants of any evil god. He knelt down so their eyes were level. Everyone is just being deceived by the goddess. You are normal humans just like everyone around you. He then asked her a simple question. Your parents, they were kind, weren't they? It's because they knew this fact as well, Aldis explained, that you aren't monsters but their own precious children. The memory flooded back her mother's tears, the desperate embrace. It wasn't a cry of shame but of sorrow for the cruel world their daughters would have to face. Is that why Mom was crying? Aldis's voice was firm, an unbreakable promise. Your parents protected you then, which is why I will protect you now. He gently placed a hand on her head, the warmth a stark contrast to the cold stones thrown by the villagers. Don't ever call yourselves servants of the evil god again, he commanded softly. You too have done nothing wrong. The words were a key, unlocking years of pain and guilt. Tears of relief streamed down Philia's face, and even in her feverish sleep, Rihanna wept. He stayed there, a silent guardian, until her sobs quieted. The next day, Rihanna's fever broke, but just as one recovered, Philia came down with a fever of her own. Through it all, Aldis never left their side, nursing them both back to health. With the poison of the world's hatred finally drawn out, the twins were able to sleep more peacefully than they ever had before, safe in their new home. But elsewhere under the same sky, a new presence was making itself known. On a windswept cliff overlooking the valley, a mysterious figure came to a stop. Her long, light-colored hair whipped in the wind as she surveyed the landscape below. I have a strong hunch, she murmured to herself. A knowing smile played on her lips. What I'm looking for will be coming here soon, that kind of hunch. In a quiet corner of the world, nestled between mountains, sits a simple house. This is the new, peaceful life Aldis has built for himself and the two young girls in his care, Philia and Rihanna. The click of the door announces his return. After a day of errands, Aldis steps inside, a familiar weariness on his face. I'm back, he says to the quiet home. But the quiet doesn't last. A small hand tugs at his coat, a gentle but insistent pull. Aldis looks down, his tired expression melting into a soft, warm smile. Looking up at him with wide, innocent eyes are the twins, Philia and Rihanna. Welcome back, they say in unison before one adds, Aldis, I'm hungry. Their little feet patter excitedly on the floor, a familiar rhythm of domestic life. With a chuckle, Aldis heads for the kitchen. I'll start preparing food right away. The twins follow him like loyal ducklings. The days fall into a comfortable routine. Aldis, once a renowned mercenary, now finds purpose in simple tasks like peeling an apple. As he works, the twins sit patiently on the floor, watching his every move with rapt attention. This small kitchen has become their entire world. Their gazes are unwavering, a silent testament to the trust and affection they hold for their new guardian. Evenings are filled with stories. The twins, tucked safely under the covers, listen as Aldis reads, their eyes wide with wonder. Once they've drifted off to sleep, Aldis quietly leaves the room, the book still in hand, a sense of contentment settling over him. But later that night, his eyes snap open. He's not alone. Flanked on both sides, the twins have snuck into his bed, sleeping soundly against him. A weary but genuine smile crosses his face. Seriously, he sighs, wrapping them in the warmth of the blanket. The happy days continue. Aldis returns with a special treat. I'm back. I brought skewers today. The twins' faces light up instantly. They waste no time, munching away happily on the savory meal. Watching them, Aldis feels a profound sense of joy. Is it tasty? He asks, already knowing the answer. With cheeks full, they beam at him. Yeah, thanks, Aldis. Their smiles are his greatest reward. As the girls doze off beside him, Aldis reflects on his new life. It feels like it's been forever since I've spent time with someone peacefully like this. But that peace is shattered by a gruff voice. So, when will you start working again? The imposing figure of Ted, his former comrade, fills the doorway. Aldis instinctively shields the twins. Don't get any closer, your villain-like face will scare the children. Ted presses on. You've been refusing all our invitations. Won't it be bad if you don't start earning money again soon? Another member of his party, Philia, offers a softer tone. You seem to be getting along well. I was worried, you know. Aldis admits. Yeah, I didn't know how it would go at first either. That's when Norris, the party's archer, chimes in with a grin. Then why don't you start working again? I have a piece of information that might interest you. He leans forward, his voice laced with intrigue. Have you heard of the beauty who appears on the main road? Aldis is clueless. What's that supposed to mean? Norris explains. It's a rumor that has spread all over Thoria. Norris paints a picture. On the main road to the capital, a lone woman stands, challenging and defeating every mercenary who passes by. Is she a bandit? Aldis asks. Norris shakes his head. No, she doesn't take anything, and while she challenges them, none of them are dead or injured. He continues, she seems strong but, well, she's like a harmless weirdo. If they refuse to fight, she just lets them pass. Then why is it a problem? Aldis presses. Ted grunts, pride. Mercenaries can't just let a weirdo like that be. The client who wants this handled is the Lord of Thoria himself. Philia adds, it doesn't seem like she has given out her name to anyone. If you ask her the reason for her actions, she ignores you. So what's the request? Aldis asks. The mission isn't what he expects. Negotiation, they want you to invite that woman to the Lord's mansion. Aldi's is skeptical. Why would he ask mercenaries for that? Nora shrugs, who knows, maybe he was refused once already. The reward is 2 gold coins, Aldi's frowns. Isn't that too little for 4 people? Ted smirks, ah no, we're handling another request. We found this one specifically for you. This is a solo mission. As Aldi's prepares to leave, 2 small voices pipe up, their eyes wide with concern. Are you going out, Aldi's? He kneels down, patting their heads gently. I'll be back for sure, so don't be worried and wait for me. Their questions are heartbreaking. Will you come back? You won't take us with you. He reassures them one last time. Yes, can you stay at home and wait for me? With his promise made, Aldi's is gone. He doesn't walk, he explodes from the spot, kicking up a crater of dust as he launches himself into the forest at blinding speed. He blazes through the trees, a blur of motion. It will take around 2 hours to reach my destination, he thinks to himself. He feels a flicker of annoyance at the charade. I could just fly through the sky, but it's annoying to have to pretend to run. He holds back his true power for a simple reason. Flying magic and chantless magic absolutely defies common sense in this world. As Aldi's approaches the main road, he's greeted by the sounds of a fight. A large mercenary is sent flying through the air with a cry of pain. How can this be? That's the 10th person she took down. Aldi skids to a halt, dust billowing around him. Before him is a massive crowd of defeated and nervous mercenaries. In the center of it all stands a woman with long, flowing hair. She sighs, her voice dripping with boredom. Another one that couldn't hold on for 10 seconds. She turns to the crowd, a confident, almost predatory smile on her face. Who's next? I don't mind even if you all come at me at once. A hulking bald warrior named Gandalf steps forward, hoisting a massive axe. I'm next, he bellows. He stomps into the clearing, trying to intimidate her. You're quite strong, miss, but I've been wielding weapons since before you were born. I'll show you the difference in experience. She raises a dagger, unimpressed. Since before I was born, you say some interesting things. Gandalf doesn't wait, charging forward with a roar. But his attack is useless. She sidesteps the axe with impossible grace, lightly tapping the shaft as she floats past. In an instant, she's behind him. It's game over for you. The crowd erupts in disbelief. Aldi's watches intently, his eyes narrowed. That speed is not something an ordinary person can achieve. He pushes his way through the stunned mercenaries. Let me through. Ignoring the warnings from the other men, Aldi's walks calmly into the open space, directly towards the mysterious woman. Her bored expression vanishes, replaced by a sharp, intrigued smile. She sizes him up instantly. Oh, someone with potential finally appears. Aldi's holds up a hand, trying to start the negotiation. Wait, I'm here to negotiate, I don't plan on fighting. She doesn't listen. Negotiate. In a flash of movement that defies sight, she closes the distance, her dagger aimed straight for his neck. But Aldi's is faster. A shield of pure magic materializes on his arm, blocking the strike with a sharp ding. The dagger is stopped cold, inches from his throat. Aldi's glares at her, his patience wearing thin. Hey, listen to what I'm saying. Her eyes are cold as ice. Aiming for the throat of someone who came to negotiate is not funny, she scoffs. I have no interest in talking to you, but you're telling me to listen to you. A wicked grin spreads across her face as she leaps back. I see what you're getting at. If you wish to speak to me, you can do it after you defeat me. She stomps her foot, and the very earth cracks and groans beneath them. A massive pillar of rock erupts from the ground. She launches herself from its peak, sending a volley of razor-sharp stone shards flying at him. I'll start with testing the waters first. Aldi's eyes go wide with shock. What? It's not the attack that surprises him, but the fact that she cast it without a single word. He instantly throws up a magic barrier. The rock shards slam into it with ferocious intensity, cracking the translucent shield. The barrier shatters in a burst of flame. Aldi's leaps back through the explosion just as the woman closes in, her dagger flashing. They engage in a high-speed dance of blades and magic, a blur of motion that the onlookers can barely follow. She grins, impressed by his skill. You're quite good, how about this then? She pulls back, gathering a massive amount of energy in her hand. A colossal beam of pure power hurtles towards Aldi's. He knows instantly, I'll be done for if I take that head on. Instead of dodging or blocking, Aldi's plants his feet, grips his sword and swings. In one clean arc, he cleaves the entire energy blast in two. The two halves of the blast explode harmlessly behind him. The woman's confident smirk is gone, replaced by utter shock. You, who are you? Aldi stares back, his own mind reeling from her display of power. That's my line. The truth dawns on him. She can use less offensive magic. This is the first time I've seen someone other than me use that. As the crowd murmurs in confusion, the woman's shock melts into a slow, dangerous smile. Just who is she? The battle rages on. After a brutal exchange, Aldi's leaps back, putting distance between himself and the mysterious woman as a crowd of mercenaries watches from afar. Aldi's unleashes a torrent of black flames, chanting, Ferno Lestergano, but the woman isn't fazed. she easily deflects the attack, her eyes narrowing. Why are you holding back, going as far as to imitate such a chant? Her gaze drifts past Aldi's to the line of spectators behind him. A cruel smirk plays on her lips as the realization dawns. Ah, so that's how it is. With a chillingly casual tone, she raises a hand. Then why don't I get rid of the hindrance? Before Aldi's can react, she fires a devastating beam of pure energy directly into the crowd of mercenaries. Chaos erupts. Men scream in terror as the blast rips through their ranks, sending bodies flying. Aldi stands frozen in the cratered earth, the consequences of his hesitation hitting him like a physical blow. The surviving mercenaries scramble back, their confidence shattered. Their attacks reach this far, this is too dangerous. The woman clasps her hands above her head, a gleeful, almost manic look in her eyes. Oh, was that not enough, then? She begins to gather an immense sphere of destructive energy, a miniature sun of pure power. What about this then? The mercenaries break into a full-blown panic. You've got to be kidding me, run away. Aldi's grits his teeth. He can't let them die. He thrusts his hand forward, pouring his own magic into a defensive formation. He roars the incantation, Feru Sezet Manana. A massive, pointed magical barrier materializes just in time, absorbing the full force of her cataclysmic attack. The dust settles on a scarred and barren landscape. The woman stands amidst the devastation, unfazed. We've gotten rid of the hindrance. Will you go all out now? Aldi's tries to reason with her one last time. It may be pointless to ask, but won't you listen to what I have to say? She erupts in fury. Fool, are you still spouting that nonsense? If you want me to listen, then make me. Something in Aldi's snaps. The time for talk is over. With a flash of steel, he draws his twin swords, his eyes burning with a new intensity. Dozens of spectral blades materialize in the air around him, all humming with power. The woman's eyes widen with excitement. I see, so this is your combat style. Surrounded by an arsenal of floating swords, Aldi's levels a smirk at her. You wanted me to go all out, didn't you? I'll give you what you wanted, so don't lose too fast. He unleashes the storm. The swords rain down on her, a whirlwind of deadly steel, but she moves with impossible grace, deflecting every single blade. She catches two daggers mid-air, her expression one of intense concentration as she analyzes the attack. With fluid motions, she parries and dodges, weaving through the deadly dance without a single scratch. A single blade just grazes her hair, a testament to her incredible reflexes. She backflips through the air, effortlessly evading the last of the initial barrage. Hanging upside down, a wicked smile spreads across her face as an idea strikes her. What if I do this? With a surge of her own magic, she seizes control of Aldi's floating swords and hurls them back at their master. Aldi's is forced to desperately parry his own attack. The fight escalates to a new level. Both combatants gather spheres of pure magical energy, preparing to clash head-on. They unleash their attacks simultaneously, two comets of raw power streaking across the battlefield. The collision is apocalyptic. A blinding flash of light engulfs the area, followed by a shockwave that tears the very ground apart. The remaining mercenaries can only watch in awe and terror. Another explosion. This doesn't make any sense. As the thick dust begins to settle, the woman emerges, coughing but otherwise unharmed. Suddenly, her eyes go wide with shock as a figure bursts from the smoke. It's Aldi's. He closes the distance in an instant, abandoning magic for pure swordsmanship. Steel clashes against steel in a flurry of high-speed strikes. She barely parries his relentless assault, her mind reeling. You're a swordsman. With a grin, Aldi's overpowers her guard. In one fluid motion, he disarms her, sending her dagger flying. The fight is over. He stands over her, his blade held firmly to her neck. Catching his breath, Aldi's looks down at his defeated opponent. Are you satisfied? She looks up at him, not with anger or fear, but with a strange, serene expression. A gentle smile graces her lips as she gives the most unexpected answer possible. Absolutely, my lord. Aldi's freezes, the words echoing in his mind. My lord. His battle-hardened expression melts away into pure, unadulterated confusion. What are you on about? Meanwhile, far from the chaotic battlefield, a different kind of adventure is unfolding. The twins, Philia and Rihanna, sneak out of the house. Will it be okay? Won't he get angry? One whispers. It's only for a bit, so it'll be okay, the other reassures. Their new, peaceful life has made them open their hearts. But it has also made them less cautious. They gaze up at the town's architecture, their eyes wide with wonder. So many large houses, incredible. Hand in hand, they explore the bustling streets, amazed by the crowds. Let's try going there, one suggests. They run through the alleys laughing. Hurry up, Rihanna, calls Philia. Wait, Philia, Rihanna calls back. In her excitement, Rihanna trips and tumbles to the hard cobblestone street. Before she can even cry, a gentle voice speaks from above her. My, are you all right? A kind old man helps her up, checking for scrapes. Were you hurt, Moon? You didn't cry, how admirable. He chuckles warmly at the two of them. Ho ho, being lively is a good thing. Which one of you is the elder sister? He strokes his long white beard, smiling. Ho ho, you two look alike, you'll grow up to be real beauties. But then his smile fades, his eyes fill with a sudden deep sadness. But you really resemble each other too much. His voice drops to a fearful whisper. Don't tell me, are you twins? The girls flinch, their own fear mirroring his. The old man quickly glances around, as if checking for eavesdroppers. He lets out a heavy sigh, his expression full of pity. I see, it must be hard. The twins can only stare, confused and scared by his sudden change in demeanor. He gently pulls Rihanna's hood down further over her face. You should hurry and go, wear your hoods properly. He shoos them away with a grave warning, and never let anyone see your faces. As they hurry away, the twins are left bewildered. It was the first time they had ever received goodwill from someone other than Aldis. Back on the cratered plains, Aldis is still trying to process the woman's declaration. She explains her motive. What I seek is the limit of the potential of humanity and the future that lies ahead. It is only fitting that I should follow and serve you, who so excellently overcame my power. Aldis wants no part of it. He cuts her off, trying to get a straight answer. For now, let me confirm one thing. Who are you? He looks at her intently, a suspicion forming in his mind. Your power is similar to mine. The question hangs heavy in the air. Are you the same as me? She simply offers a placid, unreadable smile. I don't understand the meaning of your question. Aldis sighs in frustration. So you don't plan on answering me properly? She replies without hesitation. I am your faithful servant, nothing more, nothing less. Her eyes close as she makes a vow. No matter the time, I will always answer my lord's summons. Standing before his new, self-proclaimed servant, Aldis can't help but feel a sense of dread. I have a feeling that I have got myself into something troublesome again. With the dust of their battle settling around them, Aldis decides to cut through the tension. He looks at the mysterious woman, his expression serious. I'll get straight to the point if you don't mind. Standing amidst the craters, he explains the situation. I've come here on a request from the Lord of Thoria. It seems he has something to discuss with you. He gestures towards the town. Will you accompany me to the Lord's mansion? The woman's gaze is flat, her voice devoid of emotion. If that is a command, then I will comply. The word command hangs in the air, a strange choice that puts Aldis on edge. Aldis has a million questions, but the mission comes first. Before he can move, she stops him. Please wait for a bit, my lord. This disastrous scene is something I brought about, so I can't leave it like this. Without a word or an incantation, she raises a hand. The very earth responds. Huge chunks of rock and dirt lift into the air, swirling in a vortex of raw power before seamlessly knitting the landscape back together. The ground becomes whole again, as if the battle never happened. Aldis watches, a cold sweat on his brow. I could do the same thing if I wanted to, he thinks, trying to reassure himself. However, for someone other than me to be able to do this and without an incantation, her power is on a level he's never witnessed before. She turns back to him, the wind gently blowing through her hair. It's over, my lord. Soon they arrive at their destination, the grand and imposing mansion of the Lord of Thoria. A guard at the gate eyes the woman up and down. Is this woman the one? He asks Aldis. Aldis nods. Indeed, she fits the description. The guard gives a curt nod, his expression unreadable. All right, I'll lead the way. But he stops Aldis, holding out a small, heavy pouch. You don't need to come along, here is your reward. Aldis takes the payment, turning to the woman. My job was only to lead you here after all. But she looks back at him, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Oh, is my lord not coming along? Her confusion quickly hardens into defiance. Why would I go to a place unrelated to my lord all alone? She states it plainly, without a hint of compromise. I'm not going. She stops and looks over her shoulder, her gaze locking onto his. My lord, is it an order? Her eyes narrow, filled with an unnerving intensity. If it's an order from my lord, then I don't mind. An awkward silence descends upon the courtyard. Aldis and the woman stand there, locked in a bizarre standoff, with the guards watching in confusion. Aldis is completely thrown. Seriously, what is this woman planning? He wonders, his frustration mounting. But if all it takes for her to listen is for me to give an order, then I might as well. He lets out a heavy sigh, scratching the back of his head in defeat. Indeed, it is an order. Go meet with the Lord. The woman's eyes widen slightly, as if the magic words have been spoken. A slow, knowing smile spreads across her face. It's the first real expression he's seen from her. Understood, she says, her voice now laced with satisfaction. I will go. Aldis watches from the gate as the guards escort her into the mansion, feeling more like he's just handed off a ticking time bomb than completed a simple quest. Walking through the bustling streets of Thoria, Aldis reflects on the battle. I had not met anyone who could fight with me equally up until now. The world is vast, after all. The realization hits him hard. There might be people even stronger than that woman, and it might be that I simply have not met them yet. The thought is both exhilarating and terrifying. His thoughts drift towards home. No matter how strong I am, when I die, I'll die. He looks towards his small house in the distance. And right now, some people might be troubled if I died. He opens the door to a warm welcome. "Welcome back, Aldis." Philia and Rihanna, the twins, rush to greet him with bright, happy faces. "Aldis, you're late." A genuine smile finally breaks through his weary expression. "I'm back, Philia." Rihanna, the twins, beam up at him. "Today we made lunch." They proudly present a plate of sandwiches. "We even made some for you." Just as Aldis is about to thank them, a sharp knock echoes from the door, startling him. He smiles warmly at the twins, momentarily pushing aside the interruption. "Hee, thanks, let's eat them together when it's time for lunch." But his senses are on high alert. He turns to the twins, his voice low and urgent. "Hide, quickly." They scramble away without question. Aldis swings the door open, his hand ready near his sword. He freezes. Standing on his doorstep with the same placid smile from before is the woman. He stares in disbelief. "Why are you here?" She gives a slight bow. "I have come to report that I have fulfilled your order, my lord." She tilts her head, feigning confusion. "Order? Weren't you the one who ordered me to meet with the lord, my lord?" Aldis forces a strained smile, trying to end this quickly. "Ah, right, well done." He starts to close the door. "Well then, good be," but her foot slams into the doorway, stopping it cold. Her face appears in the crack of the door, her eyes wide with purpose. "Are there any other orders?" Aldis recoils. "No." Her hand grips the edge of the door, her strength undeniable. "Then please allow me to focus on protecting you, inside." Aldis is baffled. What's up with her? Is she trying to coax me into renting a room at the inn for her? He peeks through the door again. "If you don't have any money, I don't mind paying for one night at the inn. I'm not short on money." She shakes her head. "But it's my duty to stay by my lord just in case there is an emergency." He's had enough of this bizarre conversation. "I don't care. Anyway, I don't plan to let you come inside." With a final shove, he slams the door shut and bolts it. From outside, her voice is calm and completely unfazed. "Understood, then I will stand guard outside." Aldis peeks through a crack in the door, watching her turn and take up a post in his yard, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He would only find out the details later. That the woman had been incredibly rude to the lord, refusing challenges from his soldiers who wanted to confirm her strength before she just up and left. She had also flatly rejected the lord's personal invitation to become his guard, a massive honor she treated like an insult. Needless to say, her actions caused the lord and his retainers to hold a serious grudge, setting the stage for an unexpected and dangerous situation that would unfold later. The next morning, life inside the house continues. Aldis greets the twins, who are rubbing the sleep from their eyes. "Good morning, get ready to eat breakfast." Philia eagerly digs into her hot soup, only to immediately regret it. "So hot," she cries out. Aldis chuckles softly. "You should take your time eating it, Philia, since you're sensitive to heat." Meanwhile, her sister Rihanna quietly nibbles on a piece of bread, completely absorbed in her meal. She takes determined, happy bites, her cheeks puffed out. Aldis watches her, amused. "Just like a squirrel," he thinks to himself. Rihanna looks up, confused by his stare. Having finished her soup with record speed, Philia holds up her empty bowl. "Aldis, I want seconds," he smiles. "All right." In these small moments, surrounded by the warmth of his small family, Aldis closes his eyes and feels a sense of calm. Ah, so peaceful. A peace he knows is being watched over by the strange, silent guardian just outside his door. Aldis's mind raced, replaying the events of the day. The woman's impossible power, her unwavering devotion. If not for her, he would have been overwhelmed. But who was she? He cautiously peeks through the wooden shutters of his home, a knot of unease in his stomach. There she is, standing guard at his gate with a serene smile, as if it's the most natural thing in the world. He remembers her walking away from the lord's mansion, having completely rejected the offer to be his personal guard, all to follow him instead. This situation was getting more complicated by the second. Inside, the twins are finishing their meal. One of them looks up with wide, curious eyes. "Aldis, is the white-haired person still there?" He turns from the window, his voice low. "Make sure she doesn't see you." The way she spoke to him. "My lord, was it?" The words echoed in his mind, a constant, perplexing reminder of his new shadow. And so, the days bled into a strange new routine. From sunup to sundown, the mysterious woman stood vigil at his gate, an unmoving, silent protector. He had worried that her presence would make it impossible to leave the twins alone, but her focus was singular. She was only interested in guarding him and would simply tag along wherever he went. On his hunts and mercenary jobs, she became an unparalleled asset, her movements a blur of deadly grace that perfectly complemented his own. The efficiency of their hunts skyrocketed. After taking down a massive beast, Aldis could only stare as she sat calmly atop their prize. She was an enigma, but as a fellow warrior, she was undeniably reliable. A strange sense of trust began to form between them, forged in the heat of battle, but as he watched her, a question nagged at him. Is it really fine like this? Suddenly, a small sound from the window snaps him out of his thoughts. He turns to see the twins, their small hands pressed against the glass, waving at the woman outside. A jolt of panic hits him. "Hey, I told you not to get close to the window." As if on cue, the sky opens up. A cold rain begins to fall, soaking the lone figure at the gate. One of the twins whispers, her voice filled with concern, "Aldis, that woman is soaking wet." The woman doesn't even flinch, standing stoically as the downpour plasters her clothes to her skin. The twins press closer to the window, their innocent questions cutting deeper than any blade. Doesn't she have a home? Doesn't she have a bed? Aldis grits his teeth, a mix of frustration and pity welling up inside him. What is she doing? She should at least stay at an inn on rainy days. It makes me look like a monster. He feels a tug on his shirt. The twins are behind him, holding up a clean, dry towel. Their eyes are filled with a profound empathy that he knows all too well. That woman must be cold, one says. Being cold is hard, adds the other. Not having a home is hard. Their words, born from their own painful memories, strike a chord deep within him. You too. He takes the towel, his expression softening as he gently pats their heads. I understand. You two should go into the room in the back. Don't come out until I say it's okay to. Stepping out into the rain, he calls out to her. Hey, she turns, rainwater dripping from her chin, her expression unreadable. She greets him as if nothing is wrong. Good morning, my lord. Aldis marches towards her, exasperated. You should stay in an inn on rainy days like this, otherwise it will look like I'm bullying you. You don't need to be concerned, she replies calmly. This much is nothing to me, he scoffs. That's not how it looks, which is why I came. He lets out a heavy sigh, realizing arguing is pointless. He gestures towards the shelter of the house's eaves. Sigh, come here. Under the relative dry of the roof, he holds out the towel the twins gave him. Use this. She accepts it with a slight bow. I am grateful for my lord's consideration. As she dries her face, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touches her lips, a silent acknowledgement of his kindness. They stand in silence for a moment, the sound of the rain filling the air between them. Then she speaks, her voice soft but clear, about the ones inside. Aldis freezes as she continues. I would like for you to give my thanks to the twins inside as well. A knowing look crosses her face. I assume my lord isn't naive enough to pity someone they are wary of. It must have been them. His blood runs cold, his eyes widen in shock and fury. How do you know about them? She remains perfectly calm. If I sense their magical power, I can tell right away. When their magical power has the same shape and color, they can only be twins. Aldis is torn. He knows nothing about this woman's identity or purpose, but she hasn't shown any hostility, and besides, the secret is already out. He decides to change tactics to test her on a fundamental level. What do you think of the existence known as the goddess? She looks to the sky, her gaze distant. It is not limited to the goddess. The same can be said for any deity. The implication is staggering. The goddess does not exist, Aldis asks, his voice barely a whisper. Her answer is a complete rejection of his reality. There isn't a god in the sky, sea, nor the earth. God might exist in a place far, far away, but at the very least it's not somewhere a human could reach. You say some incredible things, Aldis counters, planting his feet firmly. This world is supposedly a place where the goddess and her apostles directly intervene. He presses her, needing an answer. If you're right, then what is the goddess that the church believes in? Her eyes meet his, devoid of any faith or reverence. Who knows? I don't know about people I've never met. She then brings the conversation full circle. It is said that this so-called goddess hates twins, but around 1 in 100 pregnant women will give birth to them. That is a natural occurrence, regardless of whether God exists or not, she states plainly. Hating people just because they happen to be twins is very childish. Her gaze softens slightly as she looks at him. You don't have to worry, I won't tell anyone about them, and if it's someone under my lord's protection, then I will do my best to protect them as well. The rain continues to fall around them, a curtain separating them from the rest of the world as the weight of her words settles. Aldis has to be sure. Do you swear to uphold those words? Her response is immediate, her conviction absolute. I swear, my lord, on my parents and my mission. He lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. What you say doesn't make a lot of sense, as usual. He looks at her, a final decision made. But, I will believe in the oath you swore to uphold. And with that, Aldis turns and leads the woman into his home. As the twins watch their strange new guest enter, Aldis reflects that on this day, he had gained a mysterious but powerful ally. Inside their new home, the mysterious woman with long, silver hair introduces herself with a polite bow. I am Aldis's servant. Thank you for the towel earlier. Aldis, with the twins Philia and Rihanna peeking out from behind him, introduces them back. This is Philia and this is Rihanna. He looks at the woman, a question in his eyes. Speaking of which, Aldis begins, I never got to hear your name. She smiles, but her answer is anything but ordinary. I don't have a name, you can call me whatever you like, my lord. Aldis is taken aback. You don't have a name, seriously, just who are you, she calmly suggests. You can just call me you as you have been, but Aldis shakes his head. No, that's just weird. Hiding behind Aldis, the twins whisper to each other, trying to make sense of the situation. This person says she doesn't have a name, one says. The other twin connects the dots with childlike logic. She's nameless because she doesn't have a name, so her name is Miss Nameless, the first one gasps. That's probably it, Aldi sighs. Look, even the kids are confused now. Aldi strokes his chin, lost in thought. The word echoes in his mind. Nameless, name, less, nail. A spark of inspiration hits him. He points decisively. All right, starting today you are Nail. She looks at him, a hint of surprise in her eyes but accepts without hesitation. Understood, my lord, I will be known as Nail. With a warm smile she looks towards the entire group. I will be in your care, my lord, Philia and Rihanna. Later the scene shifts to the familiar, noisy atmosphere of a local tavern. Aldi's party is gathered around a table. Norris, the young archer, leans forward with a concerned look. Wait, isn't that weird? He gestures to the group. You don't think so? It doesn't change the fact that her identity is still completely unknown. Aldi's remains calm, his expression firm. Nail doesn't have any prejudice against the twins. I'm fine with it as long as she doesn't bring any harm to them. Norris smirks slightly. To begin with, there are a lot of mercenaries with unknown identities. Aldi's is a prime example of that. Orphelia, the party's mage, chimes in, her brow furrowed with worry. Well, maybe so, but letting her live in his home is a different matter entirely. Her voice drops, remembering the unsettling conversation they'd had. And for her to deny the existence of the goddess like that, it was so shocking, I didn't even know what to think. Ted, the party's brawny leader, takes a long swig from his mug, deciding to change the subject. If you're fine with it, then I guess it's all right. That aside, have you heard the latest rumor? Aldi's attention is piqued. About the grinder coming down from the mountain, Ted nods grimly. Yes, that. He describes a terrifying beast, a silhouette of pure nightmare. The grinder lives in the Cannabis mountain range. It has the shape of a bird but with buffalo-like horns, 4 horse-like legs, and deadly claws. Its strength is on a whole other level. Aldi's frowns, connecting the dots. I've never heard of it coming down to the plains before, but the number of monsters and carnivores around Thoria has dropped rapidly lately. As the predators vanished, the prey flourished. The plains became a paradise for herbivores, a peaceful scene of grazing deer and rabbits. This has led to the area becoming an attractive hunting ground for the grinder, Aldi's concludes. Ted gives Aldi's a pointed look. Speaking of which, didn't a certain someone say that his hunts had become quite efficient after teaming up with a certain strong lady? The entire party turns on Aldi's. Are you implying it's my fault? He sputters. We are, they shout back in unison. Ted leans in. Hunting them to extinction is no laughing matter. Aldi's shrinks in his seat. I'm sorry. Ted's tone turns serious again as he slides a formal document across the table. The military is forming a subjugation team. They've requested help from mercenary parties, including ours. He sighs, rubbing the back of his neck. It's a dangerous monster, so I'd honestly love to refuse, but refusing a personal request from the Lord would be bad. The party all looks at Aldi's, their expressions pleading. We'd feel a lot safer if a certain someone tagged along, Norris says slyly. Orphelia adds, someone capable of driving monsters to extinction. Aldi's groans, defeated. Fine, I get it, I'll help. 2 days later, the mission begins. The joint force formed to subjugate the grinder departs from the city of Thoria. A strong wind blows across the vast, open plains as the expedition gets underway. A long line of soldiers and mercenaries snakes across the rolling hills, a small army marching towards a monstrous threat. At the head of the military column rides Captain Deccan, his face a mask of stern confidence, flanked by his armored soldiers. A young, eager soldier rides up beside him. Captain Deccan, it's an honor to accompany you. It's reassuring to know I'll be fighting alongside Thoria's best swordsmen. Deccan barely spares him a glance, his mind elsewhere. The young soldier continues, I hear 9 mercenary teams have joined us. He gestures towards Aldi's party, walking in the distance. Deccan scoffs, a bitter smirk on his face. To think they'd hire mercenaries for some unknown monster, the general is just being overly cautious. He stares at the mercenaries with open contempt, his voice low and filled with resentment. We don't need to depend on their power, we can handle it on our own. His hatred stems from a past humiliation. The memory flashes in his mind, sharp and painful, set under the ornate chandelier of the Lord's Hall. His subordinate notices the dark look on his face. Captain Deccan, but the captain is lost in the past. He remembers the general's order to put an arrogant female mercenary in her place. He had approached her, sword drawn, his voice dripping with condescension. I won't take your life, but know that you won't come out of this unscathed. The woman Nail stood calmly before him, surrounded by guards. Am I allowed to use a real sword as well? Deccan had laughed. Of course, I'm not so shameful that I'd fight an unarmed woman. Nail had simply stared back, her expression unreadable, a small blade held loosely in her hand. With a battle cry, here I go, Deccan had lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air. But in an instant, a flash of steel he didn't even see sent his own sword flying into the air. He stumbled back, his mind reeling in confusion. Wah-huh! he was completely disarmed before his attack even landed. From the sidelines, the Lord and the General could only stare, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Nail stood over him, now holding his own sword to his throat. "Are you done already?" The memory of that one-strike defeat in front of his superiors still burned. He could still hear the whispers of the other soldiers in the hallways. Captain Deccan, the best swordsman, lost to a woman, he must be all bark and no bite. His gauntleted hand clenches into a fist, the leather creaking under the strain. Back in the present, his eyes burn with determination as he surveys the plains. "I need to rack up achievements during this job," he thinks, no matter what. Meanwhile, in the mercenary camp, Ted is fuming. Using that composition to subjugate the grinder, are they insane? He paces angrily. They said a third of Thoria's forces were coming, but it's only 30 soldiers, and they didn't include a single magician. Norris scoffs. Most of them seem to be new recruits. They probably don't even have proper information on the target. It's laughable. Suddenly, Nail lands gracefully in the middle of their camp, her long hair flowing behind her. "I have returned, my lord." She reports her findings from her aerial scout. "I have not seen any monsters nor the grinder in the vicinity." Aldis nods. "I see, thanks." Norris can't help but laugh. "Ahahaha, are you serious about that master-servant setting?" Nail shoots him a glare that could freeze fire. He immediately backs down. "Seems like it. I'm sorry, don't get angry." The plains are unnaturally quiet, with only a few rabbits twitching their noses in the grass. Ophelia is still processing what she just saw. "Hey, was she floating just now?" Ted ignores her, stretching. "Well then, it's about time for lunch." As they settle down to eat, the eerie silence is palpable. "There really aren't any monsters," Ophelia notes. "Don't beast kings usually appear around here?" Nail answers matter-of-factly. "If you're talking about those, then my lord and I hunted around 50 of them." Aldis chokes on his food. "Hey." Ted looks at Nail, impressed. "It seems you're quite skilled as well, Nail. Why don't you join our party together with Aldis?" She smiles softly. "If my lord chooses to go with you, then I will follow suit." Ted leans back, content. "Sigh, this kind of work doesn't pay well, but it's not bad to take it slowly like this once in a while. The weather is quite nice today." He looks up at the sky, enjoying the moment. The warm sunlight combined with the pleasant breeze, and the shadow of a bird flying in the sky. His eyes snap open, he squints at the dark shape in the distance. Huh. The rest of the party follows his gaze, their relaxed postures instantly tensing up. "The silhouette is wrong, it's too big, too menacing." "That's not a killer bird," Aldis says, his voice tight. "It's not an observer either." Nail's eyes are wide, her voice a near whisper. "Isn't that the grinder?" The creature soars through the sky, its monstrous form finally clear, the body of a horse, the wings of a hawk, and the horns of a bull. It was exactly as described. The peaceful lunch is forgotten. Ted springs into action. "Norris, prepare the smoke signal." Norris scrambles for the supplies. "On it." The grinder's eyes are cold and white, scanning the ground below for its next meal. Ted watches its flight path with dawning horror. "Hey, isn't that location?" Norris confirms his fear. "The location of the main force, yes." There's no time to waste. Aldis turns to Ted. "Nail and I will go ahead." Ted nods, his face grim. "All right, be careful." In a blur of motion, Aldis and Nail explode forward, kicking up dust as they race across the plains at superhuman speed. They move so fast they become mere streaks against the landscape, closing the distance in seconds. They skid to a halt, their eyes widening in shock at the scene before them. It's a battlefield of absolute carnage. The military's main force has been completely wiped out. The grinder stands amidst the bodies, its feathers stained with blood. "It went just as we expected," Aldis says grimly. The monster lets out a piercing shriek. A lone survivor reaches for a potion, crying for help, but it's too late. Nail and Aldis don't hesitate, unleashing a torrent of fire magic. A massive explosion of crimson fury engulfs the beast's side. Aldis chants an incantation, Ferno Lester Gano, launching his own spiraling vortex of black flames that slams into the creature. The combined magical assault scorches the grinder, but the monster is incredibly resilient. Aldis clenches his fist in frustration. "Tusk, I can't use sword magic in front of the military." He has to hold back his true power. Screeching in pain, the wounded grinder flaps its massive wings and takes to the sky. It's running away, but Nail realizes its new trajectory. "Not good, that location is where Ted and the others are. Nail, we have to follow it at once." Aldis shoves him off, his patience worn thin. "We can't use healing magic, use potions to treat them." He knows they can't waste a single second. Damn it. Far away, Captain Deccan's smaller unit continues its march, completely unaware of the massacre that just took place. They spot the smoke signals rising in the distance. "There are smoke signals all over the place," a soldier notes. The shadow that headed towards the main force was definitely the grinder. Deccan's eyes gleam with anticipation. This is his chance. "Hurry up, we need to join up with the others as soon as possible." He spurs his horse on, a desperate thought running through his mind. There are 30 people over there. If I don't hurry up, they'll be done with the subjugation before I get my chance. His pride and ambition blind him to the danger. I need to be the one. I have to be the one to defeat it at all costs. Suddenly, a soldier points to the sky. Something is flying over from the location of the main force. The grinder descends from the clouds, heading straight for them. Decken grins, mistaking the monster's retreat for an attack. Oh, the grinder, everyone prepare for battle. He barks orders, heavy infantry to the front, archers get ready. But before his men can even form a line, the grinder dives. It moves like lightning, a whirlwind of claws and beak that tears through the soldiers in a spray of blood and steel. Decken can only watch, his commands dying in his throat. His men are thrown into the air like dolls, their screams echoing across the plains. The captain's eyes are wide with pure, undiluted terror, sweat pours down his face as he finally understands. So fast. With a deafening thud, the grinder's massive, razor-sharp talons land directly in front of his horse. Captain Decken is frozen in fear, staring up at the colossal beast looming over him. What descended upon them wasn't a monster to be hunted for glory, it was an absolute nightmare. Death comes from above. A colossal beast of beak and feather, a living nightmare known as the grinder, descends upon the battlefield. Its sheer size blots out the sun, its eyes burning with primal fury. Amidst the carnage of his fallen men, Captain Decken grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. If I run away here, he thinks, I'll live with cowards pointing fingers at me for the rest of my life. This is his only chance for redemption. He raises his sword, his voice roaring with desperate courage. Don't be scared, look, he's already wounded. We can take it out if we surround it. Attack. He's right, a lone sword is embedded deep in the creature's massive talon, a sign of a previous battle, a glimmer of hope in the overwhelming despair. But hope dies fast. The soldier's charge is met with contemptuous ease. The grinder swats them aside like insects, the crunch of armor and bone echoing across the field. Decken can only watch in horror as his men are annihilated in an instant. The beast lets out a triumphant shriek, its beak and claws dripping with the blood of Decken's squad. The remaining soldiers tremble. It's no use. Decken mutters, the reality of his fatal miscalculation crashing down upon him. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the chaos. Captain Decken, the 32nd Squad has come to assist. Reinforcements. A fresh wave of soldiers, unaware of the slaughter they've just marched into. Decken's eyes widen in panic. Wait, don't attack it. But his warning is lost in the wind. The grinder takes to the sky, its massive wings casting a deathly shadow over the new arrivals. With a terrifying beat of its wings, the monster unleashes a volley of devastating energy, a storm of pure destructive force aimed directly at the reinforcements. The world explodes into a whirlwind of blood, feathers, and shattered steel. The 32nd Squad is erased from existence before they can even scream, their bodies torn to shreds in a symphony of destruction. Caught in the shockwave, Decken lets out a guttural scream of pure terror and despair as the bloody rain falls around him. He's thrown back, landing hard amongst the dead. The battlefield is silent now, a graveyard of his own making, and descending from the sky, its eyes locked on him, is the grinder. It has found the last survivor. Stomp, stomp! The ground trembles with each heavy footfall as the beast approaches. Decken lies paralyzed, his courage shattered, his mind screaming one single, solitary thought, it's no good, I'm going to die. The grinder looms over him, its razor-sharp beak descending for the final, killing blow. Clang, a deafening impact rings out. Out of nowhere, a man named Ted slides in, his shield held firm against the monster's beak, halting its deadly advance just inches from Decken's face. With a powerful roar, Ted digs his heels in, holding back the immense pressure of the monster's strike. He shoves with all his might, forcing the gargantuan creature back. The mercenaries have arrived. From the sideline, the mage Orphelia raises her staff, chanting an incantation as light gathers at its tip. Stroi Sheas Forte, a brilliant beam of magic lances through the air. The light magic strikes the grinder but fizzles out against an unseen barrier. It's not having much of an effect, Ted grunts. At the same time, Norris the archer lets his arrows fly. The arrows pepper the beast's hide, but they might as well be toothpicks, failing to pierce its tough feathers and doing little more than enraging it further. Ted presses the attack, his sword clashing against the grinder's massive talons in a shower of sparks. Decken, still on the ground, watches the coordinated assault with wide, disbelieving eyes. Ted expertly parries another heavy blow, his shield and sword a blur of defensive maneuvers. But the strain is showing, sweat pours down Ted's face. He's holding his own, but this is a battle of attrition he can't win. Decken is stunned by their skill. That mercenary is good at parrying, he thinks. Even the archer and the sorcerer, they restrain its movements well. For a fleeting moment, hope returns. They might stand a chance, but the sight of a splintered bow in the background tells a different story. The grinder smashes its claw into the ground where Ted just stood. Damn it, he curses, leaping back. Decken's hope shatters once more. No, it's no good after all, he realizes with dawning horror. They lack the means to deal a decisive blow. Ted comes to the same conclusion. Not good, run, he screams to his party, but it's too late. The grinder has them cornered, preparing to unleash another devastating attack. The monster coils, its razor-sharp claws ready to shred Ophelia and Norris to pieces. Decken can only watch from the ground, a helpless spectator to another impending slaughter. Suddenly, a calm, almost bored voice cuts through the tension. "You're too noisy." Aldis has arrived, casually strolling onto the battlefield as if it were a walk in the park. His party members cry out his name in relief. Without a word, Aldis explodes into motion, a black and white blur charging directly at the monster that has his friends cornered. He kicks off the ground, launching himself into the air with impossible speed. The grinder screeches, turning its attention to the new, immediate threat. Aldis lands gracefully, his greatsword now drawn. Nail appears at his side, ready for the finale. Aldis's eyes are cold as ice. "You're not getting away this time," he states flatly. "Stop causing so much trouble." With a single, fluid motion, Aldis swings his massive blade. A black arc of death slices through the air and the grinder's head is severed from its body. The battle is over. Decken stares at the headless corpse of the monster that annihilated his forces. He looks at his own hands, trembling. "We survived." He sits up, the bodies of his men surrounding him. The silence of the dead is deafening. Spotting another survivor, he scrambles over, shaking him desperately. "Are you all right? Get a hold of yourself." But it's a hollow effort. He looks around the desolate field. Only a handful of them remain, a testament to his catastrophic failure as a commander. The shadow of shame falls over him. "We were almost completely annihilated," he whispers to himself. As the mercenaries regroup, the truth crashes down on Decken. His men, their reinforcements, all wiped out. And he, the one who gave the order, had shamelessly survived, saved by the very sellswords he likely looked down upon. His mind fractures under the weight of it all. "It's all over. This is a nightmare. Why is this happening to me? Who did this to me?" A soldier asks if they should collect the monster's body for the reward. Decken's voice is laced with bitter self-loathing. "No, it's not worth any gold anyway, just leave it be." As he turns away, his gaze falls upon two figures from the mercenary group, Aldis and the blonde woman Nail. His eyes lock onto Nail's profile. There's something familiar about her. Recognition dawns. His eyes widen, pupils shrinking in utter shock. A memory flashes in his mind, of a past humiliation, a defeat at the hands of this very woman. He stares, his mind connecting the dots. The woman who defeated him before is the same woman who just saved his pathetic life. Shame, rage, and humiliation curdle into a singular, toxic emotion. His face twists into a mask of pure hatred, his world narrowing to a single target. His mind screams, "That woman." The official story spread like wildfire through the taverns and streets. The monstrous grinder was defeated, and the swift, decisive action of the Marquis and the military was to thank. A clean, simple victory for the state. But the truth was a little messier. In a crowded tavern, Aldis listened to the embellished tales. He'd already been paid for his part in the subjugation, so he didn't particularly care who took the credit. He knew what really happened on that field. He remembered the broken shields and scattered weapons of the so-called victorious army. They had been useless. It was Aldis and his party who had faced the grinder and bled for the win. Far from the common taverns within the opulent walls of the Marquis's mansion, a different story was being told. Here, in a hall built on arrogance and power, Captain Decken knelt before the three most powerful men in the region: a sly priest, a gluttonous marquis, and a stone-faced general. The priest's voice cut through the silence, dripping with condescension. "Decken, do you know why you were called here?" Sweat beaded on Decken's brow. He knew all too well. His voice was a strained whisper. "Yes." The priest circled him like a vulture. "The Lord went out of his way to give you a chance to redeem your honor. You lost your subordinates. And in the end," the priest spat, "you let that female mercenary take all the credit." Decken's gauntlet creaked as he clenched his fist, knuckles white with shame and rage. Secretary Costas offered a smug, toothy grin. "Everyone fails once or twice," he said, his words a balm of poison. "But even with excellent swordsmanship, a damaged honor makes you nothing but an unpolished gem." Leaning in, Costas's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "I believe this incident will help you grow stronger." Trapped under their judgment, Decken could only force out another pained "yes." The Marquis, who had been silent until now, steepled his fingers, his gaze sharp. "By the way, Decken," he began, his tone deceptively casual, "I hear that female mercenary's performance was astonishing, however." He leaned forward, his words carefully chosen to ignite Decken's fury. "A strong person, unrestrained by anyone, who could easily become an uncontrollable criminal. Don't you find that terrifying?" The Marquis's voice hardened. "It's even more troubling because that woman, as you know, has no respect for me or the military." Decken's eyes widened, a manic fire replacing his shame. He saw his chance for redemption. "Yes, I agree, I think she's dangerous." The Marquis continued, adding fuel to the fire. "Furthermore, it seems her companion is a rude sorcerer who refused a personal request from the general himself." Costas smirked. This is troubling. With people like that in town, it would be difficult to maintain public order. They were painting a target. Deccan's face contorted with a surge of adrenaline and rage. He understood now. They weren't just reprimanding him, they were giving him an opportunity. The priest and Costas exchanged a knowing glance. Their pawn was ready to be moved. Deccan lunged forward, his voice cracking with desperate eagerness. Please, allow me to take care of that problem. The general finally spoke, his voice a low rumble. Deccan, you should focus on completing your current mission. Why don't you take some time away from official duties to act freely? You could train yourself or your soldiers. The order was clear, though unspoken. The general then offered the weapon. I will also leave the 6th company, which is currently being formed under your command. Deccan was stunned. An entire company. A wicked smile spread across the Marquis's face. Use them as you please. The general delivered his final command. Will you remain a platoon leader for life or rise to become a commander? That will depend on your actions. Dismissed, Deccan turned and walked towards the grand doors, his mind racing. He had his mission, his soldiers, and a target for his burning hatred. As he strode through the halls, he could hear the guards whispering, their smirks barely hidden. The air was thick with their mockery, a constant reminder of his failure and humiliation at the hands of a single mercenary. But Deccan didn't feel shame anymore. A dark, twisted smile crept across his face. He would show them all. Back in the chamber, the Marquis turned to the others. Was that really all right? The general grunted, his brow furrowed. Using a company to deal with a single mercenary would usually be overkill, but against her, is it enough? The priest waved a dismissive hand. Mobilizing any more would be too unnatural. We can only hope his skills compensate for the lack of overwhelming strength. The Marquis revealed the final piece of their scheme. If I remember correctly, the northern fort is currently vacant. I will give Deccan permission to use it for exercise purposes. It wouldn't be strange if a large-scale battle took place there. The priest nodded, his expression cold and calculating. Everything that happens going forward will be at Deccan's own discretion. We never gave him any orders, there is no proof. Their plan was perfect. If Deccan succeeded, their problem vanished. If he failed, they would simply claim he was a rogue officer. Their hands would remain clean. Meanwhile, far from the city's dark politics, Aldis had found a quiet life in a small house nestled in the countryside. Inside, a sweet, innocent game was being played. A mother doll greeted a father doll. Welcome back home, dear. The twin girls, Philia and Rihanna, chimed in with their small dolls. Welcome back, Dad, they chirped in unison. Their bright, innocent eyes shone as they decided on dinner. Rihanna wants a rabbit steak. Philia would like to eat potato soup. Aldis watched them from the sofa, a rare, peaceful silence settling over him as the girls played out their happy family scene on the floor. A soft, genuine smile touched his lips. This was a life he never thought he'd have. His thoughts drifted. I know things can't stay like this forever. Originally, he would have sent them to foster parents long ago. But the two were inseparable, a single unit that couldn't be broken apart. They even hated wearing different clothes, another small testament to their unbreakable bond. As the girls brought the Aldis doll to the dinner table in their game, he felt a warmth spread through his chest. He was part of their little world now. I can't even imagine letting them go. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. I've gotten soft. But a cold reality was beginning to set in. The reason he was thinking like this was because the situation outside these walls had changed. Lately, the atmosphere in town had grown strange, heavy with a tension he couldn't quite place. He approached a familiar vendor. Please give me the usual. The woman's reply was clipped, her eyes refusing to meet his. Yes, don't mention it. The warmth was gone. Holding his groceries, Aldis felt a knot of unease tighten in his stomach. Something was definitely wrong. He knocked on the door of another shop he frequented. Old man, it's me, Aldis. I've come for the usual medicine. The door flew open, but instead of a greeting, the owner shouted in his face, his eyes wide with fear. Please don't come to my shop anymore. The door slammed shut. Stunned, Aldis stood in the street as people whispered and stared. What's going on? He wondered, a dreadful feeling creeping over him. Suddenly, a hushed voice called from a nearby alley. Over here, come. It was the innkeeper. Aldis recognized her immediately. You're the one from the inn. She explained everything in frantic whispers. Soldiers had been asking questions about him, about the girls. She couldn't lie to them. Aldis looked up at the sky, the weight of the world crashing down on him. His worst fear was realized. So the existence of the twins was exposed, as I suspected. The strange atmosphere in town finally leads Aldis to the innkeeper who once offered him a room. She looks nervous, wringing her hands as she speaks. Just so you know, I didn't say anything. Leaking customer secrets would be bad for business after all. Her facade cracks, her eyes filled with fear and guilt. But some soldiers came by the other day. They were asking about you. We can't lie to them. I had to tell them you stayed here. She continues, explaining they likely canvassed the entire area, asking other customers too. Aldis clicks his tongue in frustration. So that's how they found him. That's how they found out about the twins. He drops a coin into her hand, his voice low but sincere. Thank you for telling me, it helps to know the reason. The innkeeper can only whisper a warning, be careful. Walking away, Aldis's mind races. Why is the military investigating me? The official story is that the army handled the grinder so the public is in the dark. Is it just because they lost face? He finds his party waiting for him in a clearing outside of town. As he approaches, his friend Norris looks up, a grim expression on his face. Aldis, I've figured out the reason. Norris gestures towards the sky, his tone heavy. The main cause of all this is the woman living at your place, Nail. Aldis looks confused. Nail, Norris nods. It seems like after you escorted her to the Lord's mansion, she caused a great mess. The scene flashes back to the opulent mansion, where Nail stood before the fuming marquis, the general, and a sneering priest. Norris explains, not only was she rude to the government officials and the general. She also utterly defeated a platoon leader known as the military's greatest sword master, Captain Deccan. Then she gave the marquis a piece of her mind and just walked out. Norris turns back to Aldis, a wry smile on his face. They were already annoyed by your rude behavior from before, when you took the credit for the grinder subjugation and partnered up with her. It's only obvious they'd hold a grudge. Aldis can only hang his head. What has that woman done? Leaning back against a large rock, Norris's expression turns serious. After they started investigating your background, they found out about the twins. It's probably no longer on the level of just being watched. He stands, spelling out the grim reality. Your attitude, Nail's actions, the resentment over the platoon leader, and the existence of the abominable children. This combination has made you the enemy of the entire military. What do you plan to do now, Aldis? Back at his quiet home, the weight of the situation crashes down on him. Aldis lets out a heavy sigh, slumping in his chair. I guess I might as well just leave Thoria. A cup is placed gently on the table before him. What's the matter, my lord? Nail's voice cuts through his thoughts. He looks up to see her standing there with a tray, the picture of a perfect, attentive servant. Aldis is genuinely bewildered. You can cook, clean, and even serve tea. It's like you can do anything. It's almost like you're a real servant. Nail beams with pride, striking a pose as if she's just received the highest compliment. Aldis leans back, taking a sip of tea and muttering under his breath, if not for that attitude. Nail's smile turns sharp, almost predatory. It seems the marquis and the military have their sights on us, and why is that a problem? They're a bunch of insignificant small fries. If you command it, I would wipe them off the face of the earth this instant. The casual threat of mass annihilation hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the peaceful cup of tea in her hand. Aldis's eyes widen in alarm. Don't do that, he snaps. Otherwise we'd be making an enemy out of the whole country. He leans over the table, trying to think rationally. Should I just lay low and watch the situation for a while? I'm sure the people in town will calm down after some time passes. He takes another sip, trying to convince himself. Even if they have bad intentions, there's a limit to what they can do as long as they follow the rule of law, however. He looks at Nail, a new line of questioning forming. You've met the Marquis before, right? What kind of person is he? Nail doesn't hesitate, her assessment delivered with ice-cold contempt. A vile, greedy pig without intelligence. The bluntness of her answer catches Aldis completely off guard. Huh. Nail recalls the Marquis's lecherous grin and slimy proposition. Since you're that beautiful, you can serve me as my personal attendant as well. Yeah, a pig. Aldis processes this, then asks his next question. I see. Incidentally, how was the general? Her review of the general is just as scathing. A mongrel that barks well enough to rival a stray dog. Aldis winces, remembering his own confrontation with the arrogant man. These were not reasonable people who followed the law. They were driven by ego and greed. His mind is made up. The sun shines over the peaceful forest, a stark contrast to the storm brewing. Nail, he says, his voice firm, please get ready to leave Thoria at a moment's notice. As a precaution, Aldis has Nail erect a magical barrier around their home. A strange, shimmering dome of light envelops the house before vanishing from sight. Inside, Aldis relaxes on the sofa with the twins, feeling a bit more secure. I asked Nail to do the shopping so. He explains the barrier to the curious girls. It's a barrier that only rejects hostile people. It's not visible from the outside, so it won't attract attention. It means that scary people can't come in. The stress of the day finally catches up to him, and his eyes flutter closed. Soon he's fast asleep. The twins whisper to each other. Aldis often takes an afternoon nap. He does it way more than we do. An idea sparks between them, their eyes lighting up with childish mischief. Tiptoeing out the door, they pull their hoods up and start down the path. Won't Aldis get mad at us? One asks. It's fine if we don't take too long, the other replies. They're on a secret mission to visit a kind old man they know. Will that old man be there today? I'm sure he is. Their excitement grows as they hurry along the path. I wonder if we will get snacks again. Hurry up, hurry up. Suddenly one of the twins runs smack into the other, who has stopped dead in her tracks. She rubs her head confused. Philia, why did you stop? But Philia doesn't answer. She's frozen, her eyes wide with terror. Looming over them is a towering figure clad in gleaming armor. A shadow falls over the two small girls, their innocent walk instantly transformed into a nightmare. Back at the house, Aldi's wakes with a jolt, a sudden sense of dread washing over him. The twins are gone. Nail stands beside him, her expression unreadable. So they went outside. Panic seizes him as he leaps to his feet. I failed to predict this could happen. Hold the fort while I go look for them, Nail. But she stops him. Please wait, my lord. She holds up a sealed envelope, her gaze serious. I found this by the front gate. Aldi's takes the letter. It's addressed to the female mercenary, so it's for you. He breaks the seal and unfolds the paper. His eyes scan the words and the color drains from his face. The message is chillingly simple, a summons scrawled on the page. If you wish to see the twins, come to the northern fort. Rage explodes within him. He crushes the letter in his fist, his face a mask of fury. Tusk, these people, every one of them is on about twins this and twins that. Nail bows her head in shame. I apologize, my lord, it seems like I have dragged the twins into my own problem. But Aldi shakes his head, his anger cooling into a cold resolve. It's not your fault, Nail, I was too naive. His eyes fall on the little wooden dolls the twins were playing with earlier, now lying abandoned on the floor. A symbol of the peace he failed to protect. He should have known. They've already sent assassins after my life before. I should have known that anything could happen the moment they knew of the existence of the twins. Nail looks up, her eyes gleaming with deadly intent, awaiting her master's command. Aldi's meets her gaze, the last traces of hesitation gone from his face. He thinks of all the times he held back, tried to avoid trouble, tried to pretend to be normal. All of it was for nothing. He even tolerated the zealots who persecuted the twins because of their twisted faith. No more. He slams his hand on the table. If it's a fight you want, then I'll grant your wish. An image of the twins' smiling faces flashes in his mind, fueling his determination. The time for running is over. Just be careful what you wish for. I have decided to protect them. In the dead of night, a lone mansion stands silhouetted against the dark sky. Inside, a desperate plan is about to be set in motion. Clad in heavy armor, Captain Decken stalks through the silent halls, his footsteps echoing with grim purpose. He's not just walking, he's marching towards his last resort. He stops before a heavy door, lantern light casting long, dancing shadows. He's heading deep into the mansion's underbelly, to a place of secrets and power. A glint of determination, or perhaps madness, shines in his eyes. He's a man pushed to the edge, ready to do whatever it takes. The door creaks open, revealing a steep stone staircase descending into darkness. This is the point of no return. With a heavy clang of his armored boots, Decken begins his descent into the cold, damp basement. The stairs lead to a single, reinforced door. Whatever lies beyond is clearly something that needed to be locked away. Decken pushes the final door open, his face set like stone. He's arrived. The room is a personal armory, but his eyes are fixed on one thing, a massive, ornate sword mounted on the wall like a sacred relic. The blade is ancient, inscribed with runes that seem to hum with latent power. This is no ordinary weapon. His mind flashes back to his father's words, telling the story of an ancestor, a nobody soldier who wielded this very sword in a hopeless battle and rose to the rank of general through sheer will and power. A younger, more innocent Decken looked on in awe. Was this the sword our ancestor used back then, father? He had asked. His father's voice was grave. Decken, this sword is terrifying, it should never be handled lightly. The memory of the warning echoes in his mind. You should only ever wield this weapon when you are driven into a corner with all other options exhausted. In the present, Decken rips the sword from its mount, a crazed grin spreading across his face. Exactly, if I don't use it now, then when will I ever use it? His eyes are wide with manic glee. With this, I can win against that female mercenary. He smirks, remembering his father's warning about the sword's price. But I happen to have 2 of them, he sneers, tossing 2 simple rings into his gauntlet, so it's not a problem. Clutching his new power, Decken walks off into the darkness, his wild, triumphant laughter echoing behind him. Meanwhile, far to the north, a formidable stone fort stands guard amidst the mountains. This is the stage for the coming conflict. The fort's walls and courtyard are teeming with soldiers, a small army assembled and ready for battle. In the distance, 2 figures, Aldi's and Nail, approach the fortress. Is that the fort mentioned in the summons? Nail asks. Aldi's nods grimly. Most likely. Nail turns to him, a slight smile on her face. Now then, my lord, what's your plan? Do we try to negotiate with them first? Aldi's expression is cold. If they prostrate themselves and beg for forgiveness, I might consider it, however. His eyes narrow with chilling intensity. They should be taught what it means to pick a fight with me first. Aldi's raises his hand, fingers splayed as he begins to gather mana from the earth. With a low rumble, the very ground shifts and groans, coalescing into a massive, jagged boulder at his command. This is his opening statement. High on the ramparts, a lookout squints, trying to make out the approaching figures. His eyes widen in recognition. "They are here," he shouts, his voice echoing across the courtyard. On the walls, soldiers scoff at the sight. "They seriously came alone, are they looking down on the military?" One sneers. "Those pieces of trash, I'll be sure to fix their rotten attitude." A commander barks orders. "Is everyone at their positions? Don't let your guard down just because it's two people." Two soldiers chuckle amongst themselves. Even if they're strong, there's no way they're getting out of this alive against this many people. Let's observe the final moments of these pretentious mercenaries. Confident in their numbers, the commander gives the order. "All right, open the gate." They plan to lure them into a trap. But as the gate begins to open, Aldi's unleashes his attack. The massive boulder he created slams into the fortress wall with the force of a meteor, shattering stone and sending soldiers flying like ragdolls. The soldiers near the blast are thrown into chaos, their arrogance instantly replaced with shock and terror. Whoa. Panic spreads like wildfire. "Report what just happened," a captain screams, his face pale with disbelief. A terrified soldier scrambles to his feet, shouting over the ringing in his ears. "Rocks, huge rocks flew towards us, relief squad." Through the settling dust and chaos, Aldis and Nail walk forward, their expressions calm and utterly unfazed by the destruction they've just caused. Suddenly, a familiar, hate-filled face appears on the wall above. It's Captain Decken. "I've been waiting for you, woman," he roars at Nail. As Nail confirms his identity, Decken begins to gloat. "I'll praise you for not running on," but before he can finish, a shadow moves with impossible speed. In a flash, Aldis is behind him, his blade having already passed by Decken's head, slicing off a lock of hair. "You bastard," Decken shrieks. Aldis' voice is ice. "That's my line, return the girls to me at once." Enraged, Decken screams, "Archers ready." Decken points down at them, his face twisted with fury. "This will be the last time I'll have to look at your unpleasant face, woman. You can go to hell together with that impertinent brat." Fire! A storm of arrows rains down upon them. Nail steps forward. "Leave this to me, my lord." With a graceful sweep of her arm, she conjures a swirling barrier of wind that effortlessly deflects every single arrow. Meanwhile, Aldis points a hand at the fort's foundation. Time for payback. The wall beneath the archers begins to crumble and crack, shaking violently. "It's crumbling, evacuate," they scream, scrambling for safety. Decken is stunned. "You bastard, what have you done?" Aldis stares him down, his voice dangerously calm. "Want me to destroy the whole fort? Unless you want your men buried under a mountain of rubble, you better return the girls to me now." Sweating and desperate, Decken turns to his mages. "Do it. Even if they can block arrows, they won't be able to block magic." At his command, robed figures unleash torrents of dark, crackling energy. The streams of chaotic magic converge on Aldis and Nail, powerful enough to vaporize solid stone. But as the smoke clears, the duo stands completely unharmed. Nail looks on with an almost bored expression. Such a pointless act. Decken collapses to his knees in disbelief. "Impossible, how are they unharmed?" Panic setting in, he screams his final command. "Attack them, even if they're strong, they're just a woman and a sorcerer. Take them down if you attack together." The soldiers lower their spears, forming a wall of steel and charging forward. Force them into close combat before they can use magic. Completely surrounded, Aldis draws his sword, his expression turning deadly serious. "Sorry," he says to the charging army, "I don't think I'll be able to hold back. Only those with no lingering attachment to this world should come at me." The first wave of soldiers crashes against him, their war cries turning into screams of pain as Aldis moves like a phantom, his blade a blur of silver. He weaves through their ranks, dodging, parrying, and cutting them down with terrifying efficiency. It's not a fight, it's a one-sided slaughter. Blinded by greed, the remaining soldiers push forward. Taking them down is a meritorious deed. It's your chance for promotion. Go. Aldis lets out a sigh of disappointment. Tusk. As more soldiers charge, their faces lit with ambition, Aldis' eyes harden. His voice is a low whisper, a promise of death. "If you're going to attack me because of some worthless ambition, then I won't hold back." He explodes into motion. Silhouetted against the light, he becomes a whirlwind of death, dispatching multiple soldiers in a single, fluid movement. The remaining soldiers can only watch in horror, their courage shattering as their comrades are cut down before they can even react. Eek, wah. In moments, the courtyard is littered with the bodies of the fallen. Decken stares, utterly speechless. Aldis calmly walks through the carnage, approaching the general and Decken, stepping on the general's cape to halt him in a show of absolute dominance. Aldis stands before them, the last man standing in a sea of defeated foes, his gaze locking onto a terrified Decken. His thoughts are a simple, undeniable truth. Great numbers are meaningless before Aldis. With a roar, Decken swings his colossal blade, unleashing a wave of pure, destructive energy that rips through the air straight towards Aldis. Aldis throws up a magical barrier just in time, but the force is overwhelming. Spiderweb cracks instantly appear across the shield. And with a deafening crash, the barrier shatters into a million glittering shards. Aldis's eyes widen in disbelief at the raw power. The shockwave slams into him, sending him skidding backwards across the stone floor. He grunts, bracing against the unstoppable force. Catching his breath, Aldis glares at his opponent, his mind racing. That wasn't just a simple sword swing, there was something else at play. He glances down at his hand, blood seeping through his glove from the sheer impact. The price of blocking that single attack. The pieces click into place. I see, he thinks, his gaze hardening, so it absorbs offensive magic and converts that power into its own. Aldis's eyes dart to Dekken's sword. The glowing runes from the attack have faded. It's not glowing anymore. Did it run out of juice after that one hit? A new strategy forms in his mind. He clenches his fist, a spark of defiance in his eyes. In that case. Aldis raises his own sword, his voice ringing with conviction. I won't use any magic. I'll defeat you with swordsmanship alone. Dekken throws his head back and laughs. Ha, a lowly sorcerer wants to challenge me in a sword fight. What a joke. The smile vanishes from Dekken's face as Aldis roars back, his voice filled with an unexpected fire. Who said I was a sorcerer? The duel begins. Steel clashes against steel, the massive, rune-etched blade of Dekken meeting the simple iron of Aldis. It's a battle of brute force versus blinding speed. Aldis parries a heavy downward swing, the impact jarring his arm. Not good enough, he thinks, realizing he can't match Dekken's power head-on. So he changes tactics, using his agility to duck under a wide swing and land a swift slash, tearing through Dekken's cape. Dekken lets out a low, guttural growl, more annoyed than hurt. The boy is faster than he expected. Aldis presses his advantage, his eyes locked on his opponent. You're too slow, he taunts, his voice low and sharp. Dekken's eyes widen slightly. Oh, he's forced onto the defensive, bringing his huge sword up to block Aldis's relentless assault. Aldis becomes a blur of motion, weaving and dodging, forcing the heavily armored knight to constantly reposition. But Aldis knows he's on a timer. I've been avoiding imbuing my sword with magic so he doesn't absorb it, but if I keep this up, my iron sword will break in no time. He plants his foot, his expression set with grim determination. Then, I'll just have to overwhelm him with speed. He explodes forward, a silver streak across the hall. In a breathtaking display of swordsmanship, Aldis zips past Dekken, his blade a whirlwind that completely shreds the knight's cape, leaving him standing amidst the tatters. As Aldis comes in for another attack, Dekken makes his move, grabbing Aldis's blade with his gauntlet. He grins maniacally and roars, "Release!" A torrent of dark energy erupts from his own sword. Aldis's face is a mask of shock. Where is he getting magical power from? I haven't used any. With a sadistic glint in his eye, Dekken whispers, "Fly." He unleashes the stored energy in a massive, point-blank blast that threatens to vaporize everything in its path. Aldis instinctively creates another shield, but it's useless. The beam hits it and the shield disintegrates on contact, the force continuing onward. Dekken laughs, his voice echoing in the chamber. There's more where that came from. But his gloating is cut short by a calm voice from above. Your back is wide open. It's Nail, descending like an avenging angel. She strikes with the speed of a viper, her attack a silver arc aimed squarely at Dekken's exposed neck. Without even looking, Dekken whips his sword around, parrying the blow with a sharp clang of metal. He turns, a twisted, predatory grin spreading across his face. Woman, you're a persistent one, why don't I take care of you first? Nail is thrown back by his sheer strength. You have something quite troublesome, Dekken admits, now fully focused on his new opponent. He swings his sword again, unleashing yet another impossible wave of dark magic, forcing Nail to dodge. Aldis watches, bewildered. Damn it, where is he getting all that magical power from? His question is answered by agonized screams from the back of the room. He looks over and sees the robed mages, their bodies convulsing. One claws at his own throat, screaming, "See Captain Dekken, my magical power is." Ah. A cold dread washes over Aldis. What's with that guy's flow of magical power? He's not generating it, he's siphoning it. His eyes lock onto the source, a simple glowing ring on the mage's fist, violently drawing out his life force. The horrifying truth dawns on him. Aldis stares at Dekken's sword, now crackling with stolen energy. So that's how it is. He whips his head around, his expression a mixture of horror and fury. The mages cry out in terror and betrayal. Captain Dekken, what's this about? Didn't you say that these rings simply amplified the power of our magic? Dekken sneers at his own men. It's not like your weak magic has any effect on them, so I'm just making proper use of your power. As the mages collapse, their life force depleted, they protest. That's unreasonable. We're not objects. Dekken ignores them, declaring, it will serve as a great asset in defeating these rebels. He throws his head back and bellows, full release. The remaining mages scream as the last of their energy is ripped from their bodies, leaving them as empty husks. Nail looks on, her face cold with disgust. You're doing something quite brutal, aren't they your allies? Dekken just laughs. If that's what you think, then you should hurry up and die, then their suffering will end. Nail stands her ground. I refuse. A slow, sinister smile spreads across Deccan's face, the shadows hiding his eyes. Heh, is that so? Nail narrows her eyes, sensing a trap. What are you trying to say? Deccan explains calmly, I had 5 rings in total. Since military sorcerers are precious, I have set a limiter on their rings so they don't die. His eyes gleam with pure, unadulterated evil, but for the remaining 2 rings there is no need for that. The blood drains from Aldis's face. He and Nail exchange a look of pure terror as the implication hits them. Don't tell me. Deccan's grin is wider and more terrifying than ever. So you finally caught on, the ones wearing the final 2 rings are your precious twins. The scene cuts away to a dark, cold dungeon, the sound of agonizing screams echoing off the stone walls. Deep within the fort, Philia and Rihanna are chained to the floor, writhing in unimaginable pain as the rings violently tear their life force away. Through her tears, one of them manages a single, desperate plea. Aldis, help, it hurts. In the ruins of the northern fort, Deccan stands triumphant, his magic siphoning sword glowing with stolen power. He grins maliciously at Aldis and Nail, his voice dripping with sadistic pleasure. The more you resist, the more magical power will be drained out of the abominable children. If you care about their lives, then you should let yourselves be killed by me. Aldis glares back, his eyes burning with cold fury. He mutters under his breath, his disgust palpable, this scum. I guess there are people with rotten personalities in every world. Done with the pleasantries, Deccan lunges forward, swinging the massive, glowing blade. Have a taste of this. Aldis and Nail dive in opposite directions, narrowly avoiding the devastating strike that tears through the ground where they just stood. Scrambling to his feet, sweat drips down Aldis's face. Panic begins to set in. I need to calm down and think, how do I get out of this situation? He parries another wild swing, the force rattling his bones. His mind races. Using magic is out of the question, his sword will just absorb it. I have to fight him physically. But the longer this takes, the more danger the twins are in. Nail calls out from across the courtyard, my lord, what do we do? Should we retreat for now? Aldis doesn't even glance her way, his eyes locked on Deccan. Do you think he would let the twins live if we did that? No chance. Deccan's crazed laughter echoes around them. How long do you intend to keep on dodging like that? But suddenly the ominous glow on Deccan's sword sputters and dies with a faint hiss. The immense pressure vanishes. Deccan freezes in shock while Aldis stares, completely caught off guard by the sudden power outage. Aldis watches, his mind reeling as he processes the impossible. The supply of magical power has been cut off. Whipping his head around, Deccan finds the source of the problem. The hooded mages who were fueling his sword have all removed their power-siphoning rings. He bellows in pure rage, why you, who allowed you to take off the rings? His face twists into a mask of fury. Damn it, you'll regret this. After I finish these 2, I'll have you punished for disobedience. Aldis can't help but mock him. For you to not even have the trust of your subordinates. How pitiful. Deccan sneers back unfazed. Tusk, losing those 3 won't change anything. It will just shorten the lives of the abominable children. Nail quickly whispers to Aldis, providing crucial intel. My lord, the efficiency of that sword drops when it's too far away from the target supplying magic. This means the twins must be imprisoned somewhere inside this fort. Nail's eyes harden with resolve. I'll distract him while you rescue the twins. But Aldis steps forward, rejecting the plan. No, I'll be the one distracting him. I have a bigger supply of magical power than you. He thrusts his hand towards the ground, unleashing his own energy. In an instant, a massive wall of jagged earth spikes erupts from the ground, separating Aldis and Nail from a stunned Deccan. Nail immediately understands the plan. I see, that makes sense. On the other side of the wall, Deccan roars in frustration, don't you get that your actions are futile yet? With a powerful swing, Deccan smashes through the earthen barrier, shattering the spikes into dust. He spots Nail sprinting towards the fort's entrance and his eyes widen with rage. Woman, I won't let you get away. Nail doesn't look back, her mission clear. Then I'll focus on doing my part. But as Deccan lunges to intercept her, Aldis appears directly in his path, blade at the ready. His voice rings out, cold and determined. You should stay focused. Your opponent is me. Meanwhile, deep in the cold, stone dungeons of the fort, a different kind of horror is unfolding. The agonizing screams of the twin girls, Philia and Rihanna, echo off the walls as their life force is painfully drained. Standing guard outside their cell, 2 soldiers listen to the unbearable sounds. The younger one cries out, "No." The older veteran guard remains stoic, but the pained cries are clearly getting to him. A close-up reveals the sweat on his brow, his eyes filled with a turmoil he tries desperately to hide. He grips his spear, his knuckles white, trying to rationalize his duty. They are abominable children, sinners, even if they look no different from my little girl. The younger guard can't take it anymore. Sir, he asks, his voice trembling. His face is pale, his conscience screaming at him. What are we doing right now, locking such young children in a prison cell? The veteran's face contorts in anguish as another scream rips through the air. His resolve is cracking. He holds up a hand, cutting his subordinate off. Say no more. He forces the words out as if trying to convince himself. We have to follow the orders from our superiors even if it hurts our pride. That's what it means to be a soldier. Suddenly the screaming stops. The abrupt silence is more terrifying than the noise. The veteran's eyes snap open. They're no longer making any sound. His professional mask shatters, replaced by genuine shock and fear. He rushes to the bars and peers inside. On the cold stone floor, the two girls lie in a heap, unconscious and unmoving. Just then one of the twins stirs. Her eyes, wide with terror and pain, lock onto the guard. A tiny, desperate whisper escapes her lips. Help. That single word breaks them. The younger guard can only manage a choked, "Sir." Trying to create a plausible excuse, he stammers, should we take turns taking a break?" He continues, his voice strained. "A break? Well, it doesn't seem like anyone is coming over to take over the shift." He gestures to the veteran. "Why don't you take a break first, sir?" It's a clear offer, a chance for the veteran to act without him seeing. But the old soldier has already made his choice. His voice is low and firm. "Give me the key, I'll keep it for now." The younger guard's eyes widen. "You don't tell me." The veteran closes his eyes for a moment, steeling his resolve. He's about to cross a line from which there's no return. He holds out his hand, repeating the order. "You should go take a break first." But the younger guard grabs his arm, refusing to leave. "Sir, I have lived long enough to know what you're thinking." The veteran turns his back, ready to bear the burden alone. "I'll take full responsibility for this." The younger guard steps up beside him, a defiant grin on his face. "No, I can't have you be the only one to look good here. It was my idea to begin with." The veteran scoffs, but a hint of a smile touches his lips. "Tusk, wasting my kindness like that." Together they enter the cell and kneel beside the children. "So, what do we need to do?" Their eyes lock onto the cursed rings on the girl's small hands. That ring looks suspicious. With newfound determination, they pull the rings off, releasing a burst of contained magical energy that shoots out of the dungeon. Back outside, Aldis is pouring every ounce of his magic into a defensive barrier, holding back Deccan's furious onslaught. He strains against the immense pressure, gritting his teeth. "He sends my magical power back at me, but if I don't do this, the twins will die." Deccan suddenly bursts into maniacal laughter, a twisted realization dawning on him. "Ha ha ha, I see, so that's how it is." His eyes bulge with insane fury and contempt. "Are you supplying the great sword with magical power to protect the abominable children? How stupid, how truly stupid." He slams his sword against Aldis's shield again and again. "Why are you so concerned about such a filthy existence? When you're that strong, are the abominable children really that important to you?" Pushed to his limit, Aldis roars back, his own conviction fueling his power. "Then let me ask you instead, is the nonsense of that so-called goddess really that important?" In the ruined courtyard, Aldis stands firm, his voice ringing with defiance. "What sins did those two ever commit? Their only crime was being born as twins." Deccan scoffs from across the rubble, his fanaticism burning in his eyes. "You call the word of the goddess nonsense. The goddess is right." Aldis shakes his head, his expression a mix of pity and disgust. "Don't make me laugh. Following someone else's words blindly is easy." He looks Deccan dead in the eye, his voice sharp. "When you've stopped thinking for yourself and forgotten your pride as a human, you have no right to call them filthy." Aldis's words strike a nerve. Deccan's face twists into a mask of pure rage, shadows clinging to him like a shroud. "A sinner dares to tell me about pride." A wicked, unhinged grin spreads across Deccan's face, his eyes wide with madness. "You should mourn while you regret your actions," he hisses. "Your insolence will be the cause of the abominable children's death." He raises his massive, glowing sword, its energy thrumming violently. "You went through all that trouble to let that woman escape with them," he sneers. "Too bad, it all ends here." The runes on the blade flare with intense light as it drinks in the magic from Aldis's barrier. "You seem to be misunderstanding something," Deccan says, his voice dripping with condescension. "With you providing this much power, I don't even need the rings on those kids anymore." He continues his terrifying lecture, "And no one ever said there was a limit to how much I can absorb, nor that I can't choose my source." The horrifying implication dawns on Aldis, his eyes widening in shock. A single word escapes Aldis's lips, a whisper of pure dread as he realizes Deccan's plan. "No." Deccan throws his head back and screams to the heavens, unleashing his final, desperate gambit. "Full release, perish." He pours every ounce of his will into the sword, expecting it to absorb all of Aldis's magic and overload. But something is wrong. Instead of pulling power from Aldis, dark, violent energy begins to erupt from Deccan himself. A jolt of agony shoots through him. His triumphant roar turns into a choked gasp of pain and confusion. Huh. The dark tendrils of energy whip around him, siphoning his own life force. "Why?" he screams, the sword now a parasite draining its own master. He looks down at his own hands, at the power-boosting rings he wears. "The rings, why is it absorbing my power?" The sword has turned on him, choosing the closest and most potent source of magic. Aldis watches, stunned but quickly processing the scene. The sword is, absorbing his magical power. Deccan's ultimate weapon has backfired spectacularly. In a split second, confusion gives way to cold, hard resolve. Aldi's eyes narrow. I don't know what's going on, but... He plants his foot, preparing to move. With Deccan trapped in his own agonizing power drain, Aldi's explodes forward. He closes the distance in an instant, driving his own blade deep into the fanatic's chest. It's you who's going to perish. Deccan chokes, a spray of dark blood erupting from his mouth as his life is extinguished. Aldi's sword finds its mark, a clean, fatal strike that ends the confrontation decisively. With a final, heavy thud, Deccan's armored body crashes to the stone floor, his cursed sword clattering beside him. Aldi stands over his defeated foe, the victor. The light fades from Deccan's eyes, his face frozen in a rictus of shock and agony. He is finished. But there's no time for relief. As Aldi stands over the body, the magic within Deccan's sword begins to glow with an unstable, blinding light. Aldi's immediately turns away from the body, his only thought for the children. Philia, Rihanna, please be safe. He takes a step to run. But a sudden, terrifying surge of energy stops him cold. He whips his head around, his eyes wide with alarm. Deccan's sword is glowing like a miniature sun. The magical power is flowing in reverse, not good. The weapon is about to detonate with all the stolen energy. A blinding flash of white light erupts from the courtyard, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that tears the entire northern fort asunder. Meanwhile, deep in the prison below, just moments before the blast, the two guards look at the power-siphoning rings they've just removed from the twins. What do we do about these? The younger one asks. The veteran guard glances at the unconscious girls, Philia and Rihanna, their breathing shallow. We can just say they fell off after the kids collapsed, he says, making his decision. The younger guard points to the shackles still on the wall. What about those? Removing them would get us in trouble, but their debate is cut short. A violent tremor shakes the entire prison. Dust and debris rain down from the ceiling as the foundation groans under immense pressure. Panic sets in. Sir, look at the ceiling, the young guard yells. The stone begins to crack and splinter. We need to get out of here, the veteran shouts, but it's already too late. As the ceiling collapses, the two guards, without a moment's hesitation, throw themselves over the small bodies of the twins, shielding them with their own. The world dissolves into a deafening roar and a cloud of dust and destruction. From the outside, the northern fort is ripped apart, a massive hole blown straight through its center by the magical overload. The shockwave sends soldiers and debris flying. The once mighty fortress is reduced to a smoking ruin in seconds. In the epicenter of the blast, Aldi's kneels within a protective barrier, the ground around him a newly formed crater. The fort is gone. He deactivates the barrier, his mind racing. Who knew it would explode? His immediate concern surfaces. Are the kids and Nail safe? Scrambling through the rubble, Aldi's desperately calls out into the dust-choked ruins. Nail, are you all right? A voice cuts through the silence. Over here, my lord. Aldi's head snaps toward the sound, a flicker of hope in his eyes. He clambers over a pile of shattered stone, his voice filled with urgency. Philia, Rihanna, please respond. And there, amidst the devastation, sits Nail. Cradled safely in her arms are the two twins, unconscious but unharmed. The twins seem to be fine, she reports calmly. Aldi's feels a wave of relief wash over him. I see, thank goodness, Nail explains. By the time I got here, the twins were under the rubble with those two soldiers over there. Aldi's follows her gaze to a pile of heavy stone slabs. Beneath them lie the crushed bodies of the two guards. Nail continues, the twins are safe because they were shielded by those soldiers. Lying on the ground near their outstretched hands are the two rings. Aldi stares at the scene. The guards' final act of defiance of humanity is laid bare. They chose to save the children they were ordered to torment. The weight of their sacrifice hits him. These men, cogs in a machine he despises, showed more honor in their final moments than their commander ever did. His expression hardens with a new, somber understanding. He is no longer just a wanderer seeking his past. He is a guardian, responsible for the lives these men died to protect. Nail's voice brings him back to the present. What do you plan to do now, my lord? Aldi's gently lifts one of the sleeping twins into his arms. We'll leave town right away. We need to make some distance before the military sends pursuers. He looks toward the horizon, a path forward forming in his mind. After that, maybe we should go to the royal capital. He explains his reasoning. The royal capital, Gran, is much larger than Thoria. It has better information gathering capabilities, and I won't find any clues about my comrades here. He glances at Nail. Are you still intent on tagging along? She doesn't hesitate. Of course, my lord. Aldi's lets out a small sigh, a hint of a smile on his face. Well, I guess it's fine. I wouldn't have been able to resolve this on my own. Since I have people I need to protect now, I'm going to need help. He looks down at the child in his arms, his gaze softening. Even though I had planned to do my own thing without ever getting deeply involved with anything. The small girl stirs slightly, nuzzling into the warmth and safety of his hold. A genuine, gentle smile finally graces Aldis's lips. The warmth of the life he needs to protect is right here in his arms. He turns to his loyal companion, his path now clear. Let's go, Nail, follow me. Our story picks up deep in the Caucasus forest. Aldis, his powerful servant Nail, and the two young twins have stopped by a serene lake, but the calm is deceptive. As Nail wades into the water, a mysterious enemy lurks just beneath the surface, ready to strike. Nail tests the water, the cool liquid swirling around her legs. The forest is quiet, almost too quiet. The only sound is the gentle lapping of the water. Suddenly, the surface breaks. Large, ominous bubbles begin to rise, disturbing the lake's glassy reflection. Something massive is moving below. Without warning, the water explodes upwards. Nail is caught in the torrent, her expression one of surprise as she's dragged down into the depths. On the shore, Aldis's eyes widen. He knew something was off. Here it comes, he shouts, pulling the terrified twins close. Massive, fleshy red tentacles erupt from the lake, wrapping around Nail and yanking her under. The twins scream in terror. Eek! Aldis, Nail was, but Aldis remains impossibly calm. He watches the chaos with cold, analytical eyes. Don't worry, he says, his voice steady. She'll be back soon. He knows Nail's power. This is just a warm-up for her. This forest is just one stop on their long journey. They're on a 5-day trek from the city of Thoria to the royal capital Nagras. They are fugitives on the run. Aldis's mind races. The events at the fort were extreme. It wouldn't be surprising if we were charged with treason, he thinks, the weight of their situation pressing down on him. We might be forced to leave this country entirely. As they walk, Nail asks the obvious question. Aren't you going to the royal capital? Aldis shakes his head. That will have to wait. It all depends on how the incident at Thoria gets reported. For now, they need to lay low. He feels a pang of regret, thinking of the mercenary party he left behind. He abandoned his comrades without a word of explanation. A necessary but bitter sacrifice. Aldis scans the area, finding a suitable clearing. This seems like a good spot, he declares, deciding they'll make camp here for the night. The trauma of the attack still lingers. The twins, trembling, cling to Aldis's legs, their faces buried in his coat, too scared to even look up. Aldis kneels down, his expression softening. He gently strokes their hair. Don't worry, I won't let you go through something like that again, he promises. But you have to promise me something too. Don't ever sneak out to play without telling me again, okay? With a single gesture, Aldis unleashes his power. Trees are felled in an instant, creating a perfect, sunlit clearing. The twins stare in awe. Wow, it became so bright, he turns to Nail. Take care of any dangerous monsters in the vicinity. Aldis continues his instructions. While you're at it, please hunt some animals for our meals. Nail bows her head slightly. Understood, my lord. With Nail gone, Aldis turns back to the twins. I guess I'll build a house meanwhile. One of the twins looks up, confused. A house. Aldis raises his hand, magic crackling at his fingertips. I'll start with the foundation. A large house? The twins ask excitedly. Aldis chuckles. More like a small hut. And with a boom, the earth itself obeys his command, rising up to form a solid foundation. The twins can only watch, completely stunned, as a perfectly level foundation appears from nothing in a matter of seconds. Next, he turns his attention to the fallen trees. I need to process the wood, he says, as if it's the easiest thing in the world. The air fills with the sound of splitting wood and the growls of monsters being dispatched in the distance. With telekinetic force, Aldis shapes the logs into perfect planks and beams. It's a symphony of creation. Planks fly through the air, slotting into place with impossible precision, all while the ambient sounds of Nail's hunt echo from the woods. In the background, a massive beast snarls its last breath, but Aldis's focus is absolute, his magic weaving a shelter from raw materials. And just like that, it's done. A sturdy wooden house stands where there was only wilderness moments before. The house is done, he announces casually, though I need to improve the shape a little. Just then, Nail returns from the forest, effortlessly levitating the massive carcasses of a bear and a boar. I'm back, my lord, Aldis smiles. Welcome back, how was it? But as they speak, a faint pop comes from the lake. Aldis's head snaps towards the sound, his senses on high alert. Nail reports there weren't any dangerous monsters, so you don't need to be concerned. But Aldis isn't listening. His gaze is locked on the water, his instincts screaming that the danger wasn't in the woods. More bubbles rise to the surface. Whatever attacked them before, it's back. With a deafening roar, the water explodes once more. This time, the creature reveals more of itself, a writhing mass of pale, grotesque tentacles. The twins shriek, grabbing onto Aldis for dear life. The beast is colossal, its true size far greater than they imagined. As it thrashes in the water, Nail steps forward, her expression unreadable. Leave this to me, my lord. Aldis shields the terrified twins as Nail calmly walks towards the shore, ready to face the monstrosity head-on. The battle begins beneath the waves. The creature's tentacles ensnare Nail, but she remains placid, analyzing her opponent in the crushing depths. Her eyes are open, her silver hair flowing around her. There is no fear, only cold, calculating focus. She finally gets a good look at its core. It's a hideous beast, a chaotic tangle of limbs surrounding a gaping maw filled with needle-like teeth. Nail's judgment is swift and merciless. It doesn't have the slightest hint of elegance. The monster lets out a piercing shriek. Nail scoffs, "Your voice matches your looks," as she conjures crystalline shards of light magic ready to strike back. The creature dodges, showing a sliver of intelligence. Nail pauses her assault, realizing her situation. Light magic is less powerful underwater, and I can't waste time and magic on breathing. I must not take too long in front of my lord. A new strategy forms in her mind, her eyes glinting with deadly intent. Then I'll have to force it out of the lake. She unleashes a massive blast of force, a concussive wave that sends the beast rocketing out of the water against its will. The monster is airborne, roaring in fury and confusion as Nail emerges from the lake below it. With a single word, a massive crystalline prison erupts around one of the monster's limbs, trapping it. "There," Nail declares, then places her hand against the crystal. "Apply heat." From the shore, Aldis and the twins witness a blinding flash as the crystal superheats, searing the creature's flesh and sending a column of steam into the sky. As the monster writhes in agony, Nail unleashes her final attack. Dozens of spears made of pure light materialize in the air and rain down, piercing the beast's body from every angle. The creature is annihilated, exploding in a massive splatter of black blood that stains the sky. The bloody remains rain down into the forest as Aldis and the twins watch the overwhelming display of power come to an end. Nail rises from the now filthy lake, dripping wet but completely unharmed, the battle won. Surveying the contaminated water, she asks, "The water here has become unusable. Should we find another place?" Aldis shakes his head. "No, I have already built a home. We can just create water using magic." Later, as they settle down, Aldis looks at Nail. "While it's true that you are dependable, you should prioritize protecting the twins." Nail, now clean and dry, stands at attention. "Just leave the dirty work to me," she says, using a small orb of water magic to clean a cup. "If that is what you command, then I shall obey, my lord." The sheer gap between her power and her subservience is jarring. Aldis finally decides to ask, "Isn't it time you told me a bit about yourself?" The only reply is the crackling of the campfire. Nail remains silent, her expression unreadable. Aldis presses on, "What's your goal, or at the very least, why did you choose to serve me?" He concedes his own secrecy. "Not that I've told you anything about myself," Nail simply replies, She finally speaks, but her answer is anything but direct. "The reason that I serve my lord is a natural occurrence, similar to how night and day alternate." Aldis sighs in frustration. "If you're just going to give me such cryptic answers, then I won't ask you anymore." Nail meets his gaze, her eyes sharp. "I just answered your question. If you're unsatisfied with my answer, then you should make your question more clear." Aldis narrows his eyes, getting to the point. "Didn't you choose to serve me because you knew something about me?" Her denial is immediate and absolute. "All I know about you is your strength that I have witnessed personally. I don't know anything else about you." He finds that hard to believe. "Let's assume that's true. Aren't you the least bit curious about me?" A flash of light magic envelops her as she instantly cleans her uniform. "Is it fine to serve someone you know nothing about?" Aldis asks. Nail scoffs. "That's a silly question." She stands, her posture rigid, her voice devoid of emotion. "My mission is to find the strongest lord to serve. I have no interest in other trivial matters." With that, the conversation is over. She turns and walks away, leaving Aldis with more questions than answers. A small tug on his shirt breaks his train of thought. One of the twins looks up at him. "Aldis." He looks up at the sky. The stars are out. It's already night time. Inside the small wooden house, Aldis sits against the wall while the twins sleep soundly, their heads resting on his lap. He watches over them, his mind replaying the conversation with Nail. Outside, Nail stands a silent, moonlit vigil, her purpose clear in her mind, even if it's an enigma to him. Aldis glances out the doorway, watching the stoic guardian who has pledged her life to him. He comes to a conclusion. What she said was probably the truth, he thinks to himself. I can feel it somewhat. He focuses on her magical signature, the quality of her magical power, or rather, her aura. Her aura is no different from the other residents of this world. Her power is close to mine, but she's from this side. The chilling realization solidifies in his mind. In this world of magic and monsters, Nail is the native. Only I am foreign. He looks down at the sleeping children, a sense of isolation washing over him. I'm unlikely to be able to understand anything about my current situation through Nail. Meanwhile, in a dark and forgotten corner of the same forest, something is stirring. Strange, shimmering bubbles float eerily between the ancient trees. There, hidden by vines and time, stands a structure that should not exist, a modern concrete building. As a new shadow creeps closer, it's clear that the mysteries of this world are far deeper and more dangerous than Aldis could ever imagine. In a secluded wooden house, nestled deep within the forest, Aldis and his new family found a brief, fragile peace. But Aldis knew this couldn't last forever. Adjusting his coat, he thought to himself, enough time should have passed by now, it's time to move. He turned to the twins, their innocent eyes looking up at him. Well then, I'll be heading out for a bit, he said gently. I'll come back as soon as I can. His gaze then shifted, finding the reliable figure standing nearby. His voice was firm, filled with trust. Nail, he called out, I leave the home and the kids in your care. Nail offered a small, confident smile, her expression unwavering. Understood, leave it to me. As Aldis walked away, giving one last wave, the twins eagerly waved back, their voices carrying on the wind. Take care. With Aldis gone, the twins turned their attention to their new guardian, tugging at each other's hands with excitement. One of them looked up at the stoic swordswoman, her voice hopeful. Nail. Will you also play with us? The other finished, their combined gaze enough to melt the coldest of hearts. Nail paused, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. This was a battlefield she had never trained for. A moment later she relented. Sure, what will we be playing? The twins cheered in unison. Let's play house. Meanwhile, far from the warmth of that home, Aldis found a moment of solitude. A brief rest for a warrior whose fight was far from over. His journey led him to the massive, walled metropolis of Gran, the capital of the kingdom of Nagras. A bustling hub of trade and secrets, and the perfect place to gather information. Aldis navigated the crowded streets, his eyes scanning for a particular tavern known to be a den for mercenaries and whispers. Inside, his target sat coolly, sipping from a glass, an information broker with a reputation as sharp as his prices, Cesare. Just as Aldis watched, another patron approached the broker. A hulking mercenary clapped Cesare on the shoulder. Thanks for the good information you provided last time, he boomed, confirming Aldis was in the right place. Aldis stepped forward, his voice cutting through the tavern's low hum. Are you an information broker? Cesare turned, a practiced, smug smile on his face. That's right, he purred, I'm Cesare. Without invitation, Aldis took the stool next to him. The air grew tense as the two sized each other up in silence. Cesare broke the silence, his tone laced with condescension. My, isn't it proper manners to introduce yourself after I have already done so? Aldis met his gaze without flinching, flipping the power dynamic instantly. I don't mind telling you, but how much will you pay for that information? The broker's smirk faltered. This kid was not who he expected. Recovering quickly, Cesare gestured with his glass, deciding to play along. And what kind of information are you looking for? Aldis got straight to the point. I want information on the woman who frequently appears on the highway of Thoria. Cesare's mind raced. He looks like he's 14 or 15, a new merc, but he behaves with the experience of a veteran. He put on a thoughtful expression. That matter, that's quite the nostalgic topic. Leaning back, Cesare named his price for the common gossip. 5 copper coins for that info, Aldis remarked. That's rather cheap. That's because this information is only worth that much right now, Cesare replied smoothly. Cesare recounted the public rumors about Nail, a mysterious girl around 18 who would challenge and defeat any mercenary with a single knife. He finished with a dismissive wave. However, she stopped showing up around a month ago, the trail's gone cold. Cesare watched Aldis closely. He seems disappointed. He knew he had him on the hook. Aldis leaned in, his voice low and intense. Are you unable to track her down? The broker smiled. This was the moment he was waiting for. Any more information will cost you extra, he said, holding up his hand. 5 silver coins. Clang, without hesitation, Aldis slapped the silver coins onto the counter, the sound silencing any doubt about his seriousness. Cesare's eyes widened slightly. He shows no hesitation whatsoever. This young man's obsession with her seems different from my usual customers. With the payment secured, Cesare's demeanor shifted. He leaned in conspiratorially. Are you familiar with Thoria's grinder incident? It seems like she was a participant in the force sent to subjugate it, he explained, and made quite a name for herself. He lowered his voice further, a sly grin playing on his lips. This is something the other brokers don't know yet. Apparently, she disappeared around 5 days ago. Aldis kept his expression neutral, playing his part. Do you have any idea where she might have gone? Cesare shook his head. Not yet. Other than a few rumors, we don't even know the reason for her disappearance. Cesare laid out the official story, a Thorian army training accident with heavy casualties. According to the rumors, he added, it was after that incident that the woman, accompanied by a black-haired man, disappeared. He watched Aldis for a reaction but got nothing. Seeing the boy's stoicism, Cesare added, I just need a day to confirm a piece of this. I will do my job properly since I've already received 5 silver coins. Aldis stood up, his part in the charade complete for now. All right, I'll wait for here tomorrow before noon. Cesare watched the mysterious swordsman walk up the stairs to the inn's rooms, his mind already scheming. He took a slow sip of his drink, a plan forming in his greedy mind. Cesare immediately turned to the innkeeper. What is his name? The innkeeper, sensing an opportunity, rubbed his fingers together. That will be 1 silver coin. Cesar pressed, is that customer staying upstairs? Yes, why do you ask? The innkeeper replied, already reaching for his ledger. The broker haggled him down. You're quite greedy, how about 7 copper coins instead? With a grumble, the innkeeper flipped through the book. His name is Tyrios, a fake name just as Aldis had planned. Up in his room, Aldis stood by the door listening. He wasn't fooled for a second. He thought back on the conversation. His information is much more accurate than other brokers. He even knew about Nail leaving Thoria. The pieces clicked into place. Thoria can't exactly announce their forces were trampled by just 2 mercenaries, so they've reported it as an accident, but he doesn't seem to know about me fighting alongside Nail. Aldis sat on the bed, his swords resting beside him. There's no doubt they hold a grudge, but it seems they haven't officially put us on a wanted list yet. He recalled the broker's shifty eyes. It seems he was still holding on to a piece of information. Aldis looked out the window at the darkening sky. I guess I'll talk to him tomorrow before going back. The trap was set. The next day, Aldis sat at the bar as Cesar delivered his verified findings. Apparently, she made an enemy out of the Thorian army. Cesar elaborated, gesturing for dramatic effect. The official report says the Thorian army got into a serious accident during training. However, in reality, it seems like a battle took place. A commanding officer from a distinguished family and a few sorcerers were amongst the casualties, he continued. It must have been a huge blow to Thoria. Aldis listened intently, impressed despite himself. The information provided by this guy is quite accurate. The other brokers only knew that an accident had taken place. Cesar delivered his final, flawed conclusion. It seems she was involved in that battle as an enemy of the Thorian army. It is likely she has fled after that. Is that info accurate? Aldis asked, testing him one last time. Cesar puffed his chest out. But of course, it's information that took a day to verify. It's not something the other brokers would know of yet. Aldis thought to himself, other than me, only the National Intelligence Agency would know of this matter probably. He swirled the water in his glass. It's been 6 days since that battle. If Thoria hadn't deliberately manipulated the news, it would have already spread all over the country. He now understood the full picture, and he knew Cesar was hiding the most crucial part, the bounty on their heads. Aldis takes a slow sip of his drink, processing the information. So, Thoria is covering up their massive defeat as a training accident, he muses. That's good. At least I don't have an entire country officially hunting me down. But as he replays the broker's words, a flicker of doubt crosses his mind. His eyes narrow. Something is wrong. The information broker, Cesar, had been all smiles, seemingly helpful and forthcoming. But a crucial detail was missing from his story, a glaring omission. He's dug up this much, Aldis thinks, so why wasn't I mentioned at all? His mind flashes back. I've been partnered with Nail since before the grinder incident. We were always seen together in town. It's common knowledge. And at the fortress, I should have stood out even more than she did. The pieces aren't fitting together. This isn't just an oversight. A cold certainty settles in his gut. Something feels off. This was deliberate. Cesar is hiding something. His expression darkens, his bangs shadowing his eyes. He knows what he has to do. All right then, I'll give him some bait and see if he takes it. Cesar, completely oblivious to the storm brewing in Aldis' mind, just keeps smiling, thinking he's made a clean and profitable sale. Aldis stands up, feigning satisfaction. I see, that's plenty of information. My companion is waiting, so I plan to leave the capital this afternoon. With a casual see you, Aldis turns and walks towards the door, leaving the bait hanging in the air. The sun sets, and the cold of the night blankets the snowy landscape outside the capital of Gran. Just as planned, Aldis walks alone on the road leading out of the city, the crunch of his boots the only sound in the winter air. He's waiting. Suddenly, a gruff voice cuts through the silence. Hold it right there, young man. Aldis stops. From the shadows emerge a group of armed thugs blocking his path. They look like they mean business. The leader, a brute in a plumed helmet, gives a slimy grin. We don't want to get rough. How about you don't resist and let us capture you quietly? Aldis turns, his expression utterly unimpressed. Do you need something? He asks, his voice flat and bored. I don't remember doing anything to warrant this, he states calmly. The leader just scoffs. Maybe not, but someone wants you captured, so what can we do? Losing patience, the leader roars, get him. His men surge forward, confident in their numbers. Aldis doesn't even flinch. He watches the first attacker approach, his movements almost lazy. Before the thugs can even process what's happening, their weapons are shattered into pieces by an unseen force. Huh, they mutter in disbelief. In a blur of motion, Aldis closes the distance, a phantom gliding across the snow. A swift kick, a precise strike to a pressure point. One by one, the ambushers are dropped with brutal, non-lethal efficiency. In seconds, it's over. The thugs are groaning on the ground, completely neutralized. Aldis stands over the leader, his hand not even on his sword. If you don't want to die, tell me who hired you. The terrified leader can only gasp. I wasn't told he was this strong, that damn Cesare. Aldis's eyes glint. Sure enough, the trap was a success. Meanwhile, back in the tavern, Cesare is enjoying a glass of wine, humming to himself, completely unaware his plan has failed. The bartender notices his good mood. You seem quite happy today, Cesare. Cesare grins, lost in his greedy thoughts. There's no doubt, that kid calling himself Tyrios is actually Aldis, the one partnered with the female mercenary. Thoria is trying to cover up the incident, but they secretly want those two dead, and that kid knows exactly where she is. A wicked smile spreads across his face. If I can find out where she is, I could sell that information directly to the Lord of Thoria. He imagines Aldis tied up helpless. They hate those two. If I hand over Aldis and the woman's location, I'll get at least 10 or 20 gold coins as a reward. He sighs happily, already spending the money in his head. A new home, maybe some new furniture, Yo, a familiar voice cuts through his daydream like a knife. Cesare's eyes snap wide open in pure, unadulterated shock. His blood runs cold. Standing right behind him, with a calm smile that doesn't reach his eyes, is Aldis. The color drains from Cesare's face. He stammers, sweat beading on his forehead. Why are you here? Didn't you leave the capital? Aldis walks towards him, his footsteps echoing in the now silent tavern. That was the plan, but then your bad-mannered stray dogs came looking for trouble. With a loud thud, he tosses the thug leader's dented helmet onto the bar. It's something your friend forgot to take with him. Can you return it? Cesare stares at the helmet, his mind reeling in terror. Impossible. That guy was an idiot, but he was skilled, to be beaten so easily. In a flash, Aldis is right beside him, his voice a low, chilling whisper in his ear. Being greedy won't end well for you. There won't be a second time. You better remember that. Sweat pours down Cesare's face as he trembles, only able to manage a pathetic, "Ah, yes." Aldis pulls back, his tone shifting to cold business. Now then, why don't you sell me some information? You seem to be good at it. He leans on the bar, his gaze unwavering. You still have some information I want, right? Aldis's stare is piercing. 2 silver coins. The message is clear, talk or else. Cesare's face is a mask of pure terror. Defeated, Cesare forces a smile, his voice trembling. Sure, why not? The info broker starts talking, spilling everything he knows. News of the incident at the fort has already started to spread in Thoria. It won't be long before it reaches the capital. The Lord of Thoria and his army haven't made any public moves, but they won't let this go. It would tarnish their image too much. It seems mercenaries have already begun searching for the ones who fought the army. Aldis cuts in with a smirk, like the ones you sent after me, you mean. Cesare flinches, trying to save face. I'm mainly an information seller. Aldis keeps his eyes on him, probing. The information being spread is that it was just 2 people, a young female mercenary and a young man. Cesare nods nervously. Of course, I only partly believe that. They must have had other companions. Aldis notes internally, he's not a complete fool, this man can't be underestimated. Then Cesare provides the most crucial piece of information, but they don't seem to be interested in the twins. The primary targets are the 2 mercenaries. Aldis's eye widens slightly. A wave of relief washes over him. For now, the girls are safe. That's all that matters. He sits down at the bar. I see. Is that all? Cesare, desperate, asks. Were you disappointed? I believe the information was worth the price. Yeah, I'm satisfied, Aldis says before slamming his hand down on the counter with a loud bang. Let's get to the next subject. Cesare jumps, startled. Next subject. Aldis's face twists into a mask of cold fury. I dare you to disclose any information on the twins. If you do, I will track you to the ends of the earth and kill you. Consider this a leash. Your life is now in my hands. To ensure his point, Aldis gives him an order. Here's the news story you're going to spread. The mercenaries who fought the Thorian army appeared at the capital 3 days ago. After that, they left for the Empire. Cesare is confused. What is that supposed to be? Aldis replies coolly. I'm providing you with info. You're going to sell it. The realization dawns on Cesare. You want me to spread fake information? Aldis's voice drops to a lethal tone. You better do your best to please me if you don't want to die. Cesare holds his head in his hands, completely broken by the threat. I can't guarantee that it will work. As Cesare panics, Aldis's mind is elsewhere, a flashback of a past trauma searing through his memory. He clenches his fist. I can't have a repeat of that incident. Should I just run, escape somewhere more distant? But he dismisses the thought, his jaw set with determination. Running isn't a solution. He needs a permanent way to protect his new family. Seeing Aldis's resolve and desperate to get on his good side, Cesare offers a suggestion. If you're as strong as the rumors say, why not make a big name for yourself? Prove to everyone that you are no one's match, for example, by defeating the 3 great demons. Aldis looks up, intrigued. The 3 great demons, a new, dangerous path has just opened up before him. Inside a rustic tavern, Aldis gets the lowdown from Cesare. The 3 great demons? Aldis asks, his interest piqued. Cesare holds up 3 fingers. Everyone around here knows them. 3 famous monsters lurking near the capital. Cessair begins the briefing. First up is the Bell Seeker. It's a nasty mutation that roams the Cannabis Mountain Range. Think of a lion with razor-sharp bird claws as strong as that grinder you fought, but with one weird quirk: it's drawn to the sound of bells. Aldi's processes the information, a slight frown on his face. If it's only as strong as the grinder, shouldn't it have been subjugated by now? Cessair looks a bit troubled. Yeah, you'd think so, but there's a catch. Cessair elaborates. Its territory is sitting on top of some major iron veins. The country would be overjoyed if someone took it out, but most are too scared to try. Aldi's expression hardens. He sees an opportunity. Cessair continues, gesturing towards the sky. Next is the Four Wings. It's a giant two-headed bird monster that's made its nest on a small island not far from here. The image of the colossal bird terrorizing a ship flashes through the mind. It wreaks havoc on the nearby waters, Cessair explains, but with all the tension with the Empire, the country just doesn't have the resources to deal with it. Defeat either of those, Cessair says, and you'll be hailed as a hero, but Aldi's is already a step ahead. Wait, he interrupts, you said 3, what about the last one? The mood in the tavern shifts, a chill creeping into the air. The last one, Cessair's voice drops. It's only a rumor, a ghost story whispered in the dark. They call it the Red Eater. Cessair sweats, avoiding eye contact. About that, we don't really know anything for sure. Aldi's leans forward. Rumored, Cessair throws his hands up in exasperation, because no one has ever survived an encounter with it. The gruesome image of a fallen adventurer mauled beyond recognition comes to mind. The last victim, Cessair recounts, before he died he could only choke out 2 words: red and eaten. The story gets darker. They say one night during a full moon, a powerful swordsman stumbled out of that forest, torn to shreds and on the brink of death. Cessair explains the terrifying phenomenon. On nights of a full moon, the forest of Caucasus comes alive. Monsters are on the move, but they aren't hunting people, and anyone who enters that forest on that night never returns. The image of massive tracks in the mud tells the story. Something huge, something terrifying stalks those woods. Witnesses who saw the monster exodus all said the same thing. They ran as if they were frightened, terrified of something else in the forest with them. Aldi's looks skeptical. That's all just speculation, isn't it? Cessair sighs. That's about all we know. Cessair takes a long sip from his drink, finally admitting the truth. Look, the only reason it's even included is because the 3 great demons sounds way cooler than the 2 great demons. It's mostly just a scary story. Aldi's dismisses the ghost story. His focus is clear. Fine, putting the Red Eater aside, taking out the other 2 should be enough to make a name for myself, right? Cessair nods. Yes, without a doubt. Aldi's internal monologue kicks in, his true goal revealing itself. If I become a famous hero, no normal person would dare to mess with someone that strong. His eyes narrow with determination. He thinks of the twins, his reason for everything. Whether Thoria cares about them or not, they're still facing persecution. They're not safe. The path forward becomes crystal clear in his mind. If being with me is the safest place for them to be, then standing out, becoming untouchable, might not be a bad idea. Aldi stands up abruptly, his decision made. All right, will you be here in the evening? Cessair, caught off guard, stammers. Probably. With a casual wave, Aldi's heads for the door. Then I'll see you then, it should be over by then. Cessair watches him leave, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. I see, he mutters, completely bewildered. Then it hits him, the door chimes as it closes and Cessair's eyes fly open in shock. Wait, what will be over? The scene cuts dramatically to the jagged, imposing peaks of the Cannabis Mountain Range. The hunt has already begun. Deep within a rocky canyon, a party of adventurers cautiously makes their way forward. Their leader warns them, it reacts to the sound of metal, so watch your gear. Another complains, damn it, why do we have to come to a place like this? Suddenly, one of the younger members loses his footing on the treacherous terrain. Ah. The leader tries to calm him down. Don't worry, the herbs we need are only found here. It's unlikely we'll run into it in such an open area. But his reassurance is cut short by the stumble. What are you doing? He snaps. The young adventurer, now on the ground, looks up, terrified. I just stumbled. Another party member's eyes widen in horror, pointing at the fallen man's pack. Your luggage. A small bell, knocked loose from its strap, is now chiming softly against the rocks. The faint ringing seems to echo in the sudden, dead silence. The adventurers freeze, their eyes drawn to the skeletal remains of a less fortunate soul nearby. One of them scoffs nervously, just the remains of some moron who tried to fight it. But his bravado is shattered by a low, guttural growl that reverberates through the canyon. From the shadows of the trees, a monstrous form emerges. A hulking, horned lion with terrifying bird-like talons steps into the light, its eyes glowing with predatory hunger. Panic erupts. It's here, the Bell Seeker. The beast stalks towards them, its powerful muscles rippling. Chaos ensues, the adventurers scatter, launching desperate attacks. Watch out, stop, but their spells and arrows bounce harmlessly off its rock-hard hide. A warrior's sword screeches against the monster's horn, failing to even leave a scratch. So hard, he gasps. The Bell Seeker ignores him, its eyes locked on the terrified young adventurer who caused the noise. As the beast lunges for the kill, a glint of light flashes from the top of the cliff. The young adventurer squeezes his eyes shut, screaming in pure terror. It's all over. The Bell Seeker's jaws are inches from his face when a sharp thunk echoes through the canyon. A single, elegant sword is now embedded in the ground right between the monster and its prey. High above on the cliff edge stands Aldis, looking down with a calm, almost bored expression. This saves me the trouble of having to lure it using a bell. The adventurer leader screams a warning, "Stay away, it's the Bell Seeker." Aldis simply replies, "I know," as he leaps from the cliff, descending like a hawk. The leader can only watch in horror, convinced this newcomer is committing suicide. The Bell Seeker lets out a deafening roar, turning its attention to the new threat charging towards it. In a blur of motion that defies belief, Aldis zips past the beast. There's a flash of steel and the monster's massive leg is severed at the joint. The adventurers stare, mouths agape. Incredible. The monster crashes to the ground, its stump of a leg spraying black blood across the rocks. It roars not in pain, but in pure, unadulterated rage. The adventurers look on, completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. But the Bell Seeker has a trick up its sleeve. Its remaining leg begins to shimmer and fade from view. In an instant, the entire colossal beast vanishes into thin air. Whoosh. The adventurer cries out in shock and confusion. It disappeared. Aldis remains perfectly calm, his senses on high alert, swords already materializing around him. He doesn't need to see his opponent. The adventurers are losing hope again. It can even make itself invisible. No wonder it's one of the three great demons. They watch as Aldis stands his ground, seemingly waiting for an attack that could come from anywhere. That kid is strong, but at this rate. But Aldis isn't waiting. He casually flicks a small stone into the air. It clatters on the ground, and the moment it lands, Aldis whips around. There, he senses the invisible beast reacting to the sound. With a flick of his wrist, a storm of swords flies from his back, converging on a single, empty point in the canyon. They tear through the air and find their mark, ripping into unseen flesh. The adventurers can only see the swords, now dripping with black blood, hovering in mid-air. What is that? The Bell Seeker flickers back into existence, impaled by a dozen blades, one piercing straight through its open mouth. It's pinned, helpless. Aldis stands over the twitching corpse, his expression unchanged. It shouldn't be able to revive if I do this much. He grabs the beast by its mane, and with a single, powerful wrench. He rips its head clean off, tossing the gruesome trophy over his shoulder. He turns to leave. Off to the next one, the leader shouts after him. Hey wait, who are you? Aldis glances back with a faint smile, the monster's head held casually under his arm. I'm Aldis. And with that, he propels himself into the sky, flying off at incredible speed, leaving the adventurers completely speechless in the blood-soaked canyon. Aldis soars through the clouds, his expression already focused on his next target. He spots a lone island in the distance. Is it that island? As he gets closer, a massive shadow blots out the sun. His eyes reflect the shape of a monstrous bird. He's met mid-air by the Forewings, a grotesque two-headed bird of immense size, its forewings beating the air with thunderous force. Aldis sizes up his opponent, his swords already circling him. Are you the Forewings? You're larger than I've heard. The beast doesn't wait for introductions. Both heads let out a piercing shriek, unleashing a powerful attack. Aldis dodges just in time as a massive blade of wind slices through the air where he was moments before. He analyzes the attack. Compressed air, and in such a large quantity, I can't get closer like this. He's forced to evade a relentless barrage of invisible air cannons. He tries to retaliate with his own magic, but the beast is too far, easily staying out of his effective range. Suddenly, the air around him crackles with energy. Invisible bolts of electricity begin to circle him, closing in. Is this the so-called electric shock? He knows this magic. It's a type that reaches its target almost instantly, impossible to dodge once you're locked on. Unlike light magic, which is precise, this electric attack is wide and indiscriminate, designed to trap and destroy anything within its radius. The problem is clear in his mind. I can't see its attack coming, but if I can just close the distance somehow. The invisible net of electricity tightens around him. It's circling me, no wonder ships can't endure this, it's a perfect anti-air trap. A glint of inspiration flashes in his eye, a simple, elegant, and utterly insane solution forms in his mind. I guess I'll just have to make it visible. Without hesitation, Aldis cancels his flight magic and plummets towards the ocean below. He hits the water with the force of a meteor, sending a colossal plume of water vapor high into the sky. As the Forewings dives after him, it flies straight into the dense mist Aldis created. And in that moment, the invisible becomes visible. The water particles in the air illuminate the arcs of electricity, revealing the attack's path. Aldis grins. It's not a problem now that I can see it. With the monster's trump card exposed, Aldi's launches his counter-attack. Swords shoot through the mist like silver bullets. The blades find their marks, skewering both of the beast's heads and tearing through its massive wings. He recalls his main sword, preparing for the final blow. With a powerful swing, he slices clean through one of the creature's wings at the base. The monster shrieks in agony as its body is torn apart. Aldi's moves like a phantom in the sky, a whirlwind of steel and fury. He parries a desperate final attack and dives in for the finishing move. A final, devastating slash bisects the creature's torso. Its life is extinguished in an instant. As feathers and blood rain down around him, Aldi's floats calmly in the sky, checking the time. Just on time, 2 down, 1 to go. Just hours after Aldi's left the capital of Gran, he returns, but he doesn't come back empty-handed. He comes back with proof of his power. As he walks through the gates, the citizens freeze. Their faces twist from casual indifference to shock and fear. Sweat beads on their brows as they stare at the gruesome trophies he carries. A heavy silence falls over the street, broken only by the sound of his footsteps and hushed, terrified whispers. Hey, what's that he's carrying? One man's eyes widen in recognition as he spots the familiar white mane and twin scars. No way, isn't that the Bell Seeker? The name hangs in the air, a legendary terror spoken of in hushed tones. The crowd parts before Aldi's, their minds struggling to process the impossible sight. Then their eyes fall to his other hand. If that's the Bell Seeker, then what about those 2 bird heads? The realization dawns, he didn't just kill one great demon, he killed 2. The news travels faster than Aldi's can walk, reaching the tavern where Cesar, the information broker, is completely unaware of the storm heading his way. It's a normal day for Cesar, polishing a plate behind the bar, when the tavern door swings open with a heavy creak. Aldi stands there, a calm, almost bored expression on his face that completely contradicts the monstrous, severed heads slung over his shoulders. The Bell Seeker's mane flows down his back, while the dark heads of the 4 wings dangle from his other hand. He walks straight to the bar, ignoring the gasps from the other patrons. Yo, Cesar, he says, his voice casual, as if he's just dropping by for a drink. Leaning in slightly, he gets straight to the point. Where do I turn these heads in to get the bounty? Cesar's face drains of all color. His eyes are wide with sheer, unadulterated shock. No way are those. With a wet thud, Aldi's drops the heads onto the floor. Cesar's wine glass slips from his grasp and shatters. Yes, Aldi's confirms coolly. The Bell Seeker and the 4 wings. Cesar finally finds his voice, practically screaming. Are you for real? I just told you about them this morning. It's been a few hours at most. Aldi's gives him a slight, almost smug smile. Yeah, that was more than enough time. The flex is so immense it leaves the entire tavern speechless. Cesar can only stare, his mind completely blown. This kid didn't just hunt 2 of the 3 great demons, he did it in a single afternoon. Struggling to compose himself, Cesar runs a hand over his face. You can probably take them to the guard station or the knight's headquarters. Aldi's nods. I see, thank you. A nearby adventurer, emboldened by the commotion, calls out, Hey young man, are those really the heads of 2 of the great demons? Aldi's glances over. You probably won't believe me even if I said yes, but you'll know the truth in a few days. Then Aldi's turns his attention to a startled waitress. Hey, Miss Waitress. He pushes a heavy pouch into her hands. This is an apology for the disturbance. Use it to pay for everyone's drinks. She opens the bag and gasps. It's overflowing with gold coins, an absolutely massive sum of money. The other patron's fear instantly turns to excitement. Seriously, so today's drinks are free. As the mood shifts, the adventurer from before calls out again. Hey, young man, what's your name? Aldi's looks over his shoulder, his voice clear and steady. Aldi's, the name echoes through the now silent tavern, a name they will never forget. The silence is broken by a roar of celebration. Hey guys, the guy who defeated 2 of the 3 great demons said drinks are on him. Let's drink till we empty the warehouse. The moment the news is officially confirmed, the capital explodes into festivities. A hero has been born. With so many eyewitnesses from the tavern spreading the tale of Aldi's unbelievable strength, his legend grows without question. Soon, official notices appear across the city, showing the bounties for the Bell Seeker and the 4 wings crossed out, with Aldi's name credited for the deeds. A few days later, Aldi's meets with Cesar again. Good news, Cesar says with a smile. The people who were planning to capture you, they've all given up on that idea. Cesar leans back, sighing dramatically. That's great to hear, though I had to go through a rough time thanks to you. Aldi's raises an eyebrow. Did you interrupt my breakfast just to complain? They were probing for information from all directions, Cesar gripes, mimicking his interrogators. What kind of relationship do you have with the one who subjugated the great demons? Cesar's expression turns sly. But let's be real, didn't you come to me asking questions you already knew the answer to just so you could use me to make a name for yourself? Aldi's retorts dryly, that's quite the thing to say when I skipped breakfast just to deliver information to you, Cesar blinks. I didn't ask you for anything though. Exactly, Aldi says, looking up with innocent eyes. So I think it's only appropriate for you to tell me about the three great demons as compensation. Cesar chuckles, raising his hands in surrender. Don't worry, after being shown how strong you are, I'm not stupid enough to plot anything against you. I just wish to keep a good relationship between us. This case is related to my work, you see. Aldi thinks to himself, this guy is quite strong-willed. The two continue their negotiation, a strange alliance forming between the overpowered mercenary and the shrewd information broker. Cesar leans forward, his tone shifting. I see, however. He looks at Aldi's, the question that's been burning in his mind finally coming out. The bell seeker aside, how did you manage to hunt the four wings in such a short time? Aldi's takes a bite of his food, chews thoughtfully, and then says with a straight face, that'll be 500 gold coins. Cesar recoils. Even as harassment, that amount is way too much. Trying a different angle, Cesar says, you must have earned quite a bit from the subjugation. I bet the country and various organizations would love to recruit you. Have you thought about switching jobs? He asks, probing Aldi's future plans. Aldi's falls silent, his expression unreadable. Seeing an opportunity, Cesar leans in. Or would you rather deal with the last of the three great demons? Would you like me to recommend a request with good pay, the Red Eater? He quickly adds, well, I won't dig too deep. Mercenaries often have their own reasons for choosing that line of work. The name catches Aldi's attention. The Red Eater, he murmurs, his eyes sharp with focus. You said it appeared in the forest of Caucasus on nights of a full moon, right? Cesar confirms the rumor, even offering to look into it further, but Aldi's cuts him off. No need. He looks away, his thoughts turning inward. My purpose was just to discourage anyone from messing with me. Since I've already accomplished my goal, there isn't really a need to do this, however. A shadow of concern crosses his face. It does concern me a little bit, since we're still living in that very same forest. Back at his secluded house, nestled deep within the forest of Caucasus, the chaotic energy of the city feels a world away. Nail greets him as he stretches, massaging his own shoulders. You've worked hard, my lord, everything has gone as planned for now, Aldi sighs. The only problem is that I get swarmed every time I go to the city now. He can't shake the memory of the cheering crowds, their faceless adoration ringing in his ears. It's the hero, Aldi's. The title feels hollow to him, calling me a hero over something so trivial. A dark, painful memory surfaces. If I was truly strong enough to be called a hero then, maybe things would have been different. Nail senses his sudden shift in mood. Is something the matter, my lord? Aldi snaps out of it. No, it's nothing, I'm just a bit curious about that thing known as the Red Eater. He turns to Nail, his expression serious. It should appear in 3 days during the full moon, you should stay wary just in case. Nail nods, her gaze firm. Understood. Aldi's clenches and unclenches his fists, a small smile appearing on his face. Now then, I guess I should remain home for a while. I haven't had time to be with the twins lately after all. As if on cue, 2 small heads pop out from a nearby doorway. Philia and Rihanna heard everything, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Aldi's turns, a warm, genuine smile finally gracing his lips. Oh, you too, did you hear that? The twins immediately rush him, tugging at his clothes. Aldi's, carry me on your shoulders, show me your sword magic, let's play with dolls, read me a book. He laughs, overwhelmed by their affection as Nail watches over her strange, newly famous family. Back at their secluded home in the forest, a strange but peaceful domesticity has settled in. Aldi's, Nail, and the twins, Philia and Rihanna, are gathered around a crude wooden table, enjoying a quiet moment. But the tranquility is suddenly shattered by a proposal, leaving both Aldi's and Nail looking completely bewildered. The twins, beaming with innocent excitement, announce the start of their game. I'll be myself, Philia, one declares. And I'll be myself, Rihanna, says the other. Then comes the bombshell. With a cheerful declaration, they point and assign the roles. Aldi's will be the dad and Nail will be the mom. An electric shock of pure awkwardness passes between Aldi's and Nail. Their eyes meet in a shared moment of panic. A heavy silence descends upon the group. The twins stare expectantly, waiting for the game to begin, while Aldi's and Nail are frozen, unsure how to react to being cast as parents. Aldi's ever the people-pleaser breaks first. He forces a laugh trying to play along. My job was exhausting today as well, haha, he stammers, getting a pointed finger from Nail who reminds him, Aldi's, you're the dad. Feeling the pressure, Aldi's tries to deflect, turning to the stone-faced Nail. Hey, he whispers urgently, you should also say something as the mom. He's digging his own grave. Nail's eyes narrow into icy slits, her voice is dangerously quiet. Is that an order? A bead of sweat rolls down Aldi's face. He immediately backpedals. Ah geez, you can take it that way if that's what it takes. He's desperate for her to just play along. And then, in a stunning reversal, Nail's entire demeanor changes. A warm, gentle smile blossoms on her face as she perfectly embodies the role of a loving wife. You've worked hard, Dad, she chirps. Philia and Rihanna were waiting for you like good kids. Turning to the twins, she continues her flawless performance. I'll prepare a meal right away, you two should come and help as well, we're having a feast today. The twins, wide-eyed, can only manage a stunned, oh okay. The day wears on in a blur of this strange, new family life. Aldis helps one of the twins water a small garden patch while Nail plays with the other nearby. But the hero of Gran is clearly out of his element, his expression showing a level of exhaustion that slaying demons could never inflict. Finally he waves a white flag. Sorry Philia, he says, I'm feeling a bit tired so I'll rest over there. The little girl just smiles back, all right dad. As he walks away, Aldis rubs his head, muttering to himself. Sigh, playing with children is more exhausting than fighting. He collapses onto a makeshift bed of blankets, his thoughts turning serious. With the Red Eater's appearance looming, he knows he needs to be fully rested. I should rest well now so I don't repeat the same mistake from before. But another thought nags at him as he drifts off. I wonder why I started getting sleepy after coming to this world. Is it related to the changes in my body? He recalls the play that wore him out, effortlessly clearing a huge patch of leaves with a swirl of wind magic. He had thought to himself, even though I don't have time for this, everyone would laugh if they knew this is what I was doing. It was then that one of the twins had joyfully called out, Dad. That simple word, Dad, echoes in his memory, filled with a warmth he's not accustomed to. While Aldis sleeps, the twins play quietly in a circle of stones, with Nail standing guard over them. Suddenly one of the girls gasps, her eyes wide with alarm. Nail turns, her expression calm. What's wrong? She asks, as both twins now stare at something with worried faces. They're looking at a large, mysterious lump under a white blanket. What is Aldis doing? One of them whispers. Nail lets out a small, amused sigh. Oh, who knew that my lord was that imaginative, she deadpans, a hint of a smirk on her lips. Seeing their confusion, she clarifies, he's just taking a nap. The twins look at each other, an afternoon nap. Their curiosity piqued, the two girls creep closer to investigate the sleeping hero. Nail watches them, a thought crossing her mind. Have they still not gotten over being afraid of unfamiliar objects? Peeking under the blanket, they find Aldis sleeping peacefully. He's really sleeping, they whisper, confirming Nail's words. They exchange a silent, mischievous look. A silent agreement passes between them. With fingers to their lips, they shush each other, trying to stifle their giggles. One of them reaches out a tiny finger and gives Aldis's cheek a soft poke. He stirs, brushing at his face in his sleep, completely unaware. The twins find this hilarious, one letting out a happy little laugh while the other quickly shushes her again. The faint sound of their play catches Nail's attention. When she looks over, she sees an incredibly heartwarming scene. The twins, having finished their investigation, have snuggled up against Aldis and fallen asleep themselves. Nail stands and watches the sleeping trio under the twilight sky, a complex expression on her face. Her thoughts drift. This isn't a scene that you would normally witness in the forest of Caucasus, where powerful monsters roam. She looks at the peaceful faces of the twins. The number of humans currently suffering is immeasurable. These girls are quite lucky that Aldis took them in. I don't know how meaningful it is, she muses, to only extend your hand to the twins who happen to be in front of you. But I'm pretty sure that the individual known as Aldis didn't really give it that much thought. It just so happened that an existence within his reach needed salvation. That's all. She takes a step forward, her mind grappling with a fundamental concept. That is both the kindness of humans as well as their cruelty, a contradictory driving force with great amplitude. That is exactly why humanity faces constant peril despite having this much prosperity, she concludes, and why they're pitiable. Pushing aside her philosophical musings, she gently drapes the blanket over the three of them, tucking them in. Her eyes harden with resolve. However, my own thoughts are irrelevant. I only need to focus on fulfilling my mission of protecting them. What will the person I have chosen as my lord accomplish from now on, and what life will these two girls lead? I'm looking forward to seeing it through. A small, wry smile touches her lips. How curious, I guess I don't have the right to talk about others. She leans in, her gaze softening as she looks at Aldis's sleeping face. He seems completely at peace, vulnerable in his slumber. A stray lock of hair has fallen across his forehead. Nail watches him for a moment longer, her expression unreadable. As her fingers gently brush the hair from his face, his eyes suddenly snap open. They are not drowsy or confused, but sharp, focused, and utterly aware. The moment passes in an instant. His eyes close again and Nail walks away, seemingly not having noticed his brief awakening. As night truly falls, Nail takes a seat on a nearby stump, her vigil beginning as she watches over her strange, sleeping family. But elsewhere in the deepest, darkest parts of the forest, something is stirring. Shadowy, featureless figures begin to crawl from the darkness. They are humanoid but utterly alien, their bodies like liquid night, coalescing from the shadows of the ancient trees. A horde of these silent, creepy beings converge, moving with a singular, unnerving purpose through the woods. Their destination is a place that does not belong, a cold, modern structure of metal and concrete overgrown with vines. The shadow hands creep towards the doors. The sterile, stained metal doors slide open, revealing an interior just as unnatural as the exterior. Through a distorted peephole-like view, we see a sterile, white-tiled room. In the center, a lone figure sits in silhouette on a metal bench. The figure is a young woman, her form cast in pure shadow, her eyes glowing faintly in the gloom. Deep within the forest of Caucasus, a dark shadow awaits. Under the cold, full moon, a darkness begins to stir. An ancient evil, long dormant, awakens in the heart of the forest. The night is still, the trees standing like silent sentinels. But the tranquility is a lie, a fragile piece about to be shattered. Deep within the woods, an unnatural silence falls. The usual sounds of the nocturnal world have vanished, replaced by a palpable sense of dread. Miles away in a small, peaceful home, Aldis sleeps, flanked by the two young twins he's sworn to protect. For a moment, all is right in their world. But his eyes snap open. Even in sleep, his senses are sharp, something is wrong. The very air hums with a malevolent energy. Nail enters the room, her expression grim. "My lord, it's noisy outside." Aldis sits up, his gaze distant. Yeah, something is approaching from the east, from the center of the forest. Their numbers are abnormal. His senses reach far into the woods, painting a grim picture of a massive force gathering in the darkness. As the twins begin to stir, Aldis gives a swift command. "Nail, take care of the twins. If it gets too dangerous, escape into the skies." There's no room for argument. Outside, the ground itself begins to tremble. The very trees shake as a deafening roar echoes through the night. In a flash, Aldis is outside, his two signature blades floating at his side. He lands softly in the clearing, a lone warrior against the coming storm. His eyes scan the darkness, his entire being focused on the epicenter of the disturbance. The thundering of heavy paws grows louder, shaking the very earth beneath his feet. He narrows his eyes, his voice a low whisper against the rising chaos. "They're here." A shape bursts from the tree line, a blur of white against the black of the forest. It's a massive, spectral hound, its form radiating power. Aldis braces for impact, ready to meet the beast head-on. But as it gets closer, he sees its eyes. They aren't filled with malice or bloodlust, but with pure, unadulterated terror. Aldis hesitates, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. This creature isn't attacking. It's fleeing. The hound barrels past him, ignoring him completely as if he were just a rock in its path. It doesn't even glance back, desperate to escape whatever is behind it. And then he sees them, more shapes emerging from the forest, following the first. Two more hounds, their powerful legs churning up the earth, their eyes wide with the same primal fear. They rush past him, a river of panicked beasts flowing around the unmoving swordsman. Aldis watches them go, bewildered. Can't they see me? It's as if a god of death is chasing them and he is nothing. But his duty is clear. I can't let them go through here even if they're not hostile. His home, his family is just behind him. With a flick of his will, his blades dance. In two clean, brutal arcs, he cuts the beasts down, their panicked charge ending in a spray of darkness. Splattered with their blood, he looks back towards the forest, his mind racing. Just what is going on? This isn't like the usually vigilant hounds. And then he understands, this wasn't the attack, this was just the warning. The rumbling intensifies, the trickle of panicked beasts becoming a flood. A massive stampede of every creature in the forest erupts from the trees, boars, wolves, and more hounds, all running for their lives. If they come at me, I can deal with them, he thinks, but he knows a direct confrontation is foolish. He leaps into the air, his eyes widening at the sheer scale of the chaos. The truth hits him like a physical blow. They are running away from something. Pushing off the air itself, he soars higher, needing to get a vantage point above the madness. He spots them instantly, Nail already airborne, clutching the terrified twins to her chest. "Aldis," she cries out. He flies to their side, the three of them now suspended against the full moon, helpless observers to the destruction below. From the sky they watch the unstoppable tide of monsters. "Sorry," Aldis says, his voice tight. "I couldn't stop them." Nail shakes her head. "It can't be helped, I've never seen anything like this." The twins stare down in horror, their small voices trembling. Our home. The stampede crashes through their small house, splintering wood and shattering the life they had just begun to build. In seconds, it's reduced to nothing but rubble. Aldis watches in silence, his face a mask of frustration and anger. The sound of sobbing cuts through the chaos. He turns to see the twins crying, their small bodies shaking with grief and fear as they cling to Nail. His expression softens, his anger replaced by a fierce, protective resolve. He reaches out, gently stroking one of their heads, his voice is soft but firm. "It's all right." Looking them in the eyes, he offers a confident smile, a promise in the face of disaster. "We can just rebuild it again." As the last of the creatures disappears, an eerie silence falls over the flattened clearing. All that remains of their home is a field of debris. They descend to the ruins. "I've buried our belongings deep into the ground," Nail says, "so we won't have to buy everything again." Aldis nods, grateful. "Thanks." Among the wreckage lie the bodies of those not fast enough to escape the stampede, a grim reminder of the forest's terror. Aldi surveys the carnage, a deep unease settling over him. The stampede is over, but the danger hasn't passed. It's too quiet. Suddenly his eyes snap towards the treeline, a new presence, something utterly alien. A line of slender, dark figures emerges from the woods. They move in perfect sync, a silent, unnerving procession. "Nail," he warns, his hand dropping to his sword. They are humanoid but featureless. Their bodies are like polished obsidian, reflecting the moonlight in a sickening way. They are a void in the shape of a man. Aldi stares, trying to comprehend what he's seeing. What are these things? He can feel no malice from them, no killing intent, only a cold, empty purpose. With silent, deliberate steps, they advance into the clearing, their movements synchronized and unnatural. They surround Aldi's and his family, but their blank faces are turned not towards them, but towards the carcasses of the dead animals scattered amongst the ruins. As the dust settles, Aldi's and Nail watch the strange, featureless beings emerge from the woods. His senses on high alert, Aldi's murmurs, "I don't sense any hostility or malicious intent." The slender, black humanoids walk slowly into the clearing, ignoring the family completely. They move with an unnerving silence amidst the wreckage of the home they just lost. Their destination becomes clear, the carcasses of the animals trampled in the stampede. They gather around a dead boar, its body torn and exposed. Two of the creatures kneel down, their smooth, blank heads tilting towards the corpse. The scene is eerie, pregnant with a tense, unnatural quiet. Aldi's watches their bizarre behavior, his brow furrowed in confusion. What are they doing? He wonders. Suddenly, in a grotesque display, their heads split wide open, unfurling like carnivorous plants to reveal horrifying maws packed with rows of needle-sharp teeth. Huddled behind Nail, the twins let out a piercing scream of pure terror, their innocent eyes witnessing a true nightmare. The creatures fall upon the carcass, tearing into it with a savage hunger. The sickening sound of ripping flesh and crunching bone fills the air as blood splatters everywhere. Blood coats their once pristine black bodies, staining them a deep crimson. Nail's eyes widen, noticing a disturbing transformation. "The color of their bodies is starting to change," she reports, her voice laced with dread. The feeding frenzy takes an even darker turn. One of the creatures, now stained red, turns away from the animal remains and fixes its attention on one of its own kind. Its head splits open once more, a silent, gaping promise of violence. It lunges, sinking its teeth into its fellow creature. The hunt has turned inward, they've begun to cannibalize each other in a mindless, bloody rampage. Aldi's can only stare in disbelief. The sheer insanity of the scene is almost too much to comprehend. He desperately tries to find logic in the madness. Are they fighting amongst themselves? No. Are they reacting to the red color? The pieces click into place, the insatiable hunger, the transformation, the frenzied cannibalism. A name from dark legends surfaces in his mind. Is this perhaps? His eyes narrow as he identifies the threat with chilling certainty. The Red Eater. As if summoned by the name, one of the Red Eaters finishes its gruesome meal and turns, its jaw unhinged in a silent, terrifying scream. It spots them. In a flash, it breaks from the chaotic melee and charges, its only instinct to attack. Aldi's moves faster, his blade a silver arc that intercepts the creature mid-lunge with a deafening clang. The monster is thrown back, but Aldi's feels the impact shudder up his arm. His sword didn't cut deep. He grunts, it's quite sturdy. That single act of aggression changes everything. The entire horde stops its infighting, their movements freezing in unison. Aldi's eyes widen slightly as he feels dozens of new presences lock onto him. This is. His expression hardens. The time for observation is over. A sea of grotesque, tooth-filled maws turns towards them, a unified wave of hunger and aggression. Aldi's plants his feet, his sword held ready. They seem to have recognized us as enemies, he states grimly. Without hesitation, he issues a command. Nail, take care of the girls. Nail pulls the twins closer, her voice firm. Understood, my lord. The Red Eaters surge forward in a shambling, horrifying wave. Aldi's meets them head-on, his twin blades flashing in the moonlight. He cleaves through the first attacker, its iron-like body shattering under the force of his blow. He pivots, smashing another with a powerful kick that sends it flying. His initial assessment was correct. Their bodies are as tough as iron, he thinks, parrying another strike. He quickly analyzes his foes mid-battle. Their movements are slow and they don't seem to have the intelligence to work together. But this toughness combined with the weight of their attacks and their numbers, this makes them troublesome indeed. Another group swarms him, their only strategy to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Aldi's moves like a phantom, a blur of motion that cuts through the chaos. He unleashes a whirlwind of slashes, sending the bodies of Red Eaters flying in every direction, clearing a space around himself. He takes a half-second to breathe, his gaze sweeping the battlefield. That would be enough for an average mercenary, but about half of them still remain. But the respite is short-lived. Under the full moon, the sound of more thudding footsteps echoes from the darkness of the forest. He spins, his blade deflecting another lunge just in time. The tide is endless. Nail's voice cuts through the din. "My lord, do you require assistance?" Aldis shouts back, his focus absolute. "No, just make sure to protect the twins properly." He grits his teeth, a grim thought crossing his mind. No matter how many I defeat, more show up. With another powerful sweep, he decimates a dozen more. It's not like they will be any threat to me regardless of how many show up, but... One of the twins cries out, pointing a trembling finger. "Aldis, more of them have come. A lot of those transparent ones have come." A fresh wave of the black, pre-fed creatures is emerging from the trees. A flicker of annoyance crosses Aldis's face. "They're still coming, this is getting annoying." He glances back at his family, and the reality of the situation hits him. I can't ensure the safety of the twins if this keeps up. His eyes narrow, a deep unease settling in his gut as he stares at the unending horde. These things are. Looking at the mangled corpses at his feet, he feels a chill that has nothing to do with the night air. How do I say this? I have a bad feeling about this. This isn't a random encounter, it's an invasion. The plan changes. "Nail," he calls out, "take the twins and evacuate to the sky. Depending on the situation, you can even leave the forest." Nail's voice is filled with concern. "Are you planning to remain here, my lord?" Aldis stares into the dark woods where the creatures are spawning from. These things are all coming from the east, something might be there. His mission is now clear. I need to do something about whatever is spawning these things. He has to cut off the source. He turns to the twins, forcing a calm, reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I'll just go there for a bit, I'll be back soon." The girls just stare, their small faces pale with fear. With a powerful leap, Aldis launches himself into the air, heading east while Nail gathers the children. The twins cling to Nail, their eyes wide and fixed on Aldis's departing figure. From their safe position in the sky, they watch him fly alone into the heart of the monster-infested forest. Nail holds them tight, whispering his name like a prayer. Aldis. Below, a sea of black, featureless bodies marches onward. The Red Eaters, an endless tide of monsters swarming the land. They move through the forest with a silent, unnerving purpose, a relentless army of darkness. Suddenly, their vacant heads tilt upward as a dark shape slices through the night sky above them. It's Aldis, flying at incredible speed, his expression locked in grim determination as he pushes deeper into enemy territory. He soars high above the ever-increasing horde, leaving them behind in his wake. His senses flare, detecting a powerful pulse of energy in the distance. "I'm sensing a large source of magic power over there," he thinks. "It's safe to assume that's where they're spawning from." With a target locked, Aldis adjusts his trajectory, his twin swords floating at his side as he begins his descent. He slows his flight, hovering over the dense canopy as the wind whips through his hair, his eyes scanning the landscape. "That must be the place," he mutters, his gaze fixed on a peculiar sight below. There, in a perfectly circular clearing, is something that doesn't belong. A man-made structure, completely out of place in this fantasy world. As he gets closer, Aldis's eyes widen in pure shock. A cold, nauseating feeling of recognition washes over him. His hand clenches into a fist, a tremor of disbelief running through him. It couldn't be. But it is, a modern concrete facility, overgrown with vines but unmistakably from his old world. Who would have thought that this would be here as well? The creepy building stands silent, its walls stained by time and neglect, a relic of a forgotten past. And guarding it, a dense congregation of Red Eaters, drawn like moths to the powerful energy emanating from within. Aldis's expression hardens. There's no time for questions. First, he has to clear a path. He raises his hand, fingers spread, gathering the ambient mana from the air around him. A blinding flash of light erupts from his position, a signal of the immense power about to be unleashed. The energy condenses into a brilliant, crackling sphere in his palm, pulsing with raw magical force. His eyes narrow to slits, focusing all his intent and power on the ground below. From high above he casts his spell, a tiny star of destruction falling upon the forest. The orb of light descends into the very center of the Red Eater horde, which looks up blankly at its doom. The moment it touches the ground, the world whites out in a silent explosion of power. But it's not fire or force that erupts from the impact point, it's something far, far colder. With a thunderous roar, massive spikes of solid ice burst from the earth, creating a frozen forest of death that impales everything in its radius. Aldis remains airborne, the calm and collected architect of this beautiful and terrifying display of power. The ground shatters and cracks as the ice field expands, wiping the horde of Red Eaters from existence in an instant. He lands lightly in the aftermath, the wind from his own spell whipping his coat around him. A single bead of sweat rolls down his temple. A spell of that magnitude takes its toll, but the job is done. He looks down at the result of his work, a massive crater of ice and shattered earth, and right in the center. As expected, it wasn't damaged. The facility stands completely untouched, perfectly preserved amidst the absolute devastation. With his path now clear, Aldis clenches his fist, his resolve firm. He leaps down, descending into the icy crater he created. Navigating the labyrinth of frozen shards that litter the ground, he makes his way towards the entrance. His swords float obediently behind him as he approaches the cold, imposing metal doors. His gaze is sharp, his senses on high alert for whatever traps lie within. He doesn't bother with the handle. A single, powerful kick sends the heavy doors flying inward. The doors slam against the inner walls with a deafening clang, the sound echoing into the darkness. He stands at the threshold, his shadow stretching long into the pitch-black, silent interior. His face is a mask of caution as he peers into the oppressive gloom, waiting for any sign of movement. Reaching out, he conjures a small orb of light, a personal torch to pierce the suffocating darkness. The light floats forward, revealing a large, sterile entrance hall. It's eerily empty, save for 4 figures standing guard in the corners. They are suits of medieval armor, standing perfectly still, their polished surfaces gleaming in the magical light. They look like simple decorations, but Aldis knows better. There's a faint, unmistakable hum of magic around them. I guess these must be the gatekeepers, he observes, his floating swords taking up a defensive position beside him. His eyes narrow as he feels the magic within the armor surge. The trap is sprung. With a grinding shriek of rusted metal, the 4 armored puppets animate, their eyeless helms turning towards him as they close in, weapons raised. Meanwhile, far above the forest canopy, another battle is brewing under the pale moonlight. Nail flies through the night sky, holding the 2 young twins close to her. The children cling to her, their faces pale with fear. "Nail, Nail," one cries out, pointing below, "they're looking at us." Nail looks down at the horde of red eaters. "Now then, what should I do?" she wonders aloud. "I can't really stay like this forever." The creatures on the ground have all stopped, their heads tilted up in unison, an unnerving, silent vigil. She tries to soothe the children, her voice calm. "Don't worry, they're probably just observe." She cuts herself off, her eyes widening slightly. Scratch that. The creatures below are beginning to twitch and contort unnaturally. Nail's calm expression vanishes, replaced by one of genuine alarm. With a sickening tear of flesh, massive, insect-like wings erupt from the backs of the red eaters. One by one, they take to the air, a new and terrifying breed of monster ascending from the trees. In seconds, Nail and the twins are completely surrounded, trapped in a cage of winged nightmares against the full moon. The creature's faces split open, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. Nail's eyes narrow, her protective instincts flaring. "Oh, interesting. It's surprising that you can even fly with wings that don't look like they have any lifting power," she remarks, effortlessly dodging a diving attack while keeping the twins secure in her arms. A blast of her light magic strikes one of the creatures head-on, but it only seems to chip away at its tough, obsidian-like exterior. "That wasn't enough to take it down, huh?" she notes, watching the swarm regroup without missing a beat. "They're certainly sturdy." Protecting the children severely limits her ability to fight. The twins, terrified of being left behind, refuse to let her flee. With no other choice, Nail decides to follow Aldis. She gathers her power, unleashing a maelstrom of light beams to blast a path through the enemy ranks. Meanwhile, high above the forest floor, Nail is a beacon of light against the dark sky, clutching the twins tightly as winged red eaters swarm her. Realizing she can't dodge forever, she unleashes a torrent of holy power. Beams of pure energy lance through the air, striking the creatures head-on. The attack is devastating. The winged monsters are obliterated in a flash, their forms disintegrating into nothingness against the full moon. But Nail's expression is grim. The attack took effort, and her primary mission is to protect the children. Looking down, she sees the ground is still crawling with the mindless red eaters, and more winged variants are beginning to take flight. They're stirring, sensing her presence. A new wave is preparing to ascend. Nail thinks to herself, her gaze hardening with resolve. "There's a limit to what I can do with both my hands preoccupied, if they all fly up here while I'm in this state." She pulls the children closer, her voice firm but gentle. "Philia, Rihanna, this place is quite dangerous. I'm gonna start moving, so you better hold on tight." One of the twins asks hopefully, "Are we going to where Aldis is?" Nail looks towards the edge of the dark woods. "No, we'll be going in the opposite direction. It's possible that there will be more of these things if we go any deeper into the forest." Her decision is made. "We should leave the forest for now to ensure your safety." But her logical plan is met with unexpected resistance. "What?" the twins cry out, clinging to her desperately. "We don't want to, we want to go to where Aldis is, we want to be with Aldis." Nail is taken aback by their outburst. "Are you saying that you want to be with my lord even if it means going to a scary place?" Both children simply nod, their faces buried in her clothes. One of the twins pulls back, tears welling in his eyes, his voice cracking with panic. "Then I'm getting off." Nail's composure begins to crack. She tries to reason with them, falling back on her duty. "But my lord has commanded that." Her words are cut off by their frantic struggles. "Stop saying something so foolish," she exclaims, shocked. "No, I want to be with Aldis," they shout back. A bead of sweat forms on Nail's temple. She's bewildered. These kids have never been this disobedient before. One of the twins clutches her tunic, their small voice trembling. Aldi's told us. A memory of Aldi's surfaces in their minds, his reassuring smile as he left. That he would only go for a bit, and that we didn't need to worry because he would be back soon. Nail tries to soothe them, her voice softening. Just as my lord told you, you really don't need to worry. Is there a problem with that? But their fear isn't just about Aldi's. It's rooted in a deeper trauma, a memory of another farewell. They remember their father, standing in a doorway, waving goodbye with the same kind of smile, making the same kind of promise. The memory breaks them, tears stream down their faces as they sob, but our father, he never came back. The raw, heartbreaking confession hits Nail like a physical blow. The twins cling to her, their small bodies shaking with the terror of being abandoned again. Her resolve crumbles, looking down at the crying children, her duty to Aldi's wars with the profound empathy she feels. A sad smile touches her lips as she closes her eyes. I wonder who it was who said that. Even a seasoned hero is weak against children's tears. Her decision has changed. Back in the facility, the scene is anything but quiet. Aldi's moves like a phantom, his blades a blur of silver as he engages the 4 armored guards. The animated suits of armor are completely outmatched. With precise, powerful strikes, he shatters their metal bodies, sending pieces flying. In seconds, it's over. Aldi stands amidst the wreckage, the clatter of falling armor echoing in the silent hall. His floating orb of light illuminates the carnage. He lowers his sword, his expression unimpressed. So weak, he scoffs, it's just a puppet moving with magic. With the entrance secured, he pushes deeper into the facility. The doors swing open to reveal a long, sterile corridor that feels unnervingly modern. His eyes narrow, scanning the unfamiliar architecture as he proceeds cautiously. He walks past the debris of his swift battle, his focus entirely on the strange magical presence he's been tracking. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the silence, shouting his name, Aldi's. He turns just as the twins come running through the entrance, their bare feet pattering on the cold floor. They crash into his legs, clinging to him tightly. You too, why? He asks, completely stunned. Just behind them, Nail enters, looking apologetic. Sorry, my lord. With a helpless gesture, Nail explains the situation. They insisted on being by your side. Aldi's looks down at the children, then back at Nail, still processing. They did. The twins just burrow their faces deeper into his coat, trembling slightly, refusing to let go. Aldi's lets out a sigh, his shoulders slumping slightly as he scratches his head. I guess it can't be helped. He turns his attention back to Nail, his tone shifting. That aside, it's unusual for you not to listen to my order. Nail meets his gaze with a faint, knowing smile. It's not like you forbade me from joining up with you. Aldi's is momentarily speechless at her clever excuse. Then a hint of a smile breaks through his serious expression. Well, whatever. Now a party of 4, they venture down the eerie, metallic hallway, Aldi's magic light bobbing ahead of them. The twins look up at the strange pipes and vents on the ceiling, their initial relief replaced by a nervous curiosity. Nail voices their thoughts. This building is quite strange for a relic from the era of the Kingdom of Caucasus. Aldi's nods in agreement. Yeah. His footsteps echo as he suddenly comes to a halt. He stands before a heavy, sealed door, his 2 floating swords flanking him like sentinels. The source of the magic power is up ahead. Nail gives a solemn nod, ready for whatever lies beyond. Sensing the tension, the twins look on with wide, worried eyes, whispering his name. Aldi's. Without a word, Aldi's pushes the heavy door open, his swords moving into a defensive position at the entrance. He glances back at the children, offering a small, reassuring smile. It's all right. Then he steps through the doorway, the doors swinging shut behind him, leaving his swords to guard the hall. The moment he sees the room, his eyes widen in shock and recognition. It's a laboratory in complete disarray. Overturned shelves, scattered equipment, and abandoned medical beds litter the dusty floor. Beakers and test tubes sit on a shelf, untouched for ages, a silent testament to forgotten experiments. A tray of sterile, menacing surgical tools sends a shiver down his spine. A wave of something awful washes over him. He lets out a heavy sigh, covering his face with his gloved hand. He presses his fingers into his eyes, trying to block out the flood of unwanted memories this place evokes. His gaze falls to the floor, his mind reeling. This is all. He looks up, his expression a mixture of pain and disgust, so nostalgic that it's nauseating. And that's when he sees it. Across the room, standing silently by a bench, is a lone figure. His breath catches in his throat. It's a red eater, but unlike any he's seen before. It has the distinct shape of a female elf, its glossy black skin and pointed ears an omen of the horrors created in this very lab. Deep within the sterile laboratory, Aldi's finally confronts the source. Before him stands the female red eater, her crimson form an unnatural stain in the white room. He levels his sword, his voice cutting through the silence. Are you the one who created the red eaters outside? She offers no reply. Instead, the soft, deliberate tap of her feet on the tiled floor echoes as she begins to advance, her silence more unnerving than any threat. Aldi's isn't waiting for an answer. With a burst of speed, he lunges forward, his twin blades a blur of motion aimed to end this instantly. His eyes are locked on his target, every fiber of his being focused on the strike. This should be a clean, simple kill. But as his steel makes contact, it meets no resistance. The blade phases directly through her neck, her fluid-like body parting like smoke. Aldi's eyes widen in pure shock. The feedback he expected, the crunch of bone, the severing of flesh, is completely absent. His mind races, trying to process the impossible. What's with this strange sensation, he thinks, the feeling of cutting through nothing sending a jolt of confusion through him. His momentum carries him past her, his swords clattering uselessly against the floor. The Red Eater stands completely unharmed, as if he were a ghost. The gash in her crimson body ripples, the edges flowing back together like liquid mercury. With a faint hiss, the wound seals itself completely, leaving not even a scar. His attack meant nothing. Aldi stares, a cold realization dawning on him. It's as if I tried to cut into mud. This isn't a normal enemy. The Red Eater's head tilts down, coiling her body like a predator about to strike. In an instant, she explodes into motion, leaping into the air with inhuman agility. She ricochets off the ceiling, a crimson blur of motion that's impossible to track. She lands with enough force to send shockwaves through the room, rattling the lab equipment as she closes the distance in a blink. Aldi's grits his teeth, forcing himself to react. Now's not the time to hesitate, he pivots, bringing his sword around in a desperate arc. He swings with all his might, aiming to intercept her mid-lunge, but again, his blade meets that same, sickening lack of resistance. His frustration mounts. It's not that its body is hard, he realizes, my sword just can't cut through it, his greatest weapon is completely useless. He's forced onto the defensive, barely dodging and weaving as she relentlessly presses her attack. She's too fast. With a fluid motion, she bats his sword from his hand. Before he can even register the loss, she's already launching her counterattack. From her hands, she unleashes two swirling discs of razor-sharp wind, projectiles that scream through the air towards him. Aldi's throws himself back, the wind blades narrowly missing him and carving deep gouges into the wall behind. But it was a feint. As he dodges, the Red Eater uses the opening to lunge forward, her real attack aimed at his exposed body. Aldi's clicks his tongue in frustration, seeing the trap just in time. He twists his body, narrowly avoiding her grasp. However, he thinks, the real attack is over there. He knows she's just testing him. The Red Eater flows past him, her attack missing by a hair's breadth. The sheer speed of her assault is terrifying. The two stand off again in the wrecked laboratory, the air thick with tension. Aldi's knows his swords are useless against this thing. She seems to pause as if considering her next move, so wind blades are no good either. Her expressionless face gives nothing away. Suddenly, her glowing eyes fix on something above. She senses a new threat materializing from thin air. Aldi's changes tactics, summoning a massive block of ice and launching it at her. But with a single, contemptuous punch, she shatters the entire construct into 1,000 pieces. The explosion of ice shards fills the air, a deadly crystalline storm. Aldi's raises his arms to shield his face, but the sheer volume of projectiles is overwhelming. He braces for impact, gritting his teeth as the razor-sharp fragments rain down on him. A sharp pain lances through his side. He looks down to see a deep gash, blood already soaking through his coat. He clutches the wound, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. It's been a while since I've gotten a proper wound like this. The power behind her punch was immense. To think that a mere ice block would have that kind of power, he had severely underestimated his opponent. For the first time, a sound comes from the Red Eater, a faint, mocking whisper that feels like laughter. How laughable. The mockery, the wound, the sheer helplessness, it all ignites a fire in Aldi's. His expression hardens. I've gotten conceited, the time for holding back is over. The atmosphere in the room shifts as Aldi's unleashes his magic in earnest. He summons a volley of massive ice lances, each one crackling with chilling power, and sends them hurtling towards the Red Eater. But they don't strike her. Instead, they detonate just before impact, exploding into a massive cloud of super-cooled mist. The freezing fog instantly blankets the entire area, obscuring everything from view. Aldi's clenches his fist. I'm at a disadvantage, he thinks, hoping this gambit pays off. Inside the mist, the Red Eater's fluid body begins to react strangely to the sudden drop in temperature. The intense cold seems to be affecting her composition, causing her form to destabilize. Aldi's watches intently from the edge of the fog, sword at the ready. He shields his face from the biting cold, his eyes scanning for any sign of weakness. The mist swirls around him, the temperature continuing to plummet. Aldi's curses under his breath, damn it, as the Red Eater remains standing within the icy haze. Then something happens. Her body begins to dissolve, not from the cold but as if melting, releasing a strange vapor into the air. Aldi's watches confused. What is it doing? This wasn't part of his plan. Suddenly a sharp, acrid smell hits him and he gasps, a burning sensation filling his lungs. He doubles over, racked by a violent coughing fit that shakes his entire body. His eyes dart to the vapor now filling the room. Is it poison? He quickly throws up a purification barrier, but the toxic mist is spreading too fast. He clutches his throat, the magical barrier flickering under the sheer volume of the poison. Panic begins to set in, sweat pours down his face as his strength drains away. There has to be something I can do. The Red Eater stands calmly in the center of the poisonous cloud she created, completely immune. Aldi's vision starts to blur. It's no good, he realizes with dawning horror. The poison is being released too quickly, I won't make it in time. He's fading fast, the poison is paralyzing him, suffocating him. As his consciousness wavers, a bitter thought crosses his mind. The opponents I have fought recently have all been so weak, that I almost made the false assumption that I was strong. He clutches his wounded side, the pain a grim reminder of his mortality. That's right, I'm no invincible hero, I'm but a mercenary that could die at any moment. His mind flashes back to his past, a desolate battlefield, the constant struggle for survival. Living a life where I have no choice but to look forward and swing my sword every day, and the feeling of not having any second chances. He remembers that desperation, that killer instinct he'd let grow dull. He tightens his grip on his sword. His eyes, once filled with panic, now burn with cold resolve. If he's going down fighting. Rather than losing slowly, I should entrust everything to my sword in order to find a way out. Ignoring the poison searing his lungs, Aldi's explodes into a final, desperate charge. He unleashes a whirlwind of slashes, a furious barrage born of pure survival instinct, moving faster than he ever has before. His face is a mask of raw effort, pouring every last ounce of his fading strength into this all-or-nothing gambit. His blade becomes a silver storm, overwhelming the Red Eater's fluid defenses and slicing her body into dozens of pieces. For a moment it seems like he's won. Her form is completely shredded by his relentless assault. Aldi's pants heavily, his body screaming in protest, watching for the result of his final attack. But his hope turns to ash. The severed pieces of her body halt, then begin to flow back towards each other, reforming as if nothing happened. His eyes go wide with utter despair. Even that was no good. The Red Eater is whole again, her blank dark eyes staring at him. She is absolute, she is unbeatable. The last of his strength gives out. The poison finally wins and another racking cough tears through him. His knees buckle and he collapses heavily onto the cold floor. She begins to walk towards him, her victory assured. His fingers go numb, his grip on his sword finally failing. He can only watch helpless as his last line of defense slips from his grasp. Damn it. His sword clatters to the ground, the sound of his complete and utter defeat. On his hands and knees, coughing and broken, Aldi's looks up at the approaching figure. Am I going to die, in a place like this? As his vision fades to black, his life begins to flash before his eyes. A face appears in the darkness, a woman from his past, her expression unreadable. Her eyes seem to look right through him, a memory from a life he thought he'd left behind. Aldi's eyes, wide with shock and delirium, stare at the phantoms of his past. More faces appear, his old mercenary comrades, standing together one last time in his dying mind. He sees the twins, their faint smiles a painful reminder of what he's lost. He sees her, the one who led them all, her confident smirk now a haunting memory. His hand reaches out weakly, grasping at the ghosts of his past as the Red Eater stands over him, ready to deliver the final blow. Aldi's has reached his limit. Poison courses through his veins, his body screaming in protest. As Aldi's teeters on the brink of collapse, his mind doesn't see the enemy before him. It drifts back to a sun-drenched courtyard from his mercenary days. The air was thick with the smell of steel and sweat. It was a simpler time, filled with rough training and even rougher camaraderie, a time of lessons he never knew he'd need. Laughter echoes from a corner of the yard. One of his comrades is fuming, having just lost a bet. No way, tough luck man, another jeers. The loser points an accusing finger. You told me I might be able to do it a second time. His friend, an eye-patch-wearing rogue, just grins. I said might, now pay up. They're all gathered around some strange game, a hustle designed to lighten the coin purses of the overconfident. The eye-patch-wearing merc spots Aldi's training alone in the distance. Hey Aldi's, he calls out, a mischievous glint in his eye. Aldi's, young and ever serious, turns from his swordsmanship practice. Come here for a second, his comrade beckons. As he approaches, he sees the source of their amusement, a simple metal basin on the ground filled with a thick, viscous mud. One of the men waves him over. Oh, come and have a look at this, kid, it's quite interesting. Aldi's eyes the scene, unimpressed. What's the matter? He looks down at the basin, his expression skeptical. A basin filled with mud, what about it? Aldi scoffs. I bet it's another one of your silly games. You're grown men, you. but his comrade cuts him off. Now, don't say that and have a look. The man grins, laying out the challenge. Without using weapons or magic, hit the basin from above and try to damage it. He gestures to the basin. If you manage to do it, you win. Otherwise, I win. You only get one try. Aldi's raises an eyebrow, his confidence unwavering. That's all. It's fine even if I just put a dent on it. This seemed too easy. You're charging for this? Aldi's asks, seeing the catch. The man laughs, of course. It wouldn't be a game otherwise. It's 5 cals a go. Then comes the hook. If you do succeed, I'll give you 50 cals. Aldi's eyes widen slightly. Really? The prize was enough to make it worth his time. Convinced, Aldi's kneels down, cracking his knuckles. All right, watch me. He was sure his strength would be more than enough. He draws his arm back, focusing his power into his fist. With a sharp cry, he drives it down, slamming it into the surface of the mud. But instead of plunging through, his fist stops dead with a dull thud, the impact completely absorbed. A jolt of feedback runs up his arm. He stares at his trembling hand in disbelief. His comrades, who had been waiting for this exact moment, erupt in laughter. It turned out just as expected, one smirks. Aldi's looks up, utterly bewildered. Why is this happening? Isn't it just mud? The eyepatch merc just laughs, too bad. Feeling hustled, Aldi's glares at them. You guys better not be making fun of me. His friend just shrugs. Hey, we lost some cash on this as well. The man running the game lifts the basin. There is no trick behind this. I can't sense any magic from it either. I even showed you how I filled it with mud. Frustrated, Aldi starts punching the mud repeatedly. Damn it, is this really mud? His comrade quickly stops him. Hey, I told you that you only get one try, stop hitting it repeatedly. Suddenly a calm voice cuts through the commotion. Hey you guys. The mercenaries turn. A blonde-haired man, their leader, approaches with an easy confidence, his gear clinking softly with each step. He smiles, already guessing the situation. Are you playing another weird game? The men light up. Oh leader, why don't you give it a try as well? They ask, eager to see what he'll do. The leader glances at the basin, intrigued. Oh, so I'll get 50 cals if I manage to damage that basin over there. The game master quickly lays out the rules again. Just so you know, weapons, tools, and magic aren't allowed, and you can't hit the basin from the sides. The leader just nods. All right. He confirms the objective with a knowing smirk. In summary, my fist needs to reach the basin without avoiding the mud, right? The man running the game feels a sudden twitch of unease. The leader had figured something out. The leader clenches his fist. Here I go, he announces. But instead of a powerful strike, he simply places his knuckles on the surface of the mud. Then he begins to push. No impact, no sudden force, just slow, steady, deliberate pressure. Aldi's and the others watch confused. What was he doing? Aldi's eyes widen in realization. The leader's hand sinks into the mud effortlessly, the thick substance parting before his steady advance as if it were water. The other mercenaries can only stare, their jaws slack with astonishment. Oh. With his hands submerged, the leader looks up with a cool smile. I only needed to make a dent, right? He applies one final, firm push. With a resonant clang, his knuckles connect with the bottom of the basin. He pulls his hand out and lifts the basin for all to see, proudly displaying the small but undeniable indentation on the bottom. Look, it's dented a little. Defeated, the game master tosses him a pouch of coins. All right, it's your win. He sighs in resignation, knowing he'd been outsmarted. Going against the leader will only put me out of business. As the man packs up his game and walks away, Aldi stares after him, the lesson beginning to sink in. One of the mercs asks the leader, how did you manage to do it even though it was so hard? The leader just shrugs playfully. I'm not sure either. But then he explains. With mud like that, hitting it with strong force will have little to no effect, but it's just mud in the end, right? If you slowly apply some force, your fist will eventually get through. Aldi's and his comrade are stunned. Oh, incredible, I had no idea it worked like that. It was a trick of physics, not a feat of strength. The men start brainstorming. Can it be used in things like shields and armor? The eyepatch merc scoffs. Are you stupid? How would you add mud to your armor? The ideas get wilder. You can just use magic to continuously encompass it. That would be a waste of magic power. The eyepatch merc snaps his fingers. Then how about a doll made of mud? We can make it fight on the front line. He throws an arm around a bewildered Aldi's. Isn't it a great idea? Aldi's just mutters, no clue. The leader chuckles. Well, it might be usable then, though it might be easy for the opponent to destroy it with magic. He taps the hilt of his sword. Besides, if you have enough magic power to manipulate a mud doll. 2 swords lift from their sheaths and float weightlessly in the air around him. Then, it will be much more powerful to use that magic to manipulate your weapons directly, just like this. Young Aldi's watches, completely mesmerized. This was a level of control and thinking far beyond his own. The leader lets the sword settle, his tone shifting from playful to serious. But well, taking the time to think and coming up with ideas is not a bad thing. He looks at his young mercenaries, his gaze firm. For us who have no one backing us, we can only depend on our own wits and strength. Any information could hold hidden knowledge that could be used in combat. He glances over at the man who ran the game, though there are some people using such knowledge to earn pocket change. Aldi sighs annoyed. That was a waste of training time. He turns to leave, but a hand stops him. The leader grabs his shoulder, turning him back around. He ruffles Aldi's hair, his voice a stern but caring lecture. If you don't want to be used as someone's source of pocket change, you should also polish your mind instead of just focusing on swordsmanship. Aldi's looks up startled as the leader continues. If you only rely on brute strength like a fool, then one day it might be your undoing. Full of youthful pride, Aldi's argues back. Even if I know the weakness of my opponent, it's pointless unless I'm strong enough to take them head on. The leader's expression hardens. No matter how strong you are, there will be situations where you cannot win if you take your opponent head on. He looks down at the young swordsman. You have a bad habit of trying to fight elegantly, but the most important point for a mercenary is their own survival. His voice becomes a quiet, intense whisper, a creed for their way of life. Be it your opponent's weakness or something else, you should exploit what you can. Being able to unabashedly struggle is what separates us from knights. The leader sighs, a hint of melancholy in his eyes, as if remembering all the times he had to live by that creed. He looks at Aldi's, posing a question that cuts to the core. What is it that you value the most? Is it achievements or money? That shouldn't be the case, right? Aldi's listens in silence, the words carving themselves into his memory. The leader's gaze drifts across the courtyard to another of their comrades, a woman named Grace, quietly polishing her blade. His final piece of advice hangs in the air. If there is someone that you wish to protect, use everything at your disposal. Be greedy. The memory shatters and the past slams into the agonizing present. The leader's words strike Aldi's with the force of a physical blow. He's on his knees, gasping for air, the world blurring around him. His sword lies just out of reach. The old lesson echoes, a burning mantra in his soul. Don't give up, struggle miserably and survive. Tears of pain and desperation stream down his face as he chokes out a name. Ah, isn't that right, leader? Leader Grace. Her image appears in the darkness of his mind. You need to survive. Then the faces of those he protects now flash before him. Nail, Philia, Rihanna. A new strength born from desperation and love surges through him. His fingers dig into the cold stone floor. That's right, I have to. His purpose crystallizes into a single, unbreakable vow. I have to protect them, I will protect them. With a roar of pure willpower, Aldi's lunges forward. For the sake of those he needs to protect, his hand reaches for his sword, his eyes blazing with the promise to survive. This time for sure. On the cold, sterile floor, Aldi's is on his knees. Before him stands the female Red Eater, a silent, obsidian nightmare. This is it, a desperate last-ditch effort. Sweat drips down his face, his breathing ragged, panic claws at his throat. If I fall here, he thinks, his eyes wide with terror, then Nail and the twins will enter this room. His gaze drifts to the sealed metal door, the only thing separating them from this monster. It's obvious how that will end. If I die, the twins will die as well. A surge of adrenaline cuts through the fear. He clenches his fist, magic crackling in his palm. Even if I can't win, I must absolutely not lose. With a guttural roar, Aldi's lunges forward, not with his sword but with his bare hands. Every instinct screams at him, but he pushes on, his face a mask of pure desperation. But as he gets closer, a memory flashes in his mind. A forgotten lesson. His eyes widen, a spark of an idea cutting through the chaos. He grabs the Red Eater's arm. His fingers dig into her slick black skin, feeling an unexpected firmness beneath the surface. His mind races, connecting the dots. The sensation is familiar, uncanny. A memory from his training, long buried, resurfaces. The flashback hits him like a tidal wave. A foot stepping into a bucket of thick, viscous mud. The lesson was about non-Newtonian fluids. Hard, mud, the pieces click into place. The Red Eater flinches, confused by his sudden, bizarre action. Why would he just grab her? She tries to yank her arm away, but Aldi's holds firm, confirming the texture, the resistance. It's exactly like the mud. It hardens against sudden force. Having confirmed his theory, he lets go in a fluid motion, his hands springing open. His eyes lock onto his sword, lying discarded on the debris-strewn floor. It's not about speed. It was never about speed. He snatches the blade, his entire strategy shifting in a single, heart-pounding instant. The Red Eater watches, wary of his next move. Instead of a lightning-fast slash, Aldi's does the unthinkable. He slowly, deliberately, pushes the point of his sword against her torso. There's no clang of steel on armor. The blade sinks into her body as if it were thick clay. A wave of shock and relief washes over Aldi's. The solution was that simple. The Red Eater reels back, a look of genuine surprise on her face. For the first time, she feels the cold bite of his steel. With a steady, powerful push, Aldi's severs her leg at the knee. there's no clean cut but a grotesque tearing of the black substance. She stumbles, her severed leg lying inert on the ground. She tries to regenerate, but the damage is too severe, too fundamental. Aldis raises a hand, his eyes burning with newfound resolve. I won't let you get away. He readies his blade again, not for a wild swing but for a precise, calculated thrust. The game has changed. She tries to defend, her arm hardening to block his sword, but his slow, powerful push bypasses her strange defense, slicing deep into her arm before she can react. Her arm goes limp, the wound deep and debilitating. Her regeneration can't keep up with this new type of assault. Aldis pants sweat and grime on his face, but his eyes are clear. Just as I thought, this thing's composition is the same as that mud. He glares at the creature, its glowing eyes now filled with confusion and rage. Swift attacks will bounce back, but attacks that slowly build up power will get through. But he needs an opening for the final blow. Aldis summons his magic not to attack her directly, but to manipulate the environment. Huge chunks of the ceiling and floor erupt around them. He grabs a nearby cart filled with volatile lab equipment. With a desperate heave, he sends it hurtling towards the Red Eater. The cart smashes into a wall near the creature, glass vials and beakers shattering in a chaotic spray. A split second later, the volatile chemicals ignite, erupting in a blinding flash of light and concussive force, completely engulfing the Red Eater's position. Through the smoke and shrapnel, Aldis charges, his body a blur of motion, using the chaos as his cover. He emerges from the dust cloud, a grim smirk on his face. I'm sure that wasn't enough for you, right? He taunts, his sword already poised for the kill. The Red Eater stumbles out of the explosion, disoriented. Aldis doesn't hesitate. With all his remaining strength, he drives his sword forward, pierced through. The tip of the blade makes contact with her chest, right over her core. With a final, agonizing push, the sword sinks deep, piercing the very heart of the monster. He holds her there, impaled on his blade, twisting it to ensure the damage is absolute. The fight is over. The Red Eater gasps, her life force fading. She looks up at Aldis, not with hatred, but with a strange, empty gaze as her body begins to fail. Aldis pulls his sword free, his hands trembling from the exertion. The poison is taking its toll, his vision blurring. As she collapses, the Red Eater's hand reaches for him one last time, a silent, final gesture. I didn't think that something like you would exist over here as well, Aldis murmurs, exhausted. Her form begins to lose its cohesion. Her fingers start to drip, melting into a black, tar-like substance. Her entire body dissolves, leaving nothing but a grotesque black puddle on the floor. Aldis stands over it, the sole victor in a brutal battle. The last remnants of her form melt away into nothingness. Aldis staggers, leaning on his sword for support. I managed, somehow, he breathes, the adrenaline finally leaving him. The black puddle spreads across the floor, a final, silent testament to the creature's demise. He collapses to his knees, gasping for air. The poison courses through his veins, a burning fire he can't ignore. I can't fall asleep yet. Fumbling with his pouch, he pulls out a small, dark bottle. I should take the antidote just to be on the safe side. He quickly downs the potion, the bitter liquid a small price to pay for survival. But the antidote alone isn't enough. He can still feel the corruption. He needs to purge it. Gathering the last of his magical energy, Aldis casts a purification spell. Orbs of white light fill the room, cleansing the air and his body of the lingering poison. He feels the burning sensation recede. Having purified this much, he thinks, his body feeling heavy, it should be okay. His eyelids feel like lead. The exhaustion is absolute, a crushing weight pulling him down. Finally, his strength gives out. Aldis collapses onto the floor, unconscious, surrounded by the wreckage of his victory. Sometime later, the heavy doors to the facility slide open. Nail steps through, her expression cautious. The twins peek out from behind her, terrified. Nail, where's Aldis? They cry. The corridor is a graveyard of melted Red Eaters. Nail surveys the scene. Don't worry, I can still sense my lord. It seems he has safely managed to defeat the source. Aldis's eyes flutter open. The harsh ceiling of the facility comes into focus. He looks down to see the twins curled up asleep on his chest. Nail stands by the bed. How do you feel after waking up, my lord? She asks gently. He looks around the room, recognizing the grim architecture. We're still in the same building. How long have I been out for? Aldis asks, his voice hoarse. Nail replies calmly, around 10 hours. Nail explains, while you were fighting, I was dealing with the Red Eaters that kept springing up. They got sturdier as they got closer to their parent, but they were no match for me in the end. Aldis manages a weak smile. I see, sorry and thanks. He feels his body, noticing his wounds are completely healed. Was it Nail's doing? He wonders. Her strength is quite unfathomable. He stares at the ceiling, the reality of the fight sinking in. It's a miracle that I won while in that state. A memory of his old leader surfaces, a warm smile and a helping hand. Leader, be it in the past or present, you're always helping me out. Nail's voice brings him back. The presence of the Red Eaters has completely disappeared. At the very least, it should be safe inside this building. His throat is parched. Yes, please, he whispers to one of the twins who had just woken up and offered him some water. His movement rouses them both. Aldi's, you're up, they shout, scrambling to sit up. Are you all right? They crowd around him, their faces etched with worry. Does it hurt? Are you in pain? Aldi's shakes his head. Yes, I'm fine. Their eyes are wide, filled with a desperate hope. You won't go away, you won't leave us. Is it all right to stay together? A gentle smile touches Aldi's lips. Don't worry, he says softly, I'm not going anywhere. His voice cracks, the emotion he's been holding back finally breaking through. Anywhere. Tears stream down his face. The twins look up at him, startled. Aldi's, you're crying, does it hurt after all? He pulls them into a tight hug, burying his face in their hair. This time, he chokes out, I protected them. Nail watches the emotional reunion, a quiet understanding in her eyes. Aldi's holds the children, overwhelmed by the simple, powerful truth, I managed to protect them. Later they stand on the rooftop, surveying the landscape. The sun shines down on the mountains, a stark contrast to the darkness they just escaped. Aldi sighs, well then, I can't stay here forever, I have to rebuild the house. Nail turns to him, regarding that, my lord. A small smile plays on her lips, why not just use this building instead? Aldi's considers it. It's located deep in the forest so it won't be noticed. It's also quite sturdy so monsters won't attack it. The twins gasp, huh, this is our new home, that's scary. But one of them whispers to the other, but I hear that ghosts won't appear anymore. The other nods, reassured, oh, I see. Nail waits for his decision, my lord. Aldi's looks at the building, the site of his near-death struggle. Yeah, sounds like a plan, if I stay here then I won't forget. His eyes harden with resolve. Even during temporary peace I won't lose sight of my purpose. A dark memory flashes, a woman with horns and a cruel smile vowing with venom, with these hands I will kill that person. Far away on a lonely cliff, a lone hooded figure watches the dawn break over the mountains. The figure, Ophelia, speaks into the quiet morning air. It's the morning sun. Another smaller figure emerges from the trees behind her. Let's go, Seals, Ophelia says without turning. Seals looks up, a gentle, knowing smile on her face as she prepares to follow. The two mysterious figures stand together on the clifftop, their purpose unknown, their journey just beginning as a new day dawns on the world. Deep within a sun-dappled forest, where the air is thick with the scent of ancient earth, our story begins. Amidst the crumbling, vine-choked ruins of a forgotten age, a woman named Nail sits in quiet contemplation. For a moment, there is only peace. Her expression is serene, yet her eyes hold a depth that speaks of countless seasons past. She looks up at the colossal stone arches, remnants of a civilization swallowed by time and nature, standing as silent monuments to a lost history. Suddenly, the tranquility is broken by the cheerful cries of two young girls. Nail, look, Philia and Rihanna, a pair of energetic twins, rush forward, their baskets overflowing with nuts. We gathered so much. But elsewhere in these same woods, a lone swordsman named Aldi's walks a solitary path. The calm of the forest is deceptive, a quiet breath before the inevitable storm. The twins eagerly present their haul to Nail, vying for her praise. I gathered a lot of nuts, one exclaims, while the other proudly declares, I gathered more. A gentle smile graces Nail's lips as she pats their heads. This will last us for a while, good job both of you, but the sun is setting, we should head back home. As they prepare to leave, one of the twins looks around, her eyes wide with curiosity. There are so many broken buildings here, she observes. Nail nods, this is an archaeological site, the remains of a very old city. The girl points towards a massive, moss-covered gate. What is that? Nail's gaze turns distant, lost in memory. This place wasn't always a forest, she explains. Long ago it was a large country. Her eyes fix on the faded emblem above the gate. It was called the Kingdom of Caucasus, a nation that perished 200 years ago in the Great Disaster. The twins look up confused. So you've seen it before? Nail touches the cold stone, a flicker of sorrow in her eyes. Yes, this was once a magnificent castle, but it has changed completely since I last saw it. She looks down at them, her voice carrying the weight of history. For your information, the Kingdom of Nagras was once part of Caucasus, and so was that country. In an instant, her entire demeanor shifts. The gentle caretaker vanishes, replaced by a warrior, her eyes narrow, her senses screaming of an approaching danger. The twins gasp, startled by the sudden tension in the air, dropping the nuts they had gathered. Nail moves with practiced grace, placing herself between the twins and the unseen threat. Her voice is a low, firm command. Don't move. She feels it through the soles of her feet, the thud of heavy footsteps. Is it monsters? She thinks. No, I feel the presence of several people. Her gaze pierces the dense foliage, catching flickers of movement in the distance. She slips into the undergrowth, her expression now a mask of cold analysis. The sounds grow louder, the crashing of bodies through bushes, the frantic panting of people on the run. Something heavy slams into the ground nearby, shaking the earth and confirming her fears. Nail's mind races. They're fighting someone, and they're headed straight in this direction. The conflict spills into the clearing. A gauntleted hand, clad in black armor, falls limply into the grass just feet from her hiding spot. The fight is here. Her decision is made. A cold resolve settles over her features. She springs into action, moving faster than the eye can follow. Nail reappears before the startled twins. "Nail," they whisper, their faces pale with fear. Without a word, she scoops them up, pulling them behind the cover of a ruined wall. "Keep quiet," she commands, her voice barely audible but filled with authority. One of the twins clutches Nail, her eyes wide with terror as the sounds of battle erupt around them. A figure sprints past their hiding spot, letting out a terrified scream. The peaceful ruins have become a war zone. Peeking through the leaves, Nail spots the first group, a motley crew of fighters armed and armored. "They're here," she murmurs. They're clearly on the defensive, their formation tight but their breathing ragged. These are mercenaries running for their lives. And then their pursuers emerge from the trees, a unit of soldiers in identical black armor and masks, moving with chilling, silent efficiency. Nail holds the twins close, her strategic mind analyzing the scene. The ones running away must be mercenaries, as for the ones in pursuit. The trap is sprung. The black-armored soldiers encircle the mercenaries, cutting off all escape. "Damn it, they're so persistent," the red-haired merc shouts. "Just who are these people?" Panic sets in. A blonde mercenary cries out, his face slick with sweat, "We've been surrounded." The clash of steel rings through the ruins. The mercenaries fight with desperate courage, but the disciplined soldiers press their advantage. A man who looks like a peddler, Michelle, chants a spell. "Ice block!" A shard of magic shoots out, only to shatter harmlessly against an enemy's armor. From her vantage point, Nail makes a grim assessment. These mercenaries seem to be quite skilled, but they are hopelessly outnumbered. She notices two hooded women among the mercenaries, clearly the focus of the attack, struggling to fend off multiple soldiers at once. Nail watches the unfolding slaughter, her brow furrowed in thought. To intervene or not, that is the question. Her eyes catch a lone soldier breaking from the pack, flanking the main fight with deadly intent. His target, the blonde mercenary, who is too preoccupied with the enemy in front of him to notice the danger creeping up on his blind side. But the twins see it all. "Watch out," they scream in unison, "behind you." The blonde mercenary's head whips around, his eyes widening in horror. He throws himself back just as the sword slices through the air where his neck had been moments before. Whoa. The red-haired mercenary shoves him back into formation. "That was close, don't get lured that easily, you fool." But the warning shout wasn't the only sound. Michelle, the peddler, looks around wildly. "What was that just now?" A sharp thwack had echoed through the clearing. The soldier who missed his strike looks up, his eyes wide with surprise beneath his helmet. A simple rock, thrown with impossible speed and precision, had just ricocheted off his head, saving the mercenary's life. Every soldier in the clearing turns, their masked faces looking up towards the source of the projectile, directly at Nail's hiding spot. Their cover blown, Nail lets out a soft sigh. A small shield of magic materializes to block a stray projectile aimed at them. I guess it can't be helped. With the grace of a falling leaf, she steps out from the shadows. Nail emerges into the center of the battlefield, holding Philia and Rihanna protectively in her arms. The fighting grinds to a halt as every single combatant stares at the sudden, impossible apparition. She meets the gaze of the soldier's leader, a disarming smile on her face that doesn't reach her eyes. "Now then," she begins, her voice echoing with calm authority. "I don't know what's going on here, but I don't think it's wise for humans to be fighting amongst themselves this deep into the forest where monsters roam." The mercenaries stare in disbelief. The one who saved them wasn't some grizzled veteran but a girl, protecting two even smaller children. Kids," the red-haired merc stammers, and they're twins at that. Nail's gaze is like ice. Unfazed by the swords or the hardened warriors, she meets their shock with a simple, chilling question. "What's wrong with that?" Her attention snaps to the blonde mercenary she'd saved. "Instead of being rude," she says, her voice sharp, "isn't there something you should be saying?" Humbled, the man quickly bows his head. "Sorry, you saved me back there." Clinging to Nail, the twins, Philia and Rihanna, look on. Nail's words hang in the air, a stark reminder that it was these very kids who just kept these soldiers from an early grave. With the mercenaries silenced, Nail turns her unwavering gaze to the real threat. The masked soldiers stand like statues of death. "And who are you people?" she demands, her voice cutting through the tension. The leader of the black-clad soldiers simply raises a hand, a gesture of pure dismissal. He doesn't even grace her with a response. The soldiers take a synchronized step forward, their blades glinting, they're closing the circle. Nail holds the twins tighter, her eyes narrowing. So you don't intend to answer me." Suddenly, the peddler Michelle scrambles forward, her face pale with fear. "It's us who should be asking who you are," she yells, trying to sound brave. Sweat beads on her forehead as she desperately tries to de-escalate. "I'm just a peddler and these are my escorts. I know nothing about these masked people." Nail ignores the frantic peddler, her focus locked on the silent soldiers. She asks the one question that truly matters. Are you planning to kill everyone here, us included? The red-haired mercenary turns on Michelle. What do we do? Before being a knight, isn't it natural to protect the kids? But Michelle snaps back, don't be unreasonable, we'll die. His conscience winning out, the mercenary sighs in resignation and looks to Nail. Young lady, come over here, get behind us. He's offering what little protection he can. But Nail doesn't move an inch. As the soldiers begin to charge, she leans down and whispers to the twins, close your eyes for a bit. She looks up, a faint, confident smile playing on her lips, completely dismissing the mercenary's offer. You don't have to worry about us. The air crackles with power. Nail's expression hardens into a mask of cold fury as she leaps back with the twins. I have determined you to be enemies. In an instant, a blinding sphere of light erupts from her, no chant, no warning. The blast of pure energy zips past a soldier's helmet, searing the air. The mercenaries are floored. Wow, what was that? She used it without chanting. Nail's voice rings out, cold and clear. Next, I'll pierce through right between your eyes. The soldiers recoil for a second, shocked by her power, but their discipline is absolute. The leader gives a sharp hand signal and they ready their blades to swarm her. Now completely surrounded, Nail stands as a lone bastion, protecting the children in her arms. She scoffs at their numbers. HMPH, are you thinking that you can defeat me if you come at me all at once? Just as they're about to lunge, Nail's eyes dart to the side. She senses a new presence entering the fray. A soldier grunts, his head snapping back as if struck by an invisible force. Below, a blur of motion flashes past. Before anyone can register what happened, blood erupts from the soldier's neck. He collapses, a clean, fatal slash across his throat. A savior, or another monster, has arrived. A whirlwind of steel tears through the soldiers' ranks. Two more fall in a single, fluid arc of a blade, their dying screams cut short. One of the remaining soldiers looks up in terror, just in time to see a figure descending upon him from the canopy above, a blade aimed straight for his heart. It's Aldi's. He lands with devastating force, his sword plunging through the soldier's armor like it's paper. The mercenaries can only watch in stunned silence. Wow, another one came out of nowhere. Who is it this time? Their simple escort job has turned into a clash between titans. Aldi's doesn't stop. He kicks off the body of his last victim, using the momentum to launch himself towards the next. He flips through the air in a gravity-defying spin, dodging a clumsy sword swing from a bewildered soldier. Landing gracefully amidst the chaos, Aldi's is a blur of controlled violence, his coat whipping around him as he carves a path through the enemy. Another soldier falls, a spray of black blood marking the finality of Aldi's strike. He moves with an efficiency that is both beautiful and terrifying. He finally pauses, standing over the fallen as leaves drift around him. His eyes, burning with cold rage, lock onto the remaining soldiers. What do you want from my companions? He snarls. Philia and Rihanna, peeking from behind Nail's arms, gasp in relief. Aldi's. Aldi's glances back at them, his expression softening for just a fraction of a second. Keep your eyes closed for a bit longer, he says gently, before turning his lethal attention back to the fight. The massacre continues. Aldi's moves like a phantom, his blade a silver streak in the dim forest light, cutting down anyone who dares to stand against him. He becomes a whirlwind of death, spinning and slashing through the terrified soldiers while Nail shields the twins from the brutal spectacle. One final, devastating strike sends a soldier's head flying. The remaining few stare in horror, their morale completely shattered. Realizing they are facing an unstoppable force, the last of the masked soldiers break formation and flee for their lives into the woods. Silence falls over the clearing, broken only by the rustling of leaves. Aldi stands perfectly still, the bloody work done. He turns, his terrifying battle aura vanishing in an instant, replaced by a warm, familiar smile. Walking over to Nail and the twins as if he'd just returned from a stroll, he asks, "Did you gather a lot of nuts?" The twins, safe now, excitedly point to their collection. "Why yeah, they are over there." The peddler Michelle finally lets out a breath she didn't know she was holding, slumping to the ground in relief. Phew, are we safe now? She approaches the two saviors, still in awe of their power. "I don't know who you are, but you have my thanks, you people are quite strong." Aldi's turns to Nail, his expression serious once more. "The time for pleasantries is over. Can you tell me what's going on?" Before Nail can explain, Michelle steps in, putting on her best business smile. "I'm Michelle, a peddler. The people behind me are my escorts." She gestures with her thumb towards the edge of the clearing. "If you want to know what's going on, you should ask those two over there." Aldi's follows her gesture, his eyes landing on two mysterious figures in heavy cloaks, who had remained hidden throughout the entire battle. The two hooded women stand silently, their faces obscured by shadow, their presence raising more questions than answers. Michelle begins to explain. "We were taking a shortcut through the forest when we encountered these two. They were being pursued by those masked people." She continues, recounting the misunderstanding. It seems they mistook us for their companions. We told them we weren't, but they wouldn't listen. Nail nods, the pieces clicking into place. So those two weren't mercenaries after all. It's no wonder their side was the only one without proper coordination. With the immediate threat gone, Michelle marches over to the hooded figures, her fear replaced by frustration. You almost got us killed. I would like a proper explanation of what's going on. The two figures lean in, whispering to one another, their hushed conversation hidden beneath their hoods. After a moment, one of them steps forward and bows her head slightly. I'm sorry that we got you involved, she says, her voice clear. I will tell you everything. With a graceful movement, she reaches for the edge of her hood. Aldi's watches intently, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes as the mystery is about to be revealed. The hood falls back, revealing a young woman with an air of nobility. I am Karen Statmeyer, she declares, and this is my maid, Cells. We have come here from the Elmenian Empire. At the mention of the Empire, Aldi's face darkens, a storm gathering in his eyes. This has just gotten a lot more complicated. The air in the forest is thick with unspoken questions. Karen, the noble girl, stares ahead with a somber gaze while her maid, Cells, offers a hurried apology. We are truly sorry, Cells says. We didn't think there would be other people this deep into the forest. But the real mystery hangs in the air. Just who are these girls? Michelle, the sharp-eyed mercenary leader, processes the name Karen had given them, Statmeyer. The name clicks in her memory. Statmeyer, she muses, her hand covering her mouth in thought. If I'm not wrong, isn't that a noble family from the Empire? Her companion confirms her suspicion. Michelle, they're a house of barons, though not a very prominent one. Karen, however, doesn't try to hide her identity. I don't mind, she states plainly. It's the truth anyway. Meanwhile, a lighter moment unfolds. Cells offers a gentle smile to one of the younger mercenaries who immediately turns beet red. The brief connection is shattered by the fiery-haired mercenary, Ted. Ah, why are you standing there like a fool? He barks, snapping the flustered boy out of his daze. The mood sobers as Karen begins to explain her dire situation. Her gaze drops, her voice laced with sorrow. I received a sudden message from my father, she recounts. He told me to take Cells and escape out of the Empire. A grim memory flashes through her mind, the image of a fallen sword in the grass. Just as we got out of the imperial capital, she continues, her voice trembling slightly, we were attacked by these people. Michelle holds up a hand, cutting her off. This smells like trouble she wants no part of. You don't have to say any more, she says firmly. The House of Statmeyer has lived a long, peaceful life. For them to be targeted, I don't want to get caught up any deeper in this. Her attention then shifts to Aldi's quiet group. And you people, she asks. Aldi's gives a vague, non-committal answer. We're more or less like you guys. One of the young twins starts to elaborate. We're not really peddlers, but we have our reasons for coming here. We just wanted to go through the forest to avoid being noticed. Before Aldi swiftly clamps a gloved hand over her mouth, silencing her, he's not about to reveal their secrets. Karen looks at the tense faces around her. Is it all right to assume that everyone is heading north, she asks. Ted gestures towards the memory of their armored pursuers. The problem is what to do from now on, he says grimly. Even if we part with you here, those people probably won't let us go. Karen's question hangs in the air, her expression a mixture of hope and desperation. North, she repeats softly, seeking confirmation. Ted, ever the pragmatist, states the obvious conclusion, so it's better to stick together for the time being. In this forest, there's safety in numbers. But Cells clutches her cloak, looking down with guilt. But we don't want to trouble you any further, she insists, not wanting to drag them into her lady's problems. Michelle lets out a weary sigh. What's the point of worrying about that now, she retorts. We've already been so deeply involved in this situation, to the point that we can't just back out of it. Michelle turns her gaze to the silent leader of the other group. What about you, young man? Aldi's meets her look without hesitation. I'm Aldi's. He stands beside Karen, his expression unreadable. And I'm sorry, but we will go separately, he declares. She and I are more than capable of fending off that level of a threat after all. A bold claim that hangs in the tense air. Michelle considers his confident words, then gives a slight nod as she adjusts her hat. I see. Well, I won't force you. But Aldi's isn't completely cold. He glances at the darkening sky above the canopy. How about staying to gather around the campfire for tonight at least, he offers. The food will taste better when eaten together after all. And so a temporary truce is formed. As dusk settles, Aldi's moves through the woods, gathering an armful of dry branches for the shared camp. He pauses mid-stride, his head turning slightly. A sound, a smell, something has caught his attention. Returning to the clearing, he's met with a surprising sight. Karen, the noble lady, kneels by the fire, expertly stirring a large pot of stew and tasting it with the focus of a seasoned chef. Aldi's approaches the camp, observing the scene from the edge of the trees. A noble, on the run for her life, cooking for a band of strangers. It's not what he expected. The stew bubbles away, looking surprisingly hearty and delicious. It seems Karen is more than just a helpless noble. Cells approaches, her eyes wide with disbelief. Did you prepare the food? She asks, her tone one of pure astonishment. Aldis sets down the firewood as Karen replies, yes, I got the ingredients from Miss Michelle. He can't help but comment, you're quite used to this despite being a noble. Karen offers a small smile, continuing to stir. I might be a noble, but I'm just the daughter of a baron, so I can do basic housework. Aldis simply acknowledges her words with a quiet, I see. Suddenly Cell's urgent voice cuts through the air as she rushes towards them. My lady. Cell skids to a halt holding a bunch of wild grass. Can I help with anything? She asks eagerly. Karen's smile becomes incredibly strained. See Cells, no you don't have to do anything, or rather please don't. Aldis and Ted can only watch the bizarre interaction, utterly confused. Cells presses on, trying to be helpful. Didn't we go gather firewood together? Let's cook together as well. But Karen's face is a mask of pure dread. This is different, she grits out. Just as Cells is about to toss her foraged ingredients into the pot, Karen's hand shoots out, grabbing her wrist in a vice grip. Hey, what are you trying to slip into the food? Cells beams, completely oblivious to the danger. I found some delicious-looking wild grass over there. Looks delicious, right? Karen's voice rises in exasperation. As if we can eat that. I always tell you to stop bringing such unknown, suspicious-looking ingredients. Karen drags the pouting Cells away from the precious stew. We can't afford to waste the limited supplies that we have, she scolds while Aldis looks on unimpressed. Aldis watches them with a deadpan expression. What a strange master-servant relationship, he thinks, imagining Karen as a self-important servant and Cells as her clueless master. Not that I'm one to talk. He continues to observe their dynamic from afar, still holding the firewood. Are they lax on the master-servant relation because of their lower status, he wonders. Later, away from the others, the playful mood evaporates. Karen's voice is low and serious as she speaks to Cells. You know, a lot of the people who came after us died. It's kill or be killed. You should know that the best. Back at the fire, Ted watches the twins with a heavy heart, feeling a pang of guilt. I ended up involving unrelated people, he mutters to Michelle. Fortunately, they seem to be quite skilled. In the shadows, Karen takes Cells' hands, her silhouette dark against the firelight. Let's focus on doing what we can for now, she says softly. It will be all right. Everything will be all right. Night falls completely over the forest. A brilliant full moon hangs in the starry sky, bathing the canopy in a silver glow. Under the moonlight, the girls have found a hidden spring. One of them dips a foot into the cool, clear water. It's great that we found somewhere to wash ourselves, she sighs in relief. The female mercenary from Michelle's group looks around nervously as they bathe. But is it really all right? We're in a forest full of monsters, and you never know when those guys from earlier could show up. Karen, holding the twins close, simply replies, it's fine. Cells, however, exudes an aura of absolute confidence. If either shows up, I can deal with them unarmed, she states calmly. To begin with, I won't have to lift a finger since my lord is here. Her faith in Aldis is unshakable. The serious mood breaks as the twins start happily splashing in the water. Hey you two, stop splashing so much water, Cells chides gently, a small smile on her face. One of the twins just giggles and sings back a phrase she must have heard from Cells. Don't leave my side without permission. Ah, a butterfly, one twin exclaims, pointing at a creature fluttering in the moonlight. Cells corrects her gently, that's a moth. The mercenary girl can't help but stare at Cells' flawless physique as she holds one of the twins, letting out an involuntary whoa. She immediately looks down at herself, a bead of sweat running down her face, a sudden wave of insecurity washing over her. Cells seems lost in her own world, her long hair cascading down her back as she stands in the moonlit water, a quiet, melancholic aura surrounding her. The mercenary girl notices the sudden shift in Cells' demeanor, a silent exclamation of concern passing through her mind. Still, a spark of one-sided rivalry ignites within her. I have not lost yet, she mutters to herself, while Cells remains completely oblivious to the silent competition. Putting her competitive thoughts aside, the mercenary can't help but admire her. That aside, she's a really beautiful person, she thinks to herself. Her thoughts continue as she studies Cells' perfect features. Whether it's her face, her hair, or her body, it's as if she was a perfectly sculpted statue, as if she was artificially made. Her gaze then shifts to Karen, who is washing her hair with her eyes closed. That girl is also surprisingly beautiful, she muses with a sigh. This lineup makes me lose confidence. But from the shadows of the trees, one of Michelle's mercenaries listens in, her eyes widening in shock at what she's hearing. Meanwhile, by the tranquil spring, Karen stands guard, fully clothed. She looks over at Cells, who has been quiet for a while. What about you, aren't you going to take a bath? Cells looks down, her hair hiding her expression as she gives a quiet, one-word refusal. No. A moment later, Cells is in the water after all, looking flustered as she speaks to Karen on the bank. So the servant takes a bath while the master stands guard. This feels all wrong. Karen looks away with a slight pout. I just don't like taking a bath outdoors. Cells can't help but tease her a little. Oh, is it because you don't want us to see you naked? Karen quickly retorts, it's not that. But the lighthearted mood vanishes as Cell's expression turns serious. That carefree attitude might be fine when you're surrounded by nobility, Karen, but it's a different matter when you're traveling like this. We're in real danger. The memory of the attack flashes through her mind. Her face darkens, shadowed by fear and the weight of their situation. She clutches her chest, a pained gasp escaping her lips as the anxiety tightens its grip. Suddenly, two small heads pop up from the water beside her. The twins look at Cells, their innocent eyes wide with curiosity. They sense her distress immediately. "You don't look well," one says. The other asks gently, "Are you scared? Are you scared of those men in black from earlier?" Cells forces a shaky smile, trying to be strong for them. "Ah, no, don't worry about me, it will be all right." The twins beam their faith in their protector absolute. "It will, Aldis is here after all, Aldis is very strong," they cheer. "He beat up the scary old men who would always yell at us." They continue, unknowingly revealing a horrifying piece of their past. "He also took off the rings we had on our hands and feet." Cell's eyes widen, and in the trees, the eavesdropping mercenary freezes. The mercenary's blood runs cold. "Isn't that?" She whispers in horror, "the object human rings." She now understands the twins weren't just servants, they were slaves, treated like animals. Oblivious to the bombshell they just dropped, the twins try to comfort Cells. "So even if the men in black come, it will be all right." Cells looks down, overwhelmed by their innocence and the darkness they've endured. A sad understanding dawns on her face as she looks at them. "I see, you're twins after all. They've always had each other to lean on." With tears welling in her eyes, Cells pulls them into a tight embrace. "But you must be living happily right now," she whispers, a wave of relief washing over her. "Thank God." Held in a warm, safe hug for what might be the first time in their lives, the twins close their eyes, a peaceful expression on their faces. From the bank, Karen watches the tender moment, a silent guardian over this newfound family. Her gaze is soft, a flicker of emotion crossing her face as she takes in the scene under the vast, starry sky. Back at the campfire, Aldis approaches the female mercenary from Michelle's group. "Aren't you going to take a bath as well?" she scoffs without looking at him. "HMPH, as if I can take a bath with those young girls." Suddenly, a voice cuts through the quiet. Ted, who they thought was asleep, opens his eyes. "That aside," he says, his gaze sharp, "you said your name was Aldis, right?" The mercenary leader's eyes drift to Aldis's unique blades. "You have a very interesting way of fighting. Just what was that style? Is it self-taught?" Aldis remains composed. "It's not self-taught. I was taught how to fight by someone else." Ted presses on, his questions becoming more pointed. "Is your master still alive?" Aldis's guard goes up. "Why are you asking such a thing?" Ted gestures vaguely towards his own men, just out of curiosity. After seeing a display like that, anyone would get interested. Aldis looks off into the darkness, a flicker of hope in his voice. "I think that they are still alive." "Is it a famous person?" Ted probes. Aldis gives a simple, one-word answer. "Yeah." A wry, almost sarcastic smile plays on Aldis's lips as he deflects the question with a wild claim. "So famous that they could be enshrined as an evil god right now." Ted lets out a short laugh, but the humor vanishes in an instant. He slams his mug down, his eyes turning to steel. "You expect me to believe such an obvious lie? Let's cut the crap. The four of you aren't equipped for this forest. You're even empty-handed. Why are you really here?" He points out the most glaring inconsistency. "The most suspicious thing is the girls' shoes. There's no way they could walk in those for even an hour straight." Aldis's face hardens, his cover completely blown. "Suppose that's true, what of it?" Ted raises a hand, his tone shifting from accusation to proposition. "I'm not trying to expose you. I don't plan on telling anyone." He leans in, his voice low and urgent. "Which is why I want you to cooperate with us. Truthfully, my group is no match for those pursuers on our own." Aldis is taken aback by the mercenary's admission. "Do you have any idea who they are?" Ted turns, his expression grim. "Dark steel blue equipment and a black mask. I've heard rumors." He meets Aldis's gaze, his eyes narrowed as he delivers the chilling truth. "They are probably from the dark division of the Empire." An image of the elite unit flashes in their minds, faceless, relentless soldiers clad in black. "And what's more," Ted's voice continues, "they take direct orders from the Emperor himself." Aldis is floored. The scale of their enemy is beyond anything he imagined. Why would an Imperial kill squad be after those two? Ted voices the same question plaguing his mind. Sending an army after a low-class noble and her servant, it's unnatural, it makes no sense. He looks directly at Aldis, laying his cards on the table. "What the hell did those girls do? Look, we're already involved in this mess. We need your strength, please help us." Aldis considers the weight of the name, the Hermemian Empire, a ferocious, expansionist nation with a fearsome reputation. He knew from Ted's men that the Empire had already invaded the neighboring kingdom of Nagras multiple times. War was not a distant threat, it was on the horizon. Just then he hears footsteps. Cells and the others are returning from the spring, their bath finished. Cells looks up, her expression a mixture of lingering sadness and newfound resolve. The twins immediately rush to her side, grabbing her arms and looking up at her with adoration, their simple affection a stark contrast to the dark conversation Aldis just had. Their bright, smiling faces are a powerful reminder of what's at stake. Cels glances over at Karen, who stands a few feet away, watching them. Karen offers a small, knowing smile. A silent understanding passes between the two women, a bond forged in shared hardship. Aldis watches them approach, the moonlight illuminating the small group he's sworn to protect. His decision is made. It seems like I'll be caught up in something troublesome again, he thinks to himself, this brief moment of peace. It was the calm before the storm. His eyes narrow with grim determination. The storm was coming, and he would be ready to face it head-on. After the dust settles from their last battle, Michelle formally approaches Aldis. After witnessing your skill as a mercenary, she begins, I have a new request. Aldis stands his ground, his expression unreadable as he faces Michelle, Karen, Cels, and the twins. I think I know what you're going to ask of me, he says, his voice flat. But go ahead. It's Karen who steps forward, her gaze direct and pleading. Can you escort me and Cels? Aldis and Nail share a silent, weighted glance. Aldis's brow furrows. He's clearly conflicted about taking on more baggage, especially with children involved. Sensing his hesitation, Karen presses on, reaching for something around her neck. This will be your reward. She presents a magnificent jeweled pendant, its centerpiece glowing with latent power. I don't have many coins, she admits, but if you get us to a town, I can sell this and pay you. Aldis leans in, his eyes scrutinizing not the jewel but the girl offering it. He's weighing the risk, the sincerity in her eyes, the desperation behind the offer. His first concern isn't for himself. If you give me that, will you have enough for your own expenses? Karen flinches but quickly recovers. Why yeah, we'll be fine. Aldis pulls back, his expression grim. He knows she's likely lying, which only complicates the decision. Nail analyzes the situation with cold logic. She knows Michelle's mercenaries are no match for the masked assassins they faced before. These girls need real protection, and they're the only ones who can provide it. Aldis's gaze drifts to the two small twins, now hiding behind Cels, their eyes wide with fear and hope. This is the heart of his hesitation, the thought of leading these children into even greater danger. He's startled by their sudden proximity, their silent plea hitting him harder than any blade. When did they get so close? A wave of frustration washes over him. He clenches his fist, the knuckles white. Damn it! He knows he can't just walk away and leave them to their fate. He stares at his open palm, contemplating the lives that would now rest in it. With a final sharp intake of breath, his eyes harden with resolve. The decision is made. A wave of relief washes over the girls. Cels and the twins beam, their faces lighting up as Aldis gives his answer. Fine, he sighs, I'll do it. Nail offers a faint, knowing smile while the other mercenaries look on. The deal is struck, but before they travel together, they need to gauge each other's strength. The mercenaries volunteer to go first, demonstrating their skill. They work as a unit, their blades clanging against the thick, armored hide of a large beast. With a final, coordinated heave, their greatsword bites deep into the monster's flesh. The mercenary leader stands atop the fallen creature, planting his sword in its skull. How was that? He asks, breathing heavily. Aldis gives a nod of approval. That was great, you guys work well together. Aldis then turns his gaze towards the darker part of the woods. All right, Nail and I will take care of the ones over there. The mercenary leader smirks, intrigued. Show us what you've got then. If we're fighting together, I need to know what you're capable of. Without another word, Aldis and Nail simply start walking into the trees, leaving the others confused. Over there. As they walk, Nail speaks with chilling calmness. My lord, shall we take half each? Aldis's reply is just as casual. Sure, you take the left side. Suddenly, the shadows themselves seem to move, and 4 glowing eyes ignite in the darkness ahead. A monstrous two-headed serpent erupts from the foliage, its fangs dripping with venom. Yet, Aldis and Nail stand perfectly still, back to back, utterly unfazed. In less than a second, Aldis blurs past the beast, his sword a silver streak. One of the massive heads is cleanly severed. The mercenaries can only stare in shock. So fast, he cut right through that thick body. But the threat isn't over. As the snake falls, 2 massive insectoid monsters drop from the canopy. Look up, one of the mercs screams, it's the twin-blade beasts. Before the warning even finishes, Aldis and Nail are a whirlwind of destruction. Blades flash and the monsters are dissected into pieces, their carapaces shattering like glass. Aldis stands amidst the dissolving remains, not a single scratch on him. He turns to the stunned audience and states plainly, this is how we fight. The mercenaries are speechless, their previous confidence completely shattered. Aldis raises an eyebrow. Is there a problem? The leader forces a nervous laugh, wiping sweat from his brow. And not at all, you demonstrated your abilities perfectly well. Just as everyone is processing the insane power gap, Cels steps forward, her voice ringing with determination. Please wait, you still haven't seen me and Miss Karen fight. Her expression is serious, her hand over her heart. We still have not shown you our abilities. A mercenary looks at her, bewildered. Why do you need to fight? You hired them to protect you. Cell's chin lifts defiantly. We have no plans of being extra luggage. Miss Karen and I are both experienced with swords. Karen finally speaks up, supporting her maid. We're not on your level, of course, but we can hold our own. Aldis looks from one to the other, his face a neutral mask as he considers their bold claim. Nail cuts in, her eyes fixed on Karen. An interesting dynamic. Why is the mistress silent while her servant does all the talking? Ignoring the pointed question, Aldis makes his decision. All right, you two can demonstrate during the next encounter. Cell's face breaks into a triumphant smile. Okay. The group resumes their trek through the dense forest, the air thick with unspoken questions. As they walk, one of the little twins playfully tugs on Cell's cloak, trying to get her attention. The girl giggles, her innocent joy a stark contrast to the dangers of the forest. She continues her little game, completely carefree. Aldis watches them, a look of genuine confusion on his face. I don't understand kids, he mutters to Nail. What's so fun about that? His musing is cut short as his senses flare. His eyes snap forward, his entire demeanor shifting. Monster incoming, left side up ahead. Without hesitation, Karen and Cells draw their blades and sprint forward. Are you sure about this? Aldis calls out. We'll be fine, Cells shouts back, not breaking stride. A giant serpent crashes through the trees, its maw wide enough to swallow a man whole. Aldis watches, his eyes narrowed, ready to intervene but curious. All right, he thinks, let's see what you're made of. Karen meets the monster's charge head-on, planting her feet and raising her sword to parry. She sidesteps a devastating lunge with surprising agility, the snake's head smashing into the ground where she just stood. As the beast recovers, Karen pivots and drives her blade deep into its flank, black blood spraying from the wound. The snake rears back, hissing in agony and rage. Karen's expression is one of pure, focused intensity. She's completely in the zone. Watching from the back, Aldis lets out a soft, surprised sound. Oh, there's real skill here. Their strategy becomes apparent. Cells is the agile skirmisher, using hit-and-run tactics to harass and distract the beast, while Karen acts as the immovable wall, absorbing the monster's main attacks and creating openings for Cells. Aldis is genuinely impressed. The flawless coordination, the power, it's not something you learn overnight, he thinks to himself. Why are a noble lady and her maid this powerful? With a final, decisive slash, Cells brings her blade down, finishing off the monstrous snake. The mercenaries watch, stunned. The blonde-haired one breaks the silence, his voice filled with genuine awe. That was great, what do you think? He asks Aldis, who simply observes, impressed by her skill. Cells wipes a bead of sweat from her brow, a tired but satisfied smile on her face. Nail and I will handle the fighting, she says, looking towards the mercenaries, but I'll be counting on you in an emergency. Her confidence is a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. As night begins to fall, the group continues their journey under a darkening sky. A sense of unease settles in. Sigh, did we really have to go out of our way to go through monster territory? One of the men grumbles. Later, gathered around a crackling campfire, Karen explains their dire situation. The usual route is too dangerous, she says, stirring a pot. We have to go through here to get away from those masked people. The mood is tense, this path was a necessary evil. Suddenly, a cheerful shout breaks the tension. Aldis, look! The twins come running towards him, their faces beaming with excitement. In their hands, they proudly hold up freshly made rice balls. Aldis, eat this. Aldis, sitting on a log with Nail, looks up as the twins present their creation. We made rice balls together, they announce proudly, with Cells standing behind them. Aldis reaches out, his expression softening as he takes the offered food. You did well, he says gently, his voice full of warmth. Without hesitation, he takes a large bite. Let me have a taste, he says, the sound of him chewing filling the quiet air. And then he freezes. His eyes widen slightly, his chewing slows to a halt. An interesting flavor profile explodes in his mouth, and not in a good way. Oblivious to his internal crisis, one of the twins chirps. Cells told us it would taste good. Aldis manages to keep his composure. What did you put inside of it? He asks, already suspecting the culprit. As expected, it was her idea. He carefully breaks the rice ball open, revealing a strange, dark, spherical object at its core. Cells, what did you put into this? He asks, holding up the mysterious ingredient. Cells beams with pride, holding up her own rice ball. It's the surge fruit, she explains happily. It relieves fatigue and is good for your body, right? Karen tries to interject, a worried look on her face. That's true, but Cells is already humming to herself, completely lost in her own world. Nail, ever the pragmatist, clarifies for him. Surge fruit is a raw ingredient used in medicine. Aldis processes this. It's not harmful if you don't eat too many of them. Fine then, I guess. One of the twins looks up at him with hopeful eyes. Is it tasty? She asks. Aldis forces a smile, trying to hide the grimace. Why yeah, it's not bad, he lies through his teeth. Their faces light up. We made some for you too, Nail, they exclaim, turning to his silent companion. Nail simply accepts the offering with a quiet thanks. Nail, showing no emotion, takes a bite of the rice ball. Her stoic facade shatters instantly. Her eyes fly open in shock as the taste hits her. The world seems to crumble around her for a split second. Meanwhile, Aldis forces himself to swallow the mouthful, his face contorting with the effort. It's a battle of willpower. Nail stares at him, a look of pure disbelief on her face. As expected of my lord, she thinks, amazed by his endurance. Aldis just glares back as if to say, what are you trying to say? Cells approaches him timidly. Aldis, was it okay? He gives a short, clipped response, not trusting himself to say more. Well, I ate it. Just then the blonde mercenary saunters over, a charming smile on his face. Did you make this, Cells? He asks, completely unaware of the culinary landmine he's about to step on. He takes a rice ball from her hesitant hands. Let me have a taste. He takes a confident bite, expecting a delicious treat. The reaction is immediate and violent. He gags, spitting the food out in a spray. Cough, what the hell is this? He yells, his face a mask of disgust. It tastes terrible. Cell's hopeful expression crumbles, her eyes wide with shock and hurt. Aldis and Nail can only watch, a silent understanding passing between them. They knew this was coming. Suddenly, a terrifyingly sweet smile spreads across Karen's face, her eyes glowing with menace. After eating the food that Cells made without permission, she says in a low voice, you think it's all right for you to spit it out like that? The mercenary freezes, sweat beading on his brow as Karen looms over him. Just what are you doing? She asks, her voice dripping with ice. He stammers an apology, but it's too late. Cells is already in tears. Of course it tastes bad, she sobs. Cells made it after all. Karen grabs the mercenary by his collar, her sweet but deadly smile never wavering. Even if it tasted like a canal, as a man, you're supposed to eat it without letting it show on your face. The man can only let out a terrified eek. She gestures towards Aldis. You should learn from Aldis, who finished eating it within seconds. Aldis averts his gaze, wanting no part of this. Having dealt with the mercenary, Karen turns her attention to the crying Cells. Her tone shifts to that of a stern older sister. Sigh, that's why I told you to stay away from cooking. Cells sniffles, I'm sorry for doing it without permission. Aldis watches the scene unfold, thinking to himself, stop crying, you're not a child anymore. He feels Karen is being a bit too harsh. But then Karen's expression softens. She gently pats Cells' head, comforting her. Aldis realizes their dynamic is complex. Rather than master and servant, he muses, they feel like sisters. As Karen continues to console Cells, Aldis's thoughts drift to his own daughters. When Philia and Rihanna grow up, will they be like that too? Later that evening, the camp has settled into a quiet rhythm, the travelers resting around the dying embers of the fire. Aldis steps away from the main camp for a moment of peace, the twins quietly following him into the edge of the woods. His eyes catch a solitary figure in a moonlit clearing ahead. It's Cells, kneeling on the ground, her back to them. Aldis pauses, a curious expression on his face. Karen and the twins catch up to him. Ah, Aldis, Karen says softly, he keeps his voice low. What is she doing? Karen's gaze is distant and sad. She's praying to God. Under the vast, starry sky, Cells remains in her vigil. It's her daily routine before going to bed, Karen explains. Aldis's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of a painful memory crossing his mind. The twins look at each other, confused and a little scared. God, the goddess, they whisper, the very word is a source of their pain. Karen quickly kneels to reassure them. Ah, don't worry, unlike the ordinary believers, she doesn't really hate twins. Aldis turns to the girls, his expression serious. We humans only think twins are sinners due to a misunderstanding, he says, his voice firm. The only sinner is the one who hurt the goddess. A shadow crosses his face, his jaw tightening. The memory is clearly a deep and personal one. One of the twins senses his distress. Aldis, she asks, her small voice filled with concern. He quickly shakes it off, forcing a gentle smile. It's nothing, let's head back. Aldis turns and walks back towards the camp, leaving Karen and the twins alone for a moment with their thoughts. As they watch him go, one twin whispers to the other, her voice full of resentment, I hate the goddess. Karen puts a finger to her lips, shhh. A small, almost imperceptible smile touches Karen's lips. She looks down at the twins, her eyes filled with a shared understanding and a surprising darkness. I hate her too, after all. Her voice is a comforting whisper in the night, don't worry. In the clearing, Cells remains oblivious, lost in her solitary prayer at the edge of the world. Her face is etched with a deep, quiet sorrow, her gaze fixed on something far away. As she stares up at the full moon, a silent question hangs in the air. What is she thinking, and what does she wish for in the quiet darkness of the night? The night is still, the only sound the crackle of a dying campfire. Around it, Aldis's party rests after a long day's journey. The twins are fast asleep, Karen and Cells are nearby, and the mercenaries are scattered, taking what rest they can. Nail stands watch at the edge of the woods, her arms crossed. Her sharp eyes scan the oppressive darkness, a silent guardian over the sleeping camp. Aldi's appears to be resting like the others, his hand never far from his sword. But even in stillness, his senses are sharp, constantly probing the surrounding forest. Suddenly his eyes snap open, a faint tremor in the air, a whisper of hostile intent. His voice is a low murmur cutting through the quiet night. They're coming. One of the mercenaries, roused by the sudden tension, looks up in confusion. He sees Aldi's already on his feet, hands resting on the hilts of his twin blades. The calm atmosphere has vanished, replaced by a palpable sense of danger. "What's the matter?" the mercenary asks, his voice laced with concern. Nail joins them, her expression grim. "Is it those guys again?" Aldi's doesn't look at her, his gaze fixed on the trees. "Yeah, and they're speeding up." Just as he says it, figures melt out of the shadows. Masked soldiers, the infamous Dark Division, their armor glinting under the pale moonlight. Aldi's eyes narrow. "It seems like they plan to surround us." There's no warning shot, no declaration of war. The Dark Division soldiers draw their bows in perfect unison, and in the next instant, the air is filled with the whistle of 100 arrows. The volley rains down on the campsite, arrows thudding into bedrolls and earth where people were sleeping just moments before. The mercenaries scramble for cover, hiding behind thick trees as shafts splinter the wood around them. "Tusk, as I thought," one of them grits out, pinned down by the relentless assault. Aldi's assesses the situation in a heartbeat. They're outnumbered and outpositioned. Hiding won't work. "Damn it, they've increased their numbers," he thinks, his mind racing. "I guess we have no choice." He vaults over a log, a blur of motion. "Nail, I'll leave this side to you," he shouts, not waiting for a reply. He's switching from defense to offense. Ducking into the woods, Aldi's closes his eyes, taking a deep, calming breath. He filters out the chaos, the sounds of battle, and focuses his senses. His mind's eye sees it clearly. They think they've hidden themselves well, he muses, but the leaking magic makes their position obvious. He pinpoints the enemy mages, the heart of the assault, before they can fire it off. He explodes from the tree line, leaping directly into the nest of cloaked mages. Their heads snap up in shock, but it's already too late. "I'll crush them." His first strike is a brutal palm thrust to the face of a mage, sending him reeling back with a sickening crunch. The other mages begin their incantation, a complex chant weaving through the air. The pale white is nurtured by the distant void, the lightning strike of judgment. Magic coalesces around them, forming a deadly fog of slumber and a shimmering blade of swift fury. But Aldi's is faster than their spells. He weaves through the swirling magic, his hand outstretched, ready to counter. He forms a quick hand sign, a flicker of his own magic disrupting their flow, as expected from an Imperial special unit. He notes internally, acknowledging their skill even as he dismantles it. With a flick of his wrist, he manifests a solid blade of pure magic, sending it spinning through the air. The magic blade finds its mark, slicing through two of the mages before they can even register the attack. The lead sorcerer gasps, blood bubbling from his lips as a second blade pierces him from behind. Fro em behind. Aldi stands over the fallen mages, recalling his phantom blades with a simple gesture. The first threat has been neutralized. He presses his fingers to his temple, expanding his senses once more to get a tactical read on the entire forest. The battlefield lays itself out in his mind like a map. The ones attacking Nail and the others are about 20 people, then there are 8 others gathered in a spot a bit further away. He analyzes the second group's energy signature. "Judging by their magic power, I assume that they are sorcerers, not that it changes what I have to do." Suddenly his senses scream. The group of 8 is pooling their power, preparing something massive. Aldi's looks up, feeling the immense magical pressure building in the distance. The very air seems to vibrate with power. His eyes widen in alarm. This isn't just a normal attack. He clicks his tongue in frustration. "Tusk, were they attracted here by the disturbance?" The situation just went from bad to worse. In the sky above the main camp, dozens of brilliant spheres of light materialize, streaking down towards Nail and the others. Aldi's recognizes the spell pattern instantly. Rainbow-colored bows, using such advanced magic. It's a high-level spell capable of wiping out the entire area. Without a second's hesitation, Aldi slams his hand into the ground, pouring his own magic into the earth. He breaks into a dead sprint towards the sorcerer's location. With someone this skilled around, even Nail won't be able to hold out, he thinks, pushing his body to its absolute limit. In a hidden clearing, the 8 elite sorcerers stand confidently, their hands glowing as they channel their power. "Prepare the next shot," their leader commands. Just as they begin their next cast, a blinding light erupts from the woods opposite them. The leader's eyes widen. "No, wait." A massive, jagged crystal of pure ice, summoned by Aldi's, hurtles out of the darkness towards them. It's a projectile the size of a carriage. Panic sets in. "Set up a barrier," the leader screams. They hastily throw up a magical shield, but it's a desperate, last-ditch effort against the overwhelming force. The ice crystal smashes through the barrier as if it were paper. The sorcerers face a mask of terror in the split second before impact. Aldi's drops from the sky in the aftermath, flipping through the rain of ice shards and shattered magic, landing amidst the now decimated sorcerers. His eyes are cold, his expression unreadable as he prepares to eliminate any who survived the initial blast. With a fluid arc of his blade, he cuts down a remaining sorcerer, his gaze already sweeping for the next target. The elite magic unit is annihilated in seconds. Meanwhile, back at the camp, the battle rages on. The mercenaries are locked in a desperate struggle for survival. Nail and the others are surrounded, the clash of steel echoing through the dark woods. A mercenary parries a blow, his reflection flashing in the enemy's blade. He cries out as the soldier's sword comes down, a bead of sweat flying from his brow. Nail moves like a wraith, her dagger flashing as she intercepts another attacker, her face a mask of cold determination. Nearby, one of the older mercenaries shields the twins. "You'll be fine, so don't move," she yells, trying to keep them calm amidst the chaos. Karen grits her teeth, her twin blades straining as she blocks a heavy blow from a masked soldier. She shoves him back, her voice filled with fiery defiance. "Aren't we your targets? Then you should focus." The soldier's eyes widen in surprise at her strength and ferocity. But beside Karen, Cells is faltering. Sweat drips down her face, her eyes wide with fear and distress. The violence is taking its toll on her. Karen glances over, shouting her sister's name in alarm. "Cells." Nail fends off another attack, realizing the grim truth. "As I thought, moving around while protecting this many people is not going well. They're being overwhelmed." A Dark Division soldier grins behind his mask, sensing victory is near. But then, a flicker of movement in the corner of his eye makes him pause. Aldi stands over the body of a fallen enemy, his sword resting on his shoulder. He looks at the remaining soldiers with an unnerving calm. "I've already gotten rid of your sorcerers." His eyes drift towards the deeper woods, a new, more dangerous presence making itself known. That, and now, doesn't seem to be the time for fighting each other. The soldiers are stunned but defiant. Their leader steps forward. "You guys aren't enough to defeat me." Aldi's ignores him, his focus entirely on the new threat. He catches Nail's eye. "Nail," she understands immediately. "I know." A strange chittering sound echoes through the forest, cutting through the sounds of battle. "This sound is," one mercenary mutters, another curses, "Damn it, why now?" A shadowy shape with glowing white eyes peers down from a thick branch, its form unnatural and unsettling. The creatures reveal themselves, horrifying owl-like monsters with wide, unblinking eyes and long, prehensile tails. The mercenaries look up in horror. The trees are filled with them, dozens of pairs of eyes staring down, their snake-like tails coiled around the branches. The experienced mercenary's face pales. "The whips," she says, her voice trembling. "It's the monster I least wanted to encounter in this forest, and there are so many of them." One of the whips lets out a piercing shriek, its eye locking onto the fighters below. They descend from the trees in a terrifying wave, swooping down on the battlefield. The mercenaries scream as the creatures dive into their ranks, chaos erupting. The whips attack indiscriminately. They lash out at the Dark Division soldiers with their powerful tails while the mercenaries try to form a defensive circle. Huddle together. A masked soldier finds himself fighting for his life not against mercenaries, but against the screeching monsters, cutting one down only to be swarmed by more. A mercenary parries a soldier's blade while dodging a whip's tail, shouting with grim irony, "You're quite dedicated to your work even at a time like this." Friend and foe are forgotten. It's a desperate three-way brawl for survival. Nail cuts down a soldier as a whip lunges past her, the battlefield a whirlwind of blades, claws, and tails. The whips swarm across the forest floor, a tide of monstrous predators. Aldi's reacts instantly, his hand flashing as he prepares a counter-spell. He unleashes a wave of force, blasting several of the creatures away in a shower of dirt and gore. But from the chaos, a different whip emerges, its feathers bristling as it prepares a unique attack. It opens its beak, but instead of a screech, a strange, resonant hum fills the air. The sound waves wash over the battlefield, an invisible force that seems to target the mind itself. Aldi's recognizes the magic instantly. "The Song of Silence," he yells. The mercenary leader tries to rally his men. "Calm down, the only ones who will be put to sleep with that magic are the children and the injured." As he speaks, the twins slump over, fast asleep. The strange, silent song washes over Karen, who stands firm against its influence. But for Cells, it's different. She clutches her head, a bead of sweat on her temple. This is mental interference. Her eyes fly open in sheer panic and agony. Oh no. A blood-curdling scream tears from her throat as the magic rips through her psyche, overloading her senses. Seeing her screaming and vulnerable, two Dark Division soldiers abandon their fight with the monsters and charge towards her, seeing an easy kill. They close in, blades raised, sensing no danger from the girl. Aldi sees them and moves to intercept. "No, you don't." He launches his swords like projectiles, trying to stop them before they reach her. But he's too far away, his eyes are wide with desperation. Before his blades can reach, Cells moves. In a blur of motion too fast to follow, she sidesteps the first soldier and brings her own sword around in a vicious arc, cleanly decapitating him. The soldier's helmeted head hits the grass with a wet thud as his body collapses. Cell's turns and her eyes are no longer her own. They are wide, wild, and utterly devoid of fear or reason, only pure, unrestrained rage. Her hair begins to float and writhe, changing color as a terrifying power awakens within her. The quiet, timid girl is gone, replaced by a berserker whose screams now add to the horrifying sounds of the forest night. The forest floor is a whirlwind of chaos. Cells, her hair now a blood red, her eyes wide with madness, carves a path of destruction. Aldis can only watch in shock, his mind racing. Just what the hell is going on? A gut-wrenching scream tears through the air, not quite human, it's Cells. From the sidelines, Karen watches in horror, her friends name a desperate cry on her lips, Cells. Before the masked soldiers can even react, Cells is on them. She moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion that ends with her blade buried in a soldier's chest. She doesn't stop. With a feral snarl, she rips her sword free and pivots, cleaving through another soldier in a brutal spray of black. Another soldier raises his sword, a futile attempt to defend himself against the storm. But Cells is no longer a person, she's a force of nature. Her eyes, devoid of reason, lock onto her next victim. The impact is devastating. Cell's raw power shatters the soldier's blade, sending him stumbling back in disbelief. Watching from a safe distance, Nail and the others are stunned. So powerful, one whispers. Not to mention, Nail adds, her eyes fixed on the glowing weapon, that her sword is reinforced with magical power. Her rampage is indiscriminate. Cells turns from the soldiers to the grotesque, owl-faced whip monsters slithering nearby. The creature is torn apart in an instant. Cells stands amidst the carnage, splattered in the black blood of both men and monsters, a demon on the battlefield. The surviving mercenaries can only stare, their faces pale with shock and fear at the sheer brutality. One of them, a young blonde man, recognizes the face under the blood and madness. "See Cells," he stammers, taking a hesitant step forward. "Are you all right?" "Hey," he begins, but Aldis's voice cuts through the chaos like a whip. "Wait, don't approach her." The warning comes too late. Cell's head snaps towards the mercenary, her gaze locking onto him with murderous intent. Letting out another inhuman shriek, she lunges, sword raised, ready to kill. The mercenary's world narrows to a single point of terror, sweat beading on his skin as death rushes towards him. Her blade slices through the air, a silver streak promising a swift and brutal end. In a flash, Aldis is there. He shoves the mercenary to safety, placing himself directly in the path of the berserker. "Stand back," he yells, his mind calculating furiously. "If I take her strike head-on, my sword will break." So he doesn't block, he parries. Steel clashes against magically infused steel, and a violent explosion of sparks erupts at the point of impact. Cells swings again, a wild, powerful blow. Aldis dodges back, his hand already glowing with arcane energy. He can't match her raw strength, so he'll use his skill. Aldis unleashes a small, controlled burst of magic, a concussive force to deflect her blade without shattering his own. Frustrated at being blocked, Cells redirects her rage, punching the very ground beneath her feet. The earth cracks and splinters from the sheer force of the blow. For a brief second she pauses, her wild eyes scanning the battlefield, blood dripping from her face. Then, as if her objective has changed, she turns away from the fight. In a burst of speed, Cells flees, plunging deeper into the dark woods. But her rampage isn't over. As she runs, she continues to slaughter the whip monsters in her path, a whirlwind of destruction. Her screams echo through the trees as she cuts a bloody swathe through the forest's monstrous inhabitants. The masked soldiers quickly recover from the shock. "Chase her," their commander orders, and they give pursuit. Seeing Cells vanish into the woods with soldiers on her tail, Karen is spurred into action. Panic grips her face as she screams the name she's not supposed to know, "Princess." The word hangs in the air and Aldis's head snaps towards her. "Princess?" he thinks, the implications hitting him hard. Karen tries to run after them, but two soldiers move to intercept her. "There's no time for this. Don't get in my way," Karen screams, her own sword flashing. She cuts them down without hesitation, her desperation giving her strength. Aldis watches her go, a grimace on his face. "Tusk, what a troublesome person." Karen dispatches the last soldier blocking her path, her focus entirely on the chase. Finally clear, she sprints into the dark forest, following the path of destruction. Aldis makes his choice. "Nail, I leave the rest to you," he shouts over his shoulder as he prepares to follow. Nail's calm voice replies, "Understood, my lord." Deep in the woods, Karen pushes herself to her limit, panting as she runs through the oppressive gloom. Tears stream down her face as she calls out again and again, "Princess, princess." Suddenly, a hand clamps down on her wrist, stopping her dead in her tracks. "It's Aldis," he points in a different direction. "Not that way, this one," he says, his tracking skills far superior. Karen looks up, surprised. "You can tell." Aldis doesn't let go, his gaze intense and demanding. "You called her princess. What's going on here? Explain now." Karen's frantic energy drains away, replaced by resignation. The secret is out. She looks down, her voice barely a whisper. That person is, Cells is, not my maid. With a heavy heart, Karen reveals the whole truth. Her full name is Celestia Leg Caucasus Herminia. Her Highness is the third imperial princess of the Hermenian Empire, and it is I who am her maid. The pieces click into place for Aldis. The imperial princess, no wonder a special unit under direct orders from the emperor would be after us. He presses further. Is Cell's transformation the reason for the pursuit? Karen nods grimly. In the Empire, silver hair like the princess's is considered an ominous color. She begins to recount a dark legend. Long ago, a princess was born with exceptional beauty that captivated everyone. But also something that was different from humans. She was meek, but on her 17th birthday, she began using violence against those around her. It escalated. She kidnapped people from outside the castle, torturing them to death for her own entertainment. Her beauty was like an enchanting magic. No one could defy her. In the end, even her own father, the emperor, and the other royals were killed at her hand. By the time she finally died of emaciation, her madness had set the empire's development back by 30 years. Aldis connects the horrifying dots. And the color of that princess's hair was the same as Cell's, Karen confirms it. Ever since, silver hair has been seen as a curse, and Princess Celestia was ostracized for it from birth. Aldis scoffs, disgusted by the prejudice. That nonsense again. It was the same with twins being considered abominations. Why do people react like that just because of her hair color? His eyes narrow, he knows there's more to it. However, I want to dismiss it as nonsense, but... Karen's expression is pained. Yes, when it comes to the princess, it wasn't just her hair color. Ever since she was a child, she explains, she would sometimes lose herself like that. It especially happens when she is exposed to magic that interferes with her psyche. Aldis looks ahead into the dark woods. The fact that her hair color as well as her strength changes can't be normal. Stopping the princess won't be easy. Karen's voice is heavy with guilt. Whenever it happens, a lot of people get injured. There was also one victim. Their path takes them through a clearing littered with the mutilated corpses of the whip monsters, a grim reminder of what Celestia is capable of in her berserk state. Seeing the carnage, Karen desperately tries to defend her. She's normally a very kind person. She's absolutely not the type to hurt anyone. She clenches her fist, her voice filled with frustration. But everyone around her believes that this is the second coming of that princess, that she is a curse cast upon the imperial family. Because of that, she was raised in secret, hidden away like a bird in a cage, until a certain incident triggered a motion to have her completely imprisoned. Aldis's eyes sharpen. So that urgent message from your father, was it a lie? Karen shakes her head. No, I did get a message, it said, quit serving the third princess immediately and return home. A bitter smile touches her lips. He probably wanted to distance his daughter from the princess who's about to get arrested. Her composure breaks, but I just wanted to help her at all costs, which is why I used it as an excuse to get her away from the capital. Aldis listens to her confession, his expression unreadable. How reckless, he says softly. His quiet judgment makes Karen snap. I'm well aware that it's reckless, she shouts, her emotions spilling over. But so what, are you trying to say this is the princess's fault? Tears of rage and sorrow stream down her face. She never wished for any of it, not her hair color, not the family she was born into, and not hurting people. Why does she have to be treated this way? Her voice softens, filled with a desperate longing. I only want the princess to be happy like an ordinary person. An image of a smiling, carefree Celestia fills her mind. I want her to live outside the empire, quietly but freely, to fall in love. It's fine as long as she can lead an ordinary life. Aldis looks at her, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. But he brings her back to the brutal reality. I understand how you feel, but this might seem harsh. Even if she gets a lover, she will probably end up killing them. He continues, his tone sharp and logical. You gave her a magic sword, knowing she could go out of control at any moment. What were you thinking, letting her get close to those children back at the village? Karen flinches, having no answer. Her face darkens with a chilling resolve. It will be fine, she insists, her voice low, as long as I'm here. Aldis stops walking. Is there a way to calm her down, he asks. Karen meets his gaze. Yes. That's why I serve by her side, she says, her hand over her heart. Before she can elaborate, a sharp whistling sound cuts through the air. They both whip their heads around, instantly on alert. They look up into the canopy of the dark forest, trying to pinpoint the source of the sudden noise. A massive weighted net soars through the trees, a trap sprung by the imperial soldiers. It descends rapidly, aimed perfectly to ensnare the rampaging princess below. Cells spots the trap at the last second, digging her heels into the dirt to fight back. From the trees, a soldier curses, damn it, their target is proving difficult to capture. Suddenly the ground itself begins to shake violently. The soldiers cry out in alarm, what? The earth beneath them cracks and groans, pushed apart by a tremendous force from below. A monstrous clawed hand, black as night, erupts from the ground, sending dirt and rock flying. Hearing the commotion, Aldis and Karen break into a sprint, racing towards the clearing. Karen screams for her princess while Aldis sighs, a deep sense of foreboding washing over him. Another troublesome situation. They burst into the clearing to a scene from a nightmare. Towering over Princess Celestia is a hulking, humanoid beast with the terrifying head of a spider. As if drawn to the tragedy, the ominous forest has bared its fangs. Just as the chaos seems to settle, the ground trembles. A new nightmare emerges from the darkness, a hulking monstrosity of muscle and teeth, dwarfing the berserk Princess Celestia. The masked soldiers who were just moments ago a disciplined unit now stare in abject terror. One of them stammers, his voice cracking, what is that thing?" The creature's face is a tapestry of horror. Multiple dead black eyes stare out over a maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. A low, guttural growl escapes its throat. Without warning, the beast lunges not at Celestia but at the soldiers. A massive, clawed hand slices through the air with terrifying speed. The soldiers are swatted aside like flies. Screams of agony are cut short as the sheer force of the blow sends them flying, their armor crumpling on impact. Having dealt with the fodder, the monster turns its full, horrifying attention to the only other threat it perceives, the rage-filled princess. But Celestia, lost in her berserker fury, feels no fear. With a feral cry, she charges headfirst towards the behemoth, her sword held high. She leaps, using the creature's own massive leg as a ramp, scaling its body in an attempt to reach a vital point. Her blade bites deep into the monster's shoulder, a strike that would fell any normal beast. But this is no normal beast. The monster roars, more in annoyance than pain, and delivers a brutal backhand. Celestia is sent hurtling through the air like a ragdoll. The creature lets out a victorious snarl, its rows of teeth gleaming in the dim light. It clenches its massive fist, the sound of grinding stone echoing as it prepares to finish the job. The deep gash on its shoulder is already sealing itself, flesh knitting back together as if the wound never existed. Watching from the sidelines, Karen screams in pure terror, her voice filled with despair, "Princess." The monster raises its fist high above the downed Celestia, ready to bring it down and crush her into oblivion. The blow descends, a blur of motion that promises nothing but annihilation. Celestia is slammed into the earth with enough force to crack the very ground beneath her. Seeing their opportunity, the remaining soldiers take aim. "Now capture her," they yell, firing specialized net launchers. The heavy, weighted nets envelop the dazed princess, pinning her to the ground. Aldis and Karen can only watch in horror. "Princess," Aldis shouts, "no, wait." But Aldis isn't just shouting. With a gesture, he rips a massive wall of solid rock from the earth itself, placing it directly in the path of the soldiers. The nets slam harmlessly against the stone barrier, their momentum completely nullified. Karen stares in disbelief at Aldis, who now stands as a one-man fortress. "Whoa," she breathes, stunned by his incredible power. Aldis doesn't stop there, creating a shimmering shield of energy to protect them from any further attacks. Denied its prey and challenged by this new magic, the monster lets out a world-shaking roar of pure rage. The shockwave of the roar blasts through the forest, but Aldis's barrier holds firm, deflecting the debris in force. Through the dust, Karen's eyes lock onto the struggling form of Celestia. "Princess," she cries, her concern overriding her fear. Celestia thrashes violently under the net, her muffled growls showing that her berserk state hasn't faded in the slightest. Ignoring Aldis's warning shout of "Ah, hey," Karen breaks from the safety of the barrier and sprints towards her princess. The giant demon stomps forward, its attention now split between the defiant mage and the girl running across the battlefield. Aldis steps forward, planting himself firmly between the monster and the others. His voice is calm but firm. "I'll be your opponent." He's a blur of motion, his sword flashing as he carves two deep slashes across the demon's chest. But as Aldis lands, he watches in grim realization as the wounds seal themselves in seconds. Its wounds have already healed up, he thinks. This thing, it's on the level of the three great demons. Suddenly, a sharp cry from behind snaps his attention away from the monster. He whirls around just in time to see Karen, reaching the struggling Celestia. Karen desperately tries to get through to the princess, reaching out to her despite the obvious danger. A wave of panic hits Aldis. He knows what a berserk Celestia is capable of. "What are you doing?" he screams. "Get away from her." Karen's voice is filled with desperate hope. "Princess, it's me, it's Karen." But there is no recognition in Celestia's eyes. With a guttural snarl, she thrusts her sword forward, impaling her most loyal friend without a moment's hesitation. For a single fleeting moment, as the blade sinks in, a flicker of something confusion, crosses Celestia's face. Ah. The moment is gone. The rage returns and she brutally rips her sword free, letting Karen's body fall limp to the ground. Aldis watches, his mind reeling in horror as Karen collapses. Karen. Having dispatched one enemy, Celestia's dead eyes now lock onto Aldis. He is her next target. She lunges, her attacks wild and unbelievably powerful. Aldi's is thrown on the defensive, steel clashing against steel with explosive force. He barely blocks a downward slash, the sheer weight behind it making him grit his teeth. So heavy, he thinks, his arms trembling from the strain. With a burst of strength, Aldi's parries and shoves her back, buying himself a precious few seconds. He immediately rushes to Karen's side. "Hey, are you all right?" he asks, knowing the answer. With her fading breath, Karen can only whisper "Prink S." Aldi's head snaps up, his senses screaming at him. The danger isn't over. The high-level demon, forgotten in the chaos, is now charging straight for them, ready to wipe everyone out. Scooping the gravely injured Karen into his arms, Aldi's assesses the impossible situation. Taking on both of them at the same time is a bit. He needs a new plan, and fast. Thinking quickly, he summons several decoy swords, sending them flying past Celestia to momentarily draw her attention. As she instinctively turns to the decoys, Aldi's makes a break for it, carrying Karen and running deeper into the woods. He's not running aimlessly. He's leading the lumbering demon on a specific path towards the edge of the forest. His feet pound against the earth, every step a calculated move and a desperate gambit. From above, his plan becomes clear. He's running along the edge of a massive, bottomless chasm. The demon, blinded by rage, crashes through the trees right behind him, completely unaware of the trap. Aldi's glances over his shoulder, his face a mask of grim determination. It's all or nothing. With the monster lured to the edge, Aldi's takes a final, decisive step, plunging into the abyss below. As they fall through the moonlit sky, Aldi's holds the unconscious Karen tight. He looks back up at the demon with a defiant grin. "Have a taste of this," he yells, his voice echoing in the canyon. The air around them crackles with magic as Aldi's summons his power. Dozens of massive, gleaming lances of pure ice materialize from the starry sky. The ice spears rain down, a magical artillery strike that slams into the pursuing monster, pinning it against the cliff face. Aldi's clenches his fist, pouring every ounce of his will into the attack. The lances detonate with concussive force, shattering the rock and hammering the demon with overwhelming power. A guttural, inhuman roar of pure agony rips through the night as the demon's body is torn apart by the magical onslaught. Its grip on the cliff fails, and the hulking beast tumbles helplessly into the darkness of the chasm below. Watching the monster disappear, Aldi's expression is grim. One threat is gone, but the real problem still remains. After landing safely, Aldi's gently sets Karen down. "Are you all right, Karen?" he asks, his voice laced with concern as she lets out a pained groan. He pulls out a small knife, his expression serious. "I'm sorry," he says gently, "but I'll have to tear up your clothes to see the wound." Kneeling beside her, he carefully inspects the injury Celestia inflicted. A small sigh of relief escapes him. "The wound doesn't seem to be as deep as I thought it was." But as he prepares to bandage her, a sharp intake of breath catches his attention. His eyes widen in shock at what he sees. Beneath her torn clothes, Karen's back is a horrifying tapestry of old, crisscrossing scars. "This is," Aldi's whispers, stunned. Karen's head hangs low, her hair hiding her face as shame and guilt pour out of her. It's all my fault." Tears begin to fall as she confesses everything. "The reason I gave her a magic sword, I heard it could act as a charm to ward off magical power. She was so against coming with me." Aldi's listens silently as Karen's voice breaks. "She said she was afraid of hurting anyone else, but I forced her to come with me." The memory of their escape plays in her mind. "I didn't even tell her they wanted to imprison her. If she'd known, she would have gone willingly. All of this is the result of my own selfishness." Her confession ends in a choked sob. "Still, I want her to be." Hearing her desperate plea, Aldi's gaze hardens with resolve. In the distance, the sound of splintering wood echoes as the berserk Celestia continues her rampage, a whirlwind of destruction. Aldi's turns back to the wounded girl, his voice urgent. "Karen, how do I stop her?" Karen's voice is weak, but her words are clear, a single, desperate hope. "Let her feel someone's warmth." Aldi's looks back confused. "Someone's warmth?" She nods, tears streaming down her face. "If she can feel a person's warmth for a while, she will return to normal." She clutches his arm, her grip surprisingly strong. "That is the only way." As Karen tries to push herself up, Aldi's gently holds her down. "Stop, you can't do anything in that state, the princess right now is." Aldi's cuts her off with a reassuring smile, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. "Leave it to me. I just need to hug a pretty girl, right? It's a task that comes with its own perks." Through her tears, Karen looks up at him, a glimmer of hope in her eyes as she places her trust in him. Aldi's creates a protective barrier around her. He stands, draws his sword, and turns to face the forest where his real challenge awaits. He finds Celestia immediately. With a feral cry, she lunges, her movements impossibly fast and powerful. Aldi's is forced onto the defensive, dodging a flurry of wild, deadly strikes. He parries a blow, his eyes narrowed in concentration, analyzing her every move. With a sharp twist, he blocks her sword with his own, the impact jarring his arm. As they break apart, the hilt of his sword flies from the blade. A trick. He throws the now useless blade, lodging it in the ground to create a distraction. Celestia leaps over it, taking the bait. There, Aldi shouts, seeing his opening. He swings for a non-lethal blow with the flat of his remaining sword, aiming to knock her out. But in a flash she twists in mid-air, blocking his strike perfectly. Aldi stares in disbelief. Wah. The Berserk Princess comes at him again, her technique flawless even in her rage. Sparks fly as their blades clash. You're good, Aldi's grunts, impressed despite the danger. He's pushed back, realizing her raw power and skill are too much to handle directly. A new strategy forms in his mind. If I can't fight you head-on, then I'll just aim for your weak point. His gaze drops, your feet. He slams his foot down, channeling magic into the earth. The ground beneath Celestia's feet cracks and glows. Thick, magical chains erupt from the ground, wrapping around her ankles and locking her in place. She stumbles, caught completely by surprise. With her immobilized, Aldi's raises his hand, summoning 3 more swords out of thin air. The spectral blades shoot toward Celestia like silver arrows. Even chained, her instincts are incredible. She deflects every single blade with a furious whirlwind of steel. But as her attention is on the swords, the chains snake up her body, binding her completely. That was a decoy, Aldi says, his plan revealed. Celestia's eyes widen in shock, realizing she's trapped. In the split second she's restrained, Aldi's closes the distance. He doesn't attack. He wraps his arms around her, pulling her into a powerful, unyielding embrace. She struggles against him, her hand still gripping her sword. She tries to bring the pommel back to strike him, but his arms are like steel bands, pinning her weapon and her body against his. He holds her head close and yells, his voice desperate to reach the person buried under all that rage. Cells, get a grip. A final, pained scream is torn from her throat as his words and warmth fight against the dark power possessing her. The feral light in her eyes flickers. The rage gives way to a wave of confusion and exhaustion. The crimson glow fades from her hair, the fiery red receding like a tide, revealing her natural, shining silver locks. Her grip slackens, the sword falls from her limp hand, clattering onto the forest floor. The magical chains dissolve into dust as Celestia collapses, unconscious, into his arms. Aldi's holds her tight in the quiet of the woods, whispering words of comfort. It's all right now, everything is all right. We flash back 1 month to the opulent halls of the Herminia Imperial Court. Inside her chambers, Princess Celestia stands dressed not in royal silks but in a simple maid's uniform. Her loyal attendant, Karen, circles her with a critical eye. Okay, Princess, everything is ready, Karen announces. So, what do you think? Do I look like a servant to you? Celestia asks, a playful glint in her eye. Karen leans in, inspecting the disguise. Your face is a little too well-rounded, she teases, gently pinching the princess's cheek. But if it's just about the looks, you make a pretty good servant, Your Highness. Celestia looks slightly taken aback. That's an unsettling assessment. It makes me kind of nervous now. The two walk side by side down a grand, empty palace corridor. The plan is in motion. Just don't let people see your face, Karen advises. If no one sees your face, they won't know that it's you. Celestia glances around the deserted hallway. I didn't know it was so quiet today. Karen explains, all of them rushed off to the ceremony. The one for the nation of Alban, Celestia confirms. Yes, Karen replies, most of the staff is not here because of the ceremony. Their little escapade has the perfect cover. As they approach an exit, a guard calls out, hey, you two. For a moment it seems their cover is blown. But the guards simply wave them through, none the wiser. The princess and her maid step out into the palace grounds, their freedom just a few steps away. Celestia takes a deep breath of fresh air, a rare smile on her face. It's been a while since I've been out of the palace, she muses. It looks like the combat training paid off. We haven't had an assassin in a while. Her excitement is palpable. I heard Kafue is famous for its cakes, so let's hurry and pick them up. They walk through the manicured gardens, a brief, peaceful moment on their secret errand. But they are not alone. Two figures approach, an arrogant-looking envoy and his subordinate. The envoy's eyes scan the grounds with impatience. Lead the way to the ceremony site, he barks to his companion. Spotting the two maids, he calls out to them. Ah, sir, are you the delegation from Alverns? Celestia asks politely. Yes, the envoy replies, and I'm afraid that we've lost our guide. Celestia, maintaining her disguise, offers a solution. I'm sorry, then I'll send a replacement right away. But the envoy scoffs, his patience worn thin. Replacement? I can't wait for that or we'll be late, you two lead us there now. Trying to refuse, Celestia bows her head. I'm sorry, but we are currently obliged to get gifts for the ceremony. The envoy's face darkens. I don't care about that. His hand shoots out, grabbing Celestia's arm. You can lead the way to the ceremony site instead. Karen's eyes widen in alarm. His grip tightens cruelly. Right now, he snarls. Karen rushes forward, pleading, no, please stop. Even the envoy's own man seems panicked, crying out, wait, young master, you can't do this. But the touch, the aggression, it's a trigger. Something inside Celestia snaps. Her eyes blow wide with terror. What is happening? She thinks, her mind fracturing. Is it mental manipulation? Panic floods her senses. The world distorts as the curse she's fought her whole life begins to awaken. Her face contorts in a mask of pure horror. This, she gasps, control slipping through her fingers like sand. Karen sees the terrifyingly familiar signs. She reaches out, her voice trembling. Princess, don't. It's too late. Celestia's hands move with a will of their own, grabbing at her own clothes, tearing at the ribbons of her apron. Princess, Karen screams. A silent, agonized scream rips from Celestia's throat as she's overwhelmed by a murderous impulse she cannot contain. In a flash, her hand closes around the hilt of a concealed dagger. She lunges forward with terrifying speed. The envoy freezes, his arrogance replaced by shock as the seemingly harmless maid transforms into a whirlwind of violence. The sickening sound of a blade finding its mark echoes through the garden, followed by a spray of blood. The scene dissolves into a memory, into the darkness of Celestia's past. The cruel whispers of the court echo in her mind. I heard that yesterday again, an assassin was sent to kill her. It was supposed to be a stillbirth, right? At least that's what I heard. The voices are a poison she's lived with since birth. We see a small, lonely child, a young Princess Celestia, forced to overhear the noble's callous words. It would be better if she really were dead. You know, even His Majesty is hoping for that to happen. Her inner voice narrates the memory of her childhood. From the moment I was born, I was completely left alone, isolated in my room. At that time I didn't know the reason, but in the end it was the best they could do. But the isolation couldn't contain the darkness within her. A memory of her hand gripping a dinner fork like a weapon surfaces. A maid screams as a plate flies past her head. I never wanted that to happen, Celestia's voice laments. I've hurt so many people. And then she remembers the source of it all, the terrifying eyes that haunt her nightmares. I can hear her voice. A monstrous, shadowy queen looms over her child's self, a manifestation of the curse. It cackles, its voice a symphony of madness. More, show me more blood. The entity writhes in frustration and desire. Oh my God, so many toys, but I can't reach them, it's so frustrating. The little princess is on the floor, weeping, screaming at the voice in her head. Who are you? Please stop it, I don't want this. Tears stream down her face as she screams with all her might. I don't want to. And in her darkest moment, a gentle presence embraces her. A kind voice cuts through the madness. Princess, it's her head maid, Angelica, known as Angie. Angie holds the terrified child in the middle of the wrecked room, a beacon of calm in the storm. Don't worry, everything is all right now. Celestia whimpers her name, finding her anchor. Angie. Later, Angie kneels before the young princess, explaining the origin of her torment. The sins of the Empire? Celestia asks. Yes, milady, Angie replies. Angie's voice is soft but certain. The cause is probably the sins of the Imperial Empire, my princess. It's a curse born from generations of crimes committed by royalty. She looks at Celestia with deep compassion. The princess is very kind, so she accepted the curse in their stead. Angie gestures to a statue of the goddess, offering hope. I am sure one day, if it's you, the goddess will cleanse you from that curse. That could be the reason why she entrusted this to you. Her eyes shine with unwavering belief, because you have a bright and pure heart. She takes Celestia's small hands in her own. If it's you, I am sure that someday the curse will disappear. Angie's faith became Celestia's reason to live. That was the reason why I kept on smiling, she recalls, remembering the simple, happy moments of Angie brushing her hair. I prayed and kept on going, she remembers, kneeling beside Angie in nightly prayer. Angie was her shield, her comfort, her entire world. And peeking out from behind Angie's skirt was a shy, young girl with braided hair, Karen, Angie's little sister. Celestia had resolved to bear her curse to lessen the sins of the Empire even just a little, but as the memory fades, the crushing reality of the present returns. And yet, the image of a grown Karen fighting for her life in the forest flashes before her eyes. The memory of Karen's battle cry echoes, a testament to the pain Celestia's curse has caused her. The flashback ends, returning us to the present where Celestia is confessing everything to Aldis. Since I was little, I was always unstable, she explains, her voice heavy with guilt. But even though I'm a princess, I also have my limits. Her expression is pained as she recounts the endless threats. There were always assassins and people who only wanted to use me, like that time with the envoy. She remembers a time when Karen, seeing her pain, offered her a sword and a way out. Take this sword and let's run away together, is what she said. A testament to a loyalty that Celestia feels she has only repaid with suffering. The memory cuts deep into Celestia's mind, a flashback to a moment of failure. Even with this sword, she thinks, her grip tightening on a phantom hilt, I couldn't do it. I am completely useless, and yet Karen was always there for me. The vision shifts to the aftermath, bodies strewn across the ground like fallen leaves. I knew I shouldn't have dragged Karen into this mess, involving and killing so many people. Then, the moment it happened, a blur of motion as an enemy lunged not at her but at someone else. And in a flash, Karen was there, throwing herself in front of the blade, taking the hit meant for another. Celestia's mind screams, her eyes wide with a horror she's reliving for the 100th time. The world slows down as she sees her most loyal friend caught in the crossfire. Karen. Suddenly a sinister, shadowy figure looms behind her in the memory, the curse itself. Its voice twists her own, snarling at the approaching Karen. No Karen, don't, stay away from me, get off. The words aren't hers, but they tear from her throat all the same. Her eyes, wide with terror, reflect the internal battle. Tears stream down her face as a desperate scream echoes in her soul. No, no more. She's on her knees pleading to an unseen force. Get away from me, I don't want to hurt anyone anymore, the curse whispers back, a venomous taunt. Why are you doing this to me? Are you the curse of the Empire? Her prayer turns to a desperate cry. I am the one who is cursed, so I should be the only one getting hurt. Please, goddess, help me. A radiant, goddess-like figure appears in her mind's eye, a beacon of hope in the darkness. Celestia reaches out, her voice cracking. So please, please forgive me, but her plea is met with a chilling silence. The beautiful face of the goddess begins to warp and distort, the light fading into shadow, the gentle smile twisting into a mocking sneer. The illusion shatters, revealing the true form of her tormentor, a monstrous, shadowy entity that towers over her, its claws extended. Celestia is nothing but a tiny, helpless figure in its oppressive presence. The curse's laughter booms in her head, a cacophony of madness. More, follow your impulses, it shrieks, its face a mask of pure insanity. Kill, 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 you are my toy. Its shadowy face, crowned with a twisted mockery of her own tiara, leans in close. Didn't you realize that you were just a puppet? Help me kill them all, make me happy. Trapped in the nightmare, Celestia can only look on in abject horror, a single broken word escaping her lips. Why? The curse's eye, a spiraling vortex of hate, fills her vision. Its final command is an ultimatum. If you can't, then die, die. A voice cuts through the darkness, pulling her from the abyss. Cells, stay with me. The nightmare fades, replaced by the cool night air and the steady presence of Aldis holding her. Her vision clears, she's in a forest, not a battlefield. Aldis' voice is an anchor in the storm. Cells, it's me, she blinks, disoriented. Huh. She looks up into Aldis' concerned face. Aldis, he gives a small, relieved sigh, looks like you're back. A strange, ethereal light seems to flake away from her boots, as if the last vestiges of the curse's influence are dissolving into the night. Holding her steady, Aldis asks gently, do you remember anything? I was fighting the demons, but then I heard some strange noises. The memories slam back into her, but not of the curse, of who she was with. Panic seizes her, her eyes widening in fresh terror. Oh no, what's with Karen? I was with her and then. Just then a familiar voice cuts through the trees. Princess, the sound of footsteps rustles through the grass. Celestia whips around, her heart pounding. There, emerging from the woods, is Karen. Karen, she cries out, a wave of pure relief washing over her. Karen's face is stained with tears, but her expression is one of utter joy. Oh, thank God, I'm so glad that you are okay. But as Karen takes another step, her strength gives out. Her eyes roll back and she collapses forward. Celestia lunges, catching her just before she hits the ground. Karen, Karen, Aldis is right behind them, his expression grim. Don't worry, he says, she isn't hurt that badly. Aldis gently takes the unconscious maid from Celestia's arms. She will be okay, so let's get her treated, the sooner the better. With Karen cradled in his arms, Aldis turns to Celestia. Come on, let's go. But the princess remains kneeling on the forest floor, her head bowed, utterly broken. A quiet, hollow voice emanates from her. No, I'm not coming with you. Aldis stops, turning back with a confused frown. What? Celestia doesn't look up, her hair hiding her face. Please take Karen with you, Aldis. She sounds defeated, empty. I'm leaving, if you don't mind. Please pretend that I'm dead, I don't care anymore. Aldis' patience snaps. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Her voice is barely a whisper, heavy with resignation. I was going to do that originally. Once I knew for certain that Karen will be safe, I was going to let myself get caught. She finally looks up, her eyes filled with a deep, painful certainty. As long as Karen is with me, she will never be happy. Aldis tries to understand. You mean because you're the second princess of the Hirnian Empire? She looks surprised, a flicker of confusion in her exhausted eyes. Ah, how did you know about that? Aldis replies flatly. Karen told me before. Then you already know, Celestia says, her gaze falling to the ground. If I go back alone, I might get away with it. Maybe I'll just be locked away, but if Karen comes along, she will be. Her hand clenches into a fist, trembling with emotion. Please take her with you, to hurt Karen, I can't take it anymore. The first devastating truth spills out. Karen never shows her skin, she says, her voice trembling. Her whole body is riddled with scars, and every single one of them is from me. Tears stream freely down her face, a torrent of guilt and self-loathing. It's all my fault, Karen, I'm hurting her all the time. She closes her eyes, the weight of her sins crushing her. She is just an innocent maid, and yet, if I don't do something, Karen's life will be ruined. Aldis looks from the unconscious Karen in his arms to the broken princess on the ground. Have you ever heard any words of regret from her? He asks pointedly. At least I didn't. He presses on, his voice firm. I don't think she regrets anything, so you can't just ignore Karen's own feelings. His words strike a nerve and Celestia's despair erupts into raw fury. What do you even know? She screams, her face a mask of anguish. She claws at her own head, completely unraveling. No, you don't. Even if Karen is considerate, I will forever be just a nuisance. She will never be able to forgive me for what I've done. The horrifying memories flash before her eyes. You have no idea what I've been through. I hurt her so many times and I know I will keep hurting her. She almost even died because of me. And she trails off, panting, the unspoken truth hanging heavy in the air between them. Celestia looks at Aldis, her expression shifting from rage to a chilling, sorrowful calm. She hasn't told you everything that happened, right? I am sure she didn't. The final confession begins, each word heavier than the last. She isn't the first who were supposed to calm me down while I'm out of control. Her gaze drops, her voice becoming a ghost in the dark woods. Did she tell you what happened to the head maid who was serving me before her? She holds out her trembling, dirt-stained hands as if they are covered in blood. She died. No, I killed her, with my own hands. The name falls from her lips like a tombstone. Her name was Angie, Angelica Statmeyer. Aldis's blood runs cold, his eyes widen in shock and dawning horror as he recognizes the surname. Statmeyer. A single tear traces a path through the grime on Celestia's cheek, her eye reflecting a universe of pain. As a memory of a smiling, kind-faced maid appears, Celestia delivers the final, soul-shattering blow. She was Karen's older sister. Celestia's mind flashes back to a scene of pure chaos, a gilded hallway shattered and broken. A loyal guard lies motionless on the floor as a younger, terrified Karen watches in horror. Before them, Celestia herself, lost in a berserker rage, raises a blade against the one person who showed her kindness. Even though Angie did all that for me, her voice echoes in her memory, The bitter memory fades into a warmer one. A sunlit garden where she, a young Karen, and her older sister Angie were inseparable. Celestia narrates the past, her voice laced with sorrow. Angie was the first person to be kind to me. She taught me everything. Fun things, things that made me smile. She was more important than any family I had. She remembers a time she was crying, lost in despair. Angie held her close, stroking her hair with a gentle hand. Princess, you've done nothing wrong, Angie's soft voice whispered. Just keep praying for your sins to be purged and I am certain you will be forgiven. No matter what, keep believing. But the nightmare always returns to the same horrific conclusion. The image of her own hand, driving a blade through Angie's heart. The warmth of the woman who was like a mother to her, replaced by the chilling stain of blood. Even now, I'm dreaming, Celestia thinks, dreaming about Angie, pierced by my own knife. The weight of her past crashes down on her in the present. Tears stream down her face, her expression a mask of pure agony. If we stay together like this, she sobs, I'll end up doing the same thing to Karen that I did to Angie. A sharp voice cuts through her despair. It's Aldis holding the unconscious Karen in his arms. He looks down at Celestia, his expression unreadable. I can't stand this anymore, the fact that it was all my fault, she cries. Aldis's voice is cold. So you'll just quietly go into hiding, is that it? Celestia looks away, trying to justify her decision. Karen is strong and adaptable, she mutters, more to herself than to him. I'm sure she'd be able to blend into the crowd and live a peaceful life. Her mind drifts again, this time to the moments after Angie's death. To Karen, who despite her own grief stood before her and made a vow that has haunted Celestia with guilt and gratitude ever since. She remembers herself as a child, kneeling in a cold, empty room, praying to a silent goddess, tears of guilt soaking her dress. And then Karen was there. She walked towards her, her small frame filled with a resolve that defied her age. Karen, Celestia had whispered, unable to meet her eyes. Karen stood before the statue of the goddess, her eyes clear and defiant. I do not believe in the goddess, she declared, her voice ringing with conviction. She did nothing to save you, my princess, or my sister. She turned, taking Celestia's hands in her own. From now on, I shall protect you. Rather than the goddess, please have faith in me instead. Back in the present, Celestia explains this crushing debt to Aldis. Even though I was the one who killed her sister, Karen still protected me. She did all the work my guards failed to do, testing my food for poison, going without sleep. She closes her eyes, the pain evident in her voice. It's thanks to her that I've made it this far. I'm grateful, so grateful that she dedicated her life to someone like me. She looks at Aldis, her decision hardening her features. This is about all I can do for Karen now. Leaving is the only way. Aldis remains silent, his eyes shadowed by his hair. He listens to her reasoning, his expression betraying nothing but a simmering disapproval. Celestia believes this is the perfect opportunity. Karen is unconscious, she thinks, and there are still people by her side to protect her. This is my chance to disappear. Aldis processes her words. He knows Celestia's devotion to Karen. She wouldn't normally abandon Karen in a situation like this, he thinks to himself, and neither would I. He pushes the thought aside, but that's not important right now. What's important is the flawed logic he's hearing. He finally speaks, and his words are like a slap in the face. That is an awfully self-centered thing to say. Celestia flinches, caught off guard. Huh. Aldi's lifts his head and for the first time she sees the fire in his eyes. This isn't a negotiation, it's a confrontation. He presses on, his voice sharp. I'll just say this and you can bet all your money on it, that won't make Karen happy. Celestia's eyes widen in shock. Wah. Aldi's voice rises, cutting through her excuses. What you're telling me doesn't consider the feelings of a single person involved. It's nothing but self-satisfaction. Self-satisfaction? Celestia echoes, stunned. Aldi's continues, painting a grim picture for her. Here's what will most likely happen after Karen gets left behind by you here. He leans in, his gaze unwavering. Firstly, she won't believe you. I doubt Karen of all people will believe that you're dead unless she sees the body with her own eyes. She won't believe it unless she can confirm it with you personally, not even if I were the one to tell her. His voice softens but the words are heavier. Next, she starts searching. Even with no leads, she'll keep searching, all while thinking, why didn't you take me with you? And if only I'd been able to stay conscious then. He poses the final, devastating question, his voice quiet but firm. Do you really want Karen to live a life like that? Celestia is left speechless, the truth of his words hitting her like a physical blow. She lashes out, her voice cracking with desperation. What makes you so certain? How could you possibly understand? Aldi's roars back, a torrent of raw emotion breaking through his calm facade. Of course I understand. He grabs her shoulders, his grip tight, his eyes blazing with a familiar pain. You said it yourself, didn't you? Your family, the people important to us don't just give up that easily. They're not that weak. His own memories seem to flash before his eyes. Rushing to your own conclusions, or shouldering everyone's burdens alone. He shouts the question that defines his entire being, the pain of being left behind fueling his words. Can't you take the time to consider what the people you leave behind are feeling? His words shatter her resolve. Celestia breaks down completely, screaming her deepest fear into the night. Then what should I do? If I stay together with her, one day I know I'll. Before she can finish, Aldi's cuts her off with a thunderous promise. Then I'll stop you. Celestia freezes, her tear-filled eyes wide with disbelief. Huh. Aldi's looks her dead in the eye, his expression deadly serious. He makes a vow not just to her but to the unconscious girl in his arms. If you're ever unable to stop yourself, I'll be the one to bring you back to your senses in Karen's place. The forest is quiet for a moment, the weight of his promise hanging in the air. You make it sound so easy, Celestia whispers. Aldi smirks slightly. What, don't you trust me? Celestia looks from Karen's sleeping face to Aldi's determined one. A flicker of hope ignites within her. Fine by me, she concedes. Aldi's confidence returns in full. Even though I literally just brought this tomboy princess back unharmed, he teases, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. He points a finger at her, a challenging glint in his eyes. If you're really that worried, then just sit back and watch me in action. His gaze suddenly shifts towards the cliff edge, his senses on high alert. It'll be on its way back right about now. Celestia is confused. Huh. Aldi's turns and walks towards the precipice, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. What do you mean, on its way back? Celestia asks, a new sense of dread creeping in. The ground trembles violently. Massive, jagged fingers of stone claw their way over the cliff's edge, digging deep into the earth. The monstrous golem they fought earlier hauls its enormous body back onto the plateau, its maw gaping in a silent, furious roar. Aldi stands his ground, completely unfazed as he draws his blade. He's not the kind of opponent who'd be so easily defeated by being thrown off a cliff after all. He gives Celestia a confident grin over his shoulder. Things went a little differently on my end, so I didn't mean to end up fighting you again, but I better deal with you quickly. He turns fully to her. Hey, no need to write me off so early, just watch. Artie-san, Celestia cries out as he charges. In a blinding flash of light under the full moon, Aldi's meets the monster head-on, ready to prove his promise with steel and strength. The forest floor erupts in a cataclysmic explosion of dirt and rock. Celestia throws up an arm, bracing against the shockwave that rips through the trees. Through the dust and debris, a figure appears. Relief floods Celestia's face, her voice cracking as she cries out, Mr. Aldi's. In a flash, Aldi's is a blur of motion, his coat whipping through the air as he closes the distance in an instant. He lands squarely between Celestia and the unseen threat, his hand already on his blade. He's the new frontline. From the shadows, a hulking monstrosity of stone and rage emerges, its massive fist swinging down with enough force to shatter the very ground. But the blow never lands. Aldi stands unmoving, his single, outstretched hand effortlessly halting the colossal fist, creating a ripple of force in the air. Celestia's eyes go wide with disbelief, sweat beading on her brow. No way, just with one hand. Aldi's remains calm, his fingers subtly redirecting the immense kinetic energy. His thoughts are clear and concise. If it's just brute force, there are many ways to block it. Enraged that its power was so easily dismissed, the monster lets out a guttural roar. The rock on its body begins to bubble and shift, reforming with grotesque fury. Sensing a new threat, Celestia shouts a warning from behind him, "Mr. Aldi's, it's coming." But Aldi's is already focused, his gaze locked on the beast. A blinding sphere of energy erupts from the monster, a prelude to a devastating attack that illuminates the dark forest. The blast misses its mark. Aldi's has already moved, now holding Celestia clear of the danger zone. He looks back at the beast with a dismissive tone, "Is that all you've got?" The monster's multiple eyes narrow in a silent, seething rage. The taunt has landed. Done playing defense, Aldi's dashes forward, closing the gap to meet the behemoth head-on. The monster retaliates with another ground-shattering slam, but it only hits empty air and splintered rock. Aldi's has already leaped back, landing gracefully as dust and debris settle around the crater. He's simply too fast. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he calls out, "Where are you hitting?" He's not just fighting, he's controlling the entire pace of the battle. With a gesture, Aldi's changes tactics. The very trees of the forest obey his will, snapping from their roots and launching like massive spears towards the screaming monster. He stands at the center of a vortex of splintered wood and leaves, his hand raised as he conducts this symphony of destruction. Watching from a safe distance, Celestia can only stare in utter awe at the display of power. Her mind races, trying to comprehend what she's seeing. He hasn't chanted even once, so how come he's doing all that? Aldi's eyes are cold, analytical. He raises his sword unimpressed. Done already? What a lame performance. He becomes a silver streak, darting past the monster's clumsy defenses and delivering a clean, powerful slash across its rocky torso. The blade bites deep. Dark, viscous fluid sprays from the wound as Aldi's lands, his attack a complete success. The beast is far from finished. Its cluster of eyes begins to glow with an eerie, intense light, a sign that it's gathering an immense amount of energy. The light coalesces into a single, terrifying point, a miniature sun of pure destructive power, ready to be unleashed. Aldi's feels the sudden, suffocating pressure in the air. He knows this isn't just another attack. His expression hardens as he identifies the technique. Condensed ray, huh? Even from afar, the heat radiating from the attack is unbearable. Celestia cries out in pain, "That burns." With a final, terrifying roar, the monster fires. A massive, perfectly straight beam of white-hot energy screams through the forest. The ray of light is overwhelming, erasing everything in its path as it hurtles directly towards Aldi's, who stands his ground without a hint of fear. Celestia instinctively flinches away, unable to watch, her heart pounding in her chest. She peeks through her fingers, her face a mask of terror, expecting the worst. But Aldi's is untouched. A translucent, multi-layered shield has materialized before him, the devastating beam dissipating against its surface like water against glass. The light vanishes completely. Celestia looks on in stunned silence. The ray, it's gone. Aldi's voice is steady, his eyes locked on the beast. A threefold magical barrier that diffuses power through three barriers of different elements. Surely even you can't breach this one. The monster is overextended, its ultimate attack spent. Seizing the opportunity, Aldi's pushes off the ground, vaulting high into the air. That was quite a trick up your sleeve, he thinks, soaring over the beast. But you've put out too much. He descends, blade first, aiming for the creature's core. The finishing blow lands with a sickening splat. The monster's body convulses, its stone form cracking and breaking apart before collapsing into a heap of rubble. Aldi's calmly walks back towards the speechless Celestia. "You get it now?" he asks, a smug grin on his face. "I'm not so weak as to let a tomboy princess give me a hard time." The chaos of battle gives way to the quiet of the night, with a full moon hanging in the sky. The group makes their way through the moonlit forest. Aldi's leads the way while Celestia follows, carrying the still unconscious Karen. Suddenly, two small figures burst from the trees, their faces alight with relief. "Aldi's," the twins cry out in unison. Aldi's immediately kneels, pulling Philia and Liana into a hug. "Are you hurt?" he asks gently. They shake their heads. "No, we're good." Michelle and Nail's party emerge from the woods. "We've taken care of those monsters, Master," Michelle reports. "Thank goodness, I was so worried about you." Aldi's nods, his expression neutral. "Yep, I've taken care of it all, no problem." Nail's gaze shifts past Aldi's, his brow furrowed with concern. "Well, is everything okay on your end?" Aldi's glances back at Celestia. "I already dealt with her, she's not going to do you guys any harm." Nail begins to relax. "Anyway, glad everyone's safe for now," his words catch in his throat as he finally gets a clear look at the person Celestia is carrying. He sees Karen, limp and pale in Celestia's arms, a dark stain of blood on her clothes. Wait, she's badly injured. Panic flashes in Celestia's eyes. She turns to Michelle, her voice pleading. "I beg you, Miss Michelle, I'll pay you back later, so please help her." Michelle flinches as if struck, then shouts back, her voice full of indignant compassion. "Don't be stupid. No way I'm charging money from a fellow traveling comrade." Without another moment's hesitation, Michelle takes charge, directing her party to set up a makeshift infirmary on the spot. As they tend to Karen, Michelle shoves a healing potion into Celestia's hands. You're in pretty bad shape too, wash your wounds with this now. Celestia's face is cast in shadow, her voice barely a whisper as she asks the question that's been haunting her. Aren't you scared of me? Michelle just shrugs, a weary but kind look on her face. I've seen so much these past few days that nothing surprises me anymore. Besides, you're fine now, aren't you? So that's that. Aldi steps in, addressing the entire group. I can't move until this girl wakes up. Stop spacing out and start making the camp. We're spending the night here. Amidst the bustle of setting up camp, Celestia stands apart, clutching the potion. A single tear traces a path through the grime on her cheek as she gazes at Karen. In her grief-stricken mind, she imagines Karen smirking at her. Hey, what are you laughing about, Clint? The old name echoes with pain. Sometime later, seeking solitude, Celestia sits alone on a vast, flat rock overlooking a sea of mountains, the weight of the world on her shoulders. She stares into the distance, her expression troubled, replaying her choices, her fears, her very existence. A soft footstep breaks her out of her reverie. It's Aldi's. I didn't know you were here, she says quietly. Aldi's gets straight to the point, his voice gentle but firm. Still thinking about it, he means her plan to disappear. Celestia looks down, unable to meet his gaze. Her silence is all the answer he needs. She finally speaks, her voice heavy with years of loneliness. It's not that I didn't have people looking out for me, but it's that I couldn't let people get close to me. I'm really grateful to Karen, she continues, her voice trembling slightly. I wanted to pay her back while I still had something to give back, that's why. Aldi's finishes her thought. You wanted to disappear on your own, her head droops further in confirmation. He smiles softly. Hey Ceres, I already told you yesterday, she's not staying by your side because she wants something out of you, okay? Celestia nods a quiet yeah, escaping her lips. You should know that much. Aldi's presses on. Do you love Karen? I do. Do you cherish her? I do. Her answers are immediate without a shred of doubt. Do you think she loves you too? This time she hesitates. I hope she does. Do you think she cherishes you? A flicker of certainty returns to her eyes. Yeah, she always has, I think. Aldi's changes the subject, reminding her of the battle. You saw my power last night, didn't you? Yeah. He makes a quiet, unbelievable boast. I could take 5 of that thing at once, alone. Celestia's eyes snap open wide with shock. Huh. Aldi's continues with a casual confidence that's almost terrifying. Well, I guess I could take 100 of those masked guys too. If I wanted to, I could easily walk into the imperial capital and scribble graffiti on the emperor's forehead. She stares at him, completely floored. You're kidding me. He waves a hand dismissively. Of course, calming down a certain raging princess is nothing compared to all that. His gaze becomes sharp, intense. He makes a vow. I'll take care of any pursuers from the Empire. When you lose your senses, I'll hold you down before you hurt her. He lays her own heart bare for her to see. You just don't want to put her in danger, and truth is, you still want to be with her. He offers a simple solution. Being wanted doesn't bother us because we don't live in the city. With this, you don't have to disappear now, do you? Celestia stands, turning away. Aldi's continues, but Karen won't be able to pursue her happiness. It's up to her to decide what makes her happy. He steps closer, his voice softening. You're walking yourself into a cul-de-sac. The only conclusion that came to your mind is that you had to get away from her. If you think about the problems one at a time, the solutions are already out there. Now is just the matter of confirming Karen's resolve, right? Celestia looks down, a new worry on her mind. But then, I'll be troubling you instead, you know, Aldi scoffs. Huh, big deal. He closes his eyes with a wry smile. I'm sheltering a pair of cursed twins with me. Makes no difference if one tomboy princess joins in and I have to shelter 3. For the first time, a genuine, gentle smile graces Celestia's lips. You haven't counted Karen yet. All right, that makes 4 then. No complaining now. Aldi's turns to her, extending his hand. Don't carry it all alone. It's nothing embarrassing to ask for someone's help. If you want my help, just reach out to my hand. I'll take you back to my side for sure. You have my word. Overcome with emotion, Celestia doesn't take his hand. Instead, she closes the distance and throws her arms around him in a tight embrace. Though I'm not patient enough to wait for your hand to reach me. Aldi's is momentarily stunned as she holds onto him, her eyes wide and shimmering with unshed tears. A tiny, mischievous smile plays on her lips. She pulls back slightly, a playful light in her eyes. I thought you'd be colder and stiffer. Aldi's can only respond with a confused, what? Their moment is interrupted by a shout from below the cliff. Hey, Aldi's. It's one of the adventurers, yelling up at them with urgent news. Karen's opened her eyes just now. Both Aldi's and Celestia freeze, their expressions snapping from surprise to urgent hope. Back at the camp, Karen is sitting up, weak but awake, surrounded by her concerned friends. Celestia rushes to her side, falling to her knees and pulling her into a desperate, loving hug. Tears of relief stream down both their faces as they hold each other, finally reunited. Watching them, Aldi's allows himself a small, warm smile. From the edge of the clearing, he and the twins observe the emotional reunion, a newfound family bathed in the soft light of the campfire. The journey continues. Having parted ways with Michelle's group, Aldis and his companions press onward. As the sun rises, one of the twins stirs from her sleep, still half dreaming. Yawn. Morning, Miss Michelle. Aldis looks over, a calm reminder in his voice. We've already parted ways with Michelle and her friends, remember. Nearby, a significant change is underway. Karen, ever the loyal attendant, tries to brush Celestia's long silver hair. I can't allow that, milady, but Cels gently takes the brush. Come on, Karen, let me do it myself. With a determined look, she makes a declaration that solidifies her new path. From now on, I'm not a princess anymore. I'm just a mercenary like you, okay? And with that, the deed is done. Celestia now sports a short, practical bob, her silver locks gone. She turns to a stunned Karen, a hint of apology in her eyes for the sudden change. I'm sorry about your hair. Karen can only stare, the honorific slipping out instinctively. Milady, but Celestia doesn't look back, her gaze fixed forward on her new identity. Cels offers a small, reassuring smile. It would only get in the way, and I had been meaning to cut it anyway. She tries to soften the blow for her loyal friend. I'll be fine as long as I get to treat your hair every day. Their moment is cut short by Aldis's call. Their brief rest is over. Let's head out, you two. With renewed purpose, the group sets off across the vast, rolling hills, the wind whipping through their cloaks as they chase the horizon. Their journey is long and arduous, taking them through rugged mountain passes and deep into untamed wilderness, far from the lands they once knew. Days of walking take their toll. Aldis carries one of the exhausted twins on his back as they trudge onward, their faces etched with weariness but also an unbreakable resolve. Peeking out from her hood, the young girl on Aldis's back looks ahead, her eyes wide with a mix of fatigue and wonder at the sight before them. At last their destination emerges from the landscape, a massive, fortified city with imposing stone walls and sharp, conical towers. This is Teoria City, their sanctuary in the Republic of Bronkel. The small party makes their way to the city's towering entrance, dwarfed by the scale of the gate and the promise of rest that lies within. As they approach, a gate guard's eyes lock onto them. His gaze is unnervingly intense, fixed squarely on Aldis. Aldis meets the stare, his senses on high alert. He keeps his voice low, sharp with suspicion. What? The guard smirks, his tone dripping with condescension as he looks past Aldis to the girls. Wow, you're actually sheltering all these girls by yourself, quite a feat for someone your age. Philia flinches at the comment, her expression clouding with confusion and a flicker of hurt. The guard's words feel less like a compliment and more like an insult. Karen's temper flares instantly, her voice a low growl. What did he mean by that? It's like he's saying we're just useless freeloaders. Nail steps forward, her face grim as she delivers the cold, hard truth of their new surroundings. That is how this nation is. Welcome to the Republic of Bronkel, ruled by men. She begins to explain their strategy. After exiting Caussus Forest, we parted with Michelle's group to deceive our pursuers. That's why we came to this nation. Nail continues, truth be told, the plan was to go with Michelle to try her. But with recent events, we can't go near the city carelessly. It's too dangerous. As they walk through the bustling streets, Nail gestures around them. The city we're in, Teoria City, is located at the southern gates of the nation. Because of its remote location and lack of ties to the Empire, she concludes, this was our only option to get some rest. The group navigates the crowded market. Nail states the obvious, we must secure an inn if we want to rest leisurely, but we do not want to interact with people too much. Aldis nods. Well, that's true. Philia, still processing the change in plans, asks, but shouldn't we have visited Trier instead on the way? Aldis avoids her gaze. Well, we have our own circumstances. He elaborates for her. Trier is clearly enemies with the Empire, right? The kingdom is a danger to you too as well. Karen adds, Milady is tired as well, so I guess we should spend a night. Aldis's expression is grim. I'd have preferred that if we didn't have to worry about the Empire chasing us. It'd be super tiring to watch out for both Trier soldiers and our pursuers, and we wouldn't have time for a nap. Philia looks at him, her curiosity piqued. What did you even do in Trier? Aldis just shrugs it off with a deadpan expression. Nothing big, really. One of the twins, however, offers her own version of events, her head popping out of her hood. They just forced us to buy something we didn't want to, so we just had to buy that for free. The conversation is cut short by the irresistible sizzle of food cooking on a nearby griddle, the smell of fried eggs and sausage filling the air. A cheerful vendor calls out to the crowd, come get some snacks, freshly grilled. The aroma of roasted fish and other street food is overwhelming. The twins' stomachs betray them with loud growls. One tugs on Cels' cloak, her voice pleading. Cels, we're hungry. Cels smiles warmly. I guess you would be. We've only had preserved foods so far, like dried fruits or meat. She turns to the group's leader. Aldis, I'm really hungry. Should we get some food first before searching for an inn? Aldis can't help but agree, a faint smile on his lips. Well, I guess the smell really got to us, huh? At his words, the twins' faces light up, their eyes sparkling with pure joy. Let's buy something light to nibble. Their attention is drawn to a stall piled high with what look like fried potato balls, golden and tempting. Aldi's leads the twins to the counter. "These fried potatoes sure smell good," he says, trying to get the vendor's attention. He turns to the woman behind the stall. "They look spicy though, can kids eat these?" But the woman just stares at him with a blank, tired expression, saying nothing. Aldi's is left confused by the silence. Suddenly a man barrels past another customer, his voice booming. "Welcome." He completely ignores Aldi's and the girls, focusing only on the other man. Sells, trying to get the transaction moving, speaks up clearly. "We'll take a few for us then." The male vendor continues to ignore her, pitching his food to the other customer. "Fear not, we can adjust the spiciness for you. Even without any sauce, it still tastes good with its seasoning." The other customer looks completely baffled, glancing between the ignored girls and the overly enthusiastic vendor. Finally, the vendor slides over to Aldi's, a greasy smile plastered on his face as he addresses the only male in the group. "What do you say, mister?" The twins look up at Sells, their innocence highlighting the bizarre situation. Why is he asking Aldi's and not you, Sells? Aldi's, realizing he has to play along in this strange culture, sighs internally and gives a curt nod. "Yeah, sure," the vendor beams. "Thanks for your business." That's the last straw for Karen. With a sharp clack, her hand flies to the hilt of her sword. Aldi spins around, his voice sharp. "Wait, Karen." Sells grabs Karen's arm, trying to de-escalate, but Karen is seething with righteous fury. "That wretched man, don't you disrespect Lady Series like that." Sells gently reminds her, "Come on, Lady Karen, I told you don't have to speak like that." But Karen can't just let the insult slide. The vendor, oblivious to the danger, leans in conspiratorially towards Aldi's. "Hey, mister, how could you let women carry swords? You're way too capricious, my friend. Maybe you should take the swords away." Aldi's eyes narrow into slits. The temperature around him seems to drop as he stares the man down, his voice dangerously low and cold. "This doesn't concern you." The vendor freezes, the blood draining from his face. The boy's killing intent is palpable, and for the first time the man feels a genuine sense of fear. Needing an outlet for his shock and anger, he whirls on the female worker. "Hey, that's enough dawdling, is it done yet?" he screams, slamming his hand on the counter. The twins shrink back, hiding behind Aldi's from the sudden, violent outburst. One whispers, her voice trembling, "That man is scary." As Aldi's and his party step into the bustling streets of Teoria City, Nail's earlier words echo in his mind. Frankly speaking, male domination of women is taking root here. The Republic of Bronkel, their new sanctuary, has a dark undercurrent. His eyes scan the crowds, confirming Nail's assessment. Men walk with an air of authority while women follow a step behind, their roles clearly defined. In this nation, any real job is strictly for men. Women are expected to simply support them. The irony is bitter. Bronkel prides itself on being a progressive republic, having abolished the aristocracy and established a system of popular vote. They call themselves a nation for the benefit of all. But Aldi's sees the truth. The all they speak of is a very exclusive club. The only people who get to cast those votes are men from wealthy or influential families. Walking through the market square, Aldi's realizes this republic is just an aristocracy with a different name, poisoned by a hideous layer of gender discrimination. For the women in his party, living in the empire might have actually been easier. Trying to lighten the mood, Aldi's buys a hot snack for Philia. "It's hot," he warns gently, "so make sure not to burn your mouth." Philia, her face hidden by her hood, blows on the treat eagerly. But in her excitement, the snack slips from her grasp. "Ah," she cries out, a small gasp of disappointment as the food tumbles away. The treat rolls across the stone plaza. "Ah, wait," Philia shouts, chasing after it as Sells calls out her name in concern. Without warning, a heavy boot comes down with a sickening stomp, crushing the fallen snack into dust. The joyful moment is shattered in an instant. Philia looks up from her lost treat and freezes. A brutish man with a nasty scowl glares down at her, his face a mask of pure irritation. He explodes with rage, his voice booming through the square. "That frickin' hurt kid, what are you doing here?" Philia, small and terrified, can only stammer out a tiny sorry. But her apology means nothing to him. The man's hand whips back, ready to strike the small, hooded child. Aldi's eyes widen in disbelief. "Philia," he shouts, moving to intervene, but someone else is already there. The brute pauses, his fist still raised, confused. "Huh." A young woman has fearlessly stepped between him and Philia. With her hands on her hips and a defiant glare, a local girl stands her ground, shielding the trembling Philia behind her. Her voice is sharp and clear. "Hey, don't just butt in, girl," the man sneers. She doesn't flinch. "She already apologized to you. How could an adult be so mad about a kid stepping on him?" His face contorts in a furious snarl. "Say what? Know your place, woman. A chick who doesn't know her place like you ought to be taught a lesson." But she fires right back, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Says a coward trying to beat women to win. We call men like you scumbags." That's the last straw for him. "Shut up," he roars, swinging his fist not at Philia but at the girl defending her. but his punch never lands. A gloved hand shoots out, catching his fist mid-air with a solid thud. Aldis now stands before them, his grip like iron around the man's knuckles. His voice is dangerously calm. "Hey, don't get in my way," the thug yells, but Aldis's gaze is cold steel. "I'm not. This kid is in my custody." He leans in closer, his eyes narrowed. "I apologize for her stepping on you, but you don't have to go this far." The man tries to pull away, but Aldis's grip tightens, the sound of grinding bones echoing in the sudden silence. "Ow, ow, ow," the man yelps. Aldis's voice drops to a whisper. "If you're looking for a fight, then fight me instead. How about I have a bone in exchange?" The thug breaks into a cold sweat, the pain unbearable. "Damn it, too tight. All right, he surrenders immediately. The girl who defended Philia watches, stunned. The man scrambles away, muttering curses. The girl turns to Aldis, a bright, relieved smile on her face. Thank you," she starts. "No, you saved us as well, thank you," Aldis replies. She introduces herself cheerfully. "I'm Lita. Are you guys travelers, new to the city?" Seeing an opportunity, Lita's eyes light up. "You're gonna need a guide if you are, right? I'll make it cheap for you, so what do you say?" Aldis scratches his head, trying to politely decline. "We're not tourists here, so I don't think we need a guide." But Lita presses on. "Come on, don't be like that." She leans in, her smile confident and persuasive. "I was born and raised here, so I know this place like the back of my hand. You'll want to avoid inns filled with pickpockets or reckless guys like the one before." Lita continues her rapid-fire sales pitch, even promising to show them where to get the best cheap booze, completely winning over Karen in the process. Watching from the side, one of the twins whispers to Nail she's desperately trying to sell her service. Is being a guide a profitable job here? Nail's expression is somber as she watches Lita. The truth of their situation clicks into place. "I think that's the only job she can do." Karen pieces it together, her earlier anger at the city's culture returning. Is it because women are hierarchically low? Every store we go into is filled with men. Even if there are women, they're mostly treated like servants. Nail confirms their grim realization. In this nation, women are supposed to merely look after the house and raise their children. If they look for a job of their own accord, society will not take it lightly. The weight of this reality settles over the group. "What a despicable situation," Celestia remarks, her voice laced with disgust. Aldis looks at Lita, understanding her desperation now. He sighs, a small smile playing on his lips. "Oh fine, you stuck up for Philia, so I'll humor you for a day." Lita's face explodes with joy. Thank you," she exclaims, clasping her hands together in gratitude. Celestia watches them, shaking her head slightly. Even when he has a sour look on his face, Master is just too kind to people. Nail simply watches, a knowing look in her eyes. With the deal struck, a giddy Lita begins to lead the party through the city streets, her energy infectious. Aldis decides their first priority should be lodging. The twins are probably tired from camping out so much. We decided to have her look for an inn and she can show us around tomorrow. Lita proudly presents her choice. "Here's my recommended inn, Lakeside Forest Tavern. It's quite small in scale, but it's clean and they serve good food." After getting them settled, Lita waves goodbye. "I'll come pick you up tomorrow then," she calls out cheerfully. Aldis waves back. "All right," he says to the group, "let's take a break until dinner." Inside, they part ways in the hallway. "Dinner will be at the dining hall below," Aldis informs them. "Don't you oversleep now, Aldis," Celestia teases as she and the others head to their room. Aldis is about to enter his own room when he notices something. He turns back. The twins, Philia and her brother, haven't moved. They stand there looking up at him. "What's wrong?" he asks. "Shouldn't you go with those three?" With wide, pleading eyes, they ask quietly, "We want to be with you, can't we?" Aldis is taken aback for a moment. He thought they'd be more comfortable with cells, but he can't refuse them. He smiles warmly. "Yeah, sure you can. You can pick my room or theirs, up to you." Their answer is immediate and unanimous. "With Aldis, we want to sleep here." A soft, genuine smile graces Aldis's face. He's still not used to this kind of affection, but he welcomes it. He lets out a big yawn, the day's events finally catching up to him. "I guess I'll take a nap until dinner." Opening his door, he gestures for the twins to come inside. "You don't have to hide your faces here." They happily pull off their hoods and cloaks, relieved to finally relax. Aldis unclasps his own coat, tossing it onto the bed. He thinks to himself, "I don't think I have any acquaintances here, but I guess I'll go look around town when we have time." As he settles in, his thoughts drift back to the confrontation in the market. He remembers Lita's bright, determined smile, a smile that fought to exist in a society designed to suppress it. Aldis stands by the window, looking out over the city as the twins rest safely on the bed behind him. His thoughts are heavy. A nation ruled by men, He now understands the true nature of the place they've chosen for refuge. The morning sun shines brightly over Teoria City. A cheerful voice cuts through the air as Lita, their guide, runs up to the group with a wide smile. "Good morning, Mr. Aldis." From a high vantage point, we see Aldis and his party gathered in a clean, stone courtyard. You really hooked us up with a good inn, Aldis says, looking at Lita. The food was great too, she beams, asking, how'd your night go? With pleasantries exchanged, Lita gets down to business. All right, where should we start? Aldis looks thoughtful. Let's see. His gaze drops to the hilt of his weapon. A faint CRKK sound echoes as he grips it. My longtime sword is almost at its limits, he states grimly. Take me somewhere I can buy heavy iron swords. Lita nods, already running through a list of places in her head. I could go with stores that sell good quality stuff for high prices, she offers. Then the crucial question, how much is your budget? Aldis doesn't hesitate. If it comes with quality, I'd say about 100 gold coins. Lita's jaw drops. The number hangs in the air, completely shattering her expectations. 100. She leans in, whispering conspiratorially, could you be from a noble family, sir? Aldis gives a flat reply, nah, I'm just a mercenary. The answer only deepens her confusion. A sly glint appears in Lita's eyes. A mercenary with that kind of cash is a rare client. Well, in that case, she says, a plan forming. She points towards the city's merchant district. That one should be fine, right? She leads them to an imposing brick building, its sign a simple but elegant sword and shield. This isn't just any back alley smithy, it has an air of official business. Inside, Lita explains with pride, it's a reputable store that sold weapons to the military. It's not cheap, but you can trust their build quality. The girls look around, impressed by the professional atmosphere. As Aldis scans the displays, he notices Nails standing silently beside him, her expression suddenly tense. Her eyes are narrowed, a cold intensity in her gaze that seems completely out of place among the racks of steel. Aldis leans over, concerned. What's wrong, Nails? She turns away, her long hair masking her expression. No, it is nothing. With that, she walks deeper into the store, leaving a puzzled Aldis behind. He pushes the odd moment aside and takes in the shop. It's a true armory, with walls lined with spears, shields, and countless blades, all meticulously maintained. As they browse, Lita adds, their aftermarket service is also known to be good. Aldis nods absently. I don't need any of that, but they sure do have a lot of stuff. He scans the racks of longswords, his hand on his chin. He's looking for a specific feel, a certain balance, but nothing is jumping out at him. Suddenly, a faint ting resonates in his mind like a bell only he can hear. His eyes snap wide open, his focus instantly sharpening. He whips his head around, searching for the source of the strange sensation. His gaze lands on a simple, unadorned longsword resting by itself in a display case. It's not flashy, but something about it is calling to him. A calm voice breaks his concentration. The shopkeeper, a seasoned man with a knowing smile, has appeared beside him. Welcome, interested in that one? Aldis can only stare at the blade. This sword. Could this be? Aldis murmurs, leaning closer. The shopkeeper confirms his suspicion. Yes, that sword has magic infused to it, in other words, a magic sword. The revelation sends a shockwave through the girls. Aldis's mind races. Magic swords are a gem among gems, heirlooms of noble families. To find one just lying about in a store like this is unthinkable. He looks at the shopkeeper, certain there's a catch. It's not for sale, is it? The man just waves a hand dismissively. Yes, it is. If you're interested, feel free to buy it. Aldis is floored by his casual attitude. Are you insane? He thinks, but the shopkeeper just chuckles. Well, this is a place where we sell goods to customers. Aldis's hand hovers over the hilt, a powerful energy already radiating from it. Can I unsheath this? The shopkeeper nods. Go ahead. With a crisp shring, the blade slides from its scabbard. It's a simple, practical design, but as Aldis holds it, he can feel a hum of latent power thrumming through his arm. From a distance, Nails watches him, her expression serious and unreadable as the blade's light reflects in her eyes. The reflection of the steel fills Aldis's vision. This enormous mana, I don't know what effect this one has, but this is surely one powerful magic sword. He has to know. He turns to the shopkeeper, his voice tense. How much? The man holds up 5 fingers with a grin. 50 gold coins. Aldis freezes, the price making even less sense than finding the sword here in the first place. Huh, did I hear that wrong? He asks, bewildered. A magic sword should be priceless, yet you're only charging me 50 gold coins. Does this sword have a defect? The shopkeeper holds up 2 fingers. There are 2 reasons for that price tag. One is our store's basic policy, he begins, his tone becoming philosophical. The right tool for the right man, we will never sell a sword to those not aware of its value. On the contrary, he continues, his eyes locking with Aldis's, if the buyer has the capacity to see its worth, we may sell it to them even at a slight loss. Aldis isn't buying the noble speech just yet. He narrows his eyes. You're not saying you put a cursed sword on display, are you? The shopkeeper looks away, scratching his chin. As for the other reason, well, I guess it'd be a problem if I had to say. He quickly waves his hands, realizing how suspicious that sounded. No way, what I meant was the sword's ability. That sword has a unique power, you see, he explains, gesturing to the blade, but it's unusable for some reason. Aldis feels a small sense of relief, at least it's not cursed. It's more like a sword for street performance, the shopkeeper finishes, so its value as a magic sword is ambiguous. He points to the edge of the blade. Of course, it's still infused with mana so it won't snap and it cuts well, but it's natural for customers to want something more if they're buying a magic sword. Aldis processes the information. I see, well, even without any special ability, it's still a good sword, so I guess it's a good buy. Just as he's about to confirm the purchase, a small hand raises into the air. A clear voice rings out, then, I'll buy that sword. It's Celestia, stepping forward with a determined but gentle smile. Aldis turns to her, completely baffled. Wait, why are you buying this? You already have a sword, don't you? She shakes her head. Not for me, but for you. Your sword got so tattered because of fighting that giant, right? She says, her expression earnest. Then I think I should take responsibility. She turns to the shopkeeper, her voice firm. This is a token of gratitude for saving me and an apology, so please carry on with the transaction. Aldis is at a loss for words, a bit flustered by her generosity. Are you sure, mister? The shopkeeper asks him, ready to finalize the sale. Aldis looks to Celestia's attendant for backup. Karen, what do you say? But Karen simply replies if Lady Ceres wishes so. She gives a small, knowing smile. She never backs down on her words once she's decided. If we say anything, it'll only turn into a quarrel. Seeing no way out, Nails offers a compromise. That is a nice proposal, master. If we pay for the lodging and other expenses, that will make things square with her. Aldis sighs in relief. Sure, let's do that. With the deal settled, Aldis reflects on the situation. Considering Lita guided us to a good inn and we got an unexpected special weapon out of it, this is actually a pretty good bargain. As Celestia handles the payment, Nails walks over to Aldis, her eyes fixed on the new sword in his hands. A strange, nostalgic look crosses her face. To think that I would reunite with it in this place, she whispers, almost to herself. The comment catches Aldis completely off guard. He looks at her, confused. Nails. She meets his gaze, her usual stoic expression replaced by a warm, genuine smile. This is without a doubt the right sword for you, master. Take good care of it. Her words are heavy with unspoken meaning, leaving Aldis speechless. He looks from her serene face down to the weapon. There's more to this sword than the shopkeeper knew, more than even he can sense, and somehow Nails is connected to its past. He lifts the blade, its polished surface catching the light and shining with an almost holy aura. This wasn't just a purchase, it feels like destiny. The transaction is complete. With his new sword in hand, Aldis stands ready, a new, mysterious power now part of his arsenal as the party prepares to depart. That night, under the cloak of darkness, shadows move through the empty streets. A squad of assassins, clad in black from head to toe, advance with silent, deadly purpose. They reach their destination. With a faint creak, the door to the inn opens just enough for them to slip inside, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. From the shadows of the alley, they confirm their target, the unassuming inn where Aldis and his companion are staying. The trap is set. Inside, the lead assassin gives a sharp, silent hand signal. The hunt begins now. But before they can even take a step, a flash of steel erupts from the darkness. The first assassin is cut down, a spray of blood marking the start of a massacre he never saw coming. In a brutal, fluid motion, the unseen attacker carves through their ranks. Cries of shock and pain are cut short as blades find their marks with sickening thuds. A figure calmly steps into the light, not a single drop of blood on him. It's Aldis, he'd been waiting. You're later than I expected, he says, his voice devoid of emotion. You must be the assassins trying to kill Ceres. He looks down on the terrified survivors with utter contempt. You thought I wouldn't expect you to attack us, how naive of you. Recovering from the shock, the remaining assassins draw their swords in unison, the clack of steel echoing in the tense silence. They ready themselves for a real fight. Aldis's hand tightens around the hilt of his new sword. He's just getting warmed up. From above, the scene is clear. Aldis is a lone figure, completely surrounded, but the assassins are the ones who look trapped. He moves like a whirlwind. A single, elegant slash is all it takes to dispatch another foe, the blade cutting clean through armor and bone. Aldis becomes a blur of motion, a dance of death. He pivots and spins, his sword a silver arc that fells two more assassins before they can even raise their weapons to defend. As blood splatters across his face, Aldis feels a flicker of disappointment. His blade meets no real challenge. They're barely resisting, he thinks to himself. He grits his teeth, his focus absolute. He won't give them a single opening, as if. More footsteps clatter from the stairs as another wave of assassins rushes to join the fray, completely unaware they're running to their graves. With a powerful kick, Aldis sends the entire wooden railing crashing down on the reinforcements, impaling them with a series of brutal thuds. The last assassin on the main floor freezes, his mind unable to process the sheer speed and lethality of the boy in front of him. His confusion is the last thing he ever feels. The slaughter is over. Aldis stands amidst the bodies, his new sword dripping. Under the pale moonlight he watches the lone, terrified survivor flee into the night. He let him go on purpose. A voice drifts down from the rooftop. It's Nails, who has been watching the entire time. Letting him go, I see. Aldi's doesn't turn. It's best to let them think we're out of the forest. For that, we gotta let someone inform the rest of them. The fleeing man is their messenger. Nails scoffs, looking down at the carnage. But only 12 people, what a joke, is the word learned not in their dictionary. She changes the subject, a playful tone in her voice. Regardless, how did the sword feel? Aldi's looks up annoyed. Hey, that's rude. I didn't fight them just to test my sword. He glances at the blade in his hand, a hint of admiration in his eyes. But it's not bad, to put it mildly. I don't know about its special ability, but this sword is pretty useful. Nails smirks, a knowing look on her face. It is still too quick to judge its ability, no. Aldi's is puzzled. What do you mean? The man at the store sounded like he knew it all, but if you ask me, he does not have a good eye for things. Nails gracefully leaps down from the roof. Had he known the true value of the sword, he would not have sold it for 50 gold coins. It should have been sold for more than 1,000 gold coins. Aldi's eyes widen in shock as she lands. So, you do know about this sword, just what is this? Nails' expression turns serious. It was a long time ago, but I knew of its previous owner, and the blade's inscription as well. She reveals the sword's legendary past. Its previous owner was known as K.H. Sir, the torrential rain that claimed many lives. The name hangs in the air. Aldi's looks down, processing the information. K.H. Sir, huh? Nails' voice softens. All right, no one will attack us again tonight. I will take care of this so you get some rest, master. Meanwhile, under the same full moon, a different story unfolds far away. A small party of adventurers, including the very weapon shopkeeper who sold Aldi's the sword, makes their way through a dark forest. They reach the crest of a hill overlooking a lake. The leader, holding a lantern, points down. That's it. Below them lies a crumbling, ancient ruin on the shore of the dark water, bathed in eerie moonlight. One of the younger adventurers complains, "Why do we have to come here at the dead of night?" The shopkeeper sighs, "Well, they said we won't see it unless it's at night. Let's just get this over with." As they slide down the embankment, another asks, "So, we're here to investigate the lake's water level, right? But why at this remote lake?" The leader cuts him off. "Don't ask me." He points to a large, crystalline rock jutting out of the ground near the water's edge. "Anyway, a commission is a commission. Look, that rock will be our landmark. I hear there are 6 of them circling the lake." They approach the strange monolith. There are letters carved here," the leader notes. "Did someone put them here on purpose to measure the water?" He squints, trying to decipher the ancient script. The lake rising during nightfall, huge amount, block off for posterity, it's a clear warning. One of them holds up a lantern, their face pale with worry. The rock is definitely 50% underwater now. Does that mean the water level has risen that much? The group groans in unison. All the other rocks are sinking that much too, so we must lower the water level then. Hey, what a drag. The leader pulls out a small, glowing orb. They said to plant these stones between the rocks. "What's that?" someone asks. "Who knows, must be imbued with magic or something." He finds a spot in the soft earth and presses the orb into the ground until it's completely buried. That should be it. The group gathers around the marker stone, watching intently. Well, any changes so far? Slowly but surely, the waterline on the rock begins to recede. Well, it does seem like the water level has dropped. I guess it just takes some time. With the immediate danger averted, the group turns to leave. "Oh yeah, that means we're done here then. Let's head back to Teoria." The following day, Aldi's and his party venture into the city of Teoria. The architecture is quaint, but the atmosphere feels off. They're here to lay low, but also to set a trap. Deciding to grab a bite to eat, they step into a local tavern. The smell of cooked food hangs in the air, a welcome change from the road. But their meal is taking forever. Karen's patience wears thin, her knuckles white as she grips her fork, her face a mask of pure irritation. Just then, a waiter breezes past their table, cheerfully serving a sizzling plate of meat to a man who arrived long after them. Celestia stares in disbelief. Wah. Aldi's, who had been quietly observing, narrows his eyes. He can feel the tension rising, a storm brewing at their table. "That's it," Karen slams her hand on the table, her voice cutting through the tavern's chatter. "Hey, waiter, that's for Lady Ceres. We ordered that menu first a while ago." The waiter turns, his expression dripping with disdain. Please, he's a man and you're not. It should be obvious who takes utmost priority." His words hit Celestia like a physical blow. He leans in, his voice low and condescending. "Just wait for your food like a good woman, don't put the men to shame." Before Karen can explode again, Aldi's moves. The waiter tries to lecture him about their culture, but Aldi's hand clamps onto his shoulder. A dark, chilling pressure emanates from his grip. "Bring our food in 3 minutes, Aldi's commands, his voice dangerously calm. "If you don't, then we're out of here." The waiter can only tremble and nod. After getting their food and leaving, Karen is still fuming. "What's up with him? This country is starting to piss me off." Back on the streets, Celestia tries to soothe her fiery companion. See, calm down, Karen, you're drawing attention. Meanwhile, their elven companion chides Aldis. It is so immature to use magic on him, master. Aldis shrugs off the waiter's insult. But I am a boy, as you can see. The elf gives him a knowing look. A boy, huh? One wonders if one should really take your apparent age at face value. Aldis looks back confused. What do you mean by that? She just offers a cryptic, smug smile. Well, one can only wonder. Aldis turns his gaze to the city, his expression serious. This is really an unpleasant place, he thinks to himself, but we must stay here for a few more days. He reveals his plan to the group. I want Ceres and Karen to attract public attention. We'll get our pursuers to move and make them think we have no choice but to go north. It's a risky gambit, using themselves as bait. The current situation doesn't allow us to venture far or even take a nap easily, he explains. They have to force the enemy's hand. As they walk, a commotion in the town square catches their attention. A loud, booming voice echoes through the plaza. We are recruiting more members this time than usual. Aldis stops, his curiosity piqued. On a makeshift stage stands the city's mayor, rallying the crowd. Those who are fit, willing to be a shield to protect Teoria, and confident in their skills are welcome to apply. Aldis pieces it together. A recruitment for soldiers, I guess. But then the mayor drops a bombshell that sends a shockwave through the square. We also accept both sexes. The entire crowd freezes. A stunned silence falls over the plaza as men and women alike stare, unable to process what they just heard. The silence shatters into a cacophony of disbelief. What? Huh, the announcement is clearly unheard of in this city. The questions fly fast and furious. You're accepting female soldiers, a man shouts. That means a woman like me can apply too, a woman cries out, her voice filled with a desperate hope. Suddenly someone pushes past Aldis, their voice urgent. Hey, wait. It's their guide Lita, her eyes are wide, shining with an intensity they've never seen before. Can I also apply to be a soldier then? Are you sure you're accepting women too? The official on duty confirms it. Of course, as long as you're healthy and don't have a criminal record. Aldis watches, realizing what this means to her. Lita. Lita presses him, needing to hear it again. You're absolutely sure, right? The man cuts her off, his voice firm. Enough, this is the official decree from the mayor. That's all she needed to hear. A look of pure, unshakable resolve washes over her face. I'll do it, I'll apply. Lita's declaration is the spark that ignites a wildfire. All around the square, other women raise their hands, their voices joining a chorus of hope. Me too, take me too. While the women are ecstatic, the men in the crowd look on with expressions ranging from shock to outright anger. This decree has clearly shattered the status quo. Celestia, completely bewildered by the explosive reaction, turns to a local woman holding a baby. Does this really mean something? The woman's expression is weary but understanding. Here in the Republic, it's a huge deal, she explains softly. It's hard for women to get proper jobs here. Aldis overhears, adding what he knows. The rules also ban women from taking official jobs too, but a soldier is an official job in a sense, right? An older woman nearby clarifies the loophole. They say a soldier isn't included in the official jobs list. This is a great idea from the mayor. Celestia watches the eager women, a knot of concern in her stomach. But a soldier, are these women aware of the danger? The woman explains that the current mayor is a pioneer, part of a faction working to promote women's advancement in their rigid society. Another local chimes in, her voice heavy with the grim reality of their lives. I can see why they're willing to take the risk. If their breadwinner is gone, it'll be hard for the wife and children to survive otherwise. This is the only way. Celestia looks from the hopeful women to the mother and her sleeping child, the harshness of their world finally clicking into place. Lita turns to her, her voice filled with a fierce determination born of hardship. We lost our father a while ago, so I gotta work hard to support my mother and brothers. Standing in the middle of the chaotic square, Celestia takes it all in. The desperation, the hope, the anger. She sees Lita's resolve, the mother's quiet strength, and in that moment something inside her shifts. She clenches her fist, her own determination solidifying. She finally understands their fight. Back at the inn, the group tries to unwind. Aldis sips his drink, his gaze distant as he mulls over their next move. But Karen's patience is wearing thin. Aldis, she starts, how much longer are we staying here? He doesn't answer immediately, and Karen lets out an annoyed HMPH, her displeasure clear. Aldis finally turns, a slight smirk on his face. Looks like you can't wait to leave. Is it really that bleak here? Celestia, caught off guard by the tension, can only gasp in surprise. Karen's expression softens with worry. No, that's not what I mean. I know you want to lure out our pursuers, but isn't this a bit dangerous? We're just sitting here, waiting for them. Aldis sets his mug down with a firm thud. It's not a problem, even they know they can't attack us in public. But just in case, he adds, his gaze sharp, nails or I should join you too if you're going out. Karen presses on, still unconvinced. So how much longer are we staying here then? It doesn't change the fact that this place is uninviting, besides. Her voice trails off, Aldis picks up on it instantly. Besides, he asks, prompting her to finish. Instead of answering, Karen glances towards the other side of the room. Her eyes land on Celestia, who is deep in a cheerful conversation with one of the local women. The two are getting along like old friends, completely oblivious to the serious discussion happening just a few feet away. Karen lowers her voice, explaining her real fear. Lady Celestia, she's already gotten close with the women in the city. She's a very honest lady, so if she stays here longer. Aldis's eyes narrow in understanding. The unspoken words hang in the air. Celestia's pure heart could be a liability. She's worried Ceres might make a slip, huh? Later, Aldis gathers the twins, Philia and Liana, to lay out the plan in simple terms. Give it 10 days, our pursuers should make another move, then we'll make it seem like we have no choice but to head north. It'll be convincing. Nails chimes in with a sly grin. So, should we perhaps pretend to struggle when fighting them? Aldis scoffs, a dangerous glint in his eye. I don't know if I can hold back. He taps the table, ending the discussion. Well, anyway, we get to sleep in a warm bed now. You guys should get plenty of rest while we're here. As Aldis stands to leave, the floorboards creaking under his feet, the twins suddenly call out, stopping him in his tracks. Their voices are a chorus of excitement. Afternoon nap, sleep, Karen watches, completely baffled by their sudden energy. Philia makes a running leap, face planting into the bed with a soft pomp. We're first, she declares, muffled by the blankets. Aldis kneels down to help Liana, whose hood is stuck. Celestia tied it too tightly, huh? He says gently, his voice full of a warmth reserved only for them. Once they're both settled, they look at him with wide, expectant eyes. Aldis, come on, sleep in the middle, he sighs, a faint smile on his lips. Yeah, okay. Snuggled between them, Aldis is about to relax when they hit him with a new demand. We want a bedtime story, a bedtime story. A story, Aldis's mind races for a moment. Then, an idea forms, his expression turning serious. He knows exactly what story to tell. Let's see, he begins, his voice low and steady. Once upon a time, there was a mercenary group with their peculiar captain. The scene shifts to a memory, a story. One day, when they were headed to a battlefield looking for their next job, they ran into two people. They were two strange children, Aldis continues, his words painting a picture of two small, lost figures standing alone in a desolate landscape. One of the twins, her eyes wide with curiosity, interrupts. Were they girls? Aldis shakes his head slightly. A girl and a boy. Strange, she asks. Yeah, they were, Aldis confirms, looking down at them, although they weren't aware of it themselves. In the story, the imposing silhouette of the captain looms over the children. He asked, who are you two? The boy's voice, small but defiant, answered from the shadows. We don't know. The captain tried again. Where did you come from? But the boy answered, we don't know again. However, the captain's third question, what are you doing here, was met with a different answer. A single haunting phrase escaped the boy's lips. We ran away. Yes, they ran away, but from who or what remained a mystery. The only thing that was clear was that they had escaped that place alive, a cold, sterile laboratory of horrors. Since they had nowhere else to go, the group decided to take them in as helpers. The captain assumed they were siblings, for they had the same eyes and hair color. By the time Aldis reaches the end of his tale, the twins are fast asleep, their breathing soft and even. After some time, the children were officially members of the group. He looks at their peaceful faces, their story having lulled them into a safe slumber. Sleeping already, he whispers to himself. Just like that, he thinks, the children finally found a momentary shelter and comfort, a happy ending, for a while at least. Later that evening, after putting the twins to bed, Aldis is alone with his thoughts when a voice cuts through the quiet. It's Celestia, her expression serious. Aldis, do you have a moment? She asks. I heard about this in the city earlier. The mayor seems to be recruiting on a grand scale. Aldis is intrigued. Why would he? Did some bad monster just show up? Celestia shakes her head. That is not the case, apparently. Just then, Nails and Karen enter the room. Do you remember the announcement we saw on the plaza about recruiting soldiers? Nails asks. Seems like this is connected to that. Nails continues, explaining what she's pieced together. Their training seems to be conducted in a place far from the city. And since sending only novice recruits to guard the city from monsters is totally absurd, the city's hiring a large number of mercenaries to protect them. Aldis scoffs at the logic. Hiring mercenaries to guard those who were meant to protect the people, getting their priorities backward, eh? He rubs his chin, thinking it through. But shouldn't the city have the military guard them instead? Even if they are untrained recruits, I've never known anyone who'd assign mercenaries alongside them. Nail's expression is grim. That shows just how much the city lacks manpower, especially at this time. The pieces click into place for Aldis, his eyes widen with a sudden realization. Could it be that there are also women among the recruits? Celestia's voice bursts with righteous anger. I knew you'd think so too, Aldis. I heard from the people around that the city wasn't hiring mercenaries for the previous recruitment. Nails gestures elegantly, adding the final, damning detail. It seems conservatives in the military who opposed the appointment of female soldiers were uncooperative, or so the rumors say. That's all it takes for Celestia to snap. What kind of country is this? She seethes, her face a mask of fury. Do they think they're gods simply because they were born as men? The women get treated like accessories, belittled at every opportunity. Karen quickly steps in, trying to de-escalate. Lady Celestia, this isn't your private room in the castle. I understand your feelings, but you can't just criticize another nation. Celestia turns away, her shoulders slumping in frustration. I know, I'm just the phantom imperial princess with no authority and a mercenary. I don't have what it takes to change this place. Even so. Her hand clenches into a tight fist, her knuckles white. Her frustration transforms into steely resolve. It's exactly why I want to do what I can. Her eyes find Aldis's, a plan already forming. All I can do now is take the commission as a mercenary and ensure the success of the appointment of female soldiers. She steps forward, her voice pleading but firm. Please, Aldis, let me take on this job. I want to help the women of this country, even just a bit. She knows the risks. Of course, I know we're fugitives butting in on some stranger's problem, and I know it'll be a nuisance. But Aldis listens, his face a neutral mask. He processes her passionate plea, weighing their mission against her sense of justice. His mind flashes through the possibilities. Celestia and Karen are capable fighters, that's a fact, he thinks. But as mercs, they lack experience. This will prove to be a good lesson for them. The problem is their safety. But I've never heard of any dangerous monsters around Teoria, and they just deploy the special squad again if any were to show up. He comes to a conclusion. Our plan won't change anyway. This side mission wouldn't derail their primary objective. Karen notices him staring into space. Huh, what was that? She asks. Aldis blinks, returning to the present, just mumbling. He turns to Celestia, a decision made. All right, we'll join the protection team as well. A wave of relief and joy washes over Celestia's face, her cheeks flushing with excitement. Aldis clarifies the plan. Celestia and I will be applying, and what about you, Karen? Without a second of hesitation, Karen answers, of course, I'll go with you too. He then looks to Nails. Sorry, but could you look after the twins, Nails? I can't afford to take them with me after all. Nails gives a slight, knowing smile. Understood, master. Celestia gently takes Aldis's hand, her smile radiant and sincere. Sorry about this. Also, thanks, Aldis. Caught off guard by the gesture, Aldis quickly turns his head, a faint blush on his cheeks. Don't sweat it, he mutters. Composing himself, he grabs his coat and heads for the door, all business once again. It's a good chance to observe the other mercenaries, so do that for me, okay? The girls stand at attention. Right, okay. Half a day's walk north of Teoria, the so-called training area is little more than a clearing in the wilderness. Raw and untamed, it's the perfect place to separate the weak from the strong. A force of nearly 100 people gathers, fresh-faced recruits, hardened soldiers and sellswords looking for a payday. Among them stand Aldis, Celestia and Karen, ready for the mission ahead. Interestingly, of the 45 new recruits, more than half are women. Their expressions are a mixture of determination and anxiety, ready to prove themselves in a world dominated by men. In stark contrast are the native mercenaries of the Republic. A hulking, bald man smirks with an air of superiority, a clear sign that not everyone here is on the same page. The first order of business isn't glory or battle, but hard labor. Under the watchful eyes of their superiors, the soldiers and mercenaries begin the grueling task of setting up camp and building a garrison from scratch. The work is tough, but thanks to the mages weaving their spells, the garrison rises faster than any normal construction. Without their power, a project this size would take weeks, not days. Once the walls are up, the recruits will begin their formal training. But for the mercenaries, the real job is about to begin. Their task is simple but deadly. Secure the perimeter and eliminate any predators that wander too close to the new outpost. And right on cue, the predators arrive. A massive, spotted beast lunges from the brush. Without hesitation, Celestia draws her blade, her eyes locked on the target. Here I go. Celestia vaults over the creature with breathtaking agility, shouting mid-air, Karen, pin it down from the side. Karen, already in position, replies with a sharp okay, her sword ready to strike. Suddenly, two other female mercenaries rush in, spears at the ready. We're here to help, they yell, eager to join the fray. The beast, now facing multiple opponents, snarls and pivots. The newcomers try to coordinate, with the leader shouting, I'll handle one of them. Miney, you back them up over there. But their arrival throws off the delicate rhythm Celestia and Karen had established. Karen spots another beast closing in, yelling a warning, from the right. The battlefield descends into chaos. Instead of a coordinated four-person attack, it's two separate duos fighting their own battles. The beasts growl, sensing the confusion and lack of teamwork. Celestia and Karen exchange a confused glance. Their perfect synergy has been completely disrupted. The spear-wielding mercenary, Miney, hesitates, her eyes darting between the two growling beasts. Which one first? She cries out, her uncertainty costing them precious seconds. Making a snap decision, she lunges and stabs at the nearest creature. It's a brave move, but a reckless one, born from a lack of a unified plan. Watching from a nearby hill, Aldis takes in the whole messy scene. He's been observing their poor coordination, his expression unreadable. His gaze is sharp and analytical. He's not just watching a fight, he's dissecting every mistake, every missed opportunity. Aldis thinks to himself, it's basic strategy, use your numbers to overwhelm them one by one. They have the advantage, but they lack the common sense to use it. His eyes narrow. Those two, he muses, thinking of Celestia and Karen, they fight well as a duo, but they're completely ignoring the support from their allies. With a sigh, Aldis decides he's seen enough. Well, he mutters and begins walking calmly towards the chaotic fight. In a blur of motion, Aldis flashes past a beast. A clean slash, a spray of black blood, and the monster collapses. He doesn't even break stride, thinking, we can just slash first and count them later. As night falls, the newly constructed garrison stands against the mountain range. The perimeter is secure, for now, and the camp settles into a tense quiet. Aldis is taking a moment to himself, eating a skewer of meat when a voice calls out to him. Hey. It's the blonde mercenary from the weapons shop. He plops down beside Aldis with a grin. Eating all by yourself, aren't you lonely? He nods over to where Celestia and Karen are chatting with the other girls. Still, those girls, they just met today, but they were so in sync back there. The girls seem to be getting along now, sharing stories and laughing. The tension from the earlier battle has faded. One of the mercenaries peeks over her shoulder, noticing the blonde merc talking to Aldis. Aldis, completely unfazed, just takes another bite of his food. Seeing their chance, the other girls begin whispering and teasing Celestia and Karen about the boys watching them. Celestia's face flushes red, as she becomes the center of their good-natured jokes. The blonde merc leans in close to Aldis, a sly look on his face. So, which one's your girl, man? He gestures between Celestia and Karen. The ponytail one or the one with a mole, I'm asking which one is your girl. Aldis deadpans, well, I guess I do look like I could be their lover. The blonde merc's jaw drops. Hey, don't tell me it's both. Their banter is cut short by the sound of shouting from across the camp. The blonde merc looks over, annoyed. Hey, come on, stop messing around. The source of the trouble is the bald mercenary from the Republic. He looms over one of the female fighters, his voice dripping with contempt. Huh, you're pretty cheeky, swinging your sword on me for a woman. The blonde merc's friendly demeanor vanishes. What's going on? He asks, seeing the tense standoff. The argument is heated. This is why female mercenaries are like germs, the bald man spits. The woman he's harassing fires back without missing a beat, says the germ himself. The blonde merc sighs in resignation. Oh well, that's gotta be a Republic merc. He's clearly seen this kind of behavior before. He glances at Aldis, who remains seated. You're not going to help, Aldis replies coolly. I'll step in when things really get south. Before he has to, a figure in full plate armor strides into the middle of the conflict. Hey, what's with all the ruckus? Their authoritative voice cuts through the noise. The bald merc tries to dismiss the situation with a smug look. Nothing big, I was just lecturing the women here for some misunderstanding. But the female merc isn't letting him off the hook. That's enough of your nonsense, she shouts, pointing an accusing finger. You said women should protect men while only men should be on the front lines. He scoffs, doubling down on his misogyny. It's the norm in this country. Besides, a woman taking up a sword and going to battle is in itself an act of defiance. The armored soldier lets out an exasperated sigh, pinching the bridge of their nose over their helmet. They've clearly had enough of this idiot. Their voice is cold and official. The commission should have stated that you are to work together with the recruits and other mercenaries. Gender shouldn't be a reason for a dispute. Fixing the bald merc with a hard stare from behind their visor, the soldier delivers the final word. If you have any complaints, do it after your job is done. As the soldier escorts the troublemakers away, the blonde merc turns back to Aldis. Huh, I guess not every man in the Republic is like that merc there. Aldis says nothing, his eyes following the imposing figure of the armored peacekeeper. The next day, the newly built garrison is alive with the clang of wooden swords. Under the watchful eyes of the mountains, soldiers spar in the dusty yard, their movements kicking up clouds of dirt. Aldis, observing from the sidelines, raises an eyebrow. Wait, this isn't break time yet. His thought is punctuated by a sharp clank as a soldier cries out, taking a heavy blow that sends him stumbling back. The training is intense. A familiar voice pulls him from his thoughts. It's the female soldier from the day before. They say they want to spar, she explains with a wry smile. Aldis recognizes her instantly. His eyes drift to the center of the ring, where the bald, brutish mercenary from yesterday lets out a booming laugh. Amazing, that makes it 6 wins in a row, he gloats, dominating the yard. Aldis turns back to the soldier. Still gotta keep watch over people having fun, huh? You sure have it hard, she chuckles. Ha ha, never thought a younger mercenary would pity me. Aldi's gaze is perceptive. They're employing female soldiers in a country of male supremacy. Gotta be a lot of backlash from people, no? So much that they're even sending mercs as guards. She seems impressed by his insight. You're quite knowledgeable for your age, but well, this much is nothing. Our mission carries heavier responsibilities after all. She gestures to the women training. Talk about getting the short end of the stick, but that's a mean way to put it. The acting soldiers participating here all volunteered to take on the mission. With a determined look, she reveals, I was the one who recommended this initiative to the mayor. Aldi's eyes widen in surprise. So, you're the one who came up with this. A heavy sigh escapes her. It's precisely why someone as young as me was made the vice captain. I'm the one who came up with it, so I gotta take responsibility. Aldi's considers this. But then again, you've really made a bold offer. Shouldn't there be a more amicable way for this? Her expression hardens with resolve. I'm prepared for any backlash. I know this is not an acceptable topic for conservative men in this country, but if I'm going to change the current situation, I gotta be more forceful. Aldi's asks why she would go through all this. Her gaze softens, becoming distant. I lost my father when I was a child. We had no reliable relatives, so my mother raised me herself. A memory surfaces, a younger version of herself being comforted by her mother. I never saw her sleep or cry even once. I only ever saw her actually eat a few times in a year. The memory darkens, the weight of the past pressing down on her. By the time I was 10, I noticed how much of my life was dependent on the misery of my mother. Back in the present, Aldi's looks at the determined girls in the yard. You'll find similar stories like this around the Republic. Wazard's voice is laced with doubt. But then again, is it pointless for me to try to change this situation? Her fire returns in an instant. Is that a reason to turn a blind eye and leave them be because it's a common tragedy? A genuine smile touches Aldi's lips. Some good Samaritan you are. She smiles back, the tension breaking. The name's Wazard, he nods. Aldi's. But as they speak, Aldi's eyes narrow, his focus returning to the sparring circle. But there seems to be a lot of enemies. His words prove true as the bald mercenary lands another victory. Ouch, I give. A defeated soldier groans from the dirt. The crowd buzzes. Wow, that makes it 7. The mercenary scans the crowd with a predatory grin, his arrogance radiating. All right, who's next? A figure steps out from the group of female soldiers. It's Lita, her expression a mask of determination as she walks forward to face the brute. The mercenary scoffs. Huh, a girl, Lita doesn't flinch. A girl or not, I'm a soldier like you, she declares, pointing her wooden sword at him. Get your swords ready. Her comrades erupt in cheers from the sideline. Get him, Lita, whack that guy. He looks utterly bored by the challenge. Winning my 8th round against you isn't delightful at all. With a fierce battle cry, Lita charges. The mercenary just stands there, a smug look on his face, completely unthreatened. With a flick of his wrist, he stabs one of his swords into the ground. So I'll give myself a handicap, he says with ultimate condescension. Come. Lita's attack is met with a loud clack. He blocks her two-handed strike effortlessly with just one sword, not even moving from his spot. With a simple twist, he deflects her blade, the wooden sword whistling past her wide, shocked eyes. He presses his advantage, his raw strength overwhelming her. Lita grunts, her arms trembling as she's forced back step by agonizing step. In a single move, he shoves her to the ground, pinning her beneath him as the male soldiers in the crowd hoot and holler. He leans in close, his voice a low growl in her ear. In a battle, there's no gender. No enemy would move away if you tell them to. His face twists into a leering grin. So, what's the plan now? If you don't surrender, I'll keep pinning you down and do funny stuff to you, got it? Terror and humiliation war on Lita's face as she's held down, completely helpless. Beads of sweat run down her face, her voice is a choked whisper heavy with defeat. I give up. The mercenary rises, basking in his victory as Lita's friends rush to help her up. All right, break time's over, who's next? A sharp, clear voice cuts through the noise. I'll be your opponent. The mercenary turns to see Celestia stepping forward, her eyes burning with a cold, righteous fury. Aldi's watches from the side, a sense of dread creeping in. Come on now. The brute sizes her up. Another girl, Celestia's voice is like ice. I'll make you regret looking down on me because of my gender. He waves a dismissive hand. Blah blah blah, enough yapping, come. Celestia doesn't need to be told twice. She explodes forward, a blur of motion, closing the distance in an instant with her sword aimed for his side. He smirks, already reading her attack. Hef, aiming for the side. She feints, kicking up dust and swinging low, but he sidesteps with ease. A feint attack, huh, not bad for a girl, he taunts, his movements casual and mocking. Aldi's watches the rapid exchange of blows, his expression grim. This is bad, he mutters. Celestia, enraged, screams back at the mercenary, I don't need to hear that. Aldi's analyzes the fight grimly. She's attacking rapidly and with speed, but that won't be enough. If they trade blows, the guy's stance will still knock her off. The mercenary easily parries her frantic attacks, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Hey, what's wrong? Your movements are getting easier to pick up. The gap in their strength is just too massive. He finds his opening. With a swift, powerful motion, he sweeps her legs, sending her stumbling off balance. A flash of panic crosses Celestia's face as she realizes she's wide open. He's gonna get me. But instead of a strike, the mercenary does something far more humiliating. He slides his wooden sword under her skirt and lifts. The crowd of male soldiers falls silent for a second, their eyes wide with shock. Celestia's friend gasps, her hands flying to her mouth in horror. For a split second, Celestia's mind goes completely blank, unable to process what's happening. Then reality crashes down. A cry of pure shock and shame escapes her as she's exposed in front of everyone. The shock in the crowd turns to crude amusement. They erupt in jeers and whistles. Oh, woo, nice job. Her wooden sword falls from her numb fingers, thudding into the dirt. The mercenary points and laughs at her. You think the battlefield is a game, miss? Don't wear a short skirt if you don't want your underwear to show, then. Celestia can only stand there, frozen by humiliation. He turns his disgusting grin on the other female soldiers. Who's up next? I can take on all the women here if you want. Celestia trembles, her face flushed red with shame, the laughter of the crowd echoing in her ears. Aldis and Wazard watch the sickening display, the air thick with unspoken anger. Aldis' expression darkens, a storm brewing in his eyes. This has gone too far. He understands her pain. It's not just the public embarrassment but the shame of losing to scum like him, the feeling of utter powerlessness enveloping her. He thinks to himself, nevertheless she chose to move on her own, without anyone's help. That is Celestia's strength. A cold resolve settles over him, his eyes narrowing to slits. Then it should be my duty as her friend to answer that strength. Wazard watches as Aldis grabs 2 wooden swords from the rack. Are you going over there? She asks, already knowing the answer. Aldis doesn't turn around, his voice is dangerously calm. I've had enough, Wazard clarifies, of which one. His reply is short and sharp. Both. Understanding flashes in Wazard's eyes. She unclasps her own cloak and holds it out to him. Take this with you. As Celestia stands there, tears welling in her eyes, a cloak suddenly drapes over her shoulders, shielding her from the leering crowd. She looks up into Aldis' kind, reassuring eyes. Go back to Karen, Celestia, he says softly. Then he turns his back to her, creating a barrier between her and the mercenary. He rests a sword on his shoulder and his voice cuts through the yard, cold and clear. You're sparring with me next. In the dusty training yard, Aldis stands opposite a mountain of a man. The bald mercenary rests a massive wooden sword on his shoulder, a mocking smirk on his face. Whoa there, kid, he sneers, trying to show off for the girls. This is a sword fight, I don't need a sorcerer. Aldis' expression doesn't change, his voice is calm, almost chillingly so. I just have to fight you with a sword, right? Got a problem with that? The mercenary's face twists in annoyance. Heh, don't get cocky, you brat, I guess I gotta smack some sense into you. But as he stares down his opponent, Aldis' mind is somewhere else entirely. He reflects on the harsh reality of their world. In the world of dueling, the stronger one wins. It doesn't care about your gender, common sense, or excuses. He glances at his defeated friends, Lita and Ceres, their pained expressions flashing in his memory. The reason they lost is, frankly, because they were weak. That's just how the world works. His gaze drifts back to the mercenary's smug, contemptuous face. Nevertheless, there is always a proper way to do things, and this man's words and actions are based on obvious contempt. A fire begins to burn behind Aldis' eyes, fueled by a deep-seated frustration. I'm not defending women in particular, but I'm sick and tired of the misogynistic atmosphere that surrounds us in the Republic. The internal monologue ends, the time for thought is over. Aldis' voice cuts through the air, sharp and final. Enough chit-chat, come at me right now. The sudden shift in aura makes the veteran mercenary flinch. The kid's killing intent is palpable. Recovering with a growl, he hefts his sword. As you wish. He digs his foot into the dirt and lunges forward with a roar. I'll make you crawl in misery. It's over before it begins. In a single, fluid motion that's barely a blur, Aldis meets the charge. There's a sharp whack as he strikes the mercenary's wrist, sending the wooden sword flying from his grip. The onlookers who were expecting a brutal beatdown can only stare in utter disbelief. Their jaws hang open, unable to process the instantaneous reversal. The mercenary's sword clatters against a wooden wall, embedding itself deep. He stands frozen, his hand still outstretched, completely disarmed. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple, his mind is blank save for a single sputtering thought. Wah. Aldis stands perfectly still, his own sword held casually at his side. He looks at the stunned man with an almost bored expression. What's wrong? Pick it up. The mercenary slowly retrieves his weapon, a crooked, dangerous smile spreading across his face. Heh, not bad at all, so you're not just a sorcerer, huh? He walks back to the center of the yard, trying to regain his composure. Phew, you caught me off guard earlier, in that case. He grips the hilt with both hands, his knuckles white. I'll go all out on you then. Aldi's doesn't even raise his guard. His response is a quiet, dismissive, suit yourself. The mercenary unleashes a furious combo, but it's like trying to hit a ghost. Aldi's weaves and dodges every swing, then, with a subtle movement, hooks his foot behind the man's ankle. With a cry of shock, the hulking mercenary crashes to the ground. He's been tripped like a clumsy child. From the sidelines, one of the girls gasps, her eyes wide with astonishment. What? Aldi's looks down at the man sprawled in the dirt, his eyes cold and unforgiving. Get up. Humiliated and enraged, the mercenary scrambles to his feet, roaring, You little brat. He charges again, swinging his sword in a wild, desperate arc. Aldi simply sidesteps the attack with ease. And once again, a quick kick to the back of the leg sends the mercenary tumbling face first into the ground. Gah. The crowd murmurs in awe. Wow, the big guy was invincible earlier, but now he's getting kicked about. Another notices the truth. That young merc, he hasn't swung his sword again at all since that first swing. Panting heavily, the mercenary gets up one more time. He's exhausted, his confidence shattered. Sweat pours down his face as he stares at the untouchable boy in front of him. Damn kid's so quick on his feet, he can't land a single hit. Aldi's watches him, his expression unreadable. Internally, he decides, I guess it's time. With a soft sheeing, Aldi sheathes one of his two swords. He only needs one to end this farce. In the next instant, he explodes forward, not dodging but attacking. The world seems to move in slow motion. Aldi's closes the distance in a heartbeat, his blade a silver streak aimed directly at the mercenary's throat. He stops on a dime, the tip of his sword hovering a hair's breadth from the man's skin. His eyes burn with intensity. Still want to fight me? The mercenary's world shrinks to the point of that blade. He can feel the cold of the steel, see his terrified reflection in its surface. He can't move, he can't breathe. His strength leaves him. With a heavy thud, the mercenary drops his sword and falls to his knees, defeated. Aldi's doesn't lower his weapon. Instead, he begins the lesson. Assumptions lead to carelessness, which in turn leads to openings. He gestures to the kneeling man. He assumed that I was weak too at first. If this were a real duel, he wouldn't even survive my first slash. Aldi's takes a deliberate step forward. How did he come to such an assumption? It's because he saw me as young and immature. He finally lowers his sword and kneels, picking up the wooden blade the mercenary had dropped. He thought that since I was a sorcerer, I wouldn't be able to wield a sword. Aldi stands and tosses the thick wooden sword into the air. With a flash of steel, he slices clean through it, sending the two halves flying. The crowd gasps, staring at the splintered remains of the practiced sword. The message is clear. A dark memory surfaces in Aldi's mind, the image of a terrifyingly powerful woman, a true monster on the battlefield. I couldn't even scratch her, let alone put a dent in her with my sword. He turns his gaze back to the defeated mercenary, his voice ringing with conviction. I don't know how it is in this country, but men aren't necessarily stronger than women. There's actually a woman I still can't beat. His friends watch, understanding dawning on their faces as he continues. If you cling to such unhelpful prejudice, that men are strong and women are weak. Aldi's eyes lock onto the man, delivering the final, chilling verdict. When you're met with a really strong woman on the battlefield, you'll die on the first encounter. After Aldi's put the arrogant merc in his place, the female recruits are all over him. Their eyes are sparkling as they crowd around, shouting, that was amazing, and that last swing was so good. Aldi's ever the humble protagonist just rubs the back of his neck. Sorry for ruining the mood, guys, but they're not having it. No way, one of them insists. If anything, you actually fixed the mood. The hype is real. You've made our point to that guy. Another chimes in. He's really the typical Republic guy. It seriously pisses me off. Please allow us to thank you. As the chatter dies down, a firm, gloved hand taps Aldi's on the shoulder. The day's excitement is over, and the cool of the evening is setting in. Later that night, the camp is alive with the warm glow of fires. While Aldi's takes a moment to himself, he spots Celestia and Karen by their own fire. Celestia is absolutely housing some snacks, much to Karen's dismay. It's Wazard, the seasoned knight, who found him. He offers Aldi's a drink with a knowing smile. Such talent at a young age, you're something else, kid. Aldi's takes the cup, his expression serious. You have my thanks, he says, acknowledging the compliment but giving his opponent due credit. He is quite a skilled fighter. Wazard and the other men nod in agreement around the fire. Thanks to you, there'll be less disrespect toward women now, Wazard explains. People like him won't listen to anyone they consider weaker. Aldi stares into the flames, considering the fallout. Their pros can't be dumb enough to jeopardize the mission, he reasons. If they're coming at me after this, I'm sure I'm gonna beat them up though. Wazard nods, understanding the boy's confidence. Although some will be hostile to you, Aldi's doesn't flinch. I don't mind. Suddenly their conversation is cut short by a frantic shout. Aldi's, Wazard looks up, surprised. It's Celestia, swaying unsteadily on her feet, her face flushed as she stumbles towards them. She tumbles forward and in a flash Aldi's moves to catch her, their faces ending up inches apart. The air crackles with sudden, unexpected tension. Her legs give out completely and she collapses to the ground with a thud. Aldi stands over her, completely bewildered. What's wrong? Celestia's hands shoot out, grabbing onto his tunic. Her voice is thick with emotion. You see, I was frustrated. She pulls herself up, getting right in his personal space. Aldi's leans back, flustered. You're too close. In the background, Wazard just watches the chaos unfold. Then the floodgates open. They treated me like I wasn't there in the castle, she confesses, her eyes downcast. I couldn't do anything, yet I became a mercenary. That's why I wanted to help the women here with my skills. Aldi's tries to create some distance, clearly overwhelmed. Okay, I get that you're frustrated, so get off me. But she clings tighter, her voice rising. Don't you hate it when you can't do anything? Her train of thought completely derails. But the thing with so many legs creeps me out most, she mutters, a look of disgust on her face. Those legs, Yuwa. The slurred words, the emotional whiplash, the random fear of bugs, it all clicks. Aldi's eyes widen in realization. Hey, don't tell me you're actually drunk. Her mood instantly flips. A soft, genuine smile spreads across her face as she looks up at him. Thanks, Aldi's, I thought you'd say no, but I was happy that you actually helped us. And just as quickly, she's back to being agitated, swinging his arms back and forth like a child. That mercenary was a jerk though, so embarrassing. Her playful swinging stops. Her hands gently tighten around his, the atmosphere shifting once more. She looks up, her voice now a quiet murmur. Hey, Aldi's, he responds cautiously, yeah. With wide, vulnerable eyes, she asks the question that's been weighing on her mind. Why did you help me? Aldi's is caught off guard, his expression unreadable as he processes her sudden sincerity. He tries to brush it off. I was just pissed at that merc, isn't that reason enough? But she shakes her head. Not that, you saved us back in the forest, right? That one, he asks. I was commissioned to protect you, so of course. She presses on, then, why did you save me earlier too? Aldi states the obvious. You told me to get to you if you're in trouble. Celestia looks away, her voice small, but I didn't say anything about you saving me. Her gaze sharpens, a strange intensity in her eyes. I don't know why you saved me. I might become a femme fatale, you know. Aldi's is just lost. Was that uncalled for? He asks, confused. She immediately softens. No, I was actually so happy. She looks at him, desperate for a real answer. I didn't ask you to save me, so why? And in that moment, Aldi's understands. He realizes she's never known unconditional kindness. She has always lived her life as a cursed child. She's long abandoned the idea of seeking help from anyone. His thoughts crystallize. She has no idea of someone's intent who reaches out to her in silence. She literally can't comprehend why someone would help without an ulterior motive. He finally smiles, turning her own logic back on her. Nobody's asking you either, yet you still want to help the women. I told you before, that's just how it is. It's no big deal to me. He looks at her, his voice gentle but firm, finally giving her the answer she needs. When people see someone in trouble right in front of them, they just want to help, especially when it's their friends or partners. The word hangs in the air between them. Partners, Celestia whispers, the blush on her cheeks deepening. Her eyes shining with unshed tears and newfound hope lock onto his. Then, will you protect me from now on too? Aldi's gives her a warm, reassuring smile. I'll take responsibility and protect you, he promises, until you two can stand on your own. The heartfelt moment is immediately shattered as Celestia puffs out her cheeks in a pout. You're supposed to say, I'll protect you forever. And with that final complaint, her energy completely vanishes. She goes limp, passing out cold in his arms as the other mercenaries watch on in amusement. Holding the now sleeping princess, Aldi's lets out a sigh of relief. She's finally calmed down, he murmurs, gently brushing a strand of hair from her face. Just then Karen appears. Is she finally asleep? Aldi's looks up at her, completely done with the situation. Karen, don't just stand by and watch, help me over here. He's still trying to piece it all together. How did this even happen with you here? Who even made her drunk? Karen explains she must be feeling gratified from the sparring earlier, thanks to you. After seeing you getting showered with praise by the women, she continues, she must be thinking of something. Karen reveals the culprit, a Republic snack called Gret, infused with alcohol. As she explains, Aldi's has a horrifying flashback to him handing one to Celestia. The realization hits him like a truck. Wait a second, hang on, am I the one at fault here? He looks down at the blissfully unaware Celestia. She got all drunk from just one, that's way too low of a tolerance. Karen giggles, sharing a secret. She once drank just a drop of diluted wine by mistake in the castle. It was a pleasant surprise to see the usually polite lady let loose. She covers her mouth, trying to stifle a laugh. Anyway, when Lady Ceres gets drunk, she tends to let out her emotions and true feelings subconsciously. Don't you find that cute? Aldi's considers this. Well, she's not causing trouble like a certain sorceress, so I guess that's fine. The scene briefly cuts to Ophelia slamming a mug down, yelling, "Got a problem?" Back to the present, Aldi's points at the girl in his lap. "So, what do we do with this drunken princess?" Karen smiles. "Don't worry, she'll wake up fresh the next morning." "I'm terribly sorry about this," Karen says with a bow. "It'd help a lot if you could carry her to our tent." Aldi sighs, resigned to his fate. Yeah, that's no big deal at all." He carefully lifts her into his arms, letting out a small grunt. She's surprisingly solid. As he adjusts his grip, her hand weakly clutches the fabric of his cloak. In her sleep, Celestia whispers, her voice barely audible but crystal clear in the quiet night. "Let's stay together forever, Aldi's, together with everyone." Her heartfelt, unconscious plea stops him cold. Aldi's looks down at her peaceful face, a complex mix of emotions flickering in his eyes. Under the light of the full moon, Aldi's carries the princess through the silent camp. With Karen walking behind them, he carries not just a sleeping girl, but the weight of her unexpected, unfiltered wish. In the heart of the capital, Teoria City Hall stands as a symbol of order, but within its walls, a shadow plot is taking root. Inside a private chamber, the city's conservative council members gather. The air is thick with tension and ambition as they sit around a long, polished table, their faces grim. One of the commanders, unable to contain his impatience, slams his fist on the table. The training period is already 2/3 over, we're running out of time. An older, more calculating member looks on with disdain. "Why the anxiety, Commander? Conversely, there's still 1/3 of time left, plenty of time for our plan to unfold." Another councilman scoffs, his words dripping with sarcasm. "It's a given. When they finish their training, the women will become proud members of Teoria's army." The thought clearly disgusts him. The apparent leader of the faction raises a hand to quell the bickering. "Calm down, will you? You knew this would take time. It's all proceeding as predicted. No reason to panic." But the doubt lingers. "Will we really be okay?" one asks, only to be cut off by the man at the head of the table, his fist clenched in fury. "Cut the nonsense. While we argue, the mayor profits. Our ultimate goal is to get him off the throne." The conversation shifts to the specifics of their treacherous plan. "So far, it's going well. We've managed to keep the number of guards below half, and they're all occupied with the mayor." Another adds, "He hired a bunch of mercenaries instead of using our soldiers. I don't mind if they're all gone." The strategic value of this move is clear. Mercenaries can't coordinate with soldiers. In fact, we can use this to denounce the mayor for wasting the budget. But one crucial step remains. "All of this will be pointless if we fail," a hooded member growls, his eyes burning with intensity. "And that's only if we can lift the seals." A messenger confirms their success. "So far, all is going well. We've confirmed the mercenaries, sent under the guise of an investigation, have broken the seals as instructed." The leader's face is a cold mask as he details how they'll tie up loose ends. "And what becomes of them? We've already sent them on another commission. A second group of mercenaries will ambush them as they cross the border. No witnesses." A spectacled man raises his hand cautiously. "Allow me to digress." He voices a concern that has been nagging at him. "If we break the seals, the monsters will revive. But what kind of monsters are they, exactly?" The leader gives a wicked smile, savoring the moment. "According to the ancient literature, they possess the power to crush an army of thousands." He leans forward, his voice low and menacing. "It is inevitable that the training ground will take the brunt of the attack. The less than 100 soldiers there, especially with the female recruits as deadweight, would be no match." The council members share a round of sinister smiles. "Wiping out the female recruits, giving those fools a reality check," one sneers, "and then having the mayor take responsibility, forcing him to retire. Their victory seems assured." Only the spectacled man still looks worried. "Still, monsters that strong, won't they pose a threat to Teoria as well?" The leader lets out a hearty laugh, dismissing his fears. "Ha ha, you're such a worrywart. Of course, we are prepared for such a siege." The others join in, their arrogance blinding them. That kind of folklore is often exaggerated. They're just normal monsters that got sealed. Even powerful monsters can't touch this city, surrounded by its outer walls. The room echoes with their self-assured laughter, completely oblivious to the true scale of the disaster they are about to unleash. The scene shifts. The spectacled man, now looking pale and defeated, finishes his report. "Well, that's what happened." He's not in the conspirators' room anymore. He stands before the mayor himself, a surprisingly young, blonde man with a mysterious hooded figure, nails, standing silently by the window. The mayor sets down his quill with a clack, rubbing his temples. "This gives me a headache. They are only capable of such short-sighted thinking. It's why they can indulge in such biased thoughts." He then leans back, a wide, confident grin spreading across his face. "What dumbasses they are, eh?" The mayor's son, the informant, looks flustered. "You're already an adult, please act your age. I suppose the former dukedom of Elfingen has fallen from grace." The mayor's grin doesn't falter, he's already several steps ahead. As for the expendable mercenaries, I'm attempting to relay another route to them. You'd better cover for them. His eyes narrow with focus. He's playing a high-stakes game and he's counting on his trump card. He scoffs at the council's logic. People believe what they want. Don't they understand? You wouldn't need to seal normal monsters if the city walls were enough to stop them. What they need is a convenient truth. His son grows frantic. Anyway, what's our plan now, sir? At this rate, never mind the training ground, the whole of Teoria will be in danger. The mayor simply touches his chin, a playful and knowing look in his eyes. Well, I wouldn't be so sure. He glances over at the silent hooded figure. Right. The mayor reveals his audacious counter plan. We're just going to let them break the seals. His son is aghast, but the mayor is confident. No need to worry, I'm thinking we should destroy the sealed monsters while we have the shot. The hooded nails finally speaks, her voice echoing with absolute certainty. If he is truly acknowledged by Master, such a matter will be easy to handle. I also offered him a sword through the shop just in case. A dangerous smirk plays on her lips from beneath her hood. If he cannot even fight them off after all the arrangements, it will be a turn-off, to be honest. The mayor's son is completely baffled. No, I don't follow at all. The mayor leans in as if sharing a grand secret. Haven't you heard of the rumored mercenary, the one who took down 2 of the 3 big demons in Nagras alone? Recognition dawns on his son's face. Ah, I remember hearing about that one, a young man with black hair and a purple bandana over his head. What about him? The mayor's smile is one of pure triumph. He is currently guarding the recruits on the training ground. His son can only stammer, the sheer audacity of the plan finally sinking in. My, but is that really all? Nails nods, her faith unwavering. After all, the beautiful squire has endorsed him. Things will be fine if we leave it to the black-haired boy. The mayor lays out his endgame. If he defeats the monster, we can cultivate the barren land. The female soldiers will become heroes who took down the monster, and become symbols of society to come. His son sweats, overwhelmed. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, no, but you know there's a saying about stretching yourself too thin, right? The mayor just waves off his concern with a laugh. Ah, you worry too much, that's so uncalled for, sir. Far from the city, in a desolate, forgotten land, ancient ruins crumble beside a dark, still lake. This is where the seals lie. The air is heavy and silent, filled with the weight of dormant magic and forgotten horrors. Suddenly, the surface of the lake breaks. Viscous bubbles of water rise and pop, releasing a foul, ancient energy. The water begins to churn, forming a deep whirlpool as something massive stirs in the depths below. A strange, gelatinous pod emerges from the vortex, pulsing with an unnatural light. With a deafening bam, the pod explodes, and from within, the nightmarish, segmented body of a monstrous creature is unleashed. It erupts from the lake with a tremendous splash, a giant, terrifying centipede of impossible size. But it's not alone. The entire lake boils over as a horde of these abominations bursts forth, their screeches shattering the silence of the night. Miles away at the training camp nestled in the mountains, the day begins like any other. An instructor barks orders at the new female recruits, drilling them on battlefield communication, using swords and shields to distant places where voices cannot reach. The recruits respond with a unified shout, "Aye," their faces a mixture of determination and focus, completely unaware of the doom racing towards them. Leaning against a wall, Aldis watches them quietly, his expression unreadable. The end of the training period is near. Ceres approaches, stifling a yawn. Morning, Aldis. He glances at her, his tone flat. You're late, Ceres, we're almost up now. She complains about the constantly changing sleep schedule, but he's unsympathetic. You'll eventually adapt to it, otherwise you can't call yourself a merc. She smirks, teasing him back. You say that, but you always look so sleepy though. That's not. Aldis's words die in his throat. He freezes, his head snapping towards the horizon as an unseen threat registers on his senses. What the? Across the camp, other veteran soldiers feel it too, a sudden, chilling silence. Hey, something's off, don't you think? You feel it too. The wildlife has vanished. We haven't run into any beasts either today, a primal warning that something far larger is on the hunt. Ceres notices Aldis's sudden tension as he begins to walk away. What's the matter, Aldis? He doesn't answer. His gaze is fixed, his senses stretching out, piercing the veil of the mundane world. His mana sense explodes with information. I can sense many mana reactions heading towards us, about a few hundred meters up north, and they're all quite big too. He whirls around, his voice a thunderclap that shatters the morning peace. We have a group coming from up north, they might be monsters, get ready. As if on cue, the ground begins to violently shake. A recruit's sword snaps under the strain of the tremors. The earth itself erupts, not from the north but from right beneath their feet. A terrifying swarm of giant, armored centipedes bursts from the ground, surrounding the camp in a tide of chitin and claws, trapping them all. The tense calm of the training camp shatters. A guard's voice cuts through the air, sharp with alarm. We have a group coming from up north. Aldis, flanked by Celestia and Karen, raises a hand, his expression instantly hardening. They might be monsters, so get ready. Confusion ripples through the ranks of the recruits. Wazard, one of the trainees, looks around in disbelief. Monsters? Were there monsters around here? The threat feels distant, unreal. But Aldis knows better, his eyes are sharp, calculating. There's a lot of them, he warns Wazard. We need to reinforce the perimeter and fast. He gives the crucial order, keep the recruits inside the walls, they're no match for this, I'll take the mercenaries outside. The camp explodes into organized chaos. A runner sprints across the grounds, his voice echoing off the wooden walls. Training is halted, we're under alert, all mercenaries gather outside the northern walls. High above on the lookout tower, a lone guard raises a spyglass to his eye. The air is still, the horizon empty. For a moment there's nothing, then a faint shape catches his eye. Ah. He focuses the lens, his knuckles white. A cloud of dust billows over the distant tree line. Over there, I see them. The spyglass clatters from his trembling hand. His face is a mask of pure horror, eyes wide, mouth agape. What he saw wasn't just a monster, it was a nightmare. On the ground, a sickening, rhythmic thudding grows louder. A tide of black carapaces surges forward, giant, winged centipedes crawling in a unified, unnatural wave. They're not animals, the lookout stammers. They have wings, but they're crawling, I've never seen anything like it. From the top of the wall, the true scale of the threat becomes terrifyingly clear. The swarm stretches as far as the eye can see. A guard leans over the edge, his voice cracking. Too many of them. Panic begins to set in. A veteran commander roars at the stunned soldiers, trying to stave off the fear. To your stations, people, stop dawdling, send out a runner for reinforcements. The sound of heavy boots stomping on wood echoes as soldiers rush to their posts, a frantic but determined rhythm of defense. On the palisade, the archers form a line, their faces grim. With practiced efficiency, they knock their arrows, a forest of sharpened steel aimed at the approaching darkness. Outside the walls, the mercenaries form their own battle line. A veteran points towards the skittering horde. I see them. His partner squints, unnerved. Are they monsters? I've never heard of anything with wings crawling on the ground. The swarm gets closer, and the air fills with the deafening buzz of a million wings. They are a writhing mass of segmented bodies and countless legs, a living carpet of death rolling towards them. The mercenaries' bravado falters. What the hell, how many are there? One yells over the noise. His comrade can only reply with grim certainty, a lot and still counting. Aldis watches from the wall, his gaze analytical, not panicked. He observes the creature's movements, trying to find a weakness. They might be weak as one, hence the horde, he muses aloud. His eyes narrow, a cold realization dawning on him. What we're seeing is only part of the horde, just how many more will come out. The mages step forward, their staffs glowing with power. Begin chanting, one commands. Ancient words fill the air as they weave together potent spells of destruction. With a final, thunderous cry, they unleash their magic. Spears of light and fire slam into the front ranks of the centipede swarm, erupting in a series of massive explosions that shake the very earth. But as the smoke clears, the horde is revealed, completely unharmed. The buzzing intensifies as their strange, pale wings glow faintly, having absorbed the magical onslaught without a scratch. The mercenaries stare in utter disbelief. It's not working, you're kidding me, Aldis's expression tightens. Their first and most powerful line of defense has just been rendered useless. Aldis decides to test it for himself. Mana gathers in his palm as he begins his own incantation. The sparkling azure becomes endless among eternal time and silence. He unleashes a focused blast of energy, a swirling vortex of magic that smashes directly into one of the giant creatures. The result is pathetic. With a faint pop, the creature's wings shatter, but its armored body is completely unscathed. It continues its advance as if nothing happened. Aldis stares at his hand, a flicker of shock in his eyes. My magic barely works too. The lead mage, sweat pouring down his face, refuses to give up. Prepare for the second volley, he screams, but his voice is laced with desperation. Aldis sees it now. As another spell hits, the creature's wings flare, acting like a shield that simply drinks the magic. They're absorbing magic with those wings, he realizes with a sinking feeling. This is bad. A new order rings out, archers fire, a volley of arrows soars through the air. This time the effect is different. The shafts thud into the creature's carapaces, sinking deep. That's a hit, a soldier shouts. Maybe they have a soft exterior. The monsters are upon them now, crashing against the mercenary line. Aldis draws his sword, turning to his companions. Celestia, Karen, are you ready? Karen nods, but Celestia is frozen, her face pale and her eyes wide with a vacant terror. Celestia's composure finally shatters. A raw, piercing scream rips from her throat. No way, I can't. She stumbles backward, collapsing to the ground as if her legs have given out. Nobody told me they looked like that, she wails, shaking uncontrollably. Aldis is stunned by her sudden breakdown. What the hell, he asks, watching as she curls into a ball. I can't, I'm scared. Karen rushes to Celestia's side, her expression filled with pained understanding. She looks at Aldis. She's scared of myriapods, she explains quietly. Aldis is baffled, but you were fine fighting the dual-blade beasts in the forest, he argues, picturing the six-legged beetle monsters they'd faced before. For Celestia, it's not the same. The sheer number of legs has triggered a deep, paralyzing phobia. Aldis's face falls as he understands. It would matter, he thinks, frustrated, but now out of all times. He kneels beside her, his voice firm but not unkind. You're the one who wanted this job, right? Even if you want to back down, you'll die if you don't do this. Through her sobs, Celestia chokes out, I know. Aldis stands, a wry, bitter smile on his face. He thinks to himself, our key player has become useless right when we need her the most. Is this some kind of cruel joke? He tries one last time, appealing to her resolve. You want to help Lita and the others as a merc, right? I can't fend off that many alone. Celestia, sweating and trembling, can only manage a weak, defeated, why yeah. Aldis makes his decision, the time for talk is over. Fine, I'll take the lead, just deal with the ones I miss. He looks to Karen. Can you stay by her side? Karen nods, her hand on her own sword. That's my intention. Aldis quickly fires off another small magic bolt, a simple test to confirm his theory. The spark of light flies from his fingertips, a last-ditch effort with a tool he knows is failing. The bolt hits the creature's wing, fizzling out with a pathetic FSSH. It does nothing. With a dull blam, the magic dissipates harmlessly against the monster's hide. It's official, magic is off the table. Aldis lowers his hand, his gaze sharp and focused. Looks like I really gotta put more mana to it, he says, but his tone suggests he's already moved on to a different, more brutal solution. He glances at the overwhelming tide of monsters, then at the struggling mercenaries. I can't possibly deal with this many one by one, he calculates. If I take my sweet time, all the other mercs will be done for. With a blur of motion, he cuts down a nearby centipede, the steel of his blade slicing cleanly through its shell. He sheathes the weapon with a decisive clack, so they really are weak against physical attacks. A new plan clicks into place. Aldis draws his new weapon, the magic sword Sir. It hums with latent power, its pristine surface reflecting the chaos around him. He leaps into the fray, his blade a silver arc of death. He cuts down another monster with contemptuous ease, but this is just the beginning. Aldis plants his feet, channeling his mana not into a spell but into the sword itself. His eyes gleam. So this is the magic sword Sir's special ability. The steel weapon begins to glow, and from it emerges a second, larger blade made of pure, flawless, solidified light. He is no longer just a swordsman, he is wielding a miracle. Aldis holds his magic sword, Sir, channeling his mana into the blade. A brilliant light erupts, and from it, a second, flawless sword materializes, a perfect replica born from pure magic. His mind flashes back to the shopkeeper who sold him the blade. It's a strange one, all right, the old man had said with a wry smile. But unless you're a dual sword user, there's no real point in having two identical swords. The memory continues, the shopkeeper's warning echoing in his thoughts. Besides, the replica can only be used by its caster, and frankly, anyone with enough mana to pull this off would just become a sorcerer, not a swordsman. But Aldis isn't a sorcerer, he's something else entirely. Back in the present, the twin blades float at his command, humming with power as he prepares to unleash a storm of steel. With a single blade in hand, he becomes a whirlwind of destruction, carving through the front lines of the centipede horde with clean, efficient slashes. The ground is already littered with the twitching carapaces of the fallen, their bodies forming a grotesque, writhing carpet. Aldis glances at his floating second sword, a grim smile touching his lips. For most people, it's a useless trick, but for me, this just means an extra sword to utilize. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Celestia is having a much worse time. Yuwa, they're creeping so fast, she screams, her face a mask of pure disgust and terror. Despite her fear, she fights with a desperate ferocity, screaming, stay away, as she frantically stabs and slashes at anything that gets close. Aldis notices her struggle from afar. So you can fight after all. The other mercenaries are holding their ground with brute force, their axes and shields clashing against the monster's tough hides. It seems these creatures are resistant to magic, but not to cold, hard steel. But Aldis's gaze sweeps across the battlefield and his expression darkens. It's not the strength of the monsters that's the problem. The amount, though. From the back lines, Lita and the other archers provide covering fire, loosing volley after volley into the swarming masses. Aim for the pack on the left, she commands, trying to thin the herd. But the effort is taking its toll. Lita pants for breath, sweat dripping down her face as she reaches for another arrow. She looks out at the seemingly endless river of monsters pouring over the hill and realizes with dawning horror, we'll run out of arrows at this rate. Frustration boils over in the ranks. We're supposed to use magic for this, one merc yells. Another shouts back, his voice raw with desperation, magic doesn't do crap, what else do you want? The battlefield is becoming a death trap, clogged with the bodies of the slain. Damn, the corpses are in the way, a warrior grunts, stumbling over a fallen centipede. Seeing his allies falter, Aldi's unleashes his full power. He sends both his original blade and its magical twin flying through the air, cutting through the chaos. The two swords become a blender of steel, tearing through the horde and clearing a path for the beleaguered mercenaries. But even as he cuts them down, more take their place. There's no end to them, Aldi thinks, his jaw tight. If this keeps up, we'll lose ground. As if summoned by his thoughts, the ground trembles as a fresh wave of monsters surges forward, their chittering filling the air. That's when Aldi notices a disturbing pattern. The horde is ignoring the others, converging directly on him. They just keep coming to me. Are they attracted to those with thick mana? Suddenly, a colossal shockwave erupts from deep within the swarm, blasting outwards with a deafening doom that throws Aldi off his feet. His eyes widen in shock, a shockwave from that far away. He struggles to stay upright as the wave of force washes over him, kicking up a storm of dust and rock. As the dust settles, the source is revealed, a gigantic queen centipede, so massive it dwarfs the others. It casually chomps down on one of its own kind, absorbing its energy. So that's the queen, Aldi breathes. Amidst the panic, one of the mercs hurls a small centipede like a projectile. It smashes into the ground right next to Aldi, who's already leaping aside. He lands gracefully, glaring back at the panicked soldier. Hey, don't throw your own insect like a stone. His attention snaps back to the queen. The mana pouring off it is immense, a beacon drawing the entire swarm. The mana covering that thing is incomparable, he realizes. Good thing they're heading my way. The queen rears back and unleashes a devastating attack, swinging its massive appendages to launch blades of pure, compressed wind. Aldi instantly recognizes the spell, Wind Cutter. He throws up a magical shield, but the queen's attack shreds through it like paper, the force of the blow sending him stumbling back. He grits his teeth, so it's different from the other small fries. My magic has no effect. He tightens his grip on KH's hilt. Then how about this? Abandoning magic, Aldi dashes forward, his blade a silver arc aimed directly at the queen's translucent wings. He lands, assessing the damage. His expression is grim. That's tough. He looks up at the queen's wing, which now has a noticeable gash in it. I only managed to cut the wings. The queen lets out a low growl, its horrifying tooth-filled maw gaping wide. It turns its head, fixing its gaze on a smaller centipede scuttling nearby. With a sickening crunch, the queen devours its minion in a single bite. Aldi watches, his eyes widening in disbelief as he senses a surge of magic. Wah! The smaller creature is crushed instantly, its life force absorbed by the monstrous matriarch. Before his very eyes, the torn tissue of the queen's wing knits itself back together, the damage vanishing in seconds. Aldi stares, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Huh, how convenient. Now facing the fully regenerated, colossal beast, Aldi readies both his blades. This is no longer a simple extermination. This one might be more of a hassle than I thought. Aldi stares down the queen's centipede, his mind racing. Its shell is thick and it recovers too damn fast, he thinks, his grip tightening on his sword. This won't be an easy fight, and I can't risk a wide area spell. I might hit the other mercs. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the chaos is escalating. A mercenary named Rhodey is caught, his armor groaning under the pressure of a monster's grip. No good, he screams, straining with all his might. I can't shake them off. His struggle is short-lived. The creature's pincer pierces his armor and a gut-wrenching scream echoes across the field. From a distance, a comrade can only watch in horror, crying out his name, Rhodey. Aldi moves to intervene, to save the next man from Rhodey's fate, but the queen is faster. Its massive antennae whip through the air, cutting off his path like a prison gate slamming shut. Blocked and helpless, Aldi can only grit his teeth in frustration. He's powerful, but he can't be everywhere at once. He channels his anger into a powerful downward slash against the queen. The ground itself explodes from the impact, but the beast's carapace is completely unfazed. His sword, along with its magical duplicate, are lodged uselessly in the dirt. A hiss of steam rises from the monster's unmarred shell. Gee, this is tough, Aldi mutters, realizing brute force isn't the answer. His eyes narrow, calculating the grim possibilities. If things really go south, he resolves internally, I'm getting Celestia and Karen out of here. Their safety comes first. Meanwhile, the situation on the garrison wall has devolved into pure panic. The wooden palisades are being scaled by a tide of giant centipedes. Stand your ground, one veteran shouts, but his voice is drowned out by the terrified cries of recruits. Oh, hell no, I don't want to die. Lita, sweat pouring down her face, desperately fends off two monsters at once. Send someone over here, she screams, her voice strained. They'll get through at this rate. Nearby, a young recruit is frozen in fear, watching his comrades get overwhelmed. Help, somebody help me, he whimpers, his eyes darting around wildly. Damn, what now? His terrified gaze lands on Lita just as she's completely surrounded. A small cut is already visible on her cheek. Her eyes are wide with shock and fear. Miss Lita, he cries out. Panic overriding his training, the recruit breaks formation. Aldi's take over, I'll go help her. But before he can take 2 steps, a firm hand grabs his shoulder. It's Aldi's. "Wait, stay in formation," he commands, holding the line while his own mind races. Curses, if only I had more weapons to work with. Aldi's glares at the single magic sword in his hand, a desperate wish echoing in his thoughts. I wish this thing had more to offer too. Suddenly a memory surfaces. The calm, knowing smile of Lu, her words from long ago cut through the noise of battle, the torrential rain sir that claimed many lives. Torrential rain, Aldi's eyes widen, a spark of understanding ignites in his mind. The pieces click into place. The power the original sir has in the duplicated swords, if it can duplicate the magic swords perfectly, then it shouldn't just be limited to one copy. He looks at his blade with new eyes. That's the name, a Rain of Swords. It wasn't just a cool title, it was a clue. Aldi's focuses, channeling his mana. He holds his original sword and beside it the familiar duplicate floats into existence. But he doesn't stop there. He reaches out, his gloved hand firmly grabbing the hilt of the floating copy. A brilliant flash of light. As he holds the 2 swords, a third one materializes from thin air, humming with magical energy. It worked. His eyes snap shut for a split second, concentrating, feeling the flow of mana, the connection between the blades. He opens them again, staring at the impossible. That's 3 swords, the theory was correct. A surge of confidence flows through him. In that case, he thinks, pushing his hand forward and pouring more mana into the spell. His eyes practically glow with power. Time to go for 4. With a series of soft pop sounds, swords begin to materialize all around him. 4, 5, 6, 7. The number grows with every passing moment. A slow, dangerous smile spreads across Aldi's face. He finally understands the true nature of his weapon, so that's how it works. With his newfound understanding, he throws his arms wide, unleashing the floodgates of his magical power. The air itself seems to tear open as dozens, then hundreds of identical magic swords pop into existence, filling the sky. Back on the wall, the mercenaries are making their last stand, their shields and swords barely holding back the tide. Damn it, stay back. It's too late for Lita. A centipede lunges, its legs trapping her as she lets out a final, terrified scream. But death never comes. In the blink of an eye, a silver streak descends from the sky, then another and another. Swords rain down, impaling the monsters, attacking her with brutal, decisive force. The other mercenaries flinch, shielding their faces as the storm of blades whistles past them, a silver torrent of salvation. All across the wall, the centipede swarm is annihilated. They are skewered, sliced, and pinned to the ground. The unstoppable tide is stopped dead in its tracks. The surviving mercenaries stare, dumbfounded, at the carnage. Their eyes follow the trajectory of the swords, looking up towards the sky to find the source of this miracle. They are greeted by an impossible sight. A sky filled with an army of floating swords points down, ready to strike, blotting out the sun. And in the center of this apocalyptic armory stands one man. Aldi's, his coat whipping in the wind, the master of an infinite arsenal. He looks upon his creation, a sense of absolute clarity washing over him. The true power of this sword is to duplicate magic swords for as many as the user's mana can handle. A confident smirk graces his lips. I get it now, this really suits me well. On the garrison walls, the situation is grim. Lita and the other female recruits hold the line, their faces etched with grim determination as arrows fly. But their efforts are barely a speed bump. The monstrous centipedes are tearing through the armored soldiers, the sickening crunch of metal and bone echoing across the battlefield. Lita watches in horror, sweat beading on her face. This isn't a battle, it's a slaughter. Her breath catches in her throat as she sees another comrade fall. An arrow is loosed too late. With a horrifying chomp, a soldier is devoured right before her eyes. Lita's own scream is lost in the chaos. Her eyes dart to a fellow archer paralyzed by fear. Lita grabs her voice desperate. Keep shooting, you'll die if you stop shooting. But the line is breaking. A monster roars, its mandibles clicking menacingly close. Send someone over here, Lita screams, they'll get through at this rate. With a deafening blam, a centipede slams into her shield, the impact rattling her down to her bones. The force is too much. Lita is thrown from the wall, her sword and shield flying from her grasp as she plummets towards the ground below. She hits the earth with a sickening thud, the world exploding in a cloud of dust and pain. Gasping for air, every part of her body screaming in protest, Lita feels her consciousness fading. But then an image of her family flashes in her mind. A fire ignites in her eyes. No, I can't die yet, I still have them. Fueled by a sudden surge of adrenaline, Lita staggers to her feet and snatches her sword. She glares at the approaching monster, a defiant smirk on her face. Who will survive now, you or me? Wanna bet on that? The centipede accepts the challenge, charging forward with terrifying speed, its legs churning up the dirt. Lita's fear is gone, replaced by a cold focus. Her mind races, calculating, with that speed, there's an opening. She pivots at the last second, the monster's attack missing by inches. With a powerful swing, she brings her sword down on its exposed flank. Got you now. The blade bites deep. A wave of relief and triumph washes over her as the monster screeches. A genuine, victorious smile lights up her face. Yes, for a moment she feels invincible. But the moment is fleeting. A searing pain shoots through her body from the fall, forcing her to her knees. Her sword clatters to the ground, her strength completely gone. Her heart plummets as another centipede looms over her, its shadow swallowing her whole. Her mind screams, not good, I can't run. Just as the monster strikes, a flash of silver cuts through the air. A figure descends from above, slicing the centipede clean in two with effortless grace. Lita looks up, completely stunned, as her mysterious savior lands softly before her. It's Celestia, who offers a bright, reassuring smile as if she just stepped out for a walk. You okay, Miss Lita? Her heroic moment is immediately ruined, as a piece of monster guts lands squarely on her head. Celestia's composure shatters instantly. Jaya, it's so sticky, she shrieks, frantically trying to wipe the goo from her hair. As another monster tries to take advantage of the distraction, a calm voice cuts in. Behind you, creeping monster. It's Karen, already mid-strike. Karen's blade finds its mark, while Celestia, still disgusted, dashes forward and decapitates another beast with a furious slash. The two of them move in perfect, deadly sync, carving a path through the monsters and clearing a space around the injured Lita. Lita can only stare, completely mesmerized by their skill. Whoa. With the immediate threat handled, Celestia and Karen regroup by Lita's side. Glad we made it in time, Celestia says, her concern genuine. But you're wounded, right? Lita looks up at them, her eyes filled with awe and gratitude. Miss Celestia and Miss Karen, thanks, I would have been dead meat had you not come. Karen's gaze is fixed on the walls, her expression serious. It's still too early to rest now. She's right, the brief respite is over as more and more centipedes swarm over the fortifications. The horde is endless. But Celestia isn't fazed. She plants her feet, a new fire in her eyes. No way, we just have to turn the tables now. We'll show those naysayers what mere women can do with our own strength. Lita and Karen stand with her, a new, unbreakable trio ready to face the tide. Aldi's becomes a whirlwind of death, his legion of floating swords carving through the centipede horde. With every fluid motion, he directs a storm of steel, turning the battlefield into a gruesome canvas of slash marks and monster ichor. The mercenaries who just moments ago were mocking the female soldiers can only stare in disbelief. What are those? One breathes out, his voice trembling. Swords, an entire army of them. Their arrogance shatters, replaced by pure, unadulterated awe. The ground is littered with severed carapaces as acidic blood drips from the floating blades. Aldi stands untouched in the center of the carnage, a calm eye in a hurricane of his own making. He systematically erased the smaller threats, clearing the board for the main event. His eyes lock onto the queen. That boy was from the sparring match. A mercenary recalls, finally placing him. Aldi's ignores them, his mind racing. Now that I've figured out its moves, he dashes forward, using one of his swords as a launchpad. The queen roars in fury as Aldi's closes the distance in a flash. He's not just attacking, he's dancing around its defenses, a blur of motion as his blade sings through the air, leaving a deep gash in its armored hide. He lands, summoning a volley of swords to pepper the queen's flank, keeping it off balance. With a confident grin, he thinks, looking good. This isn't a desperate struggle, it's a calculated demolition. Leaping from one floating sword to another, Aldi's uses the air itself as his domain. He rains down slashes from above, methodically dismantling the giant beast piece by piece while staying just out of reach of its snapping mandibles. As he lands another critical blow, Aldi speaks, his voice cutting through the chaos. There's no more prey to help you regenerate here. He's not just fighting it, he's figured out its weakness. With a final, precise slash, he severs the queen's wings. The source of its rapid regeneration is gone. The monster is now mortal, and it's trapped on the ground with a hunter who owns the sky. Aldi's raises his sword, his eyes blazing with certainty. The queen is crippled, its movement sluggish. This is the final move. I win, he declares, the words echoing with absolute finality as he dives in for the kill. With a powerful downward thrust, Aldi's drives his blade straight through the queen's head. The impact is brutal, a sickening crunch of bone and chitin that signals the end of the monarch's reign. But he's not done. As he pulls back, he gestures with his hand, and his legion of swords aligns in the air, points aimed at the dying beast. It's a firing squad of steel. The swords rain down in a merciless barrage, repeatedly piercing the queen's massive body, ensuring there's no chance of survival. The sound is like a hailstorm on a metal roof. The colossal body of the queen finally gives out, crashing to the ground with a heavy, earth-shaking thud that sends dust and debris flying. Silence falls over the battlefield, broken only by the sizzling of monster blood. The once mighty queen lies still, a pincushion of blades. Aldi stands atop the monster's corpse, swords still embedded in its hide, his cloak billowing in the wind. It's an absolute flex, a display of power that leaves the hardened mercenaries speechless. Their faces say it all, shock, fear, and a newfound respect. They came here expecting an easy job and a chance to belittle their female comrades, but they just witnessed a boy become a god of war. Just as they think it's over, Aldis's gaze sweeps over the remaining smaller centipedes skittering in the distance. His expression is serious. It's not over yet. He's right, the rest of the horde, leaderless but still numerous, begins to advance, their collective footsteps sounding like doom. Snapping out of their stupor, the mercenaries find a new fire lit within them. "Our right, of course not," one stammers, gripping his shield. "We should be more than capable of dealing with those." Their misogyny washed away by Aldis's sheer power, they form a line. "If we don't protect the women here, we Bronkel men will be useless," another shouts, rallying the troops. "We won't let even one pass us by." Seeing that his display has inspired them to finally act like proper soldiers, Aldis gives a slight, satisfied nod. His work here is done. It's time to check on Celestia and the others. The scene shifts to the stately, quiet halls of Teoria City Hall, far from the blood and chaos of the battlefield. A nervous aide enters a private chamber. "Excuse me," he says, his voice hesitant. Inside, a group of conservative council members look up, annoyed by the interruption. "Oh, it's you, Chief. What is it?" one of them grunts. The aide leans in, whispering a report into the councilman's ear. The contents are clearly for their ears only. The councilman closes his eyes, a smug, satisfied smile creeping across his face. "Finally here, huh?" he murmurs to himself. The aide looks confused. "Huh, what did you?" But the councilman cuts him off sharply. "No, forget it." Once the aide is gone, the doors thud shut, sealing the conspirators in their meeting room. The councilman dismisses the aide's report with a wave. "We will consider this and issue instructions later. You're dismissed." The message is clear, the official channels don't matter right now. With the room secured, the lead councilman's true colors show. "So, it's here now?" he asks his cohorts, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "Finally, yes." Another member smirks, "Just as we intended." A third adds with chilling satisfaction, "Yes, those at the field training center are all goners." They lay out their disgusting plan. "Now it's just a matter of what to do when those monsters reach here. Of course, we have a plan for that. We have enough arrows and food stockpiles." One of them leans back, oozing confidence. "I don't know how strong the monsters are, but the walls of Teoria aren't that easily penetrable. In case of emergency, we can just hole up here and wait for reinforcements from the capital." The lead councilman throws his head back and laughs, a vile, triumphant sound. "The greater the casualties, the easier it'll be to impeach the mayor for promoting female soldiers, which is exactly what I want." A calm, cold voice cuts through his laughter coming from the doorway. "Seems like you're having fun here, gentlemen. Mind if I join?" The council members freeze, their faces paling in horror. Standing in the doorway is the mayor himself, a serene smile on his face with the hooded nails at his side. Their little party has just been crashed. Inside the council chambers, the air is thick with conspiracy. The lead councilman, Kraus von Erfingen, flashes a predatory grin. "If it isn't the mayor, what brings you here out of the blue?" The mayor meets his gaze with a disarmingly pleasant smile, though his eyes hold a dangerous glint. "I should be asking that question. What could you conservative gentlemen possibly be talking about in secret?" Another councilman, sweating under the pressure, forces a laugh. "We got a report of monsters coming and we were just coming up with countermeasures, and you're leaving me out of it," he adds, trying to sound offended. The mayor's smile doesn't waver, he calls their bluff. "So, have you decided on an initial response?" Kraus stammers, caught off guard. Well, we'll request support from the capital and seal off the gates, staying inside the walls. The plan is simple, turtle up and let others die." The mayor's friendly facade finally cracks, his expression hardening into cold steel. "So, we had no reinforcements. The report says it's a huge amount of monsters." His voice drops, laced with disbelief and contempt. "So, we're abandoning them, the recruits at the training ground." A different councilman speaks up, his tone chillingly pragmatic. "Perhaps the people at the training range are already goners. It'll be too late if they send people there, so they must be trying to conserve their men." Another slams his fist on the table, trying to force the mayor's hand. "We have no other choice. I've already contacted them anyway. I think it's a good idea to beg the capital for support." Kraus and his cronies exchange triumphant, wicked smiles. They think they've cornered him, that their cowardly plan is the only option left on the table. "That makes it easier then. Let's get ready to hold the fort." But the mayor cuts through their celebration with two ice-cold words. "We are not doing that." He stands with his hooded assistant, Nails, addressing the entire room. "What was that? We can't just let the recruits we've taken the trouble to train die for naught." His eyes narrow as he delivers a direct order, overriding their entire scheme. "Leave the minimum amount of soldiers to hold the fort, and send the rest to help the recruits." The councilmen erupt in outrage. "You fool, there are at least 100 or 2 of the monsters. We can't send our soldiers on a suicide mission. We're definitely against this." The mayor's smile returns, but this time it's a weapon. "Oh, that's not good. If you can't abide by the mayor's decision, then I'll have to remove you all from office." Kraus snarls, deciding to go on the offensive. In that case, we have our own idea too. If you insist on your own policies that put the entire city at risk, then we must disagree with you, Mayor. The others pile on, bringing up his progressive policies as a weakness. It's already wrong to recruit women in the first place. You can't put the soldiers and citizens at risk just because your own measures are failing. They make their move a coordinated political strike. We can't agree with how you do things anymore. We demand you to step down right now. The mayor simply listens, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a new voice, calm and melodic, cuts through the noise. It's Nails, the mayor's assistant. Perhaps, foolish ones will always exist in every generation. The mayor gives a slight, knowing smirk. He clearly expected this. The councilmen are apoplectic. That voice, a woman, bringing a woman to the council. What are you thinking? She shouldn't butt in on a man's talk. The mayor's voice turns sharp. Stop insulting her, she is my assistant. The council sees an opening. A woman as the mayor's assistant, this is a crime, all the more reason for you to step down. But the mayor clarifies, she's a secretary I hired personally, it has nothing to do with the mayor's position. He's heard enough, the mayor's hand tightens. Okay, that's it, looks like you gentlemen really want me to step down. Nails looks at him, have you had enough already? I cannot bear any more nonsense. The mayor sighs, his patience finally gone. Yeah, I guess that's enough. With a theatrical flourish, the mayor pulls out a stack of official documents. His smile is absolutely devastating. But too bad, you'll be the ones losing your jobs. He flaps the papers open, reading the first name, Kraus von Erfingen. He continues down the list, his voice ringing through the stunned silence as he names every single traitor. Norbert von Erfingen, Albert Rameltz, Sieghart von Bartel, Oliver von Erfingen. He finishes the list, his gaze sweeping over their horrified faces. Traugott von Erfingen, Roman von Erfingen, all 8 of you are fired. It's been approved by the central government. One of them stammers, clutching the paper thrust into his hands. Wah, a letter of dismissal from the government, but how? The mayor's voice is laced with triumph. We saw right through your devilish schemes. He lays their treason bare for all to hear. Taking the forbidden book without permission and intentionally unsealing the monster's seal, being non-cooperative in the training of recruits, trying to have the monsters attack my recruits in order to bring me down, all of it. They shout in denial, Wah, what are you? Enough with the false accusations. The mayor spreads his arms wide, mocking their ignorance. You think I convinced the government to fire you without proof? He turns to someone just outside the door, a man with glasses. Hey, don't you think these guys are idiots? The door swings open, revealing the man with glasses, the very informant the council trusted. Their faces drain of color as they realize the depth of the betrayal. The informant adjusts his glasses, his voice calm and professional. You're the one who thought I was on your side. No, I am a public servant of Teoria. It's only natural that I abide by the mayor. Everything you said and did has been reported. Cornered and exposed, Kraus and the others snap. Their political maneuvering has failed, so they resort to violence. Why you? We must exercise the use of force now. With roars of fury, they lunge across the room. Get those 3, we can think after we get rid of them. But before they can take a second step, a single, elegant heel clicks against the floor. Nails moves to intercept. In a blur of white robes, Nails unleashes a wave of unseen force. She was never just a secretary. A sickening whack echoes through the chamber as her attack connects, sending a councilman flying. In less than a second, it's over. All the attackers are sprawled on the floor, unconscious. Nails stands perfectly still amidst the chaos she created. The mayor turns to his informant. I won't have to with you here, right? The informant pushes up his glasses. One is not proficient at violence, though. Yeah, you're not fooling anyone, the mayor retorts. Nails smirks at the informant. If you are, then why not at least pretend to move? The mayor just smiles sheepishly. Hey, sorry for this. He turns to Nails, his expression softening with genuine gratitude. Anyway, thank you for protecting me. She replies coolly, being honest is indeed master's charm. On cue, the heavy tread of armored boots fills the hall as a squad of city guards marches into the room. The mayor gives a sharp, clean snap of his fingers. The signal is given. The guards immediately move in, grabbing the disgraced council members and hauling them to their feet. Yuwa, what are you doing? Stay put. Kraus struggles against his captors, still defiant. You have no right to do this. The mayor looks on, unimpressed. Hey, you're all criminals and I'm the mayor. Even in defeat, Kraus spits one last threat. Still, your days as a mayor are numbered now. Once the monsters erase those recruits, you'll be blamed for that. The mayor's confident smirk never fades. He was prepared for this. Enjoy that throne of yours while it lasts. You think I haven't taken preventive steps. As the guards drag Kraus away, the mayor turns his back on him. Don't act so tough, but I guess you lot wouldn't be able to comprehend all this. He reveals his final, hidden trump card. I've hired a super mercenary to protect the recruits. I'm sure he'll be able to do his job properly. Kraus completely loses it, his face a mask of pure rage and indignation. I am an Erfingen, mind you. The mayor's eye widens not in fear, but in a flash of cold, absolute fury. His voice is low and filled with contempt. So what, you're just a fool misunderstanding the Erfingen pride. He raises his voice, giving the final command. Get him out of here. He watches them being dragged away, the last remnants of the old, corrupt guard. He lets out a weary sigh. What a hopeless bunch. The training ground is pure chaos. A swarm of monstrous centipedes overwhelms the field, their carapaces clicking and clattering. From her vantage point, Lita watches with wide, anxious eyes as Celestia and Karen carve a path through the horde. Celestia, despite her noble bearing, fights with frantic disgust. Yua, gross, she screams, slicing through a monster as black ichor splatters. Karen, ever the loyal knight, tries to keep her grounded. Lady Ceres, you're going too far ahead, but Celestia is a whirlwind of steel, yelling, stay back, stay back. Watching them, a flicker of awe crosses Lita's face. The grime and sweat on her cheeks can't hide her admiration. Miss Karen and Miss Ceres, she thinks, her voice a whisper in her mind, they're both so amazing. The thought solidifies into a powerful realization, a spark igniting in her eyes. For the first time, a belief she'd long suppressed takes root. So, a woman can be that strong too. For a moment, it seems like they're winning. The number of monsters thins out and a fragile sense of hope settles over the battlefield. Maybe we'll be safe, Lita allows herself to think. But the hope is short-lived. The relentless battle has taken its toll. Both Celestia and Karen are breathing heavily, their movements growing sluggish. Just a little bit more, Karen grits out, pushing through the exhaustion. Suddenly, Celestia's head whips around, her eyes wide with terror. She's not looking at her own opponent but past her. Miss Lita, she screams, a raw note of panic in her voice. Lita turns, alerted by the shout, only to find a massive centipede lunging at her from behind. Behind you, the warning comes too late. With a sickening thud, its pincer slams into her shield, the impact stinging up her arm and knocking her off balance. The force of the blow is immense. Lita struggles to keep her footing, her sword and shield barely holding back the monster's assault as she's driven backward. The distraction is fatal. Another centipede seizes the opening, slamming into Celestia and sending her crashing to the ground. She lets out a pained gasp, her sword skittering away from her grasp. At the same time, Karen is overwhelmed. A monster's claws clamp down on her, pinning her arms. Lady Ceres, she cries out, unable to break free or help her friend. The battle has completely fallen apart. Lita is on her hands and knees, desperately trying to crawl away as the remaining monsters stomp towards them, their victory all but certain. Lita grits her teeth, her face a mask of frustration and terror. They were so close, they fought so hard, and now this is how it ends. But then a brilliant flash pierces the sky. Several points of light shine down, cutting through the grim atmosphere like stars appearing in daylight. Without warning, a massive, invisible slash of force tears through the battlefield, bisecting a centipede in a spray of black fluid. Lita stares, utterly bewildered. What? The sky darkens as a rain of steel follows the initial attack. Swords plummet from above, impaling the monsters with brutal efficiency. Karen can only stand and watch as the battlefield is turned into a pincushion of blades. A silhouette descends from the heavens, a cape billowing behind him, surrounded by an arsenal of floating swords. The cavalry has arrived. It's Aldi's. He hangs in the air for a moment, his expression cold and focused, his hand outstretched as he commands his legion of flying weapons. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes hell. The swords dance through the air, creating arcs of pure destruction that shred the remaining centipedes into nothing. Lita can't comprehend what she's seeing. Swords, they're just flying on their own. The display of power is beyond anything she could have imagined. In seconds, it's over. The training ground is silent, save for the twitching of dying monsters impaled by dozens of swords. Lita sits on the ground, a survivor in a graveyard of steel and chitin. Aldi's lands softly, his floating blades vanishing as he sheathes his own. Made it in time, he murmurs, his gaze sweeping over the carnage he created. Lita looks up at him, still stunned. Did you do all of this? Ignoring Lita, Aldi's walks straight to Celestia. He gently places a hand on her head, his voice soft. Ceres, good job protecting her. His simple words of praise are the final straw. The tension, the fear, and the adrenaline finally break Celestia's composure. Tears well up in her eyes, shining with unshed relief. She collapses against him, sobbing uncontrollably into his coat. Yuye, Aldi's, I was so scared. From the ground, Lita watches the scene, a complicated mix of emotions swirling within her. Lita's mind flashes back to her own struggles. I knew I was powerless, she thinks, the memory of her own failures stinging. I found out the hard way in training that I was inferior to the men in stamina and power. But then she remembers the hope she felt just moments ago. But after seeing those two, I began thinking that even a woman can fight too, a beautiful, fragile hope that was just born. And now that hope is being crushed by the reality in front of her. But ultimately Miss Ceres, Miss Karen, and I were saved by a man, namely Mr. Aldi's. The weight of that truth is unbearable. Lita slumps to the ground, defeated. This will only reinforce the opinion of the men of the Republic, that women should stay quiet under the protection of men. Her gaze drifts, lost in her own despair. I wanted to change, I wanted something to change, so I applied to be a soldier. She looks over at Aldis, the strong male protector, and Celestia, the crying girl he saved. The scene is a perfect picture of the very stereotype she fought to escape. But in the end, she concludes, her heart heavy with defeat, nothing really changed. A week passes. The dust has settled, the blood has been washed away by the rain, and the skies over Teoria are finally calm. The final tally of the battle was a miracle. Against a staggering horde of monsters, the city's defenders lost only 8 veteran mercenaries. Crucially, not a single new recruit fell. This was Teoria's silver lining. If any of the new soldiers, especially the women, had died, the political fallout would have been a nightmare. But they didn't. They held the line. To celebrate, the city threw a massive victory party, but Aldis couldn't care less. Surrounded by whispers, is that him? He's so young, he just wants his paycheck. The fanfare is just noise. One of the twins happily munches on party food, noting, good thing this isn't too formal, right? Aldis just grunts in agreement, his eyes scanning the crowd. As another merc explains the casual vibe is for the soldiers, Aldis's gaze locks onto a lone figure by the wall. It's Lita, standing apart from everyone, a shadow in the middle of the celebration. He walks over, her face is a mask of disappointment and frustration. Why the long face? He asks, cutting straight to the point. Lita looks up, startled. Oh, Mr. Aldis, he doesn't beat around the bush. What's up? Starting to regret almost dying in a real battle. She shakes her head, a bitter smile on her lips. Regret? I don't think that's it. Her voice drops to a whisper. This was supposed to be a huge step forward for the women of this city, but in the end, I couldn't do anything. The memory of the battle flashes in her mind, cowering as the mayor hands out medals. I was useless from start to finish. I just ended up hiding behind your swords. Do I really deserve that medal? Aldis lets out a short, sharp sigh. Turns out it's something trivial, huh? He says flatly. Lita flinches, shocked. Trivial. Aldis shrugs, his tone matter of fact. It's only natural for veterans to protect rookies. No one would expect so much from newcomers. He looks at her, a knowing glint in his eye. Besides, you already have a medal, don't you? Lita is completely lost. Huh, what are you? His gaze becomes sharp, intense. You came back alive from a battle, didn't you? Those who survive their first battle bring back one medal. He taps his thumb against her chest, right over her heart. The first medal anyone will ever get, right here. A small, rare smile appears on his face. Your own life you brought back, a one-of-a-kind medal in this world just for you. You can be proud just by having that. Lita is stunned. Comparing me to heroes and legends, Aldis nods. Even the greatest heroes had to survive their first battle, in that they're no different from you. He gestures towards the ceremony. The medal over there won't hold a candle to that, just consider it an extra and take it. His words finally break through her despair. Hope flickers in her eyes. Can someone like me become strong someday? Can I be proud of saying that I, a woman, am protecting the city of Teoria? Aldis looks away for a moment, his expression unreadable. I don't know that, but I can say this much as a battle-hardened veteran. He meets her gaze again, his voice filled with the weight of experience. The only ones who can gain strength are those who come back alive no matter how miserable they are, those who know they are powerless and still bear with it and get back up. His eyes bore into hers, driving the point home. Gender isn't a factor in this, not when you're dancing between life and death with a sword. You wouldn't have the chance to think about all that. He gives her a final nod of encouragement. You fought well, didn't you? At least you could survive after holding your own ground. Be proud of that. Just then a voice cuts through the moment. Lita, you're up now. Her friend gives her a firm push from behind. Come on, look smug and get the medal. With a newfound confidence in her step, Lita ascends the stage, leaving her self-doubt behind. The mayor of Teoria places the medal around her neck. She accepts it not as a reward for valor she didn't feel she had, but as a symbol of the one thing she did earn, her survival. In the crowd, the twins and her other friends watch, their faces beaming with pride. With the recruits honored, the mayor turns to the crowd with a grand gesture. And to conclude, we'll summon the mercenary who has shown very vigorous efforts on the battlefield. Sir Aldis, please come to the stage. A path parts in the crowd as Aldis walks forward, his expression as stoic as ever. The mayor beams at him. I heard you have managed quite a feat. You fended off endless monsters head-on, alone, and destroyed them using countless floating swords. He spreads his arms wide. It goes without saying that you have saved the soldiers, nay, the whole of Teoria. Allow me, as the mayor, to thank you from the bottom of my heart. The mayor then puts a hand to his chest dramatically. But our nation is a republic without royalty or nobles. I am merely speaking on behalf of the people. He even pretends to wipe away a tear. All we can give you is your expected reward. I'm sorry we can't compensate you properly. Aldis thinks to himself, dude's really laying it on thick. But the mayor continues, his tone shifting. It's true that alone won't be enough. which is why I've prepared another present. Aldi's raises an eyebrow, intrigued despite himself. The mayor raises his hand, his voice booming across the plaza, in praise of your unwavering spirit and your unparalleled strength in the face of overwhelming odds. By the many swords soaring in the sky, in the name of the Teoria government, I hereby present you with the title of Sorcerer of Countless Swords. The crowd absolutely loses it, erupting into a massive cheer, Aldi's deadpans internally. I see, excessive acting due to lack of budget, huh? Then it hits him and a sweat drop rolls down his temple. Hang on, I'm being called a sorcerer again. But as he looks out, he sees Lita, her face alight with a genuine, grateful smile, cheering her heart out for him. He sees the city guards, the men and women he fought beside, nodding at him with respect. He sees all his new friends, hyped out of their minds for his new title. The energy is infectious. He sighs, a ghost of a smile on his face. Well, I just gave Lita that whole speech too, he can't exactly be a hypocrite now. Letting go of his annoyance, he accepts the mayor's handshake. Who cares about a title? The roar of the crowd is all that matters. Later that night, under a full moon, the twins spot him leaving the party. Aldi's, they shout, running to meet him. They catch up to him on the quiet street. Welcome back, Aldi's. Was the food good? He nods. Yeah, it was tasty, although it all looks strange to me. Nails appears, her footsteps silent. How curious of you to use the word strange. Bronkel is known to be a mecca for food tourism, after all. It must be the royal food they have been eating since the age of royalty. Her tone shifts, becoming sharp and focused. Anyway, master, did you see a familiar face during the victory party? Aldi's blinks, confused. A familiar face? I mean, Lita showed up there, so. Nails cuts him off, her expression hardening with disappointment. I see, never mind then. As she turns to leave, she mutters under her breath, one might not expect gratitude, but the least she could do is show herself. She stalks off into the night, leaving Aldi's and the twins completely baffled by her cryptic words. Breaking the silence, one of the twins tugs on his sleeve with a bright smile. Aldi's, carry us. He looks down at her, his expression softening as he gently takes her hand. Come on, Philia. He effortlessly lifts both of them into his arms. A thought crosses his mind. This time, it wasn't a fight to directly protect the twins, but by stopping the monsters, he protected the whole city, and in doing so, he kept them safe. He looks over at Ceres and Karen, who are walking with them. He protected them. He protected Lita. He protected the soldiers. I used to not be able to protect anything, he thinks, but now I can protect many things. A genuine, quiet smile forms on his lips. It's a feeling he's not used to. Pride. I guess I can be proud about it for a bit, huh, Captain? Standing tall in the empty city street, holding the future in his arms, he whispers the name of the man who started him on this path, a quiet tribute to a promise kept. Lu. After a heartfelt goodbye to their friend Lita, Aldi's and his party turn their backs on the city of Teoria, ready for the next leg of their journey. Their path takes them across the strait and into the kingdom of Alburn, heading north then east towards their destination, the bustling commercial city of Melinda. As they step into the city, the younger members of the group are immediately star-struck, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and excitement. The source of their wonder is a beautiful river flowing right through the heart of the city, with quaint buildings lining its banks and small boats drifting along its surface. The entire party is captivated. What a pretty town, one remarks, while another notes its reputation as a famous commercial hub built around its unique canal system. This is Melinda, the second city of Alburn and the gateway to the island. Its clever use of the river as a canal has transformed it into a thriving center of trade and commerce. The long journey, however, has clearly taken its toll on Aldi's, who can't suppress a massive yawn. Seeing his exhaustion, Aldi's makes a call. We've been sleeping outside since entering Alburn. Let's find an inn and get some proper rest. The group unanimously agrees. But while our heroes look for a place to rest, in the back alleys and private rooms of this beautiful city, a different story is unfolding. In a dimly lit room, local merchants gather, their voices low and laced with despair. Fane groups also joining Newman now, one mutters. They're being absorbed this year. The frustration in the room is palpable. What a bunch of fools, another spits. No one can make a move without the Newman Group's permission. They charge us 10 gold coins a year just for signage on top of 10% of our sales. He starts counting off the endless fees on his fingers. And that's not all. Advertising fees, discount coupon reserves, warehouse usage fees, circular notice fees. An older merchant throws his hands up in defeat. They even own the shelves at our counters and force us to buy their uniforms. There's no room left for us to make a profit. The injustice is suffocating. And now Newman is telling people they can return items at any affiliated store, a man explains. They never consulted us, we have no say in the matter. A man with a forced pained smile adds, and of course the customers are rejoicing. A woman scoffs, well duh, this only pleases the buyers, the sellers will be crushed by the burden eventually. In the end, only the Newman Group benefits. One merchant clenches his fist, his voice rising with anger. They're only getting away with this because they have the local lord in their pocket. That's why we need to join forces and fight them. Suddenly, the door to their secret meeting slams open. A man bursts in, breathless and wide-eyed. Big news, they found a massive deposit of Lycian refined stones. The declaration hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the doubt that filled the room just moments before. But can we even win? One had wondered. They already own 70% of the market. The merchants are stunned into silence, then erupt. Say what? A deposit of Lycian stones. This could be the miracle they were praying for. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the city's dark underbelly, Aldi's party explores the vibrant marketplace, amazed by the sheer number of stores. The streets are alive with the buzz of the crowd, a lively scene that the group happily immerses themselves in. But as they walk, one of the girls notices something odd, a recurring detail that seems just a little too uniform for such a diverse market. It's an emblem, a black bird holding a ring in its beak, hanging on a sign outside a shop. What do you think that is? She asks. Every store seems to have the same signage. Her companion shrugs. Who knows, maybe a noble family's crest or something. Another chimes in with a logical guess. It must be the emblem of a union between companies. In any case, it's not for us to contemplate. Aldi's, ever the pragmatist, points towards one of the shops bearing the emblem. Fair point. Anyway, we should stock up on medicine soon. Let's try that store there. As they step inside, one of the girls gasps, her eyes wide with disbelief. So cheap. She points at a sturdy-looking backpack. 2 silver coins for this, are you serious? This would cost at least 5 back in the Empire. Aldi's examines the merchandise, a thoughtful frown on his face. Every item in here is really cheap, and they don't seem to be of poor quality either. A dark thought crosses his mind as he looks at the impossibly low prices. How can the craftsmen even make a living from this? Just then, a man with a smug, feathered cap and a practiced smile steps forward. To thank you for your continued patronage, he announces loudly. Starting today, all items in every one of the group's stores will be 20% off for 3 days. He bows grandly. Thank you for using Newman Group's service. Aldi's watches, his suspicion growing. The actual shopkeeper, however, looks horrified. He rushes forward, his hand outstretched. Wait a second. But his plea is drowned out by the cheers of the customers. 20% for real. The shopkeeper desperately tries to reason with the Newman manager. We can't just put up discounts so suddenly, we're already selling at low prices. Another 20% and we'll go bankrupt, but the manager is unmoved. This is the official decision from this morning's meeting. The manager's eyes are cold, his tone dismissive. Making ends meet is what management is all about, no? It's a done deal for the whole group, no one gets special treatment. The shopkeeper's voice trembles with rage and helplessness. But you keep deciding on your own without considering us. The manager leans in. It seems you're not convinced. This shouldn't violate our contract, mister. He offers a final, cruel checkmate. Would you like to check the contract again then? The shopkeeper can only grit his teeth in defeat as Aldi's and his companion watch the brutal power play unfold. Completely missing the tension, one of the girls excitedly waves a piece of paper. Look, Aldi's, we can get discount coupons if we shop in the store. Aldi sighs, deadpanning to himself. A former imperial princess getting excited over one discount coupon like a commoner. She continues, breathless, we can buy an item at a 10% discount using 10 coupons. She then notices the familiar black bird emblem on the coupon. Wait, does that mean all stores with this emblem are part of the same group? The girls are ecstatic. There's no way we're not going, and there's a 20% discount for 3 days. Aldi's can only offer a weary warning. If you two want to go shopping, then don't overbuy, we're traveling on foot. His words fall on deaf ears as they're already whispering excitedly to each other, plotting their shopping spree. Aldi's just looks on, exasperated. Far from the bustling market, in a lavish office, the president of the Newman Company sits behind a large desk, his face a mask of cold fury. He slams his hands on the desk, his voice booming. You failed, but we sent 30 soldiers there, 30 of the Lord's best men. His subordinate delivers the grim report, his head bowed. Yes, the monsters guarding the Lycian refined stones are incredibly fierce. Only 4 made it out alive. The president leans back, the weight of the failure pressing down on him. I begged the Lord to borrow those soldiers. What should we do now? He takes a long drag from his pipe, his mind racing. If even the territorial army is no match for them, sending mere mercenaries would be a suicide mission. He exhales a cloud of smoke, his eyes glinting with a new resolve as he straightens his bow tie. Noah's back already, right? Send him. Word of the disaster travels fast. Back in their hideout, the merchants have heard the news. What? An entire military unit on an expedition for Newman was wiped out. Fear begins to creep in. Such strong monsters, maybe it's really too dangerous to go there, but desperation quickly takes over. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Their determination hardens. If we get those stones, it'll fund our resistance, one declares. If this goes on, more of us will go bankrupt this year. This is our only shot. The grim reality of their situation settles in. I know that, but this all assumes we can even find a mercenary willing to take such a dangerous commission. Another merchant shakes his head. We can't rely on local mercenaries, they all want to appeal to Newman, all that's left is to find one externally, even if they're expensive. A town bell begins to chime in the distance. Oh, it's about time for the assembly. They rise, their hopes pinned on a miracle. As the merchants file out of the room, a small figure watches them from the shadows of the hallway, having heard every word. It's a young boy. He peeks into the now empty room, the merchant's desperate words echoing in his ears as the bell tolls. An idea forms in his mind, a look of fierce determination in his eyes. He knows where to find help. You can find many mercenaries on the main road. Without a second thought, the boy slips out the side door on a mission of his own. He breaks into a run, his small feet tapping urgently against the stone pavement. Dashing out from the alleyway into the main street, he nearly slams right into a cloaked figure. Aldi steadies himself, looking down at the frantic child. Whoops, watch where you're going, you might get hit by a carriage. The boy stammers a quick apology before taking off again. Aldi's watches him go, a curious expression on his face as the boy disappears down the street. Just then a voice calls out from down the lane directed towards Aldi's. Hey Noah, the president's looking for you. Aldi's turns, a casual smile spreading across his face as he raises a hand in acknowledgement. Be right there, the name hangs in the air. Aldi's is Noah, the very same trump card the Newman president plans to unleash. In the bustling streets, a small boy desperately clutches the leg of a sellsword. Please, Mr. Mercenary, he begs, his voice filled with a child's earnest plea. But the mercenary is unmoved, scratching the back of his head in annoyance. Look, kid, he sighs, I can't accept a request that'll stir up trouble with the Newman company. His partner looks on, completely disinterested. The rejection fuels the boy's defiance. Don't you think you're lame for always defending Newman? He shouts. The mercenary's face twists in rage and he violently grabs the boy's collar. What's that? I was being nice 'cause you're a kid and you had to bark. Just as the man's fist is about to fly, a hand gently taps his shoulder. He freezes, his eyes widening in confusion. A calm, cold voice cuts through the tension. Don't. It's Aldi's, his gaze sharp as steel. You can't call yourself an adult if you hit a kid. The bully scoffs, shoving the problem onto Aldi's. Tusk, then you go deal with him. He and his partner quickly make their exit, leaving Aldi's with the boy. As the twins approach, one of them asks, What's wrong, Aldi's? He glances back at the retreating mercenaries, his expression unreadable. It's nothing. But the young boy looks up at his unexpected savior, a single word escaping his lips, filled with a newfound hope. Mister. He sizes up the newcomers. I haven't seen you here before, are you a traveling mercenary? Aldi's gives a vague nod. Well, you can say so. That's all the confirmation the boy needs. He lunges forward, grabbing Aldi's arm with renewed desperation. Please, would you accept our commission? Nails looks at Aldi's, a question in her eyes. You're gonna take the job? Aldi's remains cautious. Well, after he tells us the situation. The boy's face lights up, a genuine smile breaking through his worried expression. Over here, he shouts, waving them to follow him. He leads them through the city streets, but their path is soon blocked by the imposing figure of a heavily armored guard. The guard's eyes narrow with suspicion, his hand resting on his sword hilt. Where are you people going? The boy stands his ground, puffing out his chest defiantly. I'm taking them to our company, is there a problem? The guard holds up a hand, feigning a casual tone. Hey, don't bark, I was just making sure. But the boy sees right through the act. Yeah, try that in one of Newman's stores then. As they move on, Aldi's glances back at the stationary guard. Why is there a soldier standing over there? He asks quietly. The boy's expression darkens with resentment. The town's lord is playing games with us, he explains. The stores ahead aren't under Newman's control, so they post guards to stop anyone trying to pass for no reason. Finally, he stops before a building with a simple wooden sign. This is the place, he says, a hint of relief in his voice. Come on in. Inside, the atmosphere is heavy. Aldi's and his party sit on a couch, facing the merchants who wish to hire them. The unspoken weight of their request fills the room. An older man, clearly the leader, leans forward, his face etched with desperation. So, what do you say? Will you accept this commission? Aldi's remains professional, his gaze steady. I need to confirm a few things first. You want protection, but for how many people, and how many can defend themselves? Another merchant answers, two men, both navigating the way and collecting the goods. They are armed, but don't expect them to fight properly. Aldi's eyes drift towards the twins sitting quietly beside him. So, we have two amateurs, he thinks, calculating the increased risk. His mind races, weighing the options. Leaving the twins behind with Nails is safer for them, but taking them along would mean. He glances at Nails. Her presence would grant him more freedom of movement on the mission. It's a difficult trade-off between the twins' safety and operational flexibility. He closes his eyes, considering how much the twins have grown. They're used to the road now, more resilient than they once were. His eyes snap open, a new resolve within them. It was time to start thinking seriously about their future, and that meant exposing them to the world, risks and all. As if on cue, one of the twins speaks up, her voice clear despite her small frame. In the event that we can't escort the men, the call for retreat falls on us, okay? Aldi's turns back to the merchant leader, his tone firm. Can you promise to follow our instructions when we're under attack? The man nods emphatically. Of course, we'll make sure the men get the word. A woman from the guild adds a caveat. Sure, but we won't be able to pay you then. Aldi's doesn't hesitate. I don't mind that. With the terms of engagement settled, Aldi's poses his final question. And one more thing, what are the goods you're collecting? The merchant's gaze shifts, a hint of secrecy in his eyes. We'll show you after you officially accept the commission. Rest assured, they're nothing illegal nor dangerous. While the adults finalize the deal, the guild woman slides bowls of colorful snacks towards the twins, who look up with wide, curious eyes. She offers them a warm, gentle smile, a small act of kindness in the tense room. Aldi's takes a final look at the merchants, then at his party. His decision is made. Fine, we'll take the job. The scene shifts dramatically. The stone walls of the city are gone, replaced by a rugged wilderness of jagged cliffs and dense foliage. Aldi's leads the expedition, his party and the two hired men trailing behind as they make their way through the treacherous, untamed land. Now that they're underway, the true nature of the cargo has been revealed. So, we're collecting Lycian refined stones, Aldi's muses aloud. I was wondering why the reward was so high. He finally understands the setup. This wasn't a simple gathering quest, it was an escort mission. The two guides were really just watchers, there to ensure Aldi's party didn't run off with the priceless gems. The Lycian stone is a thing of legend, the toughest and most beautiful gem in the world, so hard that not even the finest swordsman could scratch it. But the ancient methods for processing the gem have been lost to time, making ready-to-process stones incredibly rare and valuable. While the adults focus on the path ahead, the twins find their own distractions. Ceres, we found a funny weed over there, one calls out, pointing excitedly. They find a strange, polka-dotted plant. One twin's eyes light up with culinary curiosity, but the other is quick to intervene. You can't eat those. The twins' light-hearted bickering draws the attention of one of the merchants, who looks concerned. Nails steps in to reassure him. Don't mind them, they may be small but they're disciples of a sorceress, they won't cause you trouble. The merchant wipes a bead of sweat from his brow, his nervousness growing. I see, anyway we're almost there. His voice drops to a grim whisper as he points down the path. I hear the territorial army sent by Newman got destroyed around here. Be on your guard, people. Suddenly the ground erupts in violent tremors. Whoa, what's going on? The merchants yell in panic. Aldi's is already in command, shouting orders. Nails, protect the kids, Ceres and Karen watch our flanks. Aldi's moves to a vantage point, his eyes scanning the rocky canyon ahead, trying to pinpoint the source of the chaos. His senses flare, his eyes widening in alarm. I sense many mana reactions coming this way. He makes a split-second decision. Nails, protect the kids, Ceres and Karen protect our clients, I'll go ahead and intercept them. With shouts of understood, from his party he dashes forward. As he leaps across the terrain, he focuses on the chaotic energy signatures. 3 oddly strong reactions are masking the other smaller reactions one by one. He quickly deciphers the pattern of flaring and extinguishing mana. Are they fighting? No, wait, this is a one-sided trampling. He lands hard in a dusty clearing, kicking up rocks as he skids to a halt, ready for whatever is coming. He stands alone in the desolate, rocky arena, his hand on his sword, his senses on high alert. The towering cliffs loom over him, silent witnesses to the impending battle. A massive spider-like monster, a hunter, crashes through the trees, its wounded fleeing in terror. Aldi's draws his blade. A hunter, sorry but you're not getting through me. In a flash of silver, Aldi's closes the distance, his sword carving a clean arc through the beast's body. But more hunters stumble into the clearing, all of them grievously injured and desperate to escape. Aldi's takes in the scene, his expression grim. All of them are hurt badly. He becomes a whirlwind of motion, his blade dancing between the monsters, putting them out of their misery with swift, efficient strikes. Standing over the fallen beasts, he ponders the terrifying truth. A being that can wound hunters so bad they'd run away, what in the world is back there? An immense pressure suddenly descends on the clearing. Aldi's leaps into the air, spinning to face the new, far greater threat. His eyes lock onto the approaching figures. Here they are. With a heavy thud, 2 individuals land before him, the ground cracking under their feet. They radiate an overwhelming power. They seem to be in the middle of an argument, ignoring Aldi's completely. The boy with a teddy bear on his shoulder sighs, we don't need to chase such small insects, do we? The girl in the white hood retorts coolly, we shall not let go of wounded beasts. What if one reached a human settlement? The boy finally turns, his eyes landing on Aldi's as if noticing him for the first time. Oh, hello there. He offers a casual, almost friendly smile. Ah, I guess the running hunters were headed your way, huh? The girl's voice cuts in, directed at her companion. You see what one means now? The boy just laughs, but Aldi's is frozen, his gaze fixed on the girl. The white hood, the blonde hair, the piercing eyes, it's impossible. Time seems to stop as a single, choked whisper escapes his lips, filled with utter disbelief. Nah, nails. The tense standoff continues in the rocky pass. Aldi's and his companions find their path blocked by a new, powerful-looking duo, a young boy with a teddy bear strapped to his back, and a stoic, white-hooded girl with an uncanny resemblance to Nails. Aldi's eyes are fixed on the girl, a thought echoing in his mind. She looks just like Nails. Are they twins? The similarity is too striking to be a coincidence. As if reading his mind, the girl speaks, her voice calm and measured. No, we are sort of sisters but not twins. Her explanation only deepens the mystery. The girl, whose name is Whitey, steps forward slightly, her gaze sharp and analytical as she sizes Aldi's up. He can feel the weight of her stare, the silent evaluation of his strength. The boy, however, breaks the tension with a casual smile, sliding out from behind Whitey. Well, sorry you got caught up in this, he says cheerfully. We almost obliterated you there, though. Aldi's party is completely thrown off, not by the apology but by the teddy bear perched on the boy's shoulder. A bear, a doll, the bizarre accessory is the only thing they can focus on. Whitey turns to her master with a deadpan expression. Master, that is what you would call hindsight. How about you reflect a little on your own shallowness? Her words are as sharp as any blade. Aldi sweats, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. The unforgiving remarks, the cold delivery. It's just like Nails. It's like he's staring at a second version of his own companion. One of Aldi's companions watches the exchange, her mind racing as she tries to connect the dots between these strange newcomers and their own party. She notices a strange similarity in the way Aldi's and the mysterious boy carry themselves. But before she can finish the thought, one of the merchant guides gasps, his eyes wide with sudden recognition. Ah, the guide's face pales, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he points a trembling finger. His accusation cuts through the air. You're the merc hired by Newman. The name drops like a stone, and suddenly the friendly atmosphere evaporates. They're not just travelers, they're rivals. The guide mutters in disbelief, damn, already on the next move, huh? Aldi steps forward, putting the pieces together. Are you rivals with Newman, perhaps? He asks, his hand inching towards his sword. A light bulb goes off over the boy's head. Oh, are you after the Lycian precious stones too? He asks with a grin. Whitey sighs, Master, you should not reveal that so easily. The boy just laughs, completely unconcerned. Oh, come on, Whitey, that just means we have to collect the stones earlier than them, right? His confidence is absolute. Aldi's narrows his eyes. You sound so confident. The boy's expression turns serious for the first time. Of course, Whitey and I are strong. The two groups face each other, the unspoken threat of battle hanging in the air. Are you stopping us by force then? Aldi's challenges. The boy shakes his head. No, I wouldn't do that, you have kids with you. He then offers a different solution, a glint in his eye. Well, why don't you and I have a duel, and whoever wins gets to keep the stones for himself. He turns to Aldi's stunned party. I don't mind a race instead, but then it'll just be a pain to clash while getting the stones. A one-on-one fight is cleaner, simpler. Aldi's gaze hardens with resolve. Fine, I'll take you on. Whitey warns her master about the risk of returning empty-handed, but the boy just smiles and begins to levitate. Shall we go to an open ground then? He reassures his partner with unshakable arrogance. You worry too much, Whitey. I've never lost once, have I? Whitey can only think to herself. It is bad enough that it is true. Without another word, the boy shoots into the sky, his cloak billowing as he soars over the forest. The onlookers below are speechless. Wah, he's flying. Aldi's doesn't waste a second. A surge of magical energy erupts from his feet, and he too launches himself into the air in pursuit. The merchants and adventurers can only stare in utter disbelief as a second figure takes to the sky. He's flying too, one shouts, while another dryly comments on the complete lack of common sense. They land with a soft thud in a wide, barren clearing. The stage is set. This should be enough space, the boy says. Whitey just cleared out the beasts around here so nothing will bother us. The boy's playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by the focused eyes of a warrior. Let's begin now. You're pretty strong, aren't you? I'll try not to kill you, but I won't hold back. In an instant, a vortex of dark, chaotic energy forms in his hand, a chantless spell of immense power. He unleashes the blast, and it detonates against the ground with the force of a cannon, shattering rock and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. But Aldi's is ready. He meets the attack head-on, erecting a swirling barrier of his own magic that deflects the dark energy around him. Seeing his attack neutralized, the boy's face breaks into a wide, ecstatic grin. Oh, now we're talking. This is the fight he was hoping for. The duel erupts into a high-speed barrage of magic. Dark energy blasts fly from their hands, colliding mid-air in a series of violent, earth-shaking explosions. The shockwave from one of the blasts is so powerful it sends the teddy bear flying from the boy's back. The small, masked bear tumbles through the air, a forgotten casualty in the clash of titans. The magical stalemate forces them into close quarters. The boy leaps through the air, sword raised for a devastating overhead strike. Aldis braces himself, sensing the raw power. That power, it's stronger than nails. Sparks fly as their blades meet in a blindingly fast exchange. Aldis parries a swing, ducks under another and blocks a third, the force of each blow rattling his arms. The boy seamlessly transitions from swordplay to martial arts, landing a solid kick to Aldis's side that sends him stumbling back. With a wild grin, the boy presses his advantage, his sword a blur of motion as he drives Aldis across the clearing. Mid-clash, the boy unleashes another point-blank magic spell from his free hand. The sheer speed of the transition catches Aldis completely off guard. He's faster than I thought. With no time to dodge, Aldis throws up his armored gauntlet, deflecting the magic blast just inches from his face in a shower of sparks. The boy's eyes widen in genuine surprise and delight. Wow, you just dodged that. Aldis catches his breath, his expression grim. You really run your mouth, I give you that. The boy lands, kicking up dust. The warm-up is over. I see you really are strong, time for me to use my trump card. He leaps back and with a flick of his wrist, sends 3 gleaming kunai spinning through the air directly at Aldis. Aldis reacts instantly, his sword a silver arc as he effortlessly bats the 3 projectiles aside. A simple, almost disappointing attack. But the kunai don't fall. They halt in mid-air, hovering ominously as a faint magical glow emanates from them. Aldis's eyes go wide with shock as he realizes his mistake. Wah. In a flash, the 3 kunai multiply into dozens, changing direction and swarming back towards him like a pack of metallic hornets. He looks up, his face a mask of disbelief, as the sky fills with blades. In a heartbeat, he's completely surrounded. A perfect cage of enchanted steel hangs in the air, every single razor-sharp point aimed directly at him. The boy stands calmly amidst his creation, a confident smirk on his face. Aldis stares, finally recognizing the impossibly high-level technique. Sword sorcery. The duel begins. Whitey faces Aldis, a deadly swarm of kunai hovering in the air around him, each one humming with magical energy. With a smirk and a flick of his fingers, Whitey unleashes his assault. The blades cut through the air with a piercing shriek. Aldis's eyes widen in recognition. Sword sorcery. But Aldis is no amateur. He moves like a blur, his chakram spinning in a silver whirlwind, deflecting the volley of steel with a series of sharp thwacks. Whitey watches, his confidence wavering slightly. With a final, decisive arc of his greatsword, Aldis bats away the last of the kunai, the attack completely neutralized. Whitey's jaw drops in disbelief. What, you block them all, but that's my specialty. His signature move shut down with ease. Aldis analyzes the attack with a critical eye. How clumsy, he thinks to himself. Even if he could change the trajectory, he just made them fly straight to me. The dust settles on the barren landscape. Aldis stands firm, his gaze locked on his opponent. Who taught you that sorcery? He demands, his voice echoing in the silence. Whitey uses the moment to his advantage, launching another volley. You can think about that right now? He taunts, as Aldis is momentarily distracted by his answer. With a disarming smile, Whitey reveals the source of his power. My cute master, yeah. Taking advantage of Aldis's brief confusion, Whitey closes the distance, lunging forward in a flash of steel, pressing his attack. He caught me off guard earlier. Aldis thinks, his own blade now drawn and ready. The time for defense is over. In a stunning reversal, the air around Aldis shimmers. One by one, dozens of swords materialize from thin air, floating ominously, all pointing towards a now frozen Whitey. Whitey's face is a mask of pure shock. Wah, no way, flying swords. He's staring at his own technique, amplified to an impossible degree. Aldis smirks, a predator cornering its prey. Was that street performance your idea of controlling swords? He mocks. Let me show you the real thing. With a gesture, the entire arsenal of blades rockets forward. The assault is relentless. Whitey desperately parries, but the swords move with an unnatural, fluid intelligence, as if each is wielded by an invisible master. One blade finds its mark, slashing his arm. Overwhelmed and panicked, Whitey tries to call for a ceasefire. Wait, but his pleas are ignored as a massive blade swings wide to knock him off balance. The blow connects with crushing force, sending Whitey tumbling through the air, his defenses completely shattered. Far from the chaos, a small teddy bear hangs from a tree branch. For a split second, its button eyes glow with an eerie, inexplicable light. The battle rages in mid-air. Steel clashes against steel as Aldis's phantom blades hound Whitey, forcing him into a desperate, chaotic retreat. Whitey is completely on the defensive, dodging and weaving through a storm of blades that seems to have no end. Aldis presses his advantage, his swords moving faster than the eye can see, boxing Whitey in and leaving him no room to breathe. Deciding to end it, Aldis raises his hand. A powerful surge of mana erupts from his palm. He's done playing with just swords. The very ground trembles as Aldis uses earth magic to rip a colossal crystal from the earth, hoisting it into the air. Whitey can only stare in horror. Oh, crap. With a deafening Z-tomb, the crystal slams into the ground, obliterating the landscape and kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Whitey barely leaps clear in time. In the newly formed crater, something lies half buried in the rubble. A piece of metal, wires spilling from its broken shell. Whitey scans the dust cloud, his expression tense, trying to locate his opponent in the chaos. Suddenly, Aldis's eyes snap wide. He senses movement. The camera lingers on the strange, armored wreckage, hinting at a deeper mystery on this battlefield. Bursting from the dust, Whitey sees his chance. "I gotcha now," he yells, lunging for a surprise attack while Aldis is seemingly distracted. But Aldis is waiting. His floating swords flash into a perfect defensive formation, creating an impenetrable wall of steel. Whitey's desperate charge is effortlessly repelled, his sword clanging uselessly against the magical barrier. Aldis looks at him not with anger but with the calm appraisal of a master. "Your sword techniques and speed are good, you have a keen eye for opportunities." He raises his own sword, the final judgment delivered, but that alone isn't enough. With a flick of his wrist, Aldis's swords swirl into a violent vortex, catching Whitey and flinging him helplessly into the air. In a final, brutal display of power, Aldis slams Whitey from above onto a bed of swords that have flipped point up on the ground. The impact is definitive. A plume of dust erupts from the point of impact. The duel is over. Aldis lands softly, not a scratch on him, the victor of the overwhelming exchange. His feet touch the ground as the dust begins to settle, revealing the aftermath of his power. From within a cloud of dust, the sound of coughing signals that Whitey is, at least, still conscious. Whitey sits up amidst the rubble, bruised and beaten but with a grin on his face. "Wow, you're strong," he admits freely. "I didn't think I'd lose to you." Aldis offers some stern advice. "You weren't half bad either, but if you only rely on your muscles, you'll never grow." Whitey hangs his head, sighing. Wow, getting a lecture on top of losing. He accepts his defeat gracefully, but well, a loss is a loss, I'll pull out as promised, he worries aloud, although Newman will be furious. Aldis gives him a friendly pat on the head. After the duel, Whitey retrieves his teddy bear from its perch on the tree. The two fighters part ways, leaving the scarred battlefield behind them. As he walks away, a thought strikes Aldis. I remember seeing something earlier. He turns back towards the massive crater his magic created. Must be that. Aldis approaches the crater, drawn by the strange object he glimpsed during the fight. Standing at the edge, he looks down at the bizarre wreckage. What is this? Armor. He gets a closer look, revealing a complex mess of thick cables and machinery inside the broken shell. He picks up one of the severed wires. It's limp and lifeless, whatever power it once held now gone. Wires, the discovery only deepens the mystery. Just a few feet away, something else catches his eye. A large, uncut gemstone, clearly dislodged by the impact. Aldis picks it up, marveling at its size. Lycian precious stone, never seen one this big before. Just then, a familiar voice shouts his name. It's his party. Celestia rushes towards him, her face etched with worry. "Aldis, are you okay? Are you hurt?" He raises a hand to calm her. "Yeah, I'm good." The twins, however, are immediately captivated by the massive gem in Aldis's hand. Wow, so pretty, is that the Lycian precious stone we're collecting? Whitey, holding his teddy bear, watches the reunion with a look of slight confusion. Unseen by the group, a mysterious woman with long, flowing hair surveys the destruction. Another grand-scale fighting it is. She turns to her hooded companion, Nails. Looks like the outcome has been decided. Nails replies with a cold, analytical tone. Indeed, which means one's master is not diligent enough. The two figures begin walking towards the crater, their conversation cryptic. But there is room for improvement, no. The two women, one hooded and one not, share an identical, determined expression. They arrive at the strange, armored wreckage left in the wake of the battle. The unhooded woman, a look-alike of Nails, inspects the object. Well, judging from the lack of damage to the exterior surface, it does not appear to have been destroyed. She places a hand on it. It has run for 30 million hours or more, exceeding the design limit by more than double. Then, it should be normal to stop functioning. Nails reaches deep inside the machine's wiring and pulls out a perfectly smooth, glowing white sphere. "We must deliver this to Master Sarah," Nails states. Her companion adds, "Perhaps the master is on this island." She points towards a distant mountain range. "Ah, the place should be, on a mountain southeast from here." The look-alike hands Nails a smaller orb. "Are you certain?" she asks. Nails confirms, "Yes, one thinks master should at least hit a wall once." Nails accepts the second orb, the pieces of their plan falling into place. The scene implies their entire encounter with Whitey was a test. It was meant to be a wake-up call for the arrogant master who hates losing. The look-alike smirks, but it seems like it is no longer necessary. Aldis has already delivered that wake-up call for them. Back with the main group, Aldi's and his party have seemingly recruited a bewildered Whitey, who calls out to his former companions. Having completed their objective, Nails and her double turn away, their expressions unreadable. They depart from the battlefield, leaving the mysterious armor behind as the sun begins to set. With their business concluded, Whitey gives Aldi's a friendly smile, his hand-sewn teddy bear perched on his shoulder. We'll be on our way then, let's grab a meal together if we meet again in town. Aldi's, his back to them, considers the offer. We don't know how long we'll be in Melinda though, Whitey just shrugs, unconcerned. Well, let's worry about it later, we might see each other somewhere else. And with that the two parties go their separate ways. A chorus of see you and bye-bye echoes in the rocky pass as they walk in opposite directions, their brief alliance now over. Whitey pauses, watching Aldi's group shrink into the distance. The friendly demeanor fades, replaced by a quiet, contemplative silence. He glances at the bear on his shoulder. Say, you kept pretending to be a stuffed doll till the end, but you actually know that Aldi's, right? He lowers his voice. You sure you don't want to talk to him, Grays? The teddy bear's button eyes seem to stare into nothingness. A voice, clear and firm, emanates from it. Yeah, I'm sure. Later, Whitey, whose real name is Noah, and his companions are on the move again. He casually tosses the sentient bear, Grays, into the air, a stark contrast to the mysterious conversation they just had. Meanwhile, back in a lavish office, Noah's employer, Mr. Newman, is anything but casual. His face is a mask of pure rage, veins bulging as he screams. You just shamelessly pulled out after finding a Lycian precious stone and went back. Newman slams his fists on his desk, his fury shaking the room. Noah, looking completely unbothered in his tattered clothes, casually walks out. Yeah, we ran into a mad monster. I mean, look at my clothes. Newman's voice booms behind him. Enough, I'm refunding your service, all of it. Safely outside, Noah lets out a cheerful laugh. Oh, you're not firing me, he muses to himself. Wow, Mr. Newman was super pissed. Anyone would be, especially when the pricey merc they hired came back empty-handed. Now traveling with a caravan through a snow-dusted forest, Noah's hooded companion questions his methods. You could have negotiated at least. That guy's totally no match for you. Noah just shrugs. What can I say? I lost fair and square. His companion presses on. Aldi's, was it? You could have talked to him while you could. The mention of the name makes Noah's carefree expression vanish, replaced by a flicker of surprise. It's Grays who answers, his small voice filled with an old sadness. I can't present myself to him like this. He didn't look like how I knew him either. The heavy conversation is cut short as they crest a hill. We are almost there, the companion announces, gesturing ahead. Below them, nestled between snowy peaks, lies the village of Balter. As their caravan rolls into the village, the sounds of hard labor fill the air. Men shout in unison, straining to haul massive logs through the snow-packed streets. 1, 2, stop spacing out or you'll get hurt. Noah watches with interest as the villagers expertly guide the logs into the downstream current, using the river as a natural conveyor belt. Oh, so that's how they do it. A stern-looking man barks orders, his voice cutting through the cold air. Good work, everyone. Get the carriages to the plaza now. All supervisors will go with me to meet the village chief. Taking a moment to rest, Noah sits on a stone wall, munching on a piece of bread. He surveys the rustic log cabins. What a petty village. They only got one lame store, too. His companion asks, are we escorting them home as well? Noah nods, swallowing his bite of bread. Yeah, they'll be returning in 3 days. It's free time for us until then. His eyes catch something. 2 small children, bundled in worn winter clothes, are staring at him. Their eyes are wide and fixed on the bread in his hand, their expressions a mixture of hunger and longing. Noah pauses mid-chew, his gaze meeting theirs. He understands instantly. With a gentle smile, he breaks off the rest of his bread. Want some? I just took a bite, though. He holds it out to them. The older child snatches the bread, his face lighting up with pure joy. Thank you, he stammers, before turning to run off with his sibling clutching their prize. Noah waves as they scamper away, a warm feeling spreading through his chest. He grins at his companion. It kinda makes me happy to see them so joyful over bread. She watches them go, her expression thoughtful. Wheat is not grown in this area. The white bread you gave them must be a luxury. Noah's smile falters. A luxury. Something doesn't add up. He glances back at the hardworking loggers. Since their economy seems to be good, a slice of white bread should be normal here. As night falls, the jagged peaks loom over the snow-covered rooftops of Balter, casting long, cold shadows. Inside the village tavern, Noah nurses a mug of ale, his mind churning over the paradox he's witnessed. The tavern is sparse, filled with tired-looking patrons. It lacks the cheerful bustle of a prosperous town. His companion notices his troubled expression. What is it, master? You have been looking so unconvinced since we entered the village. Noah sighs. Nah, I just thought it strange. What is strange? She asks. I mean, this place is famous for its forestry, right? When I saw the people transporting the wood, they were very energetic. He gestures to his mug. Yeah, and yet, this village doesn't seem that wealthy, even this ale. his companion agrees. Indeed, it seems that this village is responsible for almost all of Melinda's demand for wood. Suddenly, the gruff tavern keeper shoves a plate of food onto their table. What, you got a problem with our booze, merc boy? Noah quickly raises his hands. No, that's not what I meant. He clarifies his point. This village is famous for their alcohol brewing, right? Yet this one looks plain. The keeper sets the plate down with a heavy thud. Even if we sell the best liquor here, no one can afford it, she says, her voice laced with resignation. Wait, aren't you guys rich with your wood stocks? She lets out a bitter laugh. Well, obviously, even if we're known for booze, whether the people who make it can buy it is another matter. Noah presses, you could just sell them to another company, no? The keeper shakes her head. We used to, but the only one willing now is Newman. They're all sold to Newman at their asking price. We don't make much profit. Noah's companion chimes in, her gaze directed towards the window. One is more curious about the bare mountains around the village. We can't go and sell our products ourselves. The image of the stripped mountainside flashes in her mind. Won't that cause an avalanche? The keeper's face darkens. Of course, the men know about it. There's talk of expanding the logging area too, but we can't afford to make the fierce Snow Lord furious. Noah's interest is piqued. Fierce Snow Lord, the keeper explains, it's the lord of the mountains. The deep mountains are its territory. That's why we can only get the wood at the foothills. The conversation ends, leaving Noah and his companions to ponder the village's precarious situation over their simple meal. Noah murmurs to Graze, the name Newman tasting like poison. Well, I guess they are saved by Mr. Newman in a way. Graze replies with cold logic. If Newman's the only one buying, obviously they'll buy low and sell high. That's what it means to only rely on one company for better or worse. The next day breaks, cold and gray over the silent village. In the communal sleeping quarters, Noah is dead to the world, snoring soundly with his boots still on. Suddenly, a deep earth-shattering roar rips through the morning quiet. The ground itself begins to tremble violently, jolting Noah awake. Panic erupts as villagers scream, avalanche, it's coming this way. A colossal wall of white death thunders down the mountainside, a monstrous wave of snow and ice poised to swallow the village whole. Chaos reigns in the streets. Tor's house, a man yells in terror. Gather the villagers, hurry, there must be children in there. Noah is already on his feet, racing towards the disaster. A villager cries out, his voice trembling, yeah, the fierce Snow Lord is throwing a tantrum. He arrives to see a house completely buried, villagers digging frantically with shovels against an impossible mountain of snow. Their cries for help are swallowed by the wind. Noah's eyes narrow with determination. It's hard to know how long it'll take just with human hands. A flicker of orange light dances in his palm. I'll use my sorcery. Thunk Graze bonks him squarely on the head. Wait, Noah, no fire. The bear's voice is sharp and urgent. Stunned, Noah whips around. Why did you stop me? Graze warns him. You might hurt the people buried in the snow with your power. Noah's mind races. If I can't use fire, maybe I'll use hot water to simply melt the snow. He closes his eyes, focusing. Well, I guess I could use water sorcery and heat it up later. He visualizes the concept, water flowing through a heated pipe, and channels his mana. A torrent of liquid erupts from his hands, superheating as it forms into a high-pressure jet. The magical stream of boiling water, powerful as a cannon blast, slams into the wall of snow. The villagers can only stare, their mouths agape in utter disbelief. Wow. In seconds, the massive snowdrift evaporates into steam, revealing the crushed but intact structure of the buried house. The snow melted instantly. You're something else, mister. From a shattered window, a woman's voice cries out, her arms wrapped around two terrified children. We're okay. Are you okay? The villagers rush forward to help. Noah's eyes widen in recognition. Those are the kids from yesterday. A profound sense of relief washes over him. Glad we saved them. The tavern keeper approaches him, her face etched with gratitude. Thank you for saving our villagers. Noah turns, surprised. Oh, you're the bar lady. She sighs, looking at the devastation. I still can't get used to the fierce Snow Lord's tantrum every time. Noah looks at her, confused. What do you mean, tantrum? She explains, you heard a roar just before the avalanche, right? We call that the fierce Snow Lord's tantrum. Noah listens, his expression growing serious. It's one thing to just howl, but it can sometimes trigger an avalanche like this. Well, it's only natural if you live here, though. But Noah knows it's not natural at all. As the old woman walks away, Graze speaks from his shoulder. What's wrong, Noah? Noah's face is cast in shadow as the terrible truth clicks into place. Even if that fierce Snow Lord howled, had there been enough trees, there wouldn't be any avalanche. Graze nods grimly. Well, that's a possibility. The village must be left defenseless after excessive logging. Noah looks at the villagers comforting the rescued family. So, the villagers brought this on themselves? No, they did so to earn their daily bread. Their excessive logging is also caused by Newman's cheap asking prices. Graze's voice is quiet. Who do you think is at fault here? It's admirable that you don't try to dismiss it as a natural disaster, but maybe you should think about it more. The question hangs heavy in the air. 2 days later, the caravan is loaded and ready to depart from Baltar. The two children, a small bandage on one's cheek, run up to Noah, their faces beaming. "Thank you, mister." Noah kneels down, ruffling their hair. "Don't mention it, I'm glad you two aren't hurt badly." As they run off, they shout, "Come again, okay?" He watches them go, waving until they're small figures in the distance. A decision has formed in his mind. He turns to his companions, his expression resolute. "But I'm thinking I should cut all ties with Newman." His hooded companion looks at him. "This is for when we get back to Melinda." She smiles softly. "If that is your decision, then one has nothing to say." Grays adds his support. "It's your life, have it your way." A grin spreads across Noah's face as he stretches, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. "I bet Mr. Newman will be furious again." Well, it is what it is. Back in Melinda, that fury is reaching its peak. Mr. Newman slams his fist onto his desk with a deafening blam. Damn it. He clutches his head in frustration, his face contorted. Those declining companies, they're getting cocky after getting the Lycian precious stones. He collapses into his chair, the picture of defeat. "We were this close to controlling all the market in Melinda, we must make a report to the Lord." An aide tries to reason with him. "But it's true that they obtained the stones, we can't just hide the fact." Newman leaps to his feet, screaming, "Like hell we can report our situation now, if he finds out his trust in us will plummet." He leans over his desk, knuckles white. There is still time before the report is due. Until then, we'll just have to find those stones. His eyes gleam with a new, ruthless light. A dark plan forms in his mind. "We have our ways if you don't choose, just you wait, feeble companies." In the bustling streets of Melinda, a wave of excitement ripples through the merchant district. A voice cries out, filled with disbelief and hope, "Is that true?" Inside the guild hall, the anti-Newman merchants are ecstatic. "We got the news just now," one shouts. "They've obtained the Lycian precious stone." Another pumps his fist in the air. "Yeah, now we can finally get the funds to go against Newman." Outside, the gentle sweeping of a broom marks a stark contrast to the celebration. A quiet servant overhears their victory, a small smile on her face. "All right, they're not going to have their own way anymore," she thinks to herself. She continues her work, feeling a sense of relief for her employers. "Looks like the commission went well," she muses, "glad we could figure it out." For a moment, it seems like a victory for everyone. But the quiet moment is shattered. A figure steps into her path and she stops sweeping, turning with a questioning "huh." A man, his eyes hidden by a curtain of white hair, wordlessly extends a folded note. The atmosphere instantly turns cold and ominous. Miles away, Aldis sits in quiet contemplation, carefully cleaning his sword. His senses are sharp, and though he's not present, a storm is brewing that will soon demand his attention. A lavish carriage waits patiently on the cobblestone street, a silent predator observing its prey. From within, the cruel, calculating eyes of Mr. Newman watch the scene unfold. A pipe clenched in his teeth, he surveys the street with an air of absolute control. His gaze falls upon the servant woman and the mysterious man. He sees the note being passed and a cruel smirk plays on his lips. Everything is going according to his plan. The servant woman unfolds the note, her brow furrowed in confusion. The paper flutters in her trembling hands. As her eyes scan the words, confusion turns to sheer terror. The color drains from her face, her eyes widening in horror at the message she holds. Her coworker notices her sudden distress. "What's wrong? What does it say?" The servant panics, crumpling the note in her fist. "And nothing," she stammers, sweat beading on her forehead. Desperate for an escape, she forces a lie. "Looks like my kid's got a fever." Her coworker, oblivious, shows concern. "Oh, really? You should go home earlier today." Watching her scurry away, Newman lets out a low, satisfied chuckle from his carriage. Heh, the hook has been set. Later, in the privacy of his office, Newman confirms the details with his manager. "I trust you have the woman's kid in custody." The manager, an older man, looks pale. "Why, yes, he is currently being held captive in a waste warehouse." The manager can't hide his unease. His face is slick with sweat as he pleads, "Sir, are you sure about this?" This level of crime is a line he never wanted to cross. Newman's eyes narrow into cruel slits, a bead of sweat on his own temple betraying not fear, but the thrill of his wicked scheme. He scoffs at his subordinate's weakness. "Huh, what are you getting at?" The manager gestures desperately. "Even if criticized as evil, we will never violate the law. Wasn't that what we were striving for?" He reminds Newman of their company's supposed principles. He continues, his voice trembling, "Even your predecessors, criticized as unscrupulous merchants, upheld that principle. It's not too late now, we can just—" Newman cuts him off, his voice sharp and dismissive. "Heh, Newman's position and scope are different now. We can't afford to miss opportunities for growth by sticking to the old ways." The manager is aghast, his mouth hanging open. "But—" Newman takes a puff from his pipe, his expression one of pure arrogance. "Don't get me wrong. Newman is and will always be seen as upholding the law. So long as society sees us that way, then there's no problem." His eyes gleam with malice as he gets to the heart of the plan. By the way, the dummy for that woman is ready, I assume. The manager, defeated, reaches into a bag. Yes, it's here. He pulls out a small, ornate chest, an exact replica of the one meant to hold the Lycian stone. It's made with the exact same decorations as the real thing, he explains. She'll put the precious stone in this, swap the two chests, and take the real stone with her. Newman looks down his nose at the man, his voice a cold warning. Right, you just have to do what you're told. Try to keep your mouth shut next time. The manager closes his eyes, a single drop of sweat rolling down his temple. He is trapped, a cog in a machine he no longer controls. Meanwhile, back at the Merchants Guild, the real Lycian stone is unveiled. It's massive, its crystalline facets catching the light. Noah, the young client, is overjoyed. Really? Thank you so much, this one is so big. One of the merchants involved in the deal smirks to himself, a greasy, self-satisfied look on his face. Still, the only ones who'd buy one of this size would be the royal family, I guess. Aldi's, standing by, catches the subtle, suspicious expression. His sharp eyes don't miss a thing, and a seed of doubt is planted. His gaze drifts across the room and lands on the servant woman. She stands with her head bowed, trying to make herself invisible, her hands clasped nervously. Aldi's narrows his eyes, her anxious posture, the merchant's smirk. The pieces don't fit, something is wrong here. At that moment, a craftsman arrives with the official transport chest. Hey, you got the chest ready? He asks the servant. With trembling hands, she presents the dummy chest Newman's men gave her. It's right here, she says, her voice barely a whisper. The craftsman places the real Lycian stone inside the real chest, explaining its security features. This is made to order. If you take it out of this mansion or open it by force, a magic spell will activate. As for what the magic does, that's a secret. He closes the lid with a satisfying gachunk. We should be safe, though. The irony is lost on him. He hands the heavy, magically trapped chest to the servant woman. Take it to the storage room. Her hands reach out, feeling as if she's accepting her own damnation. She holds the chest, her face a mask of pure anxiety. The weight of the world and her child's life rests in her arms. Her footsteps are heavy as she walks down the long, empty hallway, fidgeting nervously. Every shadow seems to leap out at her. She reaches the storage room, the old wooden door creaking open ominously as she pushes her way into the dusty, cluttered space. With her heart pounding, she rummages through some sacks, her hands finding the real chest containing the dummy stone she'd hidden earlier. The floorboards creak under the strain of her shifting weight, the sound echoing the creaking of her own resolve. She pulls out the real chest, its ornate carvings a mockery of the crime she's about to commit. Her mind races, sweat dripping down her face. This is the real chest, inside it is the dummy stone. With practiced, desperate movements, she slides the fake chest, the one containing the real stone, into the sack. I put the real stone in the fake chest, this should do, she whispers to herself. Alone in the dusty room, surrounded by crates and her own guilt, she can only think one thing. I'm really sorry, Chief. That night, under a dark sky, the woman walks towards a large, foreboding warehouse on the edge of town. Her lonely footsteps echo in the silence. She stands before the massive, stained doors, clutching the bag containing the stolen chest and her child's only hope for freedom. Taking a deep breath, she raises a trembling hand and knocks twice on the heavy door. The door groans open just a crack, revealing her own terrified reflection in the darkness beyond. Inside, Newman's manager and a gang of armed thugs are waiting for her. They stand there, weapons ready, their expressions leaving no doubt about their intentions. She pulls the chest from her bag, her voice shaking. I brought it. I brought the Lycian precious stone as promised. Her face is a canvas of desperation and fear. So please, let my child go. Newman's manager steps forward, his face cold and unmoved. It seems like you managed to smuggle it out smoothly. Now, give us the chest. The woman's eyes widen as she recognizes him. He's Newman's manager. The full scope of the conspiracy hits her. She clenches her jaw, realizing she's dealing with criminals who hold all the cards. She screams, her voice echoing in the vast warehouse. Where's my child? What have you done? The manager replies coolly. The chest, please. You'll get your kid back after we check whether the stone inside is genuine. Tears stream down her face as she begs, where's my child? At least let me see my child. The manager's patience wears thin. For crying out loud, you're in no position to make demands here, ma'am. We won't have a problem taking it from you by force, mind you. The thugs begin to advance, their swords drawn, closing in on the lone, terrified woman. The manager's voice is a final, chilling command. For the last time, the chest, please. Suddenly, a sound from above makes the thugs whip their heads around, their eyes wide with alarm. With a soft thud, Aldi's lands between the thugs and their victim. He stands up, a confident smirk on his face. Glad you're all acting like obvious criminals, he says calmly. Now I won't have to hold back. The lead thug is stunned. Who the hell are you? How'd you get in? Aldi's simply turns to the woman, his voice reassuring. Stay back. From the shadows, the rest of Aldi's party emerges. A thug makes a fatal mistake, grabbing Celestia, who lets out a surprised cry. Seeing this, two other thugs roar and charge at Aldi's with weapons raised. Get him now. Aldi's hand tightens on his hilt. With a soft clack, he prepares to unsheath his blade. In a flash of steel too fast for the eye to follow, Aldi's cuts down both men in a single, fluid motion. They fall before they even realize they've been hit. The manager and the thug leader watch in horror as their men are dispatched with impossible speed. What? Gaia. The remaining thugs realize they're outmatched. Surround him, we'll charge together. They dash forward, hoping numbers will grant them victory. But their teamwork is useless. One gets a blade in the gut while another falls to a blow from behind. The assault is a chaotic failure. The thugs can't believe it. He's too fast, too skilled. Hit him when he lands, one of them screams, trying to predict his next move. Aldi's foot touches the ground, and a swirl of magical energy erupts from the floor. Using the magic as a launchpad, he propels himself into a devastating spin attack, cutting down the remaining swordsmen as they stumble in confusion. Across the warehouse, Celestia, Karen, and Lita have engaged the other thugs. Drop your weapons, Celestia commands. We won't hurt you if you comply. The thug who grabbed Celestia ignores her warning and swings his sword wildly. She parries the blow with ease, not even flinching. Her eyes are like ice as she looks down on him. What, trying to intimidate me? Your insight, judgment, and sword skills are too weak. With a graceful, spinning slash, Celestia ends the fight, her long ponytail whipping through the air as her opponent falls. Nearby, Karen calmly pulls her sword from a fallen enemy. Celestia calls out, Karen, how are you doing? Karen's reply is simple and final, I'm done. Lita and Celestia survey the scene. Wow, they really didn't put up much of a fight, Lita notes, unimpressed. Celestia smiles. I mean, we're always traveling with that kind of guy, so it makes sense, I guess. Just then, the last conscious thug, the leader, lets out a furious roar. You bastard! He hurls his two greatswords at Aldi's. Aldi's casually deflects the spinning blades with his own, the clang of steel echoing through the warehouse. Undeterred, the leader leaps through the air, bringing his massive axe down in a desperate overhead strike. Aldi's doesn't even move to block. He simply raises two fingers and, with a flick, unleashes a concentrated blast of force that sends the thug flying backward. The manager gasps in terror, watching his last enforcer get swatted away like a fly. In a final, desperate gambit, he screams at the last remaining thug, damn it, get the kid. In the corner, the servant's child is revealed, bound and gagged. The thug lunges for the hostage, but Aldi's appears in front of him in an instant. No, you don't. The thug, enraged, swings his sword. Don't look down on me, he screams, his face contorted with fury. Aldi's effortlessly blocks the strike. With a tap to the man's forehead to break his focus, he whispers, you picked the wrong guy to fight, before delivering a swift, fatal thrust to the chest. The final thug collapses, his body thudding to the ground and splattering blood across the horrified face of Newman's manager. The battle is over. Celestia and Karen stand guard over the now safe mother and child, while the last defeated thug groans on the floor. Aldi's walks slowly across the now silent warehouse floor, his footsteps echoing as he approaches the lone survivor. He stops before the terrified manager, the point of his blade coming to rest against the man's throat. The cold steel promises a swift end. The manager closes his eyes, sweat pouring down his face. He doesn't beg or fight, he just whispers, I knew it. His strength gives out and he collapses to his knees in utter defeat. I should have stopped him back then. He laments, his voice filled with the crushing weight of his regret as Aldi stands over him, the silent, victorious judge. With the warehouse manager's confession, the dominoes begin to fall. As the rescued mother and her son, Brian, share a tearful reunion, the full weight of Newman's crimes comes crashing down. The news travels fast. The Lord of Melinda, Newman's powerful backer, wastes no time. A royal decree is delivered, officially severing all ties. Newman's last line of defense has just vanished. Stripped of his political protection, Newman is dragged away by the guards. The sweat on his brow tells the whole story. His empire of greed has crumbled to dust. Young Brian, however, is ecstatic, his eyes sparkling with hero worship. Amazing, mister, he cheers at Aldi's. You even kicked Newman out of here. He's so excited he grabs Aldi's hands and starts swinging them wildly. His father rushes over, flustered. Hey, Brian, cut it out. Pulling his son back, the father bows his head. I'm so sorry about my son, but Aldi's just gives a slight smile. It's better for a kid to be cheerful. The father's face is filled with genuine gratitude. Allow me to thank you again. I never thought Newman would stoop so low, but thanks to you his crimes are finally brought to light. Aldi's remains cool and collected. Don't sweat it, I just did it on a whim. The father smiles, relieved. The Lycian precious stone is safe. Now we can finally focus on rebuilding our company. A wave of relief washes over the other merchants as well. Above all, there's no more Newman, one says with a grin. We can finally do business without any worry. To show his immense gratitude, Brian's father holds out a heavy pouch, the clink of coins echoing softly. Please take this. Aldi's looks down at the pouch, hesitant. but I've already received my commission fee. The man insists, you've done more than you promised, this is just a small token of our gratitude. Brian pops up, his expression earnest. Just take it, we insist, it wouldn't hurt to be rich while traveling, right? Faced with their sincerity, Aldi's relents, a warm smile gracing his lips as he accepts the bonus. All right, if you insist then. The father beams, feeling a great weight lifted from his shoulders. Should you require anything during your stay in Melinda, I shall be happy to oblige. As the merchants celebrate their newfound freedom, Celestia watches from a distance, a complicated expression on her face. She looks down at a stack of papers in her hand, her shoulders slumping in disappointment. They're discount flyers for the now defunct Newman Company. So, we can't use this anymore, she asks forlornly. The answer is obvious, I'm afraid not. With a dramatic sigh, Celestia lets the useless coupons fall from her grasp, mourning the loss of a good bargain. Looking up at the sky, she laments, I should have shopped more if I knew this would happen. A nearby companion deadpans, you are pretty stingy for someone born into luxury. But while life returns to normal in Melinda, the ripples of Newman's fall are about to become a tidal wave. Far away, within the stone walls of Alburn Castle, a political storm is brewing. Inside the king's opulent office, an advisor kneels before the throne, the air thick with tension. The man's voice is heavy with regret. My apologies, your majesty, to think the Newman Company would commit such crimes. The king's face is a mask of cold fury. This was never about justice. This is bad news, he growls. The scheme to consolidate Melinda's merchants and bring distribution under our control has been ruined. His plan was to use Newman to weaken the royalist faction, led by Marquis Melinda. But now, with his pawn removed from the board, the entire strategy has backfired. You see, the Kingdom of Alburn is a monarchy on paper, but in reality, the king has very little influence over the powerful nobles who rule the regions. The nobles are split into two major factions, constantly vying for power: the royalists, who support the status quo, and the expansionists, who seek to grow the kingdom's borders through conquest. The royalists are led by Marquis Melinda. The expansionists, however, follow the ambitious and ruthless Marquis Corpus. Corpus's power, fueled by foreign trade, was growing daily. The king's secret plan was to use Newman to strengthen the royalists as a countermeasure, maintaining a delicate balance of power. But thanks to Aldi's intervention, that pawn has been captured, and the entire political chessboard has been violently upended. As the king plots his next move, the doors to his office are thrown open. His son, the prince, storms in, his face pale with panic. Father. The king scolds him for the intrusion, but the prince falls to his knees. I came bearing urgent news, please forgive me. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the king gestures for him to continue. It's fine, speak. The prince's voice trembles as he delivers the catastrophic news. This is huge, father. Marquis Corpus has raised an army. The king's eyes fly open in pure disbelief and horror. What? The game is over, the rebellion has begun. Sensing the royalists were weakened by the Newman affair, Marquis Corpus seized his moment. Citing a distant claim to the throne, he rallied the expansionist nobles to his banner. Under the guise of protesting the king's misrule, he marched his forces towards the capital, demanding abdication. The royal family scrambled to mobilize their own troops in defense. But the battle was a slaughter. The royalist banner burns amidst the smoke and chaos. The expansionists were victorious. Now drunk on victory, the unstoppable expansionist army marches on the capital of Alburn itself. The castle is about to fall. Back in the present, chaos reigns within the castle walls. Advisors and guards run frantically through the marble halls. From behind a heavy wooden door, the young Princess Aldia peeks out, her innocent eyes wide with confusion at the panic swirling around her. She overhears the terrified whispers. The enemy is already this close. His Majesty was outnumbered. The weight of the situation begins to dawn on her small, worried face. Down the corridor, her brother, the prince, strides with purpose, a young knight named Diane trailing nervously behind him. Aldia watches them approach, her heart pounding with a fear she doesn't fully understand. Gathering her courage, she steps out into the hall. Brother, she calls out softly. The prince stops, his expression softening as he kneels to face her. What happened? She asks. Everyone looks so scared. A guard tries to hurry him along, but he ignores them. He forces a reassuring smile, trying to shield her from the grim reality. Pay no attention to us, be a good girl and stay in your room. He gently pats her head. I'm leaving Diane with you for protection. She looks down, sensing the finality in his words. Yes, brother. But as he turns and rushes away, a piercing scream echoes from down the hall. Aldia jumps, her eyes wide with a fresh wave of terror. She returns to her chambers only to find Diane, the knight meant to protect her, curled up on the bed, sobbing in absolute fear. In that moment, the princess becomes the protector. Aldia walks to his side, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. It's okay, Diane, she says softly. I'll be by your side. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the world, another desperate struggle is unfolding. In the frozen mountains, Noah is sent flying by a powerful blow, his teddy bear Graze taking the brunt of the impact. Through the swirling snow, a monstrous silhouette begins to take shape, rustling the frozen pines. The threat is revealed, two fierce snow lords, beasts of immense power, their roars shaking the very mountainside. One of the beasts launches a razor-sharp shard of ice. "Noah, here comes another one," a voice yells. Noah twists his body, the icy projectile missing him by mere inches, the wind from its passage stinging his cheek. The voice belongs to his teddy bear Graze, who floats beside him. "That was too close. Stop looking back, I'll fend off its attacks, you just focus on running." As if to prove his point, Graze projects a barrier, deflecting a volley of ice shards that explode harmlessly against the shield. Noah glances back, a grin on his face despite the danger. "Nice one, Graze, so reliable." But the snow lords are just getting started. They turn to face each other, their maws glowing as they begin to charge a devastating combined attack. For the first time, a flicker of genuine worry appears on Graze's adorable face. His internal thought is a dire warning. Uh-oh, this isn't good. A cataclysmic explosion of energy erupts through the silent, snowy forest, threatening to vaporize everything in its path. Inside a cozy tavern in Melinda, Aldis sits alone at the bar, a half-empty mug before him. He turns to the bartender, his expression serious. "I'm thinking of leaving now." Philia voices their collective surprise. "Huh, already? We've barely been here a month." Aldis glances over his shoulder, his eyes sharp. "I've overheard a few things. It all sounds fishy to me." Just as he speaks, the tavern door creaks open, its bell dinging to announce a new arrival. The newcomer bursts in with a cheerful wave, a familiar teddy bear strapped to his side. "It's Noah." "Glad you're still here," he exclaims, his bright demeanor a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere Aldis was just contemplating. Moments later, Noah sits with the group, the initial cheerfulness gone, replaced by a heavy silence. Aldis cuts straight to the point, his gaze steady. "You need a hand." Noah looks down, the weight of his problem etched on his face. He finally meets Aldis's eyes, his voice strained. "Yeah, I really can't deal with this alone." Aldis's eyes narrow slightly. This is unexpected. Noah, the proud warrior who always insisted on handling things himself, is admitting defeat. There's something he can't deal with, he thinks, intrigued. Leaning in, Aldis explains their own predicament. "We were just about to leave this country, though." Noah's face falls, a bead of sweat tracing down his temple. "Wah, really?" Seeing his desperation, Aldis relents. "Don't expect me to help just yet, though. I can at least listen to your story." Relieved, Noah begins his tale, recounting how he stayed behind in the snowy Balter village to help the locals even after his job was done. His flashback darkens as he explains the true threat. "I heard about the fierce snow lord living in the mountains," he narrates, as the image of a monstrous silhouette with glowing eyes fills the screen. "It keeps causing avalanches. If the cause is still there, it won't change anything." Determined to protect the village, Noah and his hooded companion set off into the vast, snow-covered wilderness to confront the beast. His companion, however, was skeptical. "This is not even an official commission," she questioned. "Do we really have to go and exterminate this thing?" But Noah's resolve was firm. "We can't just leave it run wild," he insisted, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. His companion's familiar teddy bear posed a deeper question. "Do you know that the root cause is something else?" But Noah remained silent, focused on the immediate threat. He admits his own limitation. "I don't," he says, his expression grim, "but all I can do now is defeat the fierce snow lord that's causing the avalanche." Suddenly, a deafening roar echoes through the mountains, shaking the very trees around them. The time for talk is over. They find their quarry. The fierce snow lord is a terrifying, lion-like behemoth of white fur and muscle. Noah draws his sword, bracing for the fight of his life. But the reality of the battle was crushing. As Noah recalls, the fierce snow lord is too strong. The beast's power was on a completely different level than he had anticipated. The monster moved like a blur, swatting Noah away with a single, contemptuous blow. He's sent flying, crashing hard into the snow as the beast continues its rampage. Struggling to his feet, Noah clutches a fresh scratch. His companion looks on, her face grim. "It is unexpected to see such a monster here. What is the plan, master?" Noah forces a smile, trying to keep their morale up. Yeah, it did take me by surprise, but with you two, I think we can take it on." But as he speaks, a new sound cuts through the air, the sound of massive claws digging into the frozen earth nearby. Noah, his companion, and the bear all freeze. Their eyes dart around, sensing an unseen threat that chills them more than the mountain air. And then they see it. Emerging from the trees is a second fierce snow lord, identical to the first. Noah's confident facade shatters into pure disbelief. "Ah, there's another one." The situation was hopeless. Back in the present, the flashback ends. Noah gestures pleadingly to Aldis. "That's what happened," he finishes. Aldis calmly summarizes, "So, you want me to help you take down those fierce snow lords?" Noah leans forward, his voice barely a whisper. "Is it too much to ask?" Aldis hesitates, his mind racing. "He's not paying, and I'm not obligated to accept, but..." His gaze drifts over to his own party. Philia looks at him with wide, innocent eyes, asking the one question that cuts through all his logic. Aldis, are the villagers in danger? A heavy sigh escapes Aldis's lips. He weighs the political intrigue of Melinda against the straightforward danger of two monsters. I guess it's better to stay in the mountains than Melinda, he mutters to himself. With a weary groan, he pushes himself up from the table, his decision made. He looks at Noah. Fine, I'll do it. Noah's face explodes with pure, unadulterated joy. Yay, thanks, he shouts, pumping his fists in the air. Aldis smirks, but I didn't expect this. Noah, still beaming, looks confused. Huh, expect what? I thought you were the type to always try to solve everything on your own, Aldis explains, calling him out. Noah's expression sobers and he clenches his armored fist. Well, I am, but... His gaze becomes distant, picturing the smiling faces of the villagers he's trying to protect. What's more important now is for the villagers to be able to live safely there. He adds with a slight pout, admitting his pride is wounded. I mean, I'd prefer it if I could win by myself. Aldis lets out a small chuckle. Aldis offers a piece of advice, his tone surprisingly gentle. There's nothing wrong with asking for help. It's better than to miscalculate your goals and methods. Noah looks at him, a realization dawning. Say, you're younger than me, right? Man, the way you speak reminds me of an old man, Noah says, bewildered. Aldis just pats his teddy bear's head, replying with a deadpan, my bad. With the new mission accepted, the scene shifts. High in the frozen peaks, under a lightly falling snow, the two fierce snow lords survey their domain from a rocky perch. One of the beast's ears twitches. Its head snaps to the side, its glowing eyes having sensed the intruders approaching its territory. With a guttural snarl, it leaps into action. Its massive paws, armed with razor-sharp claws, tear into the ice as it charges forward with terrifying speed. Together, the two monsters bound down the mountainside, a unified force of nature and fury, kicking up plumes of snow as they zero in on their targets. Aldis and the combined party stand their ground, ready for the confrontation. The air crackles with tension as the beasts close in. Remembering the last fight, Noah shouts a frantic warning. Be careful, they use mana to unleash a blizzard. As if summoned by his words, one of the snow lords unleashes a torrent of icy magic, a full-blown blizzard aimed directly at the group. But Aldis is already moving. With a flick of his wrist, he conjures a swirling vortex of wind, creating an impenetrable barrier that effortlessly deflects the magical storm around them. The blizzard parts around his shield. Aldis grins, completely unfazed. Now that's cold of you. As he speaks, dozens of gleaming swords materialize from thin air, hovering around him, all aimed and ready to strike. High in the frigid mountains, with two monstrous fierce snow lords looming, Aldis turns to the nails look alike, his breath fogging in the cold air. We should be fine here, right? He shouts, needing to be sure. She confirms with a calm nod, yes, the villagers should be safe from the avalanche here. With the civilian safety confirmed, Aldis's expression hardens. The time for concern is over, the time for battle is now. He grips his sword, his eyes blazing with focus. No quarter given then, he declares, pointing his blade. Leave the left one to me. Noah accepts the challenge without hesitation. I'll get the right one then. As they split, Aldis leaps into the air, unleashing a volley of magically propelled swords that whistle through the air towards his target. But the attack is useless. The blades slam into the snow lord's hide with a series of dull thwacks, not piercing but shattering against what looks like magically hardened crystalline skin. The entire volley of swords ricochets harmlessly off the beast's impenetrable armor. The snow lord stands completely unfazed, a testament to the raw power they're up against. Aldis's ranged strategy has failed. Realizing a frontal assault is pointless, Aldis changes tactics in a heartbeat. He dashes forward, closing the distance instantly. You're pretty quick for your size, he mutters, dodging a massive claw swipe and preparing a counter with a flick of his fingers. With a burst of magic-infused swordsmanship, Aldis ducks under the beast's guard and lands a vicious slash across its flank. This time, steel finds flesh, and dark blood sprays into the pure white snow. A deafening, pain-filled roar rips through the mountains. The Snow Lord, wounded for the first time, unleashes its fury, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Meanwhile, Noah faces his own Snow Lord. Watching Aldis's fight, a flash of inspiration hits him. He stands his ground, his own blades hovering around him as the beast charges. Aldis glances over, noticing Noah's pause in the heat of battle. Hey, what's wrong? But Noah isn't hesitating. He's learning, a new strategy forming in his mind as he observes Aldis's sword sorcery. Noah's focus sharpens. He dismisses his swords, and in their place, a set of kunai float into the air around him, humming with latent energy. He's about to try something new. With a precise hand sign, Noah channels his magic into the floating kunai. Maybe, he whispers to himself, a spark of discovery in his eyes, like this. The Snow Lord senses the shift in magical energy. Its eyes widen in alarm as it realizes the projectiles are no longer flying in a straight line. It's a success. Noah guides the kunai with newfound precision, making them swerve and curve through the air, bypassing the beast's defenses. One of the blades finds its mark, stabbing directly into the monster's eye. As the beast roars in agony, Noah's face breaks into a grin of pure shock and excitement. "I did it," he yells, amazed at his own rapid progress. The commotion draws Aldis' attention. He turns just in time to see the result of Noah's attack, his expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Aldis' eyes widen, the sheer impossibility of what he just witnessed sinking in. His internal monologue is one of pure shock. That guy, he's already controlling the knives on his own. He can't comprehend the speed of Noah's growth. He could only throw them in a simple turning trajectory during our duel, but he could pull it off just by seeing my sword sorcery twice. Aldis is snapped back to reality as his own opponent retaliates. The wounded Snow Lord gathers energy, its mane flaring as it prepares a devastating counterattack. With a mighty roar, the beast unleashes a series of violent wind vortexes that tear up the snow-covered ground, aimed directly at Aldis. Aldis leaps and weaves through the chaotic assault, the wind tearing at his cloak. "Whoops," he says, narrowly avoiding the blasts. He quickly realizes this isn't a simple barrage. The vortexes change direction, homing in on him with terrifying speed. "They're chasing me." Despite his agility, the swirling funnels of wind converge, trapping Aldis in the eye of a miniature storm, grinding him to a halt. Seeing its prey immobilized, the Snow Lord charges in for the final blow, but Aldis is calm, a smirk playing on his lips. "If it's stopping me in my tracks." Yeah, called it. He knew this was the plan all along. Just as the beast's claws are about to connect, Aldis bursts from the vortex, ducking under the wild swing with fluid grace. He uses the monster's momentum against it, sliding low and driving his sword deep into its leg, forcing it to stumble. Landing a few feet away, Aldis catches his breath, a new respect for his foe in his eyes. "I see," he thinks, "no wonder Noah was having a hard time, this thing is tough." He glances over at Noah, who is still locked in a desperate struggle. Aldis' focus returns to his own fight, his analytical gaze piercing through the beast's rage. "It's stronger than I expected. Still, I'm starting to see through it." Noah is clearly struggling, panting heavily as he dodges and weaves. From the tree line, the Nails look-alike watches with growing concern. Unable to watch any longer, the look-alike turns to Nails. "We should join them," she insists, ready to intervene. But as she raises her hand to cast a spell, Nails swiftly moves, placing a hand on her arm to stop her. They would not interfere directly. Instead, the look-alike creates a brilliant flash of light, a perfect diversion that momentarily blinds Noah's Snow Lord. Seizing the opportunity, Noah grins. "I got you now," he shouts, lunging forward to land another clean hit. Seeing that Noah has his fight under control, Aldis decides it's time to end things. He faces his own battered opponent. "Seems like he's doing well, time to wrap this one up myself." He raises his floating swords. "No hard feelings, okay?" The beast doesn't understand his words, only his intent. It lets out a final, defiant roar and lunges, claws extended. Aldis vanishes in a blur of motion. In a flurry of slashes too fast for the eye to follow, Aldis carves into the monster, each strike precise and deadly. The beast groans, blood erupting from a dozen new wounds. Even as he attacks, Aldis feels a bead of sweat roll down his temple, a silent admission of respect for the creature's tenacity. That's some impressive movement for real. Then he unleashes his final technique. In an explosion of speed and magic, 8 phantom images of Aldis surround the Snow Lord, a whirlwind of blades striking from every conceivable angle at once. The beast is overwhelmed, roaring as it's torn apart. As the phantoms fade, the real Aldis soars high above the chaos. He poises his sword for the final downward thrust, his voice cutting through the blizzard with chilling finality. End of the line. With a final desperate roar, the fierce Snow Lord lunges, but Aldis is faster. Steel flashes and a brutal slash tears through the beast's neck, spraying black blood across the pristine snow. The colossal monster crashes to the ground, its reign of terror over. Aldis, breathing heavily, lowers his sword. From behind him, the sound of slow, deliberate clapping breaks the silence. It's Noah, a wide, impressed grin on his face as he approaches. "Wow," he says, his applause echoing in the cold air. "You really are amazing." Noah's admiration quickly turns to cockiness. "Of course, I did pretty well myself, didn't I? My flying knives were on point. I guess I'm starting to close the gap between us, Aldis." He puffs out his chest, lost in his own hype. "If only we had levels, you could see how much I've grown." Beside him, the hooded Nails sighs, completely unimpressed. "There you go again, speaking nonsense, master." Noah continues to fantasize about his stats, imagining himself at level 99. Lita cuts through his daydreaming. "Anyway, the avalanche threat is gone. There's no reason for us to linger here." Aldis stretches, the tension leaving his shoulders. "Yeah, let's go back." Their mission complete, the group returns to the warmth and safety of the Balter Village Inn, a cozy haven nestled in the snow-covered mountains. Inside, the twins, Philia and Liana, press against a window. their eyes wide with wonder at the gently falling snow outside. Celestia, resting on a nearby bed, notices their excitement. "Ooh," she exclaims softly, a gentle smile on her face. "Is it snowing again?" Philia is so excited she's rolling around on the bed, while Liana runs to Celestia, squeezing a teddy bear tight. "Kids don't know how to hold back," Celestia chuckles, patting Liana's head. The twins turn to her with pleading eyes. "We want to play outside, we want to build a snowman." Celestia looks to Karen for a second opinion. Karen nods. "I think they can play around here for a while," she says, "but you have to promise not to take off your hoodies." Their faces light up with pure, unadulterated joy. "Yeah," they shout in unison, their promise immediate and absolute. Bundled up against the cold, Philia and Liana burst out into the winter wonderland, their boots crunching in the fresh powder as they rush to join the other village children. In their excitement, one of them trips, taking a clumsy but harmless tumble into a soft snowbank. Lita waves from the yard. "The kids are so lively, come on, series Karen," she calls out. Down below, the twins are already trying to roll a massive snowball with the local kids. Lita hefts the snowball into place, finishing their snowman before quickly sculpting a small, perfect snow rabbit for the twins. "Look, here's a rabbit." Not to be outdone, Karen proudly presents her own creation. "Here's one for you, too." The twins are mesmerized by Lita's handiwork. "Wow, a rabbit, so cool," they gasp, huddled around the delicate creation. Then their eyes fall upon Karen's sculpture, their excited expressions fade into blank confusion. From their perspective, Karen's creation is a lumpy, misshapen blob with two mismatched ears and a crooked mouth. The verdict is unspoken but clear: lame. Lita tries to salvage the situation. "Why your snow animals so cute, Karen?" But the damage is done. A cloud of gloom descends upon Karen as the twins guess: a bear, a raccoon. Shaking off the artistic failure, the group wanders through the village, the twins humming happily. Suddenly, Philia and Liana stop, their attention captured by something up ahead. On a nearby slope, the village children are sledding, their joyful shouts echoing through the air. Celestia turns, noticing the twins have fallen behind. Philia and Liana are completely transfixed, watching the other kids zoom down the hill on makeshift sleds. Karen smiles, they're sledding. Celestia watches them with a fond expression. "Wow, that looks fun." At the top of the hill, one of the local kids spots the two onlookers. He waves down at them with a friendly grin. "Wanna try too?" Without a moment's hesitation, the twins' faces erupt with excitement. "Yeah, we want to try." Celestia watches with a bittersweet smile as they eagerly run up the hill to join the fun. A village boy kindly offers them his sled. "Here, get on this." Philia takes the front, Liana holds on tight behind her, and with a mighty push, they're off, screaming with a mixture of fear and absolute delight as they fly down the slope. Karen walks up beside Celestia, who is watching the scene unfold. "It sure is nice," Celestia murmurs. "The twins are usually so obedient. To see them laughing like this, it just makes me sad." Karen's expression softens with empathy. "It's heartbreaking," she agrees. "Even as young as they are, they must understand their situation." She watches them tumble happily at the bottom of the hill. "When Aldi's first asked us to look after them, I wasn't sure, but seeing them have this much fun, I guess it worked out in the end." Karen turns to Celestia, her question gentle but direct. "Are you jealous of them?" The question hits home. Celestia's smile falters and she looks away, unable to hide the flicker of pain in her eyes. Karen watches her friend, her own expression filled with a quiet understanding. Celestia finally admits it. "Well, kind of." A memory surfaces of her and Karen as children, surrounded by luxury but bound by duty. "I wish we could have played together without a care in the world just like them, even for a little bit." The carefree laughter of the children continues to fill the air as they slide down the hill again and again. Philia, growing bolder, lies on her stomach and pushes off headfirst, a reckless grin on her face. Liana watches from the top of the hill, her eyes wide with awe. "Philia's amazing, she's flying just like Aldi's." Celestia's motherly instincts kick in, her face etched with worry. "Hey, it's dangerous to ride the slide like that." Her concern instantly turns to panic as she sees what's about to happen. Out of nowhere, another child loses control of their sled, swerving directly into Philia's path. The impact sends Philia and her sled flying off course, careening wildly down the slope. She's heading straight for a line of jagged, snow-covered rocks. Liana screams in pure terror, "Philia." In that instant, the teddy bear in Karen's arms seems to pulse with energy. Its button eyes flash and a gruff, exasperated thought echoes out. "Fine." A subtle, unseen force envelops Philia. Her sled lifts impossibly into the air, floating just inches above the snow, narrowly avoiding the dangerous rocks. The sled glides smoothly for a few more feet before settling back onto the ground with a soft, harmless thud. Celestia rushes to Philia, pulling her into a relieved hug. "Philia, I'm so glad you stopped in time." The little girl just looks back, completely bewildered by what just happened. Karen stares down at the teddy bear in her arms, a deep frown on her face. For a moment there, she thinks to herself. It felt like this doll got warmer. The scene shatters. In another time, another place, a royal castle is consumed by a roaring inferno, its towers collapsing into the night. Deep within the castle, the hurried footsteps of royal guards echo through a secret passage as they flee the carnage. The passage opens up into the cold night air, leading them into a field of ancient, crumbling ruins. A heavy stone slab is pushed aside, and a young woman with long, silver hair emerges. Princess Aldia looks upon the ruins, her face a mask of fear and disbelief. She glances back, seeing the horrifying orange glow of her burning kingdom against the horizon. One of her retainers grabs her arm, her voice shaking with urgency. "This place isn't safe either, princess. We must hurry." Princess Aldia closes her eyes, forcing down her grief and terror, and gives a single, determined nod. Yes. Under the light of a full moon, the small band of survivors disappears into the darkness of the ruins, escaping a fallen kingdom and running towards an uncertain future. Having escaped the capital, Aldis and his party travel through the sun-drenched plains of Alburn, hoping to put the kingdom's troubles behind them. But their path to freedom is blocked. As they crest a hill, they see it, a massive, snaking line of refugees, all bottlenecked at the border. The air is thick with desperation. Arguments erupt between frustrated travelers and stoic guards. The kingdom is in chaos and everyone is trying to get out. Aldis and his companions listen to the whispers spreading through the crowd. They say the royal capital has also fallen to the rebels, one man mutters. The news hits hard. Aldis clenches his jaw, a wave of frustration washing over him. I knew something was fishy, he thinks, but I never imagined things would unfold this quickly. I've gotten too complacent. One of his younger companions looks at the endless line of people with wide, worried eyes. Can we cross the sea if we line up? She asks. A weary traveler walking past overhears them and shakes her head. Oh, there's no use waiting, she says grimly. They're sealing the borders for now. Aldis's party turns to the traveler, asking how long the lockdown will last. She just shrugs. Who knows, as long as it takes to defuse the nobles' fight, it seems they're trapped. As they discuss their grim options, a blood-curdling scream rips through the tense atmosphere. Without a second's hesitation, Aldis spins around and dashes towards the sound. He bursts into a clearing to find a horrifying scene. A group of soldiers has cornered two women and a heavily wounded knight, who struggles to shield them with his own body. The commander, a man with a cruel sneer, barks his orders. Don't let them get away, cut them all down. The knight, blood streaming from under his helmet, screams at the woman behind him, Your Highness, please run. The soldiers charge, their blades raised to strike. But just as they're about to descend on their helpless victims, a deafening clank echoes as their swords are stopped mid-air. The soldiers freeze, their eyes wide with disbelief. A wall of magically summoned swords has erupted from the ground, blocking their path. Standing before them is Aldis, his expression unreadable. The commander glares, demanding, Who are you? Aldis assesses the situation, his mind racing. Soldiers and knights, is this part of the civil war? What a drag. Aldis raises a hand, the floating swords mirroring his movement. I had no intention of meddling in the feud between nobles, he announces, his voice ringing with power. But I can't let it slide when you said you're going to cut down the children too. Panic flashes across the soldiers' faces as the realization dawns on them. What is that? One stammers, another cries out, a sorcerer. Aldis's eyes narrow into a cold glare. If you leave peacefully, then I won't pursue you, but if you draw your swords, then I won't show you mercy. He lets the threat hang in the air. Choose. He doesn't wait for an answer. With a flick of his wrist, the summoned blades rise into the air, poised like a swarm of angry hornets. But the commander scoffs, blinded by arrogance. Heh, you think you're a big shot just because you use eccentric sorcery, he roars. Get him. The moment his men charge, the floating swords become a blur of motion. In a flash of steel and a spray of blood, the soldiers are cut down. Aldis looks on, his face grim. You should have withdrawn peacefully. In his final moments, the commander hurls his own sword. Aldis turns, but not fast enough. The blade sinks into his back. He grunts in pain as the commander collapses. The young princess, Aldia, rushes to his side, crying, Are you okay? You're bleeding so much. The other woman frantically tends to the fallen royal knight, pleading, Please, give us some medicine if you have any. But the knight just shakes his head, his breathing shallow. It's useless. No medicine can fix this. With his remaining strength, the knight looks up at Aldis, his eyes sharp despite the blood. But thank you for your help. I take you to be a sorcerer, of some renown. He struggles for breath, his voice a ragged whisper. Looks like this is it for me. I know you're just a passerby who has no business with us, and that I'm asking too much from you nonetheless. His gaze shifts to the terrified princess holding the infant prince. With his last breath, he begs, but please, protect these two. With a final thud, the loyal knight collapses, his life extinguished. The field falls silent, broken only by the princess's quiet sobs. Meanwhile, far away in the now conquered capital, a new flag bearing a rebel crest flies over the royal castle. Inside a grand, empty chapel, the rebel leader, Marquis Corpus, kneels in prayer before the statue of a goddess. A smug, sinister smile plays on his lips. His plans have come to fruition, and he is savoring his victory. He prays to the stone figure, an elegant carving of a winged goddess, her face a mask of serene indifference. Suddenly, an unnatural light flares to life within the statue's stone eyes, casting an eerie glow across the chapel. A powerful, ethereal voice booms from the statue, shaking Corpus to his core. "My devout followers, you have done well." Corpus is overcome with manic joy, throwing his arms wide. "Oh, you're too kind, goddess. We only did what we should as your followers." His lieutenant beside him grins. "Your Excellency, the goddess Oracle is here once again." The goddess's voice continues, cold and calculating. "But it seems like there are still many defying me." Marquis Corpus eagerly reassures her. "Yes, but fear not, goddess. I shall take care of all the scoundrels rebelling against you." The statue's glowing eyes seem to peer into his soul. "See to it, follow my guidance, and you are virtually assured of unprecedented glory." Corpus's face twists in a mask of pure ecstasy as the goddess delivers her final promise. "And the king befitting to lead the nation will be you." The divine command echoes through the hall. "Strive for my sake." Corpus prostrates himself completely. "Yes, as you wish, goddess." But that voice doesn't just echo in the chapel. Miles away in the grassy field, the same chilling words whispered directly into Celestia's mind. "Strive for my sake." Her eyes snap wide open, a jolt of pure terror running through her. She knows that voice. Celestia scrambles to her feet, her head whipping around as she searches for the source of the voice her companions cannot hear. "Huh," she whispers, her heart pounding with a familiar, ancient dread. The attendant, her face etched with sorrow, introduces the two children huddled beside her. This is Her Highness Aldia and her brother His Highness Dayan. The young royals look on with wide, haunted eyes, the weight of a fallen kingdom on their small shoulders. Gathered in a sparse clearing, the attendant recounts their tragedy to Aldis and his companions. "Our castle was burned to ashes by the Marquis Corpus rebel forces," she explains, her voice trembling. "We somehow managed to survive, but we have nothing left." Nearby, Celestia sits hunched over, her body language screaming exhaustion and distress. The grim story seems to be taking a physical toll on her. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoes in Celestia's mind, a phantom command from the goddess she serves. "Strive for my sake." Her companions notice her sudden pallor. "What's wrong, Lady Ceres? You look pale." Celestia forces a smile, pushing the terrifying voice down. "Oh, it's nothing. I want to hear their story too." One of the twins watches the scene unfold, her mind piecing together the truth. "I thought they were nobles," she thinks to herself, her eyes wide with the realization. "But they're actually royalty, and one of them is an infant who can't even walk yet." The gravity of their situation sinks in, far heavier than she'd imagined. The group falls silent, the weight of the decision hanging in the air. One of the twins turns to Aldis, their leader. "What do we do now, master?" The attendant clutches the children protectively, her voice pleading. "If we continue without them, it's just the same as leaving them for dead." Aldis's jaw tightens with resolve. He can't ignore their plight. "We can't just leave them here." He turns to the attendant, his tone practical and direct. "Do you have a destination? Mind you, we can't have you with us forever." The attendant looks down, defeated. "We were about to rely on Marquis Melinda at first." She continues, her voice cracking. "But Melinda's territory is under siege. We couldn't get past, so we had to go to Count Lara's territory, and that was when we were attacked by soldiers." Aldis cuts through the despair with a firm decision. "All right, we'll take you to the territory, but once you're there, we're out of your hair." He processes the new information, his mind already mapping the treacherous path ahead. "Count Lara's territory, that means you're heading east." Overwhelmed with relief, the attendant bows deeply. "That's more than enough. I give you my thanks for the escort and for saving us earlier." Night falls and the group sets up a makeshift camp. But as they sleep, a faint, ethereal ringing sound begins to echo through the clearing, a harbinger of unseen horrors. The sound burrows into Celestia's dreams. She tosses and turns, trapped in a nightmare, her face contorted in a silent scream. In her dream, a terrifying figure emerges from the darkness, its eyes glowing with malevolent power. "And present to me an even more thrilling feast," the goddess commands, her voice a symphony of madness, of blood and lamentation. Celestia struggles against the psychic assault, sweat beading on her brow. It's that voice again. No. With a sharp gasp, she jolts awake, the phantom voice still ringing in her ears. The dream is gone, but the terror feels chillingly real. Shaken, she stumbles through the camp and finds Aldis keeping watch, his greatsword resting against his shoulder as he leans against a tree. He sits in stoic silence, a lone guardian in the dead of night, seemingly unaware of the turmoil raging within his companion. Celestia rushes to his side, her mind still reeling from the nightmare. She grabs his arm, her knuckles white, as if to anchor herself to reality. Clutching his sleeve, she whispers to herself, a mantra to ward off the fear. "It's okay, even if something happens to me, Aldis will be there, so I'll be okay." She looks to him for reassurance, her question hanging in the quiet air under the bright, indifferent moon. Isn't that right, Aldis? A few days later their journey is violently interrupted. Soldiers ambush them on the road and the quiet landscape explodes with the clang of steel. Aldis moves like a blur, his blade slashing through an enemy. Blood splatters as he lands, surveying the bodies already littering the ground. They just keep coming, he mutters, his eyes narrowed. This is the third time already. This is no coincidence. An assassin lunges for the attendant, but Aldis is faster. He deflects a volley of thrown daggers with his greatsword before spinning around and burying his blade in the attacker's chest. As the last enemy falls with a thud, a thought clicks into place for Aldis. He peeks from behind a tree, a sudden chilling realization dawning on him. If my hunch is right. His sharp gaze lands on the royal family, huddled together. The attendant, clutching the children, looks back at him, her expression a mixture of fear and confusion. Seeking refuge, the party enters a small village bustling with an unusual number of merchants, their carts and stalls lining the dusty road. Aldis surveys the scene, his suspicion growing. This village sure has a lot of merchants. What brings them here? A nearby man carrying a tool overhears him. Hey, you're a merc but you don't know, he asks, surprised. Aldis's eyes harden as he gets straight to the point. Did something happen in the east, like in Count Lara's territory? The man's face grows grim. You guessed it, I heard the Lara territory has fallen to the expansionists. Another merchant chimes in, confirming the news. It seems a group of traveling merchants who fled the fighting all happened to arrive in this village at once. The news hits the attendant like a physical blow. No way, she gasps, her last hope crumbling. Aldis's expression is grim, their escape route is now enemy territory. Celestia turns to the distraught attendant. Is there anywhere else to get help? The woman racks her brain. There's a town in Viscount Stake's territory east of Count Lara's. The implication is terrifying, they have to march straight through the fallen lands. As the attendant processes this, Aldis issues a sharp, unexpected order. You, strip down. What? She cries out in shock. Aldis remains silent, his cold, unwavering stare making it clear he is not joking. He then gestures towards the children. The prince and princess, too. Princess Aldia flinches, startled by his command. His own companions are taken aback. Hey, Aldis, what's with that stare? He doesn't soften his tone. I'm just telling them to wear something else. He finally explains his logic, his voice low and serious. If we keep getting attacked even after I've fended off the pursuers, that means somehow they know exactly where we are. His eyes lock onto the fine circlet on Aldia's forehead. I suspect it's the clothes and accessories you're wearing. You'd better sell all your clothes and change into something more commoner-like. He points decisively. And sell your accessories too, your cloaks and shoes. We don't know which one has been imbued with detection sorcery. At a clothing stall, Aldis holds up a simple, plain shirt. What about this one? The attendant is horrified. I can't have the prince and princess wear such plain clothes. But one of the twins steps forward, her voice firm. This isn't time for luxury. The royal party stands in the middle of the market, forced to abandon the last vestiges of their former lives. Seeing Princess Aldia's fear, the twins gently pull on her cloak. With a warm smile, they present her with a simple hood like their own. We found cute clothes over here, one says, turning the grim task into a game. Let's play together. Aldis watches from a distance as the three children, now indistinguishable from one another in their commoner cloaks, approach a vendor. For the first time in a long while, a faint, genuine smile graces his lips. In their resilience, he sees a flicker of hope. With their disguises set, they face their final choice. Which one is safer, the main road or crossing over the mountains? Celestia asks. Aldis considers it. If we want to lose the pursuers, then the mountains should do, but it will be tough for the royalty and their servant. He sighs, the choice clear but unwelcome. So no choice but down the main road, good grief. The path of greatest danger lies ahead. But as the party prepares to leave the relative safety of the village, a dark figure watches them from behind a crumbling pillar, hidden in the long shadows. The figure steps into the light, revealing polished black armor. Their face is a mask of shadow, their intent cold and predatory. The hunt is far from over. Dressed in simple commoner's clothes, Princess Aldia stands shyly as the twins fuss over her. So cute, they exclaim, it looks so good on you. For a brief moment, the weight of her royal past seems to lift, replaced by the simple joy of a new outfit. But their peaceful moment is being watched. From the shadows, a stern-faced knight in full armor observes them, his expression unreadable. Before the knight can even take a step forward, Aldis materializes in front of him, his eyes sharp and cold. Do you have business with the princess? The question is less an inquiry and more of a threat. The knight flinches, a bead of sweat tracing its way down his temple. He's caught completely off guard by Aldis's sudden appearance and hostile energy. In a flash, Aldis's hand drops to the hilt of his sword, ready to draw at the slightest provocation. The air crackles with tension. The knight throws his hands up in a panic. Wait, I'm not with Marquis Corpus, he stammers, recognizing the assumption in Aldis's eyes. Aldis pauses, his blade half drawn. I guess Marquis Corpus is a stubborn man, he mutters, still wary. Aldi's eyes narrow in suspicion. Wait, you're not an assassin. The knight's face floods with relief and urgency. Far from it, he declares loudly. I'm here to pick up their highnesses, the princess and the prince. Hearing the commotion, Aldia and the others turn, their eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the royal knight. Soon they move the discussion to the safety of a nearby house, away from prying eyes. Inside the knight, a baron loyal to the crown kneels before Aldia. The twins are asleep in the bed behind them. I'm glad you're safe, your highness, he says, his voice filled with genuine relief. Aldia looks at him, her small voice trembling with a desperate hope. Are my father and brother safe? The baron's face falls, he can't meet her gaze. About that, I'm truly sorry, your highness. The unspoken truth hangs heavy in the room. The meaning behind his words crashes down on Aldia. Her eyes go wide with shock and grief, a silent gasp escaping her lips as the woman beside her covers her own mouth in horror. The baron presses on, his voice firm with purpose. Please, come with us to the Viscount's territory. We must show the feudal lords that you are safe and sound. He gently takes her small hands in his own. This situation has arisen due to our own shortcomings. Thus, I must protect you at least, lest I fail my duty to His Majesty in heaven. The weight of his request is immense. Are you telling Her Highness to be the flag bearer? The woman asks, her voice laced with fear. Aldia looks down, the burden of an entire kingdom settling on her small shoulders. The baron stands, his gaze resolute. Only the two of you remain who possess the royal blood. If you demonstrate your rightful lineage, the royalist lords will unite, and the path to victory will become clear. But as the baron lays out his plan, he feels a hand clamp down on his shoulder, stopping him cold. It's Aldi's, his expression is grim, his silence a clear sign of his disapproval. The baron turns, annoyed. This doesn't concern you, outsider. Aldi's doesn't back down. Hey, I've kept your royalty safe this far, who are you to call me an outsider? The baron scoffs, dismissing him. And I thank you for that, but it's not your place to say anything as a mercenary. This is a responsibility she must bear as royalty. Aldi's voice explodes with fury, his protective instincts roaring to the surface. That heavy responsibility isn't for a young child to bear. His sudden outburst stuns the baron and his men into silence, their eyes wide with surprise at the mercenary's fierce defense of the princess. The baron turns his attention back to Aldia, who has been watching the argument with wide, uncertain eyes. Your highness. He lets out a small, wry smile, his tone softening. Heck, some soft-hearted mercenary you are. He then presents Aldia with a choice, his gaze serious. If you are willing to abandon your name, your status and also your past, then we will be out of your hair. His men are shocked. Why, your excellency, one cries out. The baron continues, we will report to Viscount Stake that we couldn't find you. He looks at Aldia with surprising empathy. Baron, I have a little child too, I do have my thoughts on what the mercenary said. He's offering her an escape, a chance at a normal life. But after a moment of quiet contemplation, Aldia's expression firms with resolve. All right, let's go to the Viscount's place. Her decision is made, the baron's men light up with renewed hope. Yes, your highness. Aldi's turns to her, concerned. Are you sure? Aldia meets his gaze. I appreciate your concern, but I only know of life as royalty. Her eyes, no longer those of a frightened child but of a determined princess, hold his. Also, I never wish to involve you, any more than I should. Aldi's looks away, processing her words. He sees the steel in her resolve and knows he can't change her mind. He scrubs his hair in frustration. I can't believe I'm making a kid say something like that. No choice then, he's made his own decision. He turns back to the group, holding up a hand, 5 fingers spread wide. It's 5 gold coins. Aldia looks at him, completely baffled. Come again. Aldi's kneels, formally addressing the baron but speaking for Aldia's benefit. I'll take you to the Viscount for 5 gold coins. Consider it a commission, and I'll stick with you until you get to a safe place. It would be difficult to pass through enemy-controlled territory with only 3 bodyguards. He gives Aldia a reassuring smile, masking his true feelings behind a mercenary's logic. It's a mercenary's job to risk his life for money, there's nothing strange about it. And so their new party is formed. With Aldi's officially commissioned as a bodyguard, they set out across the barren, windswept plains, a small group against a hostile world. As they travel, Philia lets out a small sneeze. Her older sister, Liana, notices her cloak has come loose. Philia, your cloak's coming off. Liana kneels down, her expression gentle as she moves to help her younger sister. She reaches for the ribbon at Philia's neck, intending to simply retie the bow. But then something dark flickers in Liana's eyes. Her fingers, acting on their own, pull the ribbon tight, and tighter. A strange, cold impulse grips her as Philia begins to choke. Philia looks up, confused and unable to breathe. What's wrong? She rasps. The question snaps Liana out of her trance, her eyes widening as she realizes what she's doing. Liana recoils, her face a mask of pure horror and confusion. No, it's nothing, she stammers, her heart pounding. She has no idea where that terrifying urge came from. Suddenly Aldis's voice cuts through the air, sharp and urgent. A group of soldiers is nearby, be on your guard. His senses are screaming. This feels different from their previous encounters. The Baron readies his sword, annoyed. This is the third one since we entered the Viscount's territory. It was a bad idea to let some of them go. He assumes it's just another small patrol. Liana, still shaken, looks around nervously. What's going on? She asks, trying to push away the disturbing memory from moments before. Aldis's eyes scan the horizon, a grim realization dawning on him. There's too many of them, he says, his voice low. He looks out over the vast, empty landscape. They might have sent the whole battalion this time. One of the others asks nervously, can we not slip past them somehow? Aldis's gaze sweeps across the ridges surrounding them. Figures of soldiers begin to appear, cresting the hills on all sides, with so many enemies surrounding us. The trap springs shut. They are completely encircled, a tiny island in a sea of enemy steel. Aldis looks at the impossible odds, his voice flat with resignation. Yeah, that's not happening. Trapped in the middle of a barren, cracked wasteland, Aldis's party is completely encircled. A battalion of soldiers, a sea of steel and grim faces, closes in, leaving them with no way out. But the Baron refuses to be cornered. Gripping his sword, he roars, I'll open a path, push forward while protecting those two, you mercs get behind them. He dashes forward, a one-man vanguard ready to carve an escape route. The enemy commander, however, isn't just focused on the charging Baron. His eyes are locked on the hooded figure in the back. Go, finish them off, he orders before adding a crucial warning, be careful, the black-haired sorcerer can send swords flying for some reason. Aldis steps forward, his voice cutting through the tension, calm and strategic. I'm going solo, you handle protection, Nails. He glances at the others. If the Baron struggles, help him. Ceres, you take care of any stragglers. The team nods in unison. They trust his judgment completely. As the soldiers advance, Aldis raises his hand, his mind racing. All these soldiers, just for two kids. With a metallic shimmer, his signature flying swords materialize from thin air, ready for battle. He doesn't wait. Aldis becomes a blur of motion, weaving through the enemy ranks as his blades dance around him. It's a deadly ballet, cutting down soldiers before they can even raise their own weapons. With a simple, almost casual flick of his fingers, Aldis sends a blade flashing through the air. A soldier cries out, hit by a weapon he never even saw coming. The control is absolute, the result is lethal. Standing over the fallen, Aldis looks at the terrified survivors, his voice devoid of emotion. Yeah, I pity you for having such a terrible commander. His swords hover menacingly around him. But I'm on an official job here, I can't show any mercy. The remaining soldiers look up in horror as a literal rain of swords descends upon them. Panic sets in. What is that? One screams, his courage completely shattered by the impossible sight. After the initial onslaught, Aldis glances back at the fleeing party, seeing they've gained some distance. I guess it's safe now, he murmurs, but he knows clearing a path isn't enough. To cover their escape, he begins to channel his magic, whipping the very air around him into a furious vortex. A massive sandstorm kicks up, swirling violently to blind their pursuers. And for good measure, he adds one more surprise. Here's a bonus. Driving a sword into the ground, he unleashes a shockwave of power, cracking the earth beneath the soldiers' feet. Engulfed in the sandstorm, the soldiers are thrown into chaos. Damn it, I can't see, one yells, shielding his eyes. Another barks, it's just some sand, don't lose them. But as they stumble forward blindly, a sickening thume echoes through the dust. One of the soldiers lets out a scream as the ground gives way beneath him. The sand begins to settle, revealing a deep fissure splitting the battlefield with several soldiers having already fallen in. Hold, the commander shouts in alarm. He set up traps, don't move until you have a clear sight. Aldis's diversion was a success. Having escaped, the party regroups in a rocky canyon. The younger royals are shaken, with Diane sobbing into his sister's arms. The adrenaline of the chase gives way to fear and exhaustion. Ceres gracefully floats down from a scouting position. Master, she reports. Aldis looks up, his expression grim. How'd it go? The news isn't good. It seems the enemy is advancing from both sides, she explains. They might find us here any time now. Aldis clenches his fist. So they're going all out this time. He processes the information, his mind connecting the dots. Their plan is to succeed, no matter the commotion it causes. The Baron sighs, looking at the frightened children. Nails and I could handle them, but not while protecting this many people. Their numbers are a liability. Aldis knows they're running out of time. They could be on us any second while we're just standing here thinking. Suddenly a faint shimmer of light catches his eye, a pulse of energy in the air. His senses scream at him. Aldis whips his head around, instantly on alert. A strong mana presence. Before he can react, something large and white tumbles down the cliffside and lands right in front of him. It's a teddy bear, a very large, very clean teddy bear that sits up and asks in a polite voice, "Oh my, are you in trouble?" Aldis stares, completely dumbfounded by the absurdity of the situation. Hey. A familiar, cheerful voice calls out. Ha ha, heya, From behind the rock appears Noah holding the bear with a cloaked blonde girl right behind him. Aldi's recognizes the face instantly. "Noah," he says, a mix of surprise and annoyance in his tone. "Long time no see," Noah replies with a grin, "or not." The Baron immediately draws his sword. Who is he?" he demands. Ceres places a hand on his arm. "An acquaintance," she says calmly before adding with a hint of uncertainty, "he is not hostile, maybe." "What are you doing here?" Aldi's asks. "Weren't you headed south?" Noah shrugs. "That was the plan. But then I overheard rumors about a certain black-haired sorcerer in the town of Lara." Aldi's narrows his eyes suspicious. "Heard." Noah beams, his reasoning simple and utterly unhelpful. "And I thought it might be interesting, so." Aldi's deadpans. "What does that even mean?" Cutting through the banter, Noah gets straight to the point, his smile widening. "So, you need help." Aldi's hesitates, weighing the risks. "Are you sure? This could get you into serious trouble, too." Noah waves off the concern. "Consider it returning the favor for the monster hunt. Besides," he adds, "in a chaotic situation like this, even if I get a little violent, I doubt I'll end up a wanted man." Noah begins to explain his plan, using his magic to make a small, cloaked doll float. "See, it looks like a child standing there, doesn't it?" Aldi's immediately grasps the concept. "I see, it's the same principle as making a sword float." "Exactly," Noah continues. "Aldi's and I both have black hair, plus, Whitey and that lady over there look similar enough from a distance. If we create a bunch of these decoys, they'll think we're the group with the children." Aldi's quickly puts it together. "So, while you and Whitey lure the enemy away with the decoys, the rest of us can escape. Is that the plan?" He still has reservations, though. "Sure, I'm the only one who uses flying swords, but will a trick like this really work?" The blonde girl speaks up. "It's a good proposal. We can't hope to deceive all of them, but it will be much easier for you if you only have to deal with half the enemy." Aldi's concedes. "You have a point." He looks at Noah. "Can I count on you?" Noah gives a confident thumbs up. "You got it, leave it to me." The decoy team is assembled. A bizarre, silent group of cloaked figures, with Whitey the teddy bear peeking out from one of the hoods. Noah prepares for action, pulling a kunai from a hidden sheath with his teeth, his eyes glinting with anticipation. With a final wink and a wave, Noah gives the signal. "We're off now." He turns to the young royal. "Good luck, princess." Startled, she stammers, "Why, yes." Aldi's turns to his own group. "Let's go, the time for talk is over." The two parties split. Aldi's leads the real group to safety, while Noah and his strange decoy squad stand their ground, waiting for the enemy to take the bait. Noah watches them go, a confident smirk on his face. Now. He and the blonde girl lead their cloaked decoys out into the open, the fake children swaying unnaturally as they walk. It doesn't take long, a scout spots them from a ridge. "There they are," the commander yells, pointing directly at the decoys. "Get them." Noah watches the wave of soldiers begin their charge. "Oh," he says, feigning surprise. The blonde girl reminds him of their objective. "We're not here to defeat them, master." Noah grins. "I know, our job is to be a flashy distraction, right?" As Noah begins tossing a fan of kunai into the air, Whitey gives one last piece of advice. "Try not to let them see your face, Noah," he replies dismissively. Yeah. His eyes narrow, filled with a wild, battle-hungry excitement. "Now." With a sharp clap of his hands, he sends the kunai flying towards the charging soldiers. "It's time to party," he yells, leaping into the fray. Meanwhile, Aldi's group flees through the canyon, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the fight. The princess can't help but look back, her face etched with worry for the ones who stayed behind. Ceres remains vigilant, her hand on her sword, a bead of sweat on her temple as she scans their surroundings for any new threats. Aldi's leads them on, his expression tense and focused, listening for any sign of trouble. Suddenly an image flashes through the air, a dark, menacing silhouette with a sharp, fanged grin that promises only destruction. Aldi's eyes snap wide open in pure shock. He felt that. A deafening doo-wum echoes from the direction of the battle, a sound wave so powerful it shakes the very ground he stands on. He freezes, realizing a monster far more dangerous than a battalion of soldiers has just joined the fight. In a grand hall of crimson and gold, the sharp clomp of polished shoes echoes off the checkered floor. A figure of importance is approaching. A hand raises, rapping twice on the ornate, towering doors, a formal yet urgent knock. A man in a white coat stands before the sealed entrance, announcing his presence. "General, I have come at your request." From the throne beyond, a voice, muffled and distant, replies, "Give me a minute." The red-haired general seems preoccupied, her head in her hands. As she lowers her hands, a sly smile plays on her lips, her eyes are fixed on something unseen. "I'm watching them right now," she murmurs, completely engrossed. Her gaze is fixed on a world torn by conflict, her crimson eyes reflecting the desperate struggle of a young swordsman named Aldi's. And in that world the chase is on. Aldi's and his party sprint through a desolate canyon, the ground trembling beneath their feet. Aldi's glances back, his expression a mix of concern and trust. Massive explosions rock the canyon behind them. He knows who's responsible. Noah, it's all yours now, he thinks, putting his faith in his companion to hold the rear. But their escape is cut short. A new group blocks their path, swords drawn. The Baron and his knights immediately form a defensive line. They're mercenaries, a motley crew of hardened killers, led by a brute with a mohawk and a massive axe. The leader licks the handle of his axe, his eyes glinting with malice. Sorry about this, man, he sneers. Not like we hate you or anything, it's just business. The Baron's face contorts with rage, his sword held ready. You gold-digging mercs, a handful of you won't be enough to stop us. Aldi senses a greater danger. These aren't just average thugs. Wait, Baron, he yells, his eyes wide with alarm. His fears are confirmed. Two of the mercenaries begin chanting, their hands glowing with immense power. The Baron freezes in shock. Advanced spells. As the two mages combine their incantations, Aldi shoves past the Baron. Stay back, he commands, his hand outstretched as a torrent of magical energy hurtles towards them. A magical barrier erupts from Aldi's palm, deflecting the combined spell with a deafening boom. The mercenaries are stunned. He can block it, but he didn't have time to chant. One of them shouts, "Try again, people," but Aldi's is already moving. You think I'll let you, he snarls, closing the distance in a flash. He's a blur of motion. Before the Mohawk leader can even lift his axe, Aldi's is past him, a spray of blood marking his path. In the same fluid movement, he pivots, his blade finding the throat of the female spellcaster. The mages stare in disbelief, their own blood staining their clothes. Huh, swords, where did they? Their thoughts are cut short as life fades from their eyes. The Baron can only watch, speechless, as the sounds of swift, brutal combat fill the air. It's over in seconds. The remaining mercenaries are dispatched with ruthless efficiency, their cries cut short before they can even register what's happening. Bodies hit the cracked earth. Aldi stands alone amidst the carnage, the entire squad eliminated in the blink of an eye. He sheathes his sword with a decisive clack. I don't sense any more enemies nearby, he states calmly. Let's hurry. The harsh desert gives way to rolling green hills and peaceful pastures. Time has passed. A few days later, the party arrives at the gates of Viscount Stake's territory. They've reached their destination. Aldi's turns to the young Princess Aldia, his expression gentle. This is as far as I can take you. The Baron nods, his face etched with determination. I understand, the rest is on us now. Peace may be impossible, but I will do my best to ensure a bright future for the prince and princess. Princess Aldia bows her head gracefully, her hands clasped. You mercenaries have my deepest gratitude. Thank you for your help until now. Aldi's breaks the formal tension with a simple, kind gesture, patting the princess on the head. She looks up, startled. The Baron is utterly flabbergasted by the casual display towards royalty. Wah. Aldia, however, seems to appreciate it, a small blush on her cheeks. It's good to be able to show your gratitude, Aldi says softly. His gaze becomes serious, his voice low and steady as he imparts one final lesson. He looks her in the eye. It's also a good thing to try to accomplish your duty as royalty, but that only works if you're alive. Running away isn't a bad thing at all. The words hang in the air, a heavy truth for the young royal to bear. Don't you forget that. Aldia can only stare, absorbing his wisdom. Just then, the twins run up to say their own goodbyes. They beam at the princess, full of youthful energy. Let's meet again, we should play together next time. They take her hands, their promise echoing in the quiet courtyard. We'll go to the snow village and play slide together. For the first time in a long time, a genuine, hopeful smile spreads across Princess Aldia's face. Yes, someday, for sure. And with that, Aldi's party turns and walks away, leaving the royals in the safety of the Viscount's care. But this tender moment is not private. From afar, an ornate mirror reflects the scene, an unseen observer watching their every move. A gloved hand waves dismissively, and the image in the mirror ripples and fades to black. Back in the throne room, the general leans back, her expression one of pure annoyance. I don't like this one bit, she mutters, her plans having gone awry. The director's voice comes from the door again. May I come in now? With a sigh of irritation, the general grants him entry. Sure, go ahead. The director enters with a smug grin, immediately sensing the atmosphere. Oh my, I see the general is in a bad mood again. The general's eyes flash with murderous intent. I see you're still letting your tongue run wild, director. Would you like me to rip that yapping mouth in two? He waves his hand dismissively, unfazed by her threat. Oh my, Rain, go away, forget it, I'll forgive you just today. Her lips curl into a dangerous smile. In exchange, she purrs, could you run some errands for me in the other world? The director's smugness falters. Now, I might turn into an old man by the time I return here. He's all too aware of the time dilation between their worlds. The general reassures him from her throne, rest assured, it won't be long. The director, still hesitant, asks, what do I have to do specifically? He laughs nervously, trying to reason with her. Ha, I might just die of old age there. Do you know how old I am, your excellency? She casually picks at a bowl of candies, her voice cold and final. That depends on you. Regardless of the results, I expect you to attend next month's meeting, so you'll only be out there for a month. She pops a candy into her mouth. Aren't you around 40? He puffs up with indignation. Close, I just turned 52 last month. She raises an eyebrow. I don't know how you can call that close, but if you spend a month over there, you'll be 82. The director begins to sweat, pleading now. For real, right, so if you could make it 10 days. The general cuts him off. Well, I guess you won't be coming back alive. She leans forward, a predatory glint in her eye. Well, if you can bring results, I'll summon you back here earlier. If you don't want to exhaust your life there, then work hard. The director can only mutter about her merciless nature. Resigned, he asks again. So what should I do over there? The general explains her game. You see, I happen to send an oracle over there to kill time after lunch. She taps the dark surface of her mirror. Then, a bunch of foolish nobles caught the bait and caused a civil war in their country. Her eye narrows in disgust. But after the king was defeated, it all went downhill, so unbearable to watch. The director questions her. If there's a civil war, won't that be interesting in itself? But the general's ambitions are far grander. A civil war is small in scale and so boring. Honestly, I'd prefer if they just invaded the neighboring countries right away. The director catches on, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Oh ho ho, so you're telling me to go stir things up. The general's voice drips with venom. Then a mere mercenary had to make things worse. At this rate, the boring civil war will drag on. She crunches down hard on a candy, her teeth bared. What was supposed to be a pastime actually filled me with frustration. With a flick of her finger, she sends a marble shooting across her desk. That's why, right now, I'd rather send my own personal pawn to action. The director sighs, realizing he's the pawn in question. The poor guy who gets sent on this trip just to vent your frustrations has got it rough too. The general's face becomes a cold, emotionless mask. The time for games is over. She holds up a crystalline orb which begins to crack under the pressure of her grip. Would you rather be killed for insolence, or be a good boy and go over there? I'll let you choose. Her eyes are devoid of mercy as she slides another candy across her lips. You're pretty useful to me, so killing you would be a shame. The director's demeanor changes in an instant. He claps his hands together, bowing frantically. Yes, obviously, for sure, ma'am, I will happily oblige. With his arms spread wide in theatrical submission, he eagerly accepts his fate. Gladly. Our story picks up with Aldis and his party on a delivery mission, trekking through a rugged mountain pass. The air is thin, the path is treacherous, and everyone's feeling the burn of the climb. Suddenly, a massive shadow blots out the sky. A piercing sound cuts through the wind, and the party freezes, their instincts screaming that something is wrong. It's a griffin-like beast, and it dives with a terrifying shriek. But before anyone can even react, Aldis is already moving. With a flash of steel, he meets the monster head-on, his blades sinking deep into its flesh. The fight is over as quickly as it began. Aldis hangs in the air for a moment, surrounded by floating blades, the beast's severed head plummeting into the ravine below. Just another day's work for him. This whole dangerous trek started with a simple request. We flash back to Viscount Stake, who, after Aldis proved his strength, presented him with a mysterious crystal orb. Stake looked at him earnestly. You want us to deliver this for you instead? Aldis asked, surprised by the sudden change of plans. Indeed, Stake confirmed. Aldis, never one to turn down a challenge, smirked. Well, you're willing to be bait, so I don't mind doing that. With the mission accepted, Aldis asked the obvious question. Where should we deliver the ball to? Stake simply gestured towards Celestia. Just leave navigation to her. And so, with Celestia leading the way, their new quest began, taking them far from the city. Back in the present, Celestia assures them, it is not far from here, we should depart to Stake's place first. Aldis mutters under his breath, wiping sweat from his brow. Sure, it's not far, but I didn't know monsters like grinders would attack us here. The easy delivery was already proving to be a massive headache. As they continue their exhausting climb, the party's morale is low. Why do we have to climb the mountains? One of the twins whines, but Celestia remains confident. We are almost at the summit now. Master can surely handle such monsters. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, the terrain flattens. Celestia turns, a triumphant look on her face. We have arrived. Aldis looks up, his expression shifting from exhaustion to pure confusion. Before them lies a massive, eerie stone platform reaching into the clouds. At the far end, a lone figure in a dark cloak stands waiting, flanked by several silent, hooded girls who look unnervingly familiar. Aldis grips the crystal ball, his senses on high alert. What is this place? He whispers. His eyes dart to the hooded figures. They're all identical, standing perfectly still like statues. Celestia voices what everyone is thinking, her eyes wide with disbelief. That's a lot of nails. The figure at the end of the platform finally speaks, her voice echoing across the summit. So, the girl of skills comes. I guess things can turn out unusual. The real Nails steps forward and drops to one knee. One has come to extend one's greetings to Master Sarah the Moonlight, she says, offering the crystal ball. One has brought a transporter's control core. Please forgive our sudden intrusion. The woman, Sarah, looks down. There is no need for formalities. Stand up, child of skills. Her gaze then shifts, locking directly onto Aldi's. Is the black-haired boy your master? Nails confirms he is. Sarah gives a slight, knowing smile. Greetings to you, the boy who has discovered the child of skills. My name is Sarah. My moniker, Sarah the Moonlight, comes from my role to rule the night. Aldi's is completely lost. Skills, role, what do you mean, and who are these girls? He asks, gesturing to the silent clones. They are all my daughters, Sarah explains calmly. Still, it is not the normal daughter-mother relationship humans have, so I suppose that will confuse you. Aldi's mind races. Daughters, they sure look alike but their age. Before he can finish, Sarah cuts him off. What is your name? He meets her intense gaze, his own hardening slightly. It's Aldi's. Nails pops up from behind a pillar. Master, give Master Sarah the thing he gave you. Do you have the control core? Aldi's pulls out the smooth, glowing orb, its surface cool against his gloved hand. Sarah extends her hand, a faint, mysterious smile playing on her lips. Thank you. The moment their fingers brush against the orb, a brilliant flash of light erupts between them. Aldi's instinctively leaps back, his hand tingling from the strange energy. What did you just do? Sarah examines the orb unfazed. I only took a quick measurement. I see. Your strength was truly the reason the child of skills had her eye on you. Then she drops the bombshell. Although it's a shame that you weren't originally born to this world. Aldi's blood runs cold. His secret, the one he's guarded so closely, is out. Sarah glances at Celestia. That girl over there seems to have gotten your interference, but that must be because she was from Armenia. Aldi's ignores the comment about Celestia, his focus entirely on Sarah. Hold on, how much do you know? He demands. Sarah's reply is chillingly direct. I only know the fact that you are a foreigner from another world, that's it. The rest of the party gasps in unison. Another world, the revelation hangs in the air, shattering their understanding of their friend. Aldi's mind is reeling. On what basis? He asks, his voice tight. Sarah explains, it's been less than 10,000 years since I descended into this world, but with that much time it won't be difficult to grasp all matters of human life and death. Her eyes narrow, piercing through his defenses. Unlike the other four, you're the only one without any birth record. He can't deny it. A cold sweat breaks out on his forehead. Wah, I have already confirmed that you are a person with no history. Hold on a second, Aldi's protests, but Sarah continues. There have been humans who suddenly appeared without warning under our observation before. Each one has been concluded to be a visitor from another world. The anger in Aldi's eyes is suddenly replaced by a flicker of something else. Hope, desperation. So that means there have been people before me coming here, he asks, his voice urgent. His eyes widen, a single, painful memory consuming him. He leans forward, his voice barely a whisper. Was there, a young woman with crimson hair among them? Sarah's expression hardens. I can only think of one such person, a figure, who has frequently interfered in this world since 500 years ago. A dark silhouette flashes in her mind. She called herself a goddess and has been raising followers even now. Her name is Jelia. The name lands like a physical blow, and the air around Aldi's instantly changes. His face, once filled with shock, twists into a terrifying, hate-filled grin. A violent, black aura erupts from his body, whipping around him like a storm. The sheer pressure of his rage is suffocating. The twins cry out in fear, stumbling back from the monstrous killing intent pouring off the boy they thought they knew. Sarah watches him, her expression unreadable. Looks like you two have quite a deep history. Aldi's head snaps towards Nails, his eyes glowing with fury. Nails, you knew about this. Of course the girl also knew, Sarah says, stepping in to protect her. Please don't scold her. Aldi's is trembling, not from fear, but from a rage so profound it threatens to consume him. He takes a deep, shuddering breath, forcing the black aura to recede. My bad, he grits out, the apology sounding more like a threat. Turning back to Sarah, his voice is dangerously low. And the so-called goddess is still in this world. Celestia, trying to make sense of it all, looks utterly lost. I don't really follow. She steps forward, confused. But about the goddess's name, it should be Asura, am I correct? Sarah shakes her head, delivering the next devastating truth. The goddess, Asura, that the church believes in isn't the real one. She explains that the true Asura would never preach hatred, persecute twins, or incite war. The entire religion is built on a lie. A sinister, shadowed face of a woman with crimson hair appears over a statue of the serene goddess. The current goddess is merely an impostor, a human that goes by the name of Jelia. The party is speechless. An impostor goddess, a human. They look at Aldi's, whose silence is more telling than any words. Celestia finally asks the question burning in her mind. Aldi's, do you know this Jelia person? His back is turned to them, his shoulders tense. A single heavy word escapes his lips. Yeah. He turns, his face a mask of pure, undiluted hatred. He clutches his head as if fighting off a painful memory. She once took everything from me and I swore to kill her with my own hands. He clenches his fist, the vow echoing in the cold mountain air. I will have my revenge. In an ethereal sanctuary of impossible architecture, Aldis cuts straight to the point, his voice echoing slightly in the vast space. So, the current goddess, Jellia, she's just a human, and you have a grudge against her. The revelation sends a shockwave through Nails. Her eyes widen, her entire belief system rattled. Then, what is Goddess Asura? She stammers, the name now a question instead of a fact. Sarah's expression is calm, her words dismantling centuries of doctrine. Lady Asura is a presence who watches over people, but she is no goddess. People just began to worship her without her consent. Nails and Celestia exchange a look of pure disbelief. The foundation of their world, the very concept of their goddess, is crumbling before their eyes. Aldis, ever the pragmatist, filters out the theological noise. So, let me get this straight. There's an imposter, Jellia, and then there's the actual Asura, correct? Sarah's simple yes confirms everything. Sarah elaborates, her voice soft but firm. Lady Asura's role is to promote harmony. She occasionally extends a helping hand which mortals mistook for divine mercy. The final truth bomb drops, leaving Nails and Celestia speechless. There are actually no gods in this world, Sarah states plainly. Only beings people have made up and humans who pretend to be them. Aldis processes this, his gaze sharp. Can I assume you're on Asura's side then? Sarah nods. You may consider us Lady Asura's retainers. Her eyes close for a moment as if in prayer. Whether someone claims divinity or is revered as such, it holds no weight with us. However, when it becomes a factor that could shake this world, it cannot be overlooked. Aldis narrows his eyes, challenging her. So why act now? You've been ignoring the church and this self-proclaimed goddess all this time. Sarah's gaze is distant. Lady Asura rarely interferes with human affairs. It was only through her tireless, unseen efforts that people managed to survive on this barren land in the first place. Her tone hardens, a glint of steel in her eyes. But that woman, Jellia, she is constantly testing the limits of our tolerance. This time, Lady Asura has resolved to eliminate this interference from another world. Aldis has heard enough backstory. He cuts in, impatient. Your point being. Sarah leans forward, her eyes locking onto his with newfound intensity. A faint smile plays on her lips. That is my point. You and we can work together. Aldis remains silent, his expression unreadable. An alliance with a being of this magnitude is not something to be taken lightly. He weighs her words, her intentions. Sarah senses his hesitation. Your appearance before me, that too must be due to Lady Asura's guidance. He finally speaks, demanding clarity. Work together, eh? In what, to be precise? Sarah gestures to her followers. What we can offer is support when you fight her. She holds up her hand, explaining the nature of their power. We can't join the fight directly, but this world is one that countless Sarahs, including myself, maintain control over. There are many ways to support you without resorting to force. Aldis's gaze is piercing. He knows nothing comes for free. What do you expect in return? Sarah reveals their request. As we cannot leave this place, we ask that you investigate her followers who are showing suspicious activity on our behalf. Aldis puts the pieces together. Her followers, so the church, you're limited because your eyes cannot see places hidden from the sky. Sarah shakes her head. No, an even closer group. A considerable number of them have gathered deep in the great forest to the north. The problem is, ever since we've confirmed their sightings, a peculiar spatial disturbance has appeared in that area. Aldis sums up the mission. So you want me to go there and find out what they're up to? Sarah's look is expectant. Exactly, what do you say? He considers it. Yeah, this isn't a bad trade, but a new concern surfaces. But if I traverse the great forest with the twins in tow? Sarah anticipates his worry. Oh, rest assured, I can send you there with teleportation sorcery. However, the forest's influence, it can affect young children badly. The condition is laid bare, so you should leave the twin children here with us. The twins look up, startled by the suggestion. Karen steps forward, placing a reassuring hand on Aldis's shoulder. Master Sarah's strength is self-evident. She has taken root in this land overrun by monsters. The children will be safe. Sarah herself makes a solemn vow, her voice resonating with power. I swear in the name of Lady Asura that no harm will befall these children. After a moment of tense silence, Aldis nods, his decision made. All right, I'll take your word for it. The strike team is assembled. Aldis, Nails, and Celestia stand ready, their expressions grim and determined. The twins run up to Aldis, their faces etched with worry. Aldis, when will you come back? Tomorrow? He ruffles their hair. Well, I'll be coming back on foot, so, in 10 days. Sarah adds a practical note, showing their commitment. Your luggage will be delivered to you in a safe, observable location. Nails pouts, wishing for a return trip. I wish she could warp us back here too. Celestia chides her gently. Did you not hear her? We are not gods. Aldis kneels, pulling the twins into a tight hug. I'll be back soon, so don't worry. Be good girls for me, okay? They cling to him, whispering their agreement. The farewells are over. Sarah raises her hand, power gathering around her. I will now transport you all. As she chants, a blinding light envelops Aldis and his companions. With a deafening F-shoom, a pillar of energy erupts from the platform, launching the heroes into the sky like a reverse meteor. Sarah and the twins are all that remain, watching the empty space where their friends just stood, the air still crackling with residual energy. A brilliant streak of light tears across the heavens, arcing over the vast landscape and descending towards the dark, ominous canopy of the great forest. The landing is jarring. One moment they were in a pristine sanctuary, the next they're trekking through the dense, humid undergrowth of an ancient forest. Aldis pushes ahead, his senses on high alert as he navigates the treacherous terrain. Suddenly he freezes mid-step. His eyes go wide, spotting something through the trees that simply should not be there. The others catch up, their own expressions mirroring his shock. What is that building? Celestia exclaims, her voice filled with disbelief. Looming over them is a brutalist concrete structure, a modern monolith of gray slabs and sharp angles, utterly alien to this fantasy world. Celestia turns to him, confused. Over there, you mean your original world? Aldis nods grimly. It's an architectural style you don't see here, but I've seen it many times. A bitter taste fills his mouth. I'm running into one of these again here. This brings back bad memories. His eyes narrow with certainty, the pieces clicking into place. There's no doubt this has that woman's name all over it, Jelia. Nails draws her sword, ready for action. What do we do now? Even just looking from the outside seems to offer plenty to gain. Aldis scans the upper levels, formulating a plan. Good thing there's no visible security. Let's sneak in from the rooftop and look around. With practiced ease, the party ascends to the roof. Aldis carries Celestia while Karen and Nails take to the air, landing silently on the gravel-covered surface. They move across the flat rooftop, their footsteps quiet against the concrete as they approach the rooftop access door. Suddenly, a high-pitched whirring sound fills the air, followed by a blaring alarm. The girls are stunned, detecting no mana, but Aldis knows that sound. He points to a small, dome-shaped device mounted on the wall. That must be it, a security camera. Nails panics. Maybe we should retreat and rethink our steps. But Aldis knows stealth is no longer an option. They'll just amp up security anyway. We might as well breach the place by force. He readies his weapon. The time for subtlety is over. Inside, the klaxons scream. A priest in white robes bursts from a side room, his face pale with terror, and sprints down the sterile hallway. He's heading for a large chamber where a solemn ritual is underway, led by a bishop in an ostentatious hat. The man standing guard is none other than the director from the general's fortress. The director grabs the panicked priest. Don't cause a scene before an important ritual, he hisses. The bishop turns, his face a mask of smug calm. It's the same portly man Aldis saw advising the general. What's causing you to be in such a hurry? The priest pants, forcing the words out. Intruders, the bishop's eyebrow raises in mild amusement. Oh, I wonder how they found out about this place. A greedy, calculating glint flashes behind his glasses. He sees this interruption not as a crisis but as a golden opportunity. If I can gain a favor from Her Excellency here, maybe I'll be able to get home sooner. He adjusts his hat, a wide, sinister grin spreading across his face. Ho ho, seems like we have guests, eh? Well, since they went all the way to visit us. He thumps his staff on the ground. We should give them a warm welcome. Aldis and his party burst onto the scene, and the facility's priests immediately sound the alarm. Bandits, one screams, his face a mask of panic and fury. Protect the bishop. But their devotion is meaningless. With a flick of his wrist and a surge of unseen power, Aldis sends them flying. They are nothing more than cannon fodder, dispatched before they can even land a blow. As the party moves deeper, Aldis glances into a side room. The sight of the sterile equipment, the operating table, it stops him dead. A cold dread washes over him as his eyes widen in pure horror. The present fades away, replaced by a nightmare from his past. He's a child again, screaming, as a massive syringe plunges into his arm. The memory is so vivid he can almost feel the phantom pain. He remembers the helplessness, being strapped down to a cold metal bed, surrounded by figures in white coats. This place, it's just like that lab. The trauma he thought he buried comes roaring back. Snapping back to reality, Aldis channels his rage. He slams his fist into a charging priest, the impact echoing through the hall. The remaining cultists scramble back, terrified by the sudden explosion of violence. From the end of the hall, a smarmy voice cuts through the tension. My oh my, you are just like a boisterous doorbell. It's the bishop, the director of this facility, looking completely unfazed by the intrusion. Aldis's eyes narrow, the earlier trauma fueling his anger. What are you all doing here? He demands, his voice low and dangerous. What are you scheming in such a shady place? The bishop chuckles, a sickeningly sweet smile on his face. Scheme, we were just offering our prayers to the goddess. But Aldis isn't buying it for a second. Yeah, that's a blatant lie. His disrespect for their deity sends a shockwave through the priests. How dare you insult the holy goddess? Aldis scoffs, his contempt clear. You must be up to no good if you're with that goddess. A mocking smile plays on Aldis's lips. Excuse me, but holy, he asks, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You call that so-called bitch of a goddess holy? That's the last straw. The priest's faces contort in pure, unadulterated rage. How insolent, how arrogant, how ignorant, they roar in unison. Fueled by righteous fury, they charge once more. Cleanse the enemy of the goddess, divine punishments be upon the infidel. The battle reignites with a vengeance. Far away in an opulent room filled with stained glass, a powerful figure watches the chaos unfold. This is General Jellia. She observes the scene not with alarm but with a sharp, analytical gaze, as if watching a mildly interesting play. Her eyes, reflected in a scrying mirror, follow the fluid movements of Aldis's party as they cut down her followers, but then her gaze locks onto something specific. Oh. Her mind races, trying to place one of the fighters. I believe she's from a country that starts with an E or something. Her focus is entirely on Karen, who fights with fierce determination, her silver hair a blur of motion. Suddenly, a dark memory surfaces in Jellia's mind. Oh, right, the successful example of using an entire castle as an experimental site to determine the effects of prolonged mental contamination. The pieces click into place. The silver hair, the country of origin. Jellia's eyes light up with a sudden, chilling realization. Maybe she's the descendant of that test subject. A wide, predatory smirk spreads across Jellia's face. This boring little skirmish just got a whole lot more entertaining. Heh, looks like we've got an interesting fellow here. Back at the facility, the fight is a one-sided slaughter. Aldis moves like a phantom, his blades a whirlwind of death. The bishop watches his men fall, sighing with disappointment. He taps his staff on the ground, a bored expression on his face. Oh my, looks like low-level followers are no match for them. It's time to bring out the real weapons. With a loud slam, hatches in the ceiling burst open, and new figures drop into the fray, surrounding Aldis and his party. These aren't priests. They're young men in simple white robes moving with unnerving speed and precision, and on their foreheads are branded Roman numerals. Aldis freezes, his pupils shrink as he stares at the newcomers. The numbers Roman 2, V, they're just like him, they're experimental subjects, he's not the only one. The party is thrown on the defensive as the numbered assassins attack with coordinated deadly strikes, their skill far surpassing the priests. Aldis parries a blow, his mind reeling. Those numbers, so there are more beside me. The realization hits him hard as the fight rages on, his friends now struggling against the enhanced fighters. As the chaos escalates, the bishop slips away into a side room with a final, chilling command to his living weapons. Break a leg, everyone, he says with a wave. Literally. Once alone, the bishop seems to be listening to an unseen presence. Chief, a voice echoes in his mind. Oh, your excellency, the bishop replies with a nervous sweat. I'm kind of in a bind now. But Jellia's voice cuts him off. Never mind that. Are you familiar with that silver-haired girl? The bishop glances back at the battlefield, his eyes finding Karen. Wait, silver hair. He watches as Karen expertly defends herself against two priests, her movements swift and deadly. Jellia's voice fills his head again, laced with dark amusement. Remember, I once succeeded in an experiment of prolonged mental contamination, with the princess who was known as the nation's beauty. Oh yes, there was someone like that, the bishop recalls. Jellia continues, I'm sure that girl must be her descendant. I can feel the strong residual contamination. The bishop's mind whirls with the possibilities. Wow, what a coincidence, so what about her? Jellia's voice turns into a tempting, dangerous whisper. Maybe you can connect me to her. I'm sure you don't want to get older. A few more years wouldn't hurt if you're connecting me to her, right? The bishop understands immediately. A direct link. I see, you're right. If she has strong residual contamination, then she should provide a strong link with you. The offer is too good to refuse. Jellia seals the deal. If this goes well, I'll send you back home earlier. That's all the motivation he needs. The bishop's face breaks into a wide, ecstatic grin. Your wish is my command. Let us commence this instant. Using 5 people should be enough. He turns to his remaining followers who suddenly begin to sway, their eyes glazing over. What the? One stammers. Is this the goddess doing? A dark, commanding presence descends upon them. My loyal servants, their minds here. A shadowy hand seems to reach out from another dimension. Revere me, praise me, offer it to me. Jellia's true, terrifying form flashes in their minds. Aid me, in bringing my divine form down into this impure world. The bishop throws his hands out, his face alight with fanatical glee. The goddess is descending. What a lucky day, an honorable day for you people. He points to a glowing ritual circle on the floor. Now, put your hands on this circle and offer your mana. Your mana can aid her in descending upon us. His followers, now completely enthralled, rush to obey. If the goddess is here, she'll conquer them in an instant. They cheer, their free will completely gone. Meanwhile, the main fight reaches a critical point. Aldis grunts in pain as one of the numbered subjects manages to nick his arm. At the exact same moment, another subject's blade flashes, drawing a thin line of blood from Karen's arm. Karen barely has time to register the sting before a horrifying black tendril erupts from the tiny wound. In an instant, she is swarmed by the shadowy energy. It wraps around her limbs, her torso, silencing her scream before it can even begin. Aldis feels a sudden, sickening surge of dark energy. He whips his head around, his instincts screaming that something is wrong. Jay, what was that? His eyes lock onto Karen's position, a knot of dread tightening in his stomach. Lady, Karen. He sees her enveloped in the black miasma and shouts, his voice filled with panic. Karen, what's going on? The shadows recede, leaving Karen on her knees, her head bowed. She grips her sword, her body trembling as if in the throes of a violent seizure. Aldis and the others can only watch in horror. Aldis's face is pale with shock and fear, as he stares at his friend's transformed state. Slowly, Karen lifts her head, but the eyes that look back are not her own. They are wide, crazed, and filled with an ancient malice. A twisted, sadistic grin spreads across her face as a new voice speaks through her lips. What a weak vessel this is.